Star Odyssey Chapter 3121 to Chapter 3172. Luin spat out the blood in his mouth, his face ashen. This is troublesome. This old thing won't let me off. Senior, I might not be able to hold on much longer. Let's go back to the wooden house. If I can't hold on any longer, I'll have to leave. Don't worry, I'll find a way to save you. Kid, there's no need to save me. If you leave, I'll leave too. We'll fight outside, and I'll make sure you suffer, Fengua spat out. Luin shook his head and exchanged glances with Xianxia Mavis. They could see the smiles in each other's eyes as they walked back to the wooden house. Xianxia Mavis didn't know why Luin had purposely lured Candle over, but she knew that it was useless against him. Of course, Luin wanted to do that. Without Candle, how could flowing light devour time? He wanted flowing light to devour time, which would increase flowing light's retrospect time. This was equivalent to cultivating flowing light while he cultivated True God's freedom technique. Fengua wasn't stupid, Luin had truly been injured. That blood had come from a mistake while cultivating True God's freedom technique. This injury was even more severe than the one he had suffered in the battle with Fengua, so how could Fengua not believe him? This situation was similar to how Xianxia Mavis had confirmed that Luin wasn't acting because his battle with Fengua had been too intense. Luin had also taken advantage of the situation when he was injured, otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to lure Fengua into attacking him and giving him Candle. This old man's Candle had saved Luin a lot of time. Luin returned to the wooden house, where Fengua couldn't attack Xianxia Mavis even if Luin wasn't around. Luin could cultivate without any worries while devouring Candle's time. True God's freedom technique was very difficult to cultivate, and Luin kept trying. Every time he cut down the lantern, he would spit out blood, which made Fengua think that Luin had been seriously injured by Candle. Xianxia Mavis even thought that Luin had been seriously injured by Candle, otherwise, why would he spit out so much blood? After cultivating for a long time, Luin opened his eyes, exhausted. Xianxia Mavis was apprehensive. How are you? Luin was helpless. There are some problems that I don't know how to solve. Tell me about it. Maybe I can help you, Xianxia Mavis said. Luin looked at her. Senior, have you heard of the only true God's 3 ultimate techniques? Xianxia Mavis was surprised. Are you practicing the eternal battle skill? Luin nodded. I disguised myself and entered the Eternals. I unintentionally obtained a true God's ultimate skill. This time, I want to practice the True God's ultimate skill to deal with Windmaster. Xianxia Mavis frowned. Nonsense. How could you possibly cultivate an eternal battle skill? Eternal battle skills are based on divine power. Let's not talk about whether or not you have divine power. Even if you do, the characteristic of divine power is emotionless. Can you be emotionless? Cultivating a battle skill on the basis of ruthlessness is only a possibility. If it were that easy to cultivate an eternal battle skill, there would be only a handful of Eternals who could do it. Back when my second continent was destroyed and the Eternal race fought against the primordial space, I never saw anyone from the Eternal race use the eternal battle skill. Xianxia Mavis recalled that decisive battle and was still shocked to this day. In that decisive battle, no one was able to hide their strength. If anyone had an eternal battle technique, they would have used it long ago. When he saw that Xianxia Mavis had started to pour her heart out, Luin felt helpless. She had sunk into her memories again, and the more she experienced, the more memories she would have. This reminded Luin of the primogenitor and the big face tree. The tree continued to tell Luin about the Third Continent's war, and Xianxia Mavis began to talk about the Second Continent's war. What Luin wanted to know the most was how the First Continent had been destroyed. At the time, the First Continent had been the first to be destroyed, and it had been the time when the above heaven was at its peak. The 3 realms and 6 Daos were all present, so how could it have been destroyed by the Eternals? The primogenitor had suppressed everything, but who had suppressed the primogenitor? Unfortunately, even Xianxia Mavis did not know how the First Continent had been destroyed. Everything had happened too quickly. Ignoring her, Luin continued to cultivate. The True God's freedom technique required one to abandon their ideals and live as long as the heavens and the earth. Was he really unable to cultivate it? A long time passed, and one day, candlelight suddenly disappeared. Luin opened his eyes and shook his head. Had Fengua noticed? Fengbo was not stupid. Although Luyin frequently vomited blood, he had not died and had even persisted for so long. No matter how he looked at it, there was something wrong. Fengbo was not sure if candlelight had harmed Luyin, so he had taken it away. If candlelight had not harmed Luyin, and if Luyin had deliberately allowed Fengbo to use it, the final outcome would have been beyond Fengbo's imagination. Candlelight had already disappeared, and Luyin traveled through the stream of light to check the time. 2,375 seconds. A full 2,375 seconds had passed, and Luyin was pleasantly surprised. This was twice as long as when he had first met Fengbo, and nearly 4 times as long as when he had first entered the Mirage Domain. Back then, Luyin had wanted to try transforming flowing light within 1,000 seconds, but he had been interrupted by Fengbo. Now, it was time. Hongyan Mavis watched Luyin cultivate curiously. At her level, she could tell at a glance that Luyin's cultivation was not something she could guide, he had his own path of cultivation. Flowing light continued to travel through the stream of light, and Luyin kept a close eye on the time as he tried to change flowing light's form. There was no reaction the first time, and there was still no reaction the second time. The 5th time, the 10th time, and all the way until the 30th time, flowing light changed. Luyin's eyes lit up, and he began to cultivate flowing light's path of transformation. Luyin cultivated in the Mirage Domain for a very long time, transforming his limitless inner world. He then met Fengbo and fought a great battle. Now, he was transforming flowing light again. If converted to the outside world's time, it would take at least a few hundred years. However, the Mirage Domain did not touch time, so to the outside world, not much time had passed since Luyin had been taken away by Mr. Mu in the second disaster zone. However, in this short period of time, news of Luyin's death had already spread throughout the Six Direction Society. It had spread so quickly that even the Lu family, Wood Deity, and the others had not expected it. It was as if there was a hand pushing for this news to spread. Luyin's importance to the Six Direction Society was indescribable. He had come into contact with the Six Direction Society, and his influence was only second to that of a Grand Empyrean. During the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, his half-progenitor origin tribulation had greatly shocked the Six Direction Society. If not for the Grand Empyrean's abnormally high cultivation, no one in the Six Direction Society would have been able to suppress Luyin. When such a person was alive, nothing had happened, but once he died, all of the dissatisfaction and resentment towards him erupted. When news of Luyin's death spread throughout the Six Direction Society, no one said anything on the surface, but many people were secretly happy. For example, some of Lotus Reverend's disciples, some of the cultivators from the reincarnation spacetime, and even some from the Genesis space had been dissatisfied with Luyin, but they had not dared to voice it out. Now, they were happy. But for now, they were only happy in secret. They still did not dare to voice it out. Luyin's influence was too great, and while there were some who were dissatisfied with him, the majority still respected him. If not for Luyin, the endless battlefield and the Six Direction Society's border warfront would have been filled with endless slaughter, and many people would have died. These people were truly grateful to Luyin. There was no need to even mention the Genesis space. The fact that Luyin had been accepted by the Fifth Mainland and obtained the wordless Heavenly Tome's inner world was the best proof. When news of his death spread, countless people grieved and cursed at the sky, but even more people did not believe it. Everyone's gazes gathered on the Above the Heavens sect, waiting for someone to speak up and for Luyin to appear. At the back mountain of the Above the Heavens sect, there were several stargates erected beside the stone table where Luyin had stayed all year round. These stargates were the ones that led to the expedition of Calamity and the ones that led to Yixing. On this day, outside the Above the Heavens sect, figures with dark red auras appeared and charged towards the Above the Heavens sect. They were the Berserk corpses. Although there were no more Berserk corpses in the first zone of Calamity, the Eternals had gathered all of the Berserk corpses in the other zones. This was because this was a divine commandment, and it was an all-out war. The Above the Heavens sect's alarm went off, and Elder Chan and the other experts all stepped out and attacked together. No one had expected the Eternals to suddenly attack the Above the Heavens sect. It had only been a few days since news of Luyin's death had spread, and the Eternals had acted too quickly. While the battle outside the Above the Heavens sect broke out, A group of people had also gathered at the foot of the mountain where the stargates were located. These people were not corpse kings, but rather humans. They were spies of the Eternals. The fact that they could remain in the Above the Heavens sect meant that they had been thoroughly investigated. Even so, they were still spies because the Eternals had never used them. They were the most secretive spies that the Eternals had left behind in the Fifth Mainland. These spies did not have very high cultivations, but they were still able to enter the Above the Heavens sect. This was their value. When the Berserk corpses attacked the Above the Heavens sect, the area outside the Above the Heavens sect had been turned upside down. These spies had also acted, and their target had been the Stargates. Lung Qing was the one guarding the Stargates, but even a progenitor could not protect them. The Stargates belonged to the Eternals. These spies had not acted to deal with Lung Qing, but rather to destroy the Stargates. The moment she released her divine power, the Stargates were no longer under Lung Qing's control. The battle in the Above the Heavens sect had ended with Lu Tiany's arrival. The Berserk corpses had all been killed, and the human spies who had attacked the Stargates had also died. They had not planned on staying alive from the moment they had attacked, and the Stargates had been destroyed. Lu Tiany stood on the mountain peak with an ugly expression as he stared at the shattered Stargates. Elder Chan sighed. I was too careless. I did not expect the Eternals to target these Stargates. Lung Qing tightened her grip on her blade. It's my fault. Lu Tiany glanced at them. No one is to blame. The Eternals have been watching the Above the Heavens sect for too long. Those spies have existed since before the Above the Heavens sect was established, and even before Little Seven stepped onto the path of cultivation. None of you are to blame. Not far away, Wang Wen arrived and looked at the shattered Stargates. He clutched his head. This is troublesome. The Stargates are no longer here. Although those civilizations can find us, we can't find them. Since the Eternals have chosen to attack the Stargates, they will either attack us in the shortest amount of time possible, leaving us isolated and helpless, or they will attack those civilizations. Who do you think the Eternals will attack? Elder Chan asked. Lu Tiany also looked at Wang Wen. He had never underestimated Wang Wen because of his cultivation. Wang Wen had helped Luyin too much. In the Above the Heavens sect, Wang Wen's cultivation was at the bottom, but his status was comparable to Elder Chan and the others. Wang Wen did not hesitate. Us? Will the Eternals attack us? Lu Tiany asked. Wang Wen nodded. If I were the Eternals, I would attack the primordial space while cutting off all external aid. Firstly, the primordial space is the strongest and has the most experts. Secondly, the Eternals have been suppressed because of the primordial space. Thirdly, they can confirm His Highness' death and throw the entire Six Direction Society into chaos, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. You're right. The Six Direction Society is already in chaos. The news of His Highness' death is the Eternals' first step. They're testing the Six Direction Society and His Highness at the same time. The Eternals might not be sure that His Highness is dead. At this point, he leaned toward Lu Tiany. Senior, may I ask what happened to His Highness? Lu Tiany did not know how to answer. He did not know whether Xiaoqi was dead or not. Logically speaking, he should have died. The only true divinity had made a move, and his opponent was a half-step ancestor. How could he not die? However, Ancestor Lu Yuan said that might not be the case. Mr. Mu had taken Xiaoqi away. In Ancestor Lu Yuan's words, Mr. Mu was someone who could debate the Tao with a primogenitor. If he made a move, Xiaoqi might be saved. Wang Wen sighed. It seems that you don't know either. Forget it. No matter what, we should immediately seek external aid. This battle will happen soon. The Eternals will not give us too much time. Don't forget that the Fifth Mainland already has so many spies. The Six Direction Society will only have more. That by Wuxian, who has the Eternal List, is sometimes the biggest threat. Wang Wen had ordered a lockdown on the news of the Stargate's destruction, but the news still reached the Six Direction Society. Not only did it reach the Six Direction Society, but it also reached the 5 spirit tribes, the Trimoon Alliance, and other extraterrestrials. Instead of destroying a few Stargates, the news spread directly. The primordial space had lost all external aid. At this moment, countless members of the Six Direction Society were discussing in secret. It seems that the news of Lord Lu's death is true. Otherwise, how could the above heaven be attacked? Do you know that the attackers are berserk corpses? Berserk corpses? The berserk corpses that Lord Lu is best at dealing with? That's right. Berserk corpses are very difficult to deal with. Once they're thrown into space-time, they will bring disaster. It's said that there aren't many of them left. Even so, they dare to send them to the above heaven. I can imagine. I heard that the above heaven sect's allied civilization was destroyed. I heard that the Stargate was destroyed. In any case, the above heaven sect can no longer join forces with the extraterrestrial civilizations. Lord Lu just died, and something like this immediately happened to the above heaven sect. The Eternals should be making a move against the above heaven sect. Then what should we do? I don't care what other people think. I will support Master Lu. If the sects above start a war, I will go and help. Without Master Lu, we wouldn't have any peace. I would have died long ago. Me too. Me too. Humph, idiot. Master Lu is thinking for himself. Back then, it was because of our Six Paths sect's coercion that he disguised himself and joined us. If he didn't help Six Paths sect, where would the primordial space's status come from? How do you think the Three Monarchs universe disappeared? Who do you think Transdimensional listens to? That's right. I heard that Master Lu had invited the Void Master and the Wood God to wage war against the Zone of E many times. His purpose was to injure the Void Master and the Wood God, or even kill them, so that he could control the Void Master and the Wood God's time and space. I heard about it too. Retribution. The entire Six Paths sect was spreading unfavorable news about Luin. It was as if the Six Paths sect had become the primordial space's enemy overnight. Although most people still supported Luin and didn't believe these rumors, as time passed, there were bound to be people who believed them. Even if these rumors couldn't convince everyone, sometimes, they would become a mountain that prevented people from supporting the above heaven. Reincarnation Spacetime, Lotus Domain. Many venerable Lotus disciples were discussing this matter. Little Lian heard them and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. Brother Xianxia isn't dead. He didn't scheme against our Six Paths sect." The group of venerable Lotus disciples dispersed, not daring to argue with Little Lian. Little Lian couldn't say anything. Behind her, Yao Lan walked over. Little Lian. Little Lian felt wronged. Senior sister, why would they believe those rumors? Brother Xianxia has done a lot for the Six Paths sect. If it weren't for him, the war wouldn't have stopped. I would have gone to the endless battlefield too. No one knows if I'm dead or alive. It's all because of Brother Xianxia that the everlasting race is suppressed. Yao Lan gently said, "Don't worry too much about it. These rumors are just some petty schemes. However, some of them aren't without reason." Little Lian looked at Yao Lan blankly. Yao Lan's gaze turned cold. "Do you really think that Transdimensional is still in charge? This Master Lu has many tricks up his sleeve." Little Lian looked at Yao Lan like she was looking at a stranger. She had never realized that her senior sister could be so cold. After Little Lian left, Yao Lan requested an audience with Venerable Lotus. "Master, the above heaven sect has been attacked. From the looks of it, the everlasting race is going to attack the primordial space. How should we deal with this? I've been injured for a long time. Master Lu forced me to go to the first disaster realm, and my injuries have worsened. I can't help the above heaven sect anymore. You can go and help them." "Yes, Master." In the endless battlefield, Mr. Daheng heard the rumors outside, and his expression sank. Luin had actually died? He didn't know what he was feeling. He couldn't be sure if Luin had schemed against him. If he had, then he shouldn't have given him the stone fragment. If he hadn't, then the matter wouldn't have developed to this point. But no matter what, he had obtained the stone fragment. Since that was the case, Lu Yin's death had nothing to do with him. The most important thing now was to collect the stone fragment and go to the Mirage Domain. As long as he went there, he would have a chance of reaching the primordial realm. The primordial realm. He had no clue at all. The Mirage Domain definitely had a way. As for the above heaven sect being attacked, what did that have to do with him? In the Three Sovereigns universe, Luo Shan also heard the rumors. He looked at the sky and muttered to himself, although our grudges are settled, I'm still happy to hear that you're dead. Luyin, this is what it means to be settled. In the Rotten God universe, Yi Xing's headquarters, Bai Ting couldn't help but laugh when he heard the news of Lu Yin's death. This person had helped Yi Xing once and had Yi Xing under his thumb. Bai Ting didn't dare to refute any of his requests. Now that he was dead, the Six Paths Society would have one less mountain to rely on. Men. Yes. Send Lu Fuxue back to the primordial space and never hire her again. Sir, this. The people behind him trembled. Who didn't know that Madame Nailin and Lu Fuxue were backed by the above heaven sect? Bai Ting looked back with a cold gaze. Go immediately. Yes. Bai Ting sneered. Without Luyin, there was no need to worry about the above heaven sect. So what if they wanted to cause trouble for Yi Xing? So what? He had plenty of reasons to fire Lu Fuxue, and the above heaven sect couldn't even protect themselves. It was a pity that Luyin died too late. When Bai Lan received the news, she quickly went to find Bai Ting. Acting master, you want to fire Lu Fuxue? Bai Ting had already calmed down. Why? Do you have any objections? Bai Lan said, Lu Fuxue is backed by the above heaven sect, and we have a good relationship with them. If we fire her, it will be hard to explain to them. Bai Ting frowned and slowly turned to look at Bai Lan. Do I need to explain to others if I want to fire a subordinate? Bai Lan quickly bowed. This subordinate didn't mean that, it's just. Alright, there's no need to say any more. Lu Fuxue violated the rules and told my secret to outsiders. Just this alone is enough for me to fire her. In the past, I gave face to the above heaven sect, but now, it's useless. Throw her back to the primordial space and never hire her again. Bai Lan reminded, what if Master Lu comes? Bai Ting's body trembled, and anxiety appeared in his eyes. But then, he remembered that Luyin was dead, and the news had spread throughout the Six Paths Society. What was there to be afraid of? If he comes, then let him come. No one can break my rules. Leave. Bai Lan had no choice but to leave. Not long after, Madame Nailin returned to the primordial space. Bai Lan personally sent her off. Sorry, I didn't expect this. Bai Lan was helpless. Although Madame Nailin had the above heaven sect as her backing and had a special status in the Yi Guild, she had never had any conflicts with Bai Lan. The two got along very well, and she had also brought Bai Lan into the Yi Guild. Madame Nailin smiled faintly. No need to apologize, we will meet again soon. Bai Lan was confused. Madame Nailin looked at the sky. Rumor has it that Master Lu is dead, but I believe that he is still alive. He won't die so easily. Wait for me. With that, she flew towards the above heaven sect. Bai Lan looked at Madame Nailin's smiling face. The outside world clearly said that Master Lu was dead, so where did her confidence come from? Or was it that not only her, but the primordial space also had confidence in Luyin? If Luyin really didn't die and returned, what would Yi Xing do? Bai Lan didn't dare to think about it. Luyin wasn't an ordinary powerhouse, and the above heaven sect had experts that could shake the Six Direction Society. However, Bai Ting didn't care because these experts acted like ordinary people and wouldn't do anything to Yi Xing without a reason. However, Luyin was different. No one could predict Lu Yin's actions, which was why Yi Xing was afraid of him. If Luyin returned, Bai Lan took a deep breath and didn't dare to think about it. Bai Ting was too anxious. He had been suppressed by Luyin to the point that he couldn't breathe. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. No matter what, Yi Xing didn't need to care about other people's opinions before this, but ever since Luyin appeared, Yi Xing had to. This was just the beginning. As the news of Lu Yin's death spread, more and more unfavorable things would happen to the above heaven sect. The Mirage Domain was a place that didn't interact with time. Luyin had spent a long time in the Six Direction Society, and many people would have forgotten about his existence. Luyin would have become a legend. Luyin kept trying to transform the light into a shape. Time passed and the light kept changing. Finally, the light completely transformed into the shape of a boat. It looked blurry and transparent, as if it didn't exist at all. However, Luing could clearly see that it was the shape of a boat. Senior, do you see it? Junior succeeded. It's the shape of a boat. Luing was excited. Hongyan Mavis sighed in admiration. Your inner world should have been fixed and could only transform after reaching progenitor realm. I didn't expect it to transform now. Why did you shape it into a boat? Luing suppressed his excitement, because one day, I hope to go against the flow of time. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. You want to enter the river of time? Luing looked at her and smiled. It's just a wish. Sometimes, it's better to have a bigger wish. Even if you can't reach it, being able to get close is already good enough. Hongyan Mavis laughed. Do you think it's a business deal? He had succeeded in shaping the light into a boat, but it was still unstable. Luing continued to shape the light for the rest of his time. It would look the same when it first appeared, but when he looked back, it would turn into a boat. This was the limit of what Luing could do at his current realm. If he wanted to transform it further, he would have to break through to progenitor realm. Luing was looking forward to testing out the boat, and his opponent was naturally Fenghua. It would be a pity if he didn't use a good sparring partner like Fenghua. After a long period of time, Luing finally stabilized the light and was able to shape it into a boat. He could now test it out with Fenghua. Rushing out of the bamboo forest, Luing confirmed Fenghua's location with Hongyan Mavis's guidance. Old man, let's fight. Senior Hongyan won't make a move. Let's see if I can kill you, or if you can kill me. Kid, you're courting death. Fenghua said this, but he didn't make a move. It wasn't like he hadn't fought Luing before, and Luing definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, it was also impossible for him to defeat Luing. Luing understood his methods all too well, and this kid also used the power of time. He was the most difficult opponent to deal with, so he didn't want to fight. However, while Fenghua didn't make a move, Luing did. Hongyan Mavis gave Luing some grass so that he wouldn't have to worry about being corroded by the fog. He sent out a palm strike in a certain direction and then unleashed a barrage of attacks. His arms had been exhausted from the previous battle, but now that they had recovered, he felt even more powerful than before. Fenghua was forced out to battle Luing. The two of them understood each other's methods, but they couldn't touch each other even after fighting for a long time. They either spread out their strength or staggered their attacks. Fenghua angrily, Kid, don't think that you can stall me. You can't find me if I want to escape. Do you really think you can kill me if you work with that woman? Stop dreaming. Luing did not reply as the flowing light shuttled back and forth around his body. Fenghua was very wary of the flowing light, as it could be reversed for 1 second, which coincidentally countered his innate gift. Whoever used it first would be at a disadvantage. Kid, if you're willing to help me kill that woman, I can guarantee that you'll become an existence only second to the sole true God of the Eternals. I can guarantee you with my life that with your talent, you'll definitely be able to reach the primordial realm under the guidance of the sole true God. You'll be free and unfettered, and you'll have hope for eternal life. Why do you have to remain a human? The Count of Wind called out. Luing chuckled. Old man, don't tell me you still think I've joined the Eternals? If the Fenghua knew about Lu Yin's situation in the outside world and that he had been personally killed by the only true God, he would definitely not waste his breath. How could such a person betray humanity? However, Count of the Wind didn't know that he had remained in the Mirage domain all this time. He's so young, but his brain is too dead. How many years has the universe been operating normally? How long has it been since the birth of mankind? Before the human race, there were various civilizations and living creatures. All living creatures were born naturally from the universe. Only by jumping out of the universe's shackles could they do so. Only by breaking through the limits of living creatures can you taste eternal life. Don't you want to see what the universe will be like after the human race is destroyed? Don't you want to be a creator? Can you create a civilization? Old man, if the human race is gone, you won't even have someone to talk to. Right, do you have any descendants? Do you have any descendants? It seems like you don't need them. Wait for the next human race to appear, then you can go be a creator. Luing watched as the Count of Wind expanded time, and a streak of light shot out. It transformed into a boat that swam freely through the expanding time, easily passing through it and slamming into the Count of Wind. The Count of Wind watched as a blurry boat slammed into him, but he didn't know what it was. He brought his fingers together and struck out. This strike had heavily injured Luin, almost causing him to lose the ability to fight. At this moment, the finger struck out again, piercing through the boat. For some reason, the boat appeared outside of the expanding time. Even Luin hadn't expected it to dodge so easily. Just as he was about to order the boat to retreat, it did so as if the time it had retreated had never existed. It could now teleport. The Count of Wind's attack missed, and he stared at the boat. What was that? The boat slammed into the Count of Wind once more. The Count of Wind attacked again and again, but he was evaded time and time again. Luin kept trying to see what the boat could do. Gradually, the Count of Wind realized that this bastard was using him to practice. This kid already had the power of time, and now he was developing it in a metamorphosing direction, just like the Count of Wind had when he'd first created candlelight. No, he couldn't let this kid succeed. The Count of Wind didn't want to fight anymore, and he kept retreating. Even with Hongyan Mavis guiding him, Luin gradually lost track of the old man. Forget it, I can't fight anymore. Luin returned to the bamboo forest. How is it? Hongyan Mavis was curious, she also wanted to know what abilities the boat had. Luin smiled wryly as the light around his body shuttled back and forth, occasionally transforming into a boat that was becoming more and more exquisite. There's nothing special about it. It's just that it's not restricted by time. Hongyan Mavis' eyes went wide, and she looked at Luin as if he were a monster. That's nothing special? If it's not restricted by time, then it might be possible to go against the flow of time in the future. Luin smiled. That's why I'm not disappointed. Hongyan Mavis was speechless, and she felt an urge to beat this kid up. This kid's words were quite infuriating. Was his power really that special? Since he couldn't beat the Count of Wind, Luin could only continue cultivating the True God's Freedom technique. However, the True God's Freedom technique was too difficult to cultivate, and he rarely encountered a power that was so difficult to cultivate. He didn't know where to start. Perhaps the True God's Freedom technique wasn't suitable for him. Senior, keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape, Luin reminded. Hongyan Mavis replied, don't worry, he won't be able to escape unless he dares to go to one of the forbidden areas. A while later, Luin opened his eyes. He was exhausted, and he still couldn't cultivate it. He knew that he might need to use his divine power, but he didn't have the confidence to do so in front of Hongyan Mavis. Hongyan Mavis wasn't like Ancestor Lu Yuan and the others, who trusted him unconditionally. She might seem to get along well with him, but that was only because she was certain that he was from the Lu family and wanted to kill the Count of Wind. Once the fact that he had divine power was exposed, she might not treat him like this anymore. She was a ruthless person who had trapped herself in the Mirage domain for countless years. In her opinion, she would use her broken body to hold back as many people as she could. As someone who cultivated divine power, if she didn't trust him, he would definitely be held back. Luin sighed at this thought. What's wrong? Hongyan Mavis's voice sounded. With Luin here, her days were much better. At least she had someone to talk to. She had been trapped here for so many years, and it was too uncomfortable. Luin didn't dare to tell her the truth. He thought about it and said, the problem with fighting that old man is that I can't see the sequence particles. Senior, you can't warn me in time, so I can't break through his expanding void and deal an effective blow to him. Hongyan Mavis was helpless. You can only see them when you reach the level of sequence law. It's normal that you can't see them, but it's good enough that you know about them. Luin smiled bitterly. I've seen them before. Hongyan Mavis was surprised. You've seen them? How did he see it? You can see them too? Luin looked at her. I got Wu Tian's celestial eye, so I can see them. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. Wu Tian's celestial eye? How did you get his celestial eye? Shouldn't it be on him? Luin asked, Senior, when you arrived at the Mirage, where was Wu Tian? Hongyan Mavis said, I don't know. There were battles everywhere. It seems that you don't know that Wu Tian was betrayed. Luyin had talked to Hongyan Mavis before and told her about Wu Tian's current situation. He wanted to know why Wu Tian didn't leave the Third Calamity region, but Hongyan Mavis didn't know either. Hongyan Mavis only knew that Wu Tian was imprisoned in the Third Calamity region. She didn't know that Wu Tian had lost his celestial eye and didn't know what had happened in the past. Luyin didn't know about those things either. He only knew that Wu Tian was betrayed by old monster Mo. Too many things have happened outside. I'm staying here because I hope that one day they will come. Hongyan Mavis sighed. Actually, when you told me that Wu Xing had become one of the 7 sky gods, I didn't believe it. How could Wu Xing betray Wu Tian? Luyin was curious. Senior, you don't believe that Wu Xing would betray humanity? Hongyan Mavis shook her head. I believe that he would betray humanity. Wu Xing is mentally unstable. He's sometimes sleepy and sometimes crazy. That's why Wu Tian named him Wu Xing. He might betray humanity, but he definitely wouldn't betray Wu Tian. Wu Xing has a father-son relationship with Wu Tian. Whether he's sleepy or crazy, he respects Wu Tian. We can see that he shouldn't have betrayed Wu Tian. But before he died, he said that he wanted to kill Wu Tian. This was also something that Luyin didn't understand. Wu Tian was imprisoned in the Third Calamity region. As one of the 7 sky gods, why would the immortal deity want to kill Wu Tian? Hongyan Mavis looked at Luyin seriously. Maybe he wants to free Wu Tian. Lu Yin's gaze was shocked and filled with confusion. Hongyan Mavis smiled. I'm just guessing. I don't think it's true. However, based on my understanding of Wu Xing, this child does things differently from normal people. Normal people might think of ways to save Wu Tian, but he might want to free Wu Tian and kill Wu Tian. Luyin pondered. It was not impossible. Before the immortal deity died, he had said that he was a traitor to humanity. However, he had never said that he had betrayed Wu Tian. Before he died, he even taught Luyin how to reverse time. Why would he do that? Even before he died, he reminded Luyin that Wu Tian was in the Third Calamity region and to be careful of Wei Nu. Perhaps, as Hongyan Mavis had guessed, he really wanted to free Wu Tian. Right, Luyin thought of Jade. The first time he had met her, she had wanted to kill Wu Tian and had tried many times to test her battle technique. Was that really the case? Luyin had seen Fei's swordsmanship before, and it was within the sky of martial arts. Fei should not have been able to see the sky of martial arts. Even if Di Qiong used all of his methods, he should not have been able to see the sky of martial arts. That was a kind of understanding that could not be taken away. If Jade really had seen it, then it was very likely that Wu Tian had allowed her to see it and had even given her advice. Then, could she have done the same thing as the Undying God to free Wu Tian? Luyin thought of many things. Some people might not be able to see what they were doing, but that didn't mean that they weren't doing anything. Huiwu was the same, he knew that he was going to die, but he still stayed in the first zone of disaster. Luyin didn't know what he was planning. Luyin felt a little irritated as he thought of this. He desperately wanted to have the power to suppress everything and kill his way into the zone of disaster. He wanted to take care of Wu Tian and the rest, take care of the 3 highnesses and 6 vastnesses, and restore peace to this universe. Hongyan Mavis kept staring at Lu Yin's forehead, as if she wanted to see the traces of the celestial eye. Luyin stopped thinking about it and put away his heavy heart. Seeing Hongyan Mavis staring at his forehead, he couldn't help but touch it. Senior, there's no need to look. It's gone. What happened? Hongyan Mavis asked. Luyin explained, I was sent here by the progenitor, and you should know that. The reason why I was sent here, or rather, the reason why I was able to meet the progenitor was because the celestial eye was destroyed by the sole true God. In order to save my life, the progenitor replaced the celestial eye with his weapon, first dust. That's why it's gone. Here. Luyin pointed at his forehead, there's an extra first dust. Hongyan Mavis couldn't remember how many times she had been surprised by Luyin, and today, she was surprised again. You have Master's first dust on your forehead? Luyin nodded, yes, if not for it, I would have died. Hongyan Mavis moved closer until she was only a few centimeters away from him, and he could smell her fresh fragrance. Hongyan Mavis stared intently at Lu Yin's forehead. You're quite mysterious, to be able to encounter something like this. Do you know how much Master values Chuchen? Very, very much. If he's willing to give Chuchen to you, then you must be Master's illegitimate son. The more she thought of it, the more she became suspicious. Of course not, Luyin answered helplessly. Hongyan Mavis suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, since I gave you Chuchen, did Master give you a name? Luyin blinked, no. Hongyan Mavis did not believe him. That's impossible. This is Master's hobby. He thinks that it's easy to raise a lowly person. The more he cares about someone, the more he will give them a lowly life. This is his obsession. Luyin calmly replied, no. Tell me, what is your name? Senior, did Ancestor Maoding give me a name? Absolutely. Then what's your name? Open the red. Luyin raised an eyebrow. So straightforward? Hongyan Mavis didn't care. It sounds nice. What's your name? Luyin opened his mouth, unwilling to say anything. But under Hongyan's relentless questioning, he could only brace himself and say, Zhu. Z. Ever since Hongyan Mavis found out that the primogenitor had named Luyin Pillar, she had looked at Luyin with a strange gaze. It was funny, but she also seemed to be taking pleasure in his misfortune, which made Luyin very uncomfortable. However, she also told Luyin one thing: there had originally been only one continent in the Genesis space, and that was the first continent. The other 5 continents had been created by the primogenitor, and the core of each continent was Chuchen. After Luyin learned this, he sat in place for a long time, feeling as if he had grasped something and entered a state of enlightenment. The starry sky in his heart had gathered all sorts of powers, and any cultivation method that he had mastered would be able to inspire Lu Yin's cultivation. He wanted to create a power that belonged solely to him, but that did not mean that it was completely different from other cultivation methods. Chuchen was the core of the continent, and this reminded Lu Yin of the continent in the starry sky in his heart. That continent had been formed by the Fates and the stars, time wood, void god power, monarch's aura, consciousness, divine power, and so on had all originated from that continent. Lu Yin used that continent as the foundation and the serious art as the shell. The power in his heart had long since transformed, forming a power that even Mr. Mu could not see the future of. Without a doubt, that continent was the foundation of everything. The starry sky in his heart had been formed because of the progenitor's sword, which had spread out the Fates and formed it. Since the starry sky in his heart was a continent, could Lu Yin imitate the progenitor and give it a core? The progenitor had created the continent in the true starry sky, and the core was Chuchen. Lu Yin would use his mortal world as the core and create a core for the continent in his heart, allowing it to transform. This would not only transform the starry sky in his heart, but also the mortal world itself. When he thought of this, Lu Yin no longer hesitated. His mortal world appeared, and under Hongyan Mavis's astonished gaze, it entered his heart and appeared in the starry sky in his heart. It was like a meteor crashing into the continent, finally merging into the continent without a sound. In an instant, the continent in Lu Yin's heart underwent a change. Lu Yin could not describe the change, but it was as if it had been illusory before, but now, it had become real, as if it had been the finishing touch. Under Hongyan Mavis's gaze, Lu Yin's silhouette seemed to become clearer. She stared at Lu Yin strangely. Why did she have such a feeling? Lu Yin was not fake, so why did she feel that he was clearer and more real? This clarity seemed to be incompatible with the space-time, and there was a strange sense of disharmony. At this moment, Lu Yin was staring at the starry sky in his heart. He could feel that the continent had changed, but how could he use it? Every time the starry sky in his heart was released, it would be isolated by the current space-time, resulting in a world of nothingness. That continent had never been battled before, so Lu Yin did not know how to fight it. Lu Yin sank into deep thought once more, and his aura continued to fade away. His entire body turned into a stone as he sat in front of the wooden house. Hongyan Mavis exhaled. Were children these days so powerful? Back when they had been cultivating under the guidance of their master, they had not been so obedient when they were young. They had not even competed with each other, and even if they talked about who cultivated faster and who cultivated slower, none of them actually cared. They had been carefree back then. However, this child from the Lu family had a worried expression on his face. Although he was smiling and talking, Hongyan Mavis could see that he was shouldering a heavy burden. How old was he? This child must have suffered a lot in the outside world. She could not help Luin with his cultivation, so she could only tell him what she knew and give him pointers. The only thing she could do was keep Fengbo as a sparring partner. No matter what, Fengbo could not leave. He had to be a sparring partner. Hongyan Mavis glared at him. Her gaze was cold as she scanned the area outside. A very long time passed, but Hongyan Mavis did not keep track of time. She only saw a layer of dust on Lu Yin's body and a patch of grass on his head. Outside the bamboo forest, Fengbo did not appear, and the fog enveloped the entire mirage domain. On this day, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. He had thought of visualization. That's right, visualization. Ever since he had landed in the mortal world, Lu Yin had been thinking about how to use it. No cultivation method was easy to achieve, and he had simulated countless battles in the starry sky where his heart was, especially when it came to land. However, he had given up in the end. Only now did he think of one method, visualization. The direct descendants of the Lu family visualized the fifth mainland. Since the fifth mainland could be visualized, then the continent in his heart could be visualized as well. There was no better way to use it than to directly visualize the continent in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and he hurriedly tried it out. Hongyan Mavis was about to speak, but she saw Lu Yin close his eyes again. She could only swallow her words and continue waiting. Another long time passed, and one day, Lu Yin suddenly stood up, giving Hongyan Mavis a fright. He did not say a word and simply walked out of the bamboo forest. When Hongyan Mavis saw this, she knew that he was going to fight Fengbo again, so she searched for his location and told him about it. Fengbo, who was hiding in the distance, saw Lu Yin walk out, and his eyelids twitched. This kid was clearly using him as a sparring partner, and every time he fought, it was different from the last. What had he learned this time? Fengbo had a feeling that he would be tortured to death by this kid sooner or later. No, I can't go out. He immediately left, not wanting to fight Lu Yin at all. Little 7, he's gone again. He's changed his location, and he's... Lu Yin looked in a certain direction, but Fengbo had no intention of fighting. He kept moving away, and as soon as Lu Yin found his location, he would immediately leave. Lu Yin frowned. Old man, why are you hiding? You're an absolute expert, the culprit behind the destruction of the second mainland, the one who toppled the Mavis divine tree, and the one who forced Hongyan Mavis of the three realms to hide in the mirage domain. Yet, you don't even dare to fight me, a half-progenitor? Fengbo glared at Lu Yin. Kid, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead sooner or later. Sooner or later? How about now? The more time I have, the faster my cultivation will improve. I don't mind telling you that I only cultivated for 100 years before entering the mirage domain, Lu Yin mocked. Fengbo's expression changed. 100 years? The more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. This child's cultivation talent was the best he had ever seen, and there was no comparison. He had experienced the most dazzling era of heaven above, the birth of the Eternals, the birth of the three pillars, the 6 boundless seas, and the 7 sky gods. He had also experienced the most extreme era of his own universe. He had experienced many things, but he had never seen someone as talented as Lu Yin. It was too terrifying. In just 100 years, Lu Yin had walked a path that others would have taken countless years to walk. This kid had to be killed. He had to be killed. Suddenly, Lu Yin appeared in front of Fengbo. After finding out where Fengbo was, Lu Yin had immediately used the reverse step to travel through time. Fengbo had been prepared for this, and he expanded the void. This time, he did not expand the flow of time, as the boat formed from the stream of light could travel through time, which made him apprehensive. Fengbo only needed to expand the void and disperse the force. Fengbo immediately retreated, as there was no way he could fight. Lu Yin's eyes went wide as a giant shadow appeared above his head. Fengbo looked up in shock. A continent? What appeared above Lu Yin's and Fengbo's heads was Lu Yin's new visualization, the continent in his heart. The visualization was originally illusory, but it could increase one's own power. However, when Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart, he isolated the surrounding spacetime. The moment the void world appeared, the continent in his heart also appeared and instantly fused with the visualized continent. Boom! There was a loud rumble that seemed to shake the entire mirage domain. Dust fell from the sky. It was real dust, and that was a real continent. The continent crashed down, pressing down on Fenghua. Fenghua wanted to escape, but this continent could be large or small. If it was small, it could merge into Lu Yin's heart and become undetectable. If it was large, it would cover everything that Lu Yin had passed through in the mirage domain. Grass danced in the air from Hongyan Mavis, afraid that the fog would affect Lu Yin's strength. However, at this moment, the fog was unable to affect him. No matter how much time passed, this continent was still a continent. Even the erosion of time was useless. Fenghua had nowhere to run, unless he went to a place that Lu Yin had never been to before. However, if he had wanted to go to such a place, he would have done so long ago. The enormous continent covered the mirage domain and crashed down. The void outside Fenghua's body continued to expand, and when the continent pressed down, the expanding void was compressed and constantly deformed. Inside, Fenghua coughed up blood with a savage expression. How could this be? How could a continent give him the feeling that he couldn't resist? Impossible. Even the collapse of the heavens wouldn't give him this feeling, let alone a continent. If this wasn't a continent, then what was it? What was this? Within the bamboo forest, Hongyan Mavis looked at the continent outside with shock. This was the path of the progenitor. She couldn't see Lu Yin's path clearly, but it was all-encompassing. Time's power wanted to go against the flow of time, and the mortal world had walked the path of the progenitor. Just how many people's paths did he want to walk? Just how much strength had he cultivated? If a person's cultivation path was too complex, they would only become more and more confused until they reached a dead end. However, Lu Yin's path seemed to have as many paths as possible. The progenitor's path was just one of many. It seemed like an ordinary continent, but it wasn't as simple as that. This was the power of the mortal world, the power that had created this continent. It was the origin of this continent. Only a continent could give birth to humans. It could be said that the universe had first been born, and it had given birth to intelligent life forms like humans. Even in his dreams, Fengbo had never imagined that he would one day be pressed down by a piece of land to the point of coughing up blood and suffocating. Fengbo's god of the nine heavens. The tower-shaped sword formed Fengbo's longsword was stabbed into the ground, supporting the continent, and gave him a chance to breathe. Fengbo's bodies, Fengbo's S. Lu Yin. Fengbo's SS. Fengbo gritted his teeth and growled. He could not understand Lu Yin at all. This was the first time they had exchanged blows, and Lu Yin had been able to resist him, which was already the limit of what a half-progenitor could do. Lu Yin had used all sorts of powers, but the more they fought, the more Fengbo could not see through Lu Yin. What was going on with this kid? Lu Yin was separated by a great distance, but his boundless inner world appeared and collided with the threads of power. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Fengbo had long since been prepared for this. He expanded the void horizontally, causing the space between him and Lu Yin to expand infinitely. This caused Lu Yin's punch to be scattered once more, and it continued to bombard the ground and the continent above him, causing the mirage domain to rumble. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that he hadn't been able to suppress Fengbo. The continent's power still couldn't suppress Fengbo, and Lu Yin's power would still be scattered by Fengbo's innate gift. As the continent cracked open, Fengbo charged out of the continent's suppression and left. The continent slowly disappeared. Lu Yin stood in place and watched for a long time before returning to the bamboo forest. He had failed again. This old thing was indeed powerful, and he was no weaker than any of the 7 sky gods. Although he was a half-ancestor, his inner world was constantly transforming. His punch was far stronger than before, and it was enough to make the 7 sky gods cough up blood and not dare to take it head-on. The stream of light took the shape of a boat. Although it didn't have much offensive power, the scene of it traveling through time made Fengbo apprehensive, and he didn't dare to use the power of time. As for the mortal world, it fused with the continent, giving Lu Yin the ability to suppress everything. It seemed like he hadn't broken through, but in reality, he had. However, he still couldn't suppress Fengbo. He needed to crush Fengbo's strength in an instant. Just a little bit more. What was missing? Luin walked back to the bamboo forest and sat in front of the wooden house. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. To cultivators, this was like a natural chasm. They might be able to cross it, but they might never be able to cross it. Hongyan Mavis looked at Luin and praised, "No half-ancestor has ever reached your level of strength. Little 7, you're the first in history. Even Master might not have reached your level of strength. Who would believe that a half-ancestor can suppress the experts of the Three Realms 6 Daos?" Luin smiled bitterly. "Senior, there's no need to comfort me. Fingwa definitely can't reach that level." Almost. Far from it. Ancestor Lu Yuan dared to fight the only true god, and the Eternal's 3 pillars were suppressed by Ancestor Lu Yuan. It seems like the Eternals have the 3 pillars to fight against the Three Realms 6 Daos, but in reality, Guiji is probably the only one who can rival the Three Realms 6 Daos. Aside from him, I feel like I can kill the other 3 pillars. Hongyan Mavis had a complicated expression. Guiji? I didn't expect him to betray us. I don't know how strong the other 3 pillars are, but Guiji is very difficult to deal with as long as no one from the Three Realms 6 Daos acts. To be honest, he has the clearest cultivation plan among us. He wants to walk the path of humanity's limits, and he created the giant bloodline. He created the realm of mastery, and even Master praised him. He's a monster just by relying on the realm of mastery. Even now, we still don't know what he made up for with the primogenitor scripture. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he looked at Hongyan Mavis. The primogenitor scripture? Hongyan Mavis nodded. You should have learned it before. Your Lu family made up for the lack of spiritual force. Do you know why? Luin replied, because of the Light Gauss sword. You know quite a lot. That's right. Fertile Earth's attitude towards the Light Gauss sword was bad, and the Light Gauss sword attacked Lu Tianjing and used his spiritual force to suppress your Lu family's strength. No one knows the real result of that battle, but from then on, your ancestor Lu Yuan shamelessly begged Master for the primogenitor's scripture to make up for his lack of spiritual force. Hongyan Mavis recalled the past once more. Speaking of which, we guessed that the Light Gauss sword had won that battle, but Fertile Earth refused to admit it and insisted that it was a draw. Who knows? He cares about his reputation the most. Senior, do you know what the primogenitor scripture made up for? Luin asked. Hongyan Mavis nodded. No, he didn't say. Luin was apprehensive. He had forgotten that the ancient gods also knew the primogenitor scripture. As the disciple of the primogenitor, anyone in the Three Realms 6 Daos would know the primogenitor scripture. The primogenitor scripture was an all-encompassing technique, and Luin felt that it was similar to the starry sky in his heart. It could make up for whatever one lacked. If the Lu family could make up for spiritual force, then what did the ancient gods do? The ancient gods had never revealed the power of the primogenitor scripture. This person's strength would continue to grow. He was the head of the 7 sky gods, and he was undoubtedly the strongest of the 3 pillars and 6 limitless. There was no need to worry about the ancient gods right now, so Luin looked out of the bamboo forest. Just a little bit more. My inner world is clearly transforming, and it's no different from breaking through, so why is it so close? Breaking through? Hongyan Mavis asked. Luin shook his head. It's not time for that yet. My inner world has already transformed once, and it's equivalent to breaking through, but it still can't suppress Fingwa. Hongyan Mavis asked, is there a connection between transforming and breaking through? Luin did not understand. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin's heart. To be honest, your strength is unimaginable. Others' inner worlds only grow stronger, but you can transform and walk a new path. It's amazing, but it doesn't mean that you've broken through. What's the biggest difference between a half-ancestor and an ancestor? Luin blurted out, vitality. Hongyan Mavis smiled, but she did not say anything else. Luin thought of something. Yes, vitality. Any cultivator with enough talent could cultivate to the half-ancestor level, and a half-ancestor would be able to cultivate an inner world. However, breaking through to ancestor required an item of origin. Breaking through 3 stages required an item of origin. This was the step to breaking through to ancestor. With the appearance of sequence law's powerhouses, followed by the primordial realm and bitter disaster, Luin had almost forgotten that breaking through to Ancestor required 3 stages and an item of origin. He had already done all of these, so there were no obstacles. However, these were the differences between a half-ancestor and a progenitor. His inner world had indeed transformed, but it did not have any vitality, which was completely different from breaking through to Ancestor. In order to truly break through to Ancestor, vitality was indispensable. That was the true progenitor realm. While Elder Chan's ancestral world did not have any life, that was because there was vitality, not life. Xianxia's ancestral world had a sword-shaped creature, and while Elder Chan's path did not have any living creatures, there was vitality, which came from an item of origin. No matter how much his inner world transformed, it did not have any vitality, which was fundamentally different from breaking through to Ancestor. Yes, it was just a little bit more. But how could he make his inner world have vitality? Luin sank into deep thought once more. Outside the bamboo forest, Fengbu's sense of danger grew stronger and stronger. Luin attacked again, and each attack was stronger than the last. He was basically a monster, and there was no way to escape. Waiting here was equivalent to waiting for death. No, I can't wait. I have to leave. I have to leave. Either way, I'll die. Fengbu thought about it and then headed in a certain direction. Within the bamboo forest, Hongyan Mavis suddenly stood up and looked outside, a strange expression on her face. Luin saw her. "Senior, what's wrong?" Hongyan Mavis said in a low voice. Fengbu went to the forbidden area. Hearing this, Luin was shocked. "Is this a place that even you don't want to go?" Hongyan Mavis nodded. "Master told us to come to the Mirage Domain to break through to the Ancestor Realm. We have all succeeded, but we still came here because of the incredible phenomena in these regions. We all want to explore them, but they are too dangerous. Even Master said that there are some regions that we can't touch." That old guy had nowhere else to go, so he went to the forbidden area. Luin was curious. "What's in the forbidden area?" Hongyan Mavis looked at Luin. "You can go and take a look once you've truly broken through. You should be able to protect yourself then, but you can't say for sure." Back then, Niao could have broken through, but she mysteriously went to a forbidden area. When she came out, she stopped breaking through and scattered her cultivation to start anew. She could have been the first person to break through among all of us. Destiny? Luin was shocked. Hongyan Mavis said solemnly, Niao is the most talented cultivator that Master has ever acknowledged in front of us. She was the first to break through the ancestral barrier and the second to come to the Mirage Domain. However, after going to the Forbidden Land once, she dispersed all of her cultivation. It was also after her that all of us were full of fear of the Forbidden Land and never went there before breaking through the ancestral barrier. Even Brother Chuyi was frightened at that time. He was a cautious person, and even though he was the first to come here, he didn't go to the forbidden area. Thinking about it still scares him. What happened to Destiny in the forbidden area? Luin couldn't help but ask. Hongyan shook her head. She didn't say, but the power she cultivated helped her become Destiny. Luin looked outside the bamboo forest. The forbidden area was the Mirage. This place hadn't been created by the progenitors, but had been forcibly left behind by them. This place's history might be even older than the first human, as it existed in the river of time. You don't have to think about the forbidden area right now. Don't go there before you break through. That old guy Fengbuan knows about the legends of the forbidden area, so he didn't go there. However, he was forced into a corner and could only escape there. Continue cultivating, Xiaoqi. Although I can't affect the forbidden area, it won't be easy to leave the Mirage either. Luin nodded and stopped thinking about it. He focused on researching his own strength and thinking about how to make up for his lack of vitality. As long as he could make up for it, then he would have the strength to fight head-on and even kill a 7 sky gods. This was a true metamorphosis. It was equivalent to breaking into the Ancestor Realm without breaking into the Ancestor Realm. After a while, Hongyan Mavis's eyes flashed and the corners of her mouth curled up. Beside the great river of time, Fengbo was breathing heavily, his eyes filled with disbelief. Half of his body was covered in blood, seriously injured. I pushed down the Mavis Divine Tree. That's my fault. But I'm also not wrong. I'm not from this universe. What does it have to do with me? I only participated in the war. That's all. Why should I be blamed? I will not die. I will leave this place alive. I have done what I promised eternity. I want to leave. I want to leave this universe. Hongyan Mavis looked out of the bamboo forest. She didn't know what had happened to Fenghua, but from the looks of it, he seemed to have suffered a great blow. However, it was impossible for him to leave. Forget about what he had done in the past. The countless beings of the second continent would never agree to that. Fenghua spent the rest of his time frantically searching for a way to leave the mirage. However, it was difficult for him to leave. Hongyan, why are you so persistent? Your persistence is useless. Let me go, and I promise that I won't tell the Eternals that you're still alive. I won't participate in this war anymore. This universe's war has nothing to do with me. Let me go. Hongyan Mavis's gaze was cold. There is karma in this world. You have to bear the consequences of your actions. Don't you care about the current you? What happened in the past can't be changed. What you need to do is live. Do you want to be captured by the Eternals like Wu Tian and live a life worse than death? Or do you want to be dismembered like the Grim Reaper? Fate doesn't dare to appear, Guizhi betrayed us, and the 3 realms and 6 Daos have done nothing. Hongyan, there's no point in fighting me to the death. Hongyan Mavis looked at the floor of the wooden hut. Every word seemed to be saying, I believe that I'll see them again sooner or later. Didn't you stay in the mirage for so long because you wanted to kill me as well? You're too stupid. Humans are no match for the Eternals, Fenghua roared. Luin suddenly opened his eyes. That's not important. As long as you live with dignity, you won't have lived in vain. I also believe that the humans will win. Unfortunately, you won't live to see that day. He then walked out of the bamboo forest. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin's back and sighed. Was this the 4th or 5th time? He was transforming every time, and each time, he was getting closer to killing Fenghua. This time, it really was over. Luin walked out of the bamboo forest and looked towards the river of time. Fenghua saw him as well, and his eyes widened. Brat, do you really think that you can kill me as a half-step ancestor? What a joke. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Lu Yin's expression was calm, and he looked at Fenghua as if he was looking at a dead man. Humans walk their own path, and their greatest weapon is their intelligence. The Eternals believe that emotions are their greatest weakness, and today, I'll kill you because of them. He then visualized a continent, and at the same time, a continent appeared in the sky above his heart. It overlapped with the visualized continent, and the mirage trembled once more as it covered the sky and pressed down on Fenghua. Even so, it was still impossible to kill Fenghua. Just as the continent crashed down, the wordless heavenly book appeared and bloomed. Light scattered across the continent, and Hongyan Mavis and Fenghua watched in disbelief as the continent transformed. Headmaster, we believe that you're not dead. Headmaster, come back alive. Headmaster. Headmaster. Countless voices echoed in the air. These were the prayers of countless people from the 5th mainland. They were transmitted through the wordless heavenly tone to Lu Yin's ears, and they were transmitted to the entire continent. They were using their prayers as spirits to bring vitality to the continent. Hongyan Mavis' mouth fell open. How could this be? Fenghua's face paled. Emotions were the weaknesses of humans, but this shouldn't be. These were clearly weaknesses, and those were just ordinary people. The difference between a half-ancestor and an ancestor was vitality. Luin hadn't broken through to the ancestor realm, so he couldn't bring life to the continent. Even the mortal world was useless. However, the wordless heavenly book was vitality, and it represented the entire 5th mainland. It even represented the primordial space. Luin could expel anyone and prevent anyone from being recognized by the primordial space. Didn't the wordless heavenly book represent the will of everyone in the 5th mainland? Will was a living being. The wordless heavenly book was the greatest vitality in the universe. As long as someone recognized Luin and prayed to him, they could bring him life. Power. Everything he had done in the past had paid off. The people of the fifth mainland wouldn't give up on him, and even if he died, they would pray for him to come back alive. No matter how the Eternals tried to incite them, the people of the fifth mainland would always be loyal to Luin. They would bring life to the continent. The continent crashed down, pressing down on Fingbua. Fingbua expanded the void, but it was instantly crushed. He roared, "Brat, no one can kill me as a half-ancestor. Impossible. Don't even think about creating history. I'll fight you to the death." Fungbua's body cracked open, and blood seeped through his skin. The god of defense appeared once again, and each time it appeared, Fingbua would be severely injured. However, he had no other choice in the face of danger. The tower-shaped longsword slashed down at the continent. There was a loud bang, but this time, the continent didn't collapse. It was filled with vitality, making up for the slightest bit, and the longsword was pressed down. Fingbua knelt on one knee, his hair disheveled. He looked like an evil spirit, and his eyes were filled with endless hatred. He mourned and cursed, and his blood splashed onto the longsword. The longsword split apart, forming a tower that protected him. Blood flowed along the tower, dyeing it scarlet. The continent couldn't press down for a while. Fingbua smiled bitterly. "Brat, you'll never be able to kill me. Let's see how much time you have left in this mirage. The difference between you and me isn't just a small gap. It's a gap that can never be closed." The continent couldn't crush the tower. Hongyan Mavis clenched her fists. She hadn't expected Fingbua to have such a trick up his sleeve. He was using his own blood to make the tower indestructible. This was Fengbua's trump card, and he hadn't even used it during the Second Mainland's war. However, he hadn't been forced to this extent at that time. This was a defensive power, not an attack. Luin calmly watched as Fingbua mocked him. Had he not expected this? Of course he had. Which one of the 7 sky gods didn't have a trump card? The corpse goddess hadn't even used her trump card when she fought against the Grand Empyreans. She would only use it when she was truly in a life-or-death situation. Fingbua was the same. "I want to see if that little bit really can't be made up for." "Old man, watch carefully." Luin raised his hand, and it seemed to overlap with the continent that was suppressing Fingbua. The earth was below, and the sky was above. Now that the earth was in the sky, he would use the overturning sky palm. If he wanted to overturn the sky, he would have to press down on this continent. This continent had already suppressed Fingbua for so long that it could almost kill him. How strong would the power to overturn this continent be? This was the overturning sky palm. The overturning sky palm was an intent realm battle technique that belonged to Luin. The continent also belonged to Luin, and everything belonged to Luin. He could move the earth in the sky, and he could also overturn it. Fingbua looked up in shock, and an indescribable chill caused his mind to go blank. Luin still had a trick up his sleeve? Boom! The continent disappeared, and in its place was a palm print that covered the sky and flipped it over. It also shattered the bloodstained tower. That little bit had finally been made up for. Fingbua looked up at the constantly cracking tower and howled in despair. "Impossible. You're just a half-ancestor. How can you make up for the gap between us? That's impossible. Impossible." The tower shattered, and Fingbua spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body had endured an indescribable weight, and all of his bones and meridians had shattered. His cultivation, battle techniques, strength, and innate gifts had all been shattered. Fingbua stood there in a daze, his eyes unfocused. His entire body shrank as his body slowly collapsed. Luin panted heavily as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead and flowed down his arms. The overturning sky palm had pushed him to his limit. Overturning that continent was easier said than done, as that was a power that could make up for the gap between him and the 7 sky gods. If this palm still couldn't kill Fingbua, then Luin would truly be powerless and would have to break through to the ancestor realm. Fortunately, the gap had been closed in the end. Hongyan Mavis walked out of the bamboo forest and looked at Luin in amazement. From this moment onwards, this child had truly reached their level. Since ancient times, who would have dared to imagine that a half-ancestor would be able to reach this level? Even her master had never imagined that someone would reach this level in the future. Once this child broke through to the progenitor realm, what kind of scene would that be? Who in this universe would be able to fight against him? Perhaps only those old freaks who had undergone bitter adversity would be able to resist him. Luyin walked towards Fenghua step by step. At this moment, Fenghua was like a lamp that had run out of oil, and he couldn't even use the slightest bit of strength. He lay on the ground as if he were dead, mumbling something. Luyin was shrouded in shadows as he looked down at Fenghua from above. Hongyan Mavis also walked over and looked at Fenghua. She had been trapped in the Mirage domain by this person for so many years, and now, it was finally over. I can't accept this. I shouldn't have lost. This universe is restricting me. My soul has many transformations, and I still have the ability. I can't accept this, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Luyin looked at Fenghua. Do you regret betraying the second mainland? Fenghua acted as if he hadn't heard Lu Yin's words, and he continued to speak in a low voice. His conviction had been completely crushed. If Luyin had been a sequence law expert, even a progenitor, he would not have reacted in such a manner. However, Luyin was just a half-ancestor. To him, a half-ancestor was like an ant. Even the servant who had watered the Mavis divine tree with him had only reached this level of cultivation. How could a mere half-ancestor defeat him? How? Luyin looked at Hongyan Mavis, and she walked over. Old Fenghua. Fenghua's eyes trembled as they focused on Hongyan Mavis. The vengeance of my Mavis clan has been avenged. Hongyan Mavis slowly said. Fenghua looked at Hongyan Mavis, and his originally bewildered expression changed to one of insanity. He let out a terrifying laugh. Report? Where should I report it? I'm just a chess piece. What will truly destroy your Mavis clan is eternity, a race destined to rule the universe in the future. Hongyan, from the moment you accepted me into the Mavis clan was destined to disappear, and so was humanity. Ha 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 ha, I haven't lost. I'm just leaving first. Whether it's you or that brat, you'll follow in my footsteps. You don't understand, you can't see, and you can't see. Hongyan Mavis had a complicated look in her eyes. The humans can have the Eternals as their mortal enemy, but the Eternals also need the humans as their mortal enemy. These words caused the smile on Feng Bo's face to disappear. He seemed to have thought of something. He opened his mouth and let out a shrill cry, Eternal, you lied to me. Luyin frowned and looked at Hongyan Mavis in confusion. Hongyan Mavis no longer spoke and walked towards the river of time. Lu Yin's gaze landed on Fenghua once more, and he raised a hand. He had decided to end this man's life while he was at it. Fenghua was not a corpse king, which meant that Luyin could choose a general. With Lu Yin's current strength, he should be qualified to take on such a powerhouse. Once a peak expert like Fenghua appeared, Luyin would be able to face off against one of the 7 sky gods alone without knowing their methods. He would still be able to put up a fight. Fenghua shrieked and cursed the only true god with hatred. Lu Yin's palm landed, ending Fenghua's life. Fenghua's shrieks disappeared, and the Mirage domain returned to normal. Luyin exhaled, it was finally over. He had a complete understanding of Fenghua's methods, and he had only won after many intense battles. If not for Hongyan Mavis, then even if he had the strength to win, Fenghua would definitely have been able to escape. Luyin did not underestimate any of the 7 sky gods, as such powerhouses were rather difficult to deal with. The Fenghua appeared. In my name, Fenghua. Boom. Lu Yin's brain buzzed, and before he could even react, he had already fallen to the ground and lost consciousness. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. Little 7. She hurriedly checked on Luyin, only to see that he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His originally black hair had turned white. What was going on? It was just a Fenghua. Had he suffered a backlash? Hongyan Mavis brought Luyin into the wooden house in the bamboo forest and put him down. She checked him again and found no injuries, but he was still unconscious. No matter how she looked at it, he had suffered a backlash. She knew about the Lu family's Fenghua's ability, and she also knew that once a Fenghua was chosen, he would suffer a backlash. However, Fenghua's strength had not exceeded his own by much, and he had been the one to defeat him from start to finish. Why had this happened? All Hongyan Mavis could do was wait for Luyin to wake up. This time, he had been unconscious for even longer than the time he had spent in his epiphany and his transformation into the mortal world. Hongyan Mavis had visited him several times in an attempt to wake him up, but she had failed every time. That was until Luin woke up on his own. Luin had a dream in which the universe had shattered, and his entire body had been reduced to dust along with it. This feeling was excruciating, and he had endured it more than once. He had endured this pain over and over again, as if he would one day be reduced to dust along with the universe. He opened his eyes, but they were blurry. "Little Seven, how are you?" Hongyan Mavis's voice traveled over, but he could not hear it clearly. It took a while for his vision to clear. "Senior." Luin opened his mouth, but his voice was hoarse. Hongyan Mavis helped him up and asked worriedly, "Little Seven, what happened? Did you suffer a backlash?" Luin was confused. "I don't know either." "Then how did you faint?" "It was Fengbua who was chosen." Hongyan Mavis continued, "It seems to be a backlash. I heard from Fertile Earth that the Fengbua is easy to suffer from a backlash. If one chooses someone who is much stronger than them, the backlash will be very severe." Luin was certain. "It's not a backlash. I've experienced it before. When an emissary chose a half-ancestor, it didn't feel like this, but..." He carefully thought about it, and it seemed to be the same feeling again. But no matter how he thought about it, it should not have been. He had defeated Fengbua by himself, and the gap between them should not have been that great. He should have been able to choose a Fengbua. He had defeated the Cyclops King with his previous strength, and now, in the Mirage Domain, he had chosen Fengbua with his own strength. The gap between the two was about the same, and it was even more dangerous for him to choose the Cyclops King. After all, it was very difficult for him to defeat the Cyclops King alone. So why had he suffered a backlash? And even if it had, the consequences had been so severe that he had not even had time to react. Luin suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked at Hongyan Mavis. "Senior, where's Fengbua's corpse?" Hongyan Mavis did not understand why Luin was asking this. "It's still here. Do you still want to choose a Fengbua?" Luin shook his head and walked out of the wooden house. Fengbua's corpse was still in the same spot, untouched. Hongyan Mavis could not have brought Fengbua's corpse into the bamboo forest. Luin looked at Fengbua's corpse again, but it had not changed much since the moment of his death. A single drop of blood from such a powerhouse was enough to crush the heavens, and his corpse would not decay so easily. Luin wanted to look at Fengbua's forehead to see if it was the same as the negative karma. However, since Fengbua's corpse was still here, it was different from the negative karma. Luin looked at Fengbua's corpse and was still confused. How could he have suffered such a severe backlash? Could it have been a problem with his cultivation? That could not be right either. The Cyclops King was a powerhouse who had comprehended the laws of the sequence, and his cultivation far surpassed Lu Yin's. "Senior, do you know where this Fengbua came from?" "I seem to have heard him mention more than once that he did not belong to this universe," Luin asked. Hongyan Mavis shook her head. "The first time I met him was on the second continent. Before he betrayed the second continent, he never mentioned anything about not belonging to this universe. It was only when he revealed his identity and pushed down the divine tree that he revealed his true strength, especially the form of the god of the nine heavens. You saw it yourself, even I might not have been able to break through his defenses easily. This person's cultivation method is completely different from ours." Luin looked at Hongyan Mavis. "Parallel spacetime?" Hongyan Mavis shook her head. "It doesn't seem like it. If it's a parallel spacetime, then there shouldn't be any restrictions on one's strength. Do you remember what he said before he died? He said that his soul form could not be fully displayed. His unwillingness to die was because he could not display his full strength. A parallel spacetime does not restrict one's strength, especially for a powerhouse like him. He has already walked his own path and does not need to rely on the strength he once cultivated." Luin frowned. She was right. Progenitors were not limited by the strength they cultivated. For example, the people of the Fifth Mainland needed to absorb astral sources to fight before they reached the progenitor realm. Once they reached the progenitor realm, even if they did not walk their own path and still relied on astral sources, the boundless astral sources that the progenitor world absorbed were enough for them to fight in a parallel spacetime. Then what did she mean by not belonging to this universe? Hongyan Mavis did not know, and Luin did not dwell on it. His head was still dizzy, and he needed to rest. Not long after, Luin looked at himself in the mirror and sighed. He smiled bitterly. It's really serious this time. I seem to have aged a bit, and I even have white hair. Hongyan Mavis smiled. You're not old. White hair makes you look more mature. Luin laughed. I've never thought about what I look like when I'm old. With my current cultivation, I can't live forever, but I won't age. Senior, do you want to leave? Hongyan Mavis nodded. I stayed here to delay Finghua. Now that he's dead, I should leave. However, I've lost most of my strength, and I won't be able to help you much even if I leave. Luin asked, why did you lose strength? Are you injured beyond recovery? Hongyan Mavis sighed. I lost the progenitor world. I lost the source of my strength. Luin did not understand. How can you lose the progenitor world? Hongyan Mavis met Lu Yin's gaze. One day, when you reach a certain realm, any of your strength will be able to materialize. Master once said that he wasn't even sure if the universe we live in is someone else's progenitor world. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he felt a chill. That joke isn't funny. It's just a metaphor. Have you ever thought that the 5 continents all originated from the origin dust? That master created them? I never thought about it. I never dared to think about it. You have just embarked on the path of cultivation. Has anyone ever told you that cultivating on land is easier than cultivating in the starry skies to step into the ancestor realm? What can you comprehend? Land is extraordinary because it was created by Master. Cultivating on land is equivalent to coming into contact with Master's beginning. Each land has its own power system, and the one who maintains these power systems is Master. Luin finally understood. He recalled that someone had indeed told him that, especially after entering the Neoverse, many people wanted to cultivate on land. The stability of space on land was different, and the 6th mainland was filled with land. Some people could only cultivate by grabbing onto some soil. Luin hadn't understood at the time, and he didn't think that there was any difference between cultivating on land and in outer space. Now, he understood. Land possessed the power of the origin dust. If land can be created, why can't space be created? Hongyan Mavis asked before looking into the distance. When you reach the progenitor realm, you can try coming to the forbidden area of the Mirage domain. It might exceed your imagination. Luin brought the topic back. Senior, what is your ancestral world? If you lose it, can you cultivate it back? If Hongyan Mavis could recover her peak strength, then it would be great news for the human race. Hongyan Mavis smiled, Mavis Divine Tree. Luin was shocked. Your ancestral world is the Mavis Divine Tree? Hongyan Mavis nodded. I haven't lost it. The Mavis family still has it. I planted it using the tree I once had, so that the Mavis family would have a place to live if something happened to me. The real Mavis Divine Tree has been toppled, and more importantly, the imprint of the tree is gone. It was stolen by that giant from the Everlasting Tribe. I can't take it back with my current strength, and the Everlasting Tribe won't allow humans to attack them. Once they do, a war will break out. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You're talking about the corpse god, right? I was wondering why there were traces of the Mavis Divine Tree in his body. Don't worry, I'll definitely get it back for you. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. You can get it back? Yes. Then we'll have to go to war. Once I leave, the Eternals will most likely find out, and they'll be able to guess what I'm up to. Then I'll snatch it back before you expose yourself. Luin was confident. With his current strength, why wouldn't he be confident? The zombie goddess was no match for him in a one-on-one duel, let alone a group attack. After all, she was severely injured. Furthermore, he had a way to find the 6th disaster zone. More importantly, the Eternals did not know that his strength had undergone a transformation. He did not believe that he would not be able to snatch the Mavis Sacred Tree brand back. Hongyan Mavis became excited. As long as I can get the imprint back, I can use the current Mavis Divine Tree as my ancestral world, and recover at least half of my strength. Haha, it's a deal. Oh right, senior, this junior is now the Tao master of the above heaven sect. Hongyan Mavis rolled her eyes. Understood, Taoist master. I hope that you, the sect above heaven, can return to the peak. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. I do have the idea of reorganizing the 3 realms and 6 paths. You should recuperate first. Lu Yin was very satisfied with the transformation he had experienced during his trip to the Mirage realm. He did not cultivate for a long time after that, and instead just sat by the river of time. He fished because he wanted to see those times that the river of time could not tolerate. Looking at those scenes gave him a different feeling. After a long time, he finally felt like he had recovered, but his white hair did not. He could turn it back to black, but that would be meaningless. He would just treat this as a lesson and not casually appoint anyone in the future. On this day, Lu Yin was still fishing in the river of time. The water droplet was swallowed up by the flowing light, and an image appeared, a piece of paper. Lu Yin was puzzled. He looked at it carefully, but because the time was too short, he did not see anything. He continued fishing, and another droplet appeared. So fast? This time, a piece of paper appeared in the image. Lu Yin frowned, but this time, the image was still very short. However, he still managed to see the word kill written on it. Kill? What did that mean? Just one word? Because the image was too short, Lu Yin only saw the word kill, but he was sure that there were no other words. Lu Yin continued fishing. A few seconds later, he caught another droplet. This was strange. How could it be so fast? In the past, he would have to wait a long time before fishing for something that could not be tolerated in the river of time. It was much longer than fishing, so how could it be so fast? As expected, it was still a piece of paper. Lu Yin was prepared for this, and this time, he saw it clearly. It was indeed a single word, kill, but there were definitely other words behind it that had been smeared out. The smear was very obvious. The image disappeared, and Lu Yin continued fishing. Over the next period of time, he caught many more pieces of paper, and they all had the word kill on them. Behind the word were smeared out as well. This made Lu Yin uneasy, and he looked up at the river of time. Was someone from the past sending a message to the future? There was definitely a noun behind the word kill. Was it a person's name? A species? Or something else? Why were they smeared out? Who could smear them? These pieces of paper could not be tolerated in the river of time, which meant that they had been written while time was still. If words could be smeared out in such a situation, then how powerful was the person who had smeared them out? This was not something that could be done simply by stopping time. If one could stop time and smear every piece of paper, then it was equivalent to cutting off a certain period of time. Lu Yin knew that he could not do such a thing. He continued fishing, but there was nothing else. It was as if the pieces of paper had flowed down the river and appeared at the same time, all for the sake of being seen by future generations. Lu Yin told Hongyan Mavis about this. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. Doing something like this is not something that can be done just by touching the grand force of time. One needs to have the ability to cut off time, or even chase after the river of time. It's just like how you're trying to go against the flow of time. So what I'm trying to do is something that has been done for a long time. Lu Yin asked. There's more than one person who can do it. Anyone who's at the primordial realm and focuses on the grand force of time should be able to do it. Hongyan Mavis's expression was solemn. Lu Yin knew this. He did not think that his transformation of light would allow him to surpass the primordial realm. At the very least, he would have to reach the primordial realm himself before he could talk about surpassing the primordial realm. In other words, the person who smeared the paper was at least at the primordial realm, Lu Yin said. Hongyan Mavis fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, from what I know, there were only a few primordial realm experts in our era. I can't think of anyone who would do something like this, but they should all be able to do it. They should be able to do it. Right, there's another person who was around the same level as us, but she broke through to the primordial realm. She's Qing Luo Jiantian. Lu Yin was shocked. Qing Luo Jiantian reached the primordial realm in your era? Hongyan Mavis nodded. Do you know who erected that stone tablet beside the river of time? It's Jing Luo Jiantian. She reached the primordial realm in the Mirage Domain, which is why everyone who knows about the Mirage Domain is certain that one can reach the primordial realm here. Luin knew that the ancestor of the past was very powerful. She had ended the war with a single sword strike. The Star Toad and the Grand Empyrean had both greeted her, but he had never thought that she would be so powerful. However, the strength that she had displayed so far did not seem to be at the primordial realm. Otherwise, Thunder Master Jiang Feng and the Grand Empyrean would not have been able to reach the Black Mother Tree so easily and draw out the true god. Something must have happened to the ancestor of the past. By the way, Senior, there's something that I don't quite understand. What's the difference between the primordial realm and the bitter adversity? Luin asked. When he had first learned about the primordial realm and the bitter adversity from ancestor Lu Yuan, he had not thought too much about it. However, the more he came into contact with the primordial realm and the more he saw, the more confused he became. The Grand Empyrean was clearly undergoing the bitter adversity, and the sole true god was also undergoing the bitter adversity. Then what about the Lightning Master, Jiang Feng? He had once called the sole true god and the others monsters undergoing the bitter adversity, but he was clearly stronger than a progenitor. Even the ancestor of the past had not been able to stop him, so what was he? Was he a primordial realm expert? What about ancestor Lu Yuan? He did not fear the Grand Empyrean, but he had never mentioned that he was undergoing the bitter adversity, nor had he mentioned whether he was a primordial realm expert. There was also the Star Toad. It had clearly been the unluckiest during the second battle in the bitter adversity. Hongyan Mavis explained, the primordial realm surpasses the progenitor realm. It's a definite realm, but undergoing the bitter adversity is a process. There is no definite bitter adversity realm. Before undergoing the bitter adversity, you can be called the bitter adversity realm because you're currently undergoing the bitter adversity. Even after you've passed the bitter adversity, you can still be called the bitter adversity realm. The bitter adversity is a long process, not a realm. It's like flying. If you fall, you'll fail. The only thing that can distinguish between them is their own battle prowess. The sole true god is very powerful, terrifyingly powerful, but he might still be in the process of rising. Tai Hong cannot compare to the sole true god, much less master, but she might have already fallen. No one can say for sure, so they all call it the bitter adversity realm, which is also the bitter adversity realm. After reaching the primordial realm, some people are unwilling to undergo the bitter adversity for the rest of their lives, because the bitter adversity comes from the heart. Master once said that the primordial realm and the bitter adversity are two different people. So far, the most certain thing is that no one has truly undergone the bitter adversity and reached eternal life. This is a concept, and because no one has reached it, they can only guess. Luin finally understood. It was no wonder that the primordial realm and the bitter adversity were two different concepts. One was a realm, while the other was a process. Then how can we tell if someone is undergoing the bitter adversity? Hongyan Mavis thought about it, there's no way to tell. Those above the progenitor realm have already surpassed it. Only they know that level, so don't let your thoughts be fixed. Everyone thinks that the sole true god is undergoing the bitter adversity, but perhaps he hasn't even undergone the bitter adversity and is still in the primordial realm? No one knows. Some people even say that the bitter adversity is a scam, and that there is no such thing as eternal life. Others say that eternal life is a connection between species. As long as the species is not destroyed, it is equivalent to eternal life. For example, if you reach eternal life, as long as the human race is not destroyed, you can appear and disappear at any time. There are also people who say that the universe itself is a creature with eternal life. Who knows? Luin sighed, it all sounds reasonable. Hongyan Mavis laughed. Of course it makes sense. Those who can speculate about immortality are at least in the progenitor realm. These people have been able to cultivate to the progenitor realm because they have experienced too much and had too many strange ideas. I also think that the mother tree is an immortal level creature because my ancestral world is the Mavis divine tree. Luin agreed. That makes sense. Hongyan Mavis smiled and shook her head. There are many reasons. When you don't understand something, everyone else's words make sense. Only by trying to break through will you be able to verify it. Actually, most people in this universe who speculate about immortality are pessimistic. After all, immortality isn't a happy thing. You have to watch the people around you die one by one, and you have to bear more than anyone else. You even have to watch your own species disappear. Can you imagine what it's like to live with a bug forever? Lu Yin's face trembled, and he felt a chill just thinking about it. There were no humans in this universe, only bugs. What was the use of immortality? He might as well die. Lu Yin's body had already recovered, and there wasn't much point in staying in the Mirage domain. It wasn't time for him to break through to progenitor yet. Senior, let's go. Hongyan Mavis looked around and sighed. We've lived here longer than in the second continent, and we've developed feelings for this place. I hope that others won't ruin it. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Senior, will we be able to return after we leave? Hongyan Mavis shook her head. Unless we find all the road signs, I won't be able to return. Of course, Master can send us in, but we'll have to find him first. Lu Yin felt helpless, as that was quite a pity. He wanted to bring the entire above the heavens to cultivate in the Mirage domain, and when they all reached progenitor, he would be able to overwhelm the Eternals with numbers. Of course, that was just a thought. If that were possible, the primogenitor and Mr. Mu would have done it long ago. Time could change many things, but it also couldn't change many things. If a person couldn't live forever, they would only die of old age no matter how long they stayed in the Mirage domain. Not everyone could break through to progenitor. Lu Yin walked into the wooden house before leaving and looked at the words on the floor. He squatted down and wrote, "Little Seven is here. I hope to meet all of you seniors one day, Lu Yin." After writing, he walked out of the house. Let's go, senior. Hongyan Mavis walked into the wooden house and looked at the words on the floor. She squatted down and read, "He is a newcomer. His name is Zhu Zi. Welcome newcomers, Hongyan." Once she was done, Hongyan Mavis walked out. Lu Yin was curious and wanted to go in to take a look, but she stopped him. Let's go, what are you looking at? Senior, what did you write? What does that have to do with you? Lu Yin pursed his lips. He really wanted to go in and take a look, but Hongyan Mavis dragged him away. By the way, senior, if we leave now, won't you return to the era of the above heaven sect? The Mirage domain has its own flow of time. Although it is not in contact with the river of time, your appearance means that the river of time has flowed here. Any outsider can refresh the time in the Mirage domain because they came from the river of time. That's good. In the primordial space, Lu Yin tore through the void and walked out from the back mountain of the Sky Sect. He was surrounded by several people, Leng Qing, Lu Yun, and Elder Chan Dao Master. They were overjoyed. Lu Yin was surprised. It seems that a lot of things have happened in my absence. As he spoke, Hongyan Mavis walked out from behind him. Everyone was stunned when they saw that Lu Yin had not died yet. How long had it been since he had recovered? And he had even brought back a woman? Hongyan Mavis walked out of the void and looked around. She took a deep breath. It feels good to be free. Lu Yin said to Hongyan Mavis, you can walk around here. I have some matters to take care of, and I'll bring you to Lu Tianjing soon. Hongyan Mavis nodded. Go, don't worry about me. I'm not in a hurry to meet with Fertile Earth. Lady Hongyan, you are Lady Hongyan? Leng Qing recognized her and shouted excitedly. Hongyan Mavis looked at Leng Qing in surprise. Someone actually recognized her? Leng Qing looked at Hongyan Mavis. Lady, it's me, Leng Qing. I once visited the Mavis family, and you gave me some pointers. Hongyan Mavis looked at Leng Qing and thought for a while. She then realized something. It's you. I remember now. You are the sect master of the Sky Sect, right? Leng Qing was excited. It really is you. You're still alive? It's not surprising that I'm still alive, but how did you manage to survive until now? Hongyan Mavis was puzzled. A group of people had gone missing, and Leng Qing had been one of them. She had paid attention to this matter because the Mavis family's Dao disciple, He Luo Mavis, had also gone missing. Leng Qing's breathing quickened, and he bowed solemnly. Sect Master of the Sky Blade Sect, Leng Qing, greets the Sect Master. Hongyan Mavis was the master of the Second Mainland, and the Second Mainland had once had a Dao Source sect as well. Hongyan Mavis was curious. What happened back then? The sect master of the Sky sect and a group of Tao disciples went missing. Luyin asked Lingqing to bring Hongyan Mavis around the Arcanist sect and explain what had happened back then. Although he had chatted with Hongyan Mavis in the Mirage, too many things had happened, and it was impossible for him to tell her everything. Lingqing was excited. He was originally from the second mainland, and being able to converse with Hongyan Mavis was his dream come true. On the other side, Luyin arrived at the main hall. Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and the others were all present. Elder Chan, Lu Bujing, and the others were all gathered together to discuss recent events. Actually, it had not been long since Mr. Mu had taken Luyin away from the second region of Calamity, which was the time between when Mr. Mu had left and when Luyin had been sent into the Mirage by the primogenitor. After entering the Mirage, time had nothing to do with Luyin, and it was as if time had stopped. Everything that had happened in the Mirage seemed to take a long time, but in the outside world, it had happened in less than a second. Elder Chan and the others could not have imagined that the current Luyin was so different from the Luyin from before. Luyin quietly listened to them talk about recent events. Although it had not been long, many things had happened. After all, the outside world believed that he was dead, and whether or not something had happened had nothing to do with time. Luyin sat quietly and tapped his fingers on the table. There had been a spy in the Arcanist sect that had destroyed the expedition of Calamity. The 9-star civilization Spacetime Stargate. More and more people from the Six-Way Society were dissatisfied with Luyin, and they were making wild guesses. Some even said that Luyin had deliberately caused Wood God and the others to be injured in order to occupy the Wood Spacetime and the Void God Spacetime. Someone in the Cosmic Tree had tried to assassinate people from the Lu family, including the cultivators from the Fifth Mainland who had gone to the Cosmic Tree. Madame Nailin had been sent back by Yixing. Several of Reverend Lotus' disciples had provoked the Arcanist sect and brought up the past. They wanted the Arcanist sect to apologize to Yao Lan on Lu Yin's behalf and that Luyin had wrongly accused Yao Lan of being a spy. Many things had happened at the same time, and it seemed like the Arcanist sect was being targeted by everyone. Of course, there were even more people who defended the primordial space. Wood God, Void Master, and Reincarnation had all spoken out in support of Luyin. The Bao Sage, Bodhi Sage, and even Shi Sage had sent a message, thanking Luyin for everything he had done for the human race and hoping that Lu Yin's death was just a rumor. Aside from the primordial space's cultivators, the ones who were most grateful and most protective of Luyin were the people from the Six-Way Society's parallel spacetime border battlefield and the endless battlefield. Luyin had been the one who had forced the Eternals to hole up in the first Calamity region, preventing them from entering the Samsara grindstone. Even though the Six-Way Society was filled with undercurrents, they were far from enough to overturn Lu Yin's prestige. Unless he truly died, his prestige would disappear with time. After hearing all of this, Luyin was not angry. Instead, he smiled. Now that's interesting. How can we solve problems without problems? These fellows are usually so respectful and obedient. Only they know what they're thinking. Wang Wen, think of a way to make the outside world think that I'm dead. Make it look good. I want to see who else will jump out. Wang Wen smiled. We've already done that. If your Highness' chess piece really dies, then there's nothing we can do. The Arcanist sect can still protect itself, unless the Eternals attack. If you're not dead, then it's good that all of the problems are exposed. Wei Rong said, actually, many of these undercurrents were driven by us. Elder Chan could not help but glance at Wei Rong. This was too vicious. Even Wei Rong did not know about this. The Eternals were probably stunned as well. They had not expected the effects to be so good that it was unbelievable. So this was where the problem lay. Luyin stood up. If that's the case, then I'll disappear for a while and reappear when the time is right. Wang Wen reminded him, it won't be long. The Eternals suddenly destroyed the astral door to prevent us from contacting the extraterrestrial civilizations. Either that, or they're focused on attacking the extraterrestrial civilizations, but that's unlikely. The extraterrestrial civilizations can definitely ask for help from us. The most likely possibility is that they'll destroy our Arcanist sect in the shortest amount of time. What they're doing now is cutting off our external reinforcements. This battle will erupt very soon. Luin looked forward to it. That's good. I want to see how much of our external reinforcements the Eternals can cut off. Six Direction Society? White Cloud City. Even if they want to cut off our external reinforcements, they'll have to pay a huge price. Luin then left the main hall. He could leave the rest of the matters to Wang Wen and the others. He was going to take Hongyan Mavis to Lu Tianjing. After Luin left, Elder Chan seemed to be lost in thought. Do you guys feel like the Pathmaster has changed? Lu Yun was surprised. You feel that way too? I thought it was just a misconception. Lu Bujing shook his head. It's not a misconception. I feel it too. It's like the entire person. How should I put it? He fell into deep thought. As one, Elder Chan said. Lu Bujing and Lu Yun exchanged glances. Yes, as one. Could it be that the Pathmaster has broken through to Progenitor? Lu Yun guessed. Lu Bujing glanced at Elder Chan, who smiled. Let's go. Since the Pathmaster has returned, there shouldn't be any problems. The eternal schemes have all been attributed to the Pathmaster's death. As long as the Pathmaster appears, everything will fall apart. Wang Wen was eager. I'm really looking forward to the Eternal seeing His Highness the chess piece again. It'll definitely be exciting. Wei Rong's gaze turned cold. I'm looking forward to it as well. Elsewhere, Luin found Hongyan Mavis and Ling Qing. Ling Qing told Hongyan Mavis about how they had been sealed in ice. Hongyan Mavis also saw the ancestral tortoise outside the sect in the sky, as well as the Mavis divine tree on its back. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu brother, thank you for your support. I'll update more. It's the first day of National Day. Brothers, be careful when you go out. Senior, do you want to meet your juniors first? Luin asked. Hongyan Mavis replied, no need, let's go to Lu Tianjing. It's best not to let anyone know that I'm here. Luin nodded, it won't be too late to do so after I get my power back. Alright, I'll take you to Lu Tianjing. Luin and Hongyan Mavis soon left the Above Heaven sect. They headed towards the astral tree. Their speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the starry sky of trees. Looking at the mother tree in the distance, Hongyan Mavis became excited. I see it again, mother tree. Ever since we can remember, the mother tree has always been with us, apart from Master. I thought that the mother tree had been destroyed, but it's still here. Great! The mother tree isn't easy to destroy. The fifth mainland relied on it to resist the Eternal's attacks. Luin couldn't understand Hongyan Mavis and the others' feelings for the mother tree, so he simply left and headed towards Lu Tianjing. Hongyan Mavis' eyes reddened as she silently followed Luin. Seeing the mother tree was like seeing home. Luin and Hongyan Mavis soon arrived at Lu Tianjing. Has Lu Tianjing changed? Hongyan Mavis asked. Luin replied, the Lu family was exiled, so Lu Tianjing naturally changed. Hongyan Mavis had heard Luin mention this before, so she nodded and silently followed him in. Luin didn't make a big fuss when he returned, instead directly notifying Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi relaxed when he received Lu Yin's call, it was good that he wasn't dead. When he saw Hongyan Mavis, he bowed deeply, Junior Lu Tianyi greets Senior Hongyan. Hongyan Mavis sized him up, you're that Lu Tianyi? So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. The first time I saw you, you were still a child. Lu Tianyi sighed, Senior's appearance hasn't changed at all. Ancestor Tianyi, Senior Hongyan should stay here for now. We'll talk after I've dealt with the matters on my side, Luin said. I understand. It's time to deal with some rascals, Lu Tianyi said in a low voice. Luin suddenly thought of something, what about my father? Lu Qi doesn't know that you've died once. The news is completely sealed off outside of Zhongping. That's good. Luin heaved a sigh of relief. Given his father's temper, if he found out about Lu Yin's death, he would definitely cause some trouble. More than 10 days after Hongyan Mavis ascended, a piece of news shook the entire Six Direction Society. Qingfen, this name once again appeared in everyone's ears. At the same time, a list of spies from the Hexagon Society appeared as well. There were a total of several hundred names on it. These names could be found all over the Hexagon Society, including the primordial space and the boundless battlefield. Among them, the most valuable were 5 names: Luo Shan, Wu Hen, Elder Chan, Mu Xia, and 9th grade Lotus Venerable. 5 names represented 5 ancestor realm experts. Elder Zen was an extremely prestigious progenitor of the primordial spacetime sect and had followed Lu Yin for many years. Mu Xia was Lu Yin's senior apprentice brother. Most importantly, there was even a 9th grade Lotus Venerable among them. Lotus Venerate was one of the reincarnation space and times 3 Venerates and 9 sages. Xiaoying divinity was already a spy. If Lotus Venerate was also a spy, then the Great Heavenly Venerate would become the laughingstock of the Sixth Direction sect. It wasn't just the Grand Empyrean, Lu Yin was also a laughingstock. If Elder Chan and Mu Xia were spies, then Lu Yin would not be able to escape responsibility. The list went round the world in a very short time. For a time, the Sixth Direction sect captured spies based on this list, and they did not miss a single one. The names on the list were indeed spies, and the moment these spies learned that the list had been leaked, they immediately fled. However, a small portion of them were still captured, and many of them died. Only a few managed to escape. Of the 5 progenitors, Wu Hen had escaped. A progenitor from Mu Spacetime, who had been guarding the endless battlefield all year round, had personally attacked Wu Hen. In the end, it was confirmed that Wu Hen was a spy, and the strength that he had displayed was definitely not what it seemed. At the same time, a Stargate had been discovered in the Lotus Realm. It had been discovered by a Lotus Venerable disciple by accident. This matter had pushed Lotus Venerate to the forefront of everyone's attention. Could Lotus Venerate really be a spy? When they first met, Bao Saint and the other experts immediately headed to the Lotus Realm to confront Lotus Venerate. If Lotus Venerate and Wu Hen were in trouble, then what about the other 3? In the primordial spacetime sect, Lu Yin's expression was calm. In front of him, Wang Wen was unusually serious. This matter is very serious. That list did not miss a single one, and those who escaped were confirmed to be spies. There were hundreds of spies, and all of them were thrown out at once. The Eternals are really ruthless. Even I suspect that the list is not real. Lu Yin frowned. He had not expected the Eternals to be so ruthless as to sacrifice hundreds of spies. Their targets were obvious. First, it was Elder Chan, Mu Xia, Lotus Venerate, and at most, Luo Shan. Second, it was the Above Heaven sect. If only those hundreds of spies had been spies, it would have been fine. Although there were many of them, they were actually of little value. The key was that Wu Hen had actually been a spy, which was something that Lu Yin had not expected. This person had first been controlled by Mr. Daheng, and in order to break free, he had secretly sided with Lu Yin. Lu Yin had even asked him to lead Mr. Daheng to cause trouble for Luo Shan. In the end, Lu Yin had punished Mr. Daheng by sending him to the endless battlefield. From beginning to end, Lu Yin had never suspected Wu Hen. This person's performance had been too perfect. It had been confirmed that he was a spy, and there was nothing more to say. What had truly pushed this matter to the peak was the discovery of the astral door in the Lotus Realm. This matter was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and it made the entire Sixth Direction Society believe that the list was real. If a grade 9 Lotus Venerate and Wu Hen were spies, then why weren't Elder Chan, Mu Xia, and Luo Shan? Were they more valuable than a grade 9 Lotus Venerate? In fact, even within the Above Heaven sect, there were many people who suspected Elder Chan and the others, which was why Lu Yin and the others had been so serious. Lies were 90% true and 1 false. Whether or not a lie could be verified depended on the value of the 90% truth. It had to be said that the Eternals had paid a huge price this time, at least in the eyes of outsiders. Elder Chan walked into the main hall with a calm expression. Sect Master, lock me up first. Otherwise, the Sixth Direction Society will not let this matter rest. At this moment, the reincarnation spacetime was confronting a grade 9 Lotus Venerate, and countless people in the Sixth Direction Society were shouting for the Above Heaven sect to purge the traitors. Many people had gathered outside the Above Heaven sect, waiting for their response. In their eyes, Lu Yin was already dead, so there was no need to be too afraid of the Above Heaven sect at this moment. No matter how many experts there were in the Above Heaven sect, they were not as intimidating as Luin. This was because he did things differently from ordinary people and left no traces behind. Luin looked up at Elder Chan. I can't let you suffer when I know you've been wronged. Elder Chan sighed. Sect Master, the Eternals want to use this matter to drive a wedge between the primordial space and the Sixth Direction Society. No matter what, capture me first. Me too. Xianxia had arrived. Even if they were on the list, the primordial space had never acted against them. It was not a blind trust, but only the people in the primordial space knew. Xianxia and Elder Chan could not be spies. How could a person who had established a humble class in the starry sky of trees and had been supported by the Lu family for so many years be a spy? If he was a spy, what was he after? Could his value be higher than Wang Fan's? Xianxia was all alone in the starry sky of trees. He did not have the power to contend against the four-direction scale and did not have the ability to influence the battlefield. Even if his progenitor strength was valuable, so many red-back spies should not be sacrificed for him. As for Elder Chan, it was even more impossible. If not for him, the Fifth Mainland would have been under the Eternals' control. Why would the Eternals hide Elder Chan and fight against them for so many years? It did not make any sense. Most importantly, even if Qingfen knew the list of spies, how could he say Elder Chan and Xia's names? How long had it been since the primordial space contacted the Sixth Direction Society? Why would the Eternals tell this to a mere Qingfen? Qingfen's role was to enter the void god spacetime's knowledge traveler stream. Luin already knew this. The Eternals wanted to cut off the Above Heaven sect's foreign aid. Either the Above Heaven sect protect Elder Chan and Xianxia and break off relations with the Sixth Direction Society, or the Above Heaven sect deal with Elder Chan and Xianxia first. No matter how one looked at it, the Eternals would lose out. Senior brother, you and I know what this is about. We know even more about the Eternals' goal, Luin said. Xianxia said, that's why we cannot fall into their trap. Luin looked at Wang Wen. Wang Wen smiled at Xianxia and Elder Chan. Have you forgotten? This is what we wanted the Eternals to do. They took advantage of the fact that His Highness the chess piece is dead and went all out. Their goal is to deprive the primordial space of any foreign aid. If we don't let them succeed this time, they will do it again next time. Now that it has happened, the Eternals can't wait any longer. Elder Chan was worried. If there is discord, even if the Tao Lord steps forward, it won't be easy to expel the Eternals. Luin looked outside the Above Heaven sect. Then let's see what kind of forces the Eternals will deploy. No matter how much they try to sow discord, those who can see the truth will still be able to see it clearly. Those who can't see the truth will still be unable to see it clearly. These exposed problems are what I need to solve next. The matter of the list continued to boil over. More and more Sixth Direction Society cultivators gathered outside the Above Heaven sect. They wanted the Above Heaven sect to capture Elder Chan and Xianxia and purge the entire Sixth Direction Society of spies. However, the Above Heaven sect remained unmoved. Over at the reincarnation spacetime, Lotus Sovereign's expression was gloomy. She had been forcefully awakened from her seclusion, and she was met with many pairs of suspicious eyes. She did not know how to explain why the Lotus realm had a Stargate, but to frame her as a spy based on a Stargate alone? Impossible. In the entire reincarnation spacetime, how many people could act against her? Those few people would not suspect her just because of a Stargate. In the endless battlefield, Luo Shan ran away. When he heard about the list, he was the first to run. It was obvious that someone was up to something, and he did not want to become someone's stepping stone. As time passed, the Above Heaven sect still did not act against Elder Chan and Xianxia. More and more people from the Sixth Direction Society jumped out to criticize the Sixth Direction Society. They even mentioned that Yao Lan had been wrongly accused and had to be sent to the endless battlefield. Once again, they wanted the Above Heaven sect to apologize on Lu Yin's behalf. The most extreme ones even made the Above Heaven sect's ancestors kneel and apologize on Lu Yin's behalf. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu. Brother, thank you for your support. Be careful when you travel during National Day. We'll go on a business trip after National Day. As soon as these words were spoken, countless people on the Fifth Mainland were enraged, and they all headed to the Six Paths Guild to find the person who had spoken those words. Even some members of Six Paths Guild felt that this was too much. The situation became more and more serious, and finally, conflict erupted. Some cultivators of the Six Directions Guild and the cultivators of the Fifth Mainland came to blows. At this moment, numerous figures descended outside the sect of heaven above, bringing with them heavy pressure. The cultivators who had been surrounding the Above the Sky sect had been massacred. Within the sect, Luin looked up, they were here. Dark red divine power surged, and with the human figures as the beginning, it covered the sky and covered the earth as it flew toward the Above Heaven sect. Following closely behind, the corpses were thrown out one after another. At the back, 3 figures faced the sect Above Heaven. Destroy this place completely. The red ribbon danced as Ji Luo slashed at the Above Heaven sect. The sword slashed past the corpses as if it wanted to split the entire Above Heaven sect into 2. Prison Flood Dragon and Ancestral Turtle immediately retreated. These 2 looked dumb, but they were smarter than anyone else. They knew they couldn't stop Ji Luo. Within the Above Heaven sect, the Permitha flower bloomed. The Underworld King appeared behind Big Sister and waved his hand to shatter the sword slash. Ji Luo raised his head and took a step forward. His silhouette disappeared. Suddenly, his silhouette reappeared and retreated rapidly. In front of him, a short blade was approaching him. It came from a person who was only 1 meter tall. It was the abandoned person. Back then, they had only supported the 9-star civilization during the expedition of Calamity, and Luin had teamed up with Yi Ken to kill their way into the second Calamity. Only the Forsaken Path had never been used, and his Stargate had always been stored in his cosmic ring and had not been destroyed. At this moment, Luin had contacted the abandoned path in advance and asked him to take action at any time. Now, the time had come. Ji Luo was extremely fast, and the power of his sword was astonishing. It felt as if he could break through anything with a single strike, but Abandoned Path was even stranger. Back then, Luin had not been able to escape from Abandoned Path's dagger even when he had used a parallel timeline. Abandoned Path's strength was definitely on par with Ji Luo's. In the distance, a beam of light shot towards the Abandoned Path. Along the way, it was once again destroyed by Big Sister. She looked into the distance. Xiaoyin, it's you again. Reverend God Xiaoyin's eyelids twitched. Something wasn't right. This kind of attitude and the expert who could block Ji Luo didn't belong to the Above Heaven sect. The Above Heaven sect had already prepared for this. At the back, Di Qiong walked out and said, "It seems like the Above Heaven sect has been prepared for this. This battle is disadvantageous for us." Even so, the Eternals had paid a heavy price for this battle. They had sacrificed hundreds of spies. They couldn't let go of a single person who had abandoned them. Di Qiong raised his hand, and a long spear appeared. He thrust it toward the Tiansheng sect. He wanted to see who in the Tiansheng sect could stop him. At the same time, the Starry Sky Tree, the Ancient God, and the Forgotten Ruins deity arrived at Lu Tianjing. Their goal was to prevent Lu Yuan, Lu Tianyi, and the other experts from assisting Above Heaven. News of the Above Heaven sect being attacked by the Eternals had spread to the Six Directions Guild, and the Wood God had come out. No matter what happened, the fact that they had to work together to deal with the Eternals was unchangeable. Just as he was about to enter the origin space, a figure appeared in front of him. His crimson hair danced in the wind. It was the Arrow God. In the same direction, a figure also appeared in front of the woodcut. It was Magician, a master who was qualified to participate in the Chosen One battle. In the Void God dimension, Black Wushan appeared in front of the Void Master while Blue appeared in front of Void Wu-Wei. This was the divine commandment. The Eternals had gathered their strength to attack the humans. They didn't necessarily want to crush the humans, as long as they could achieve their goal. In the eyes of the Eternals, Above Heaven did not have any experts who could fight against Di Qiong and Ji Luo. These two were the ones who had massacred Above Heaven. The executioners. As for the reincarnation dimension, Venerate Lotus was being watched. She couldn't even protect herself, let alone help Above Heaven. The Grand Celestial was still in seclusion and didn't care about the outside world. White Cloud City was still fighting against the primordial thunder locusts. Berserk corpses had appeared in the 5 spirit tribes and the Triman's alliance. Although the corpses in Zone 1 had been used up, there were still corpses in the other zones. No matter how few there were, they were enough to tire them out. Above Heaven had lost their foreign aid, so they could only rely on their own powerhouses. But how could these powerhouses stop Di Qiong? This was the Eternal's plan. Luyin walked out from above Heaven. It was time. In fact, he didn't want to win this battle. He only wanted to destroy the Eternal's scheme and protect above Heaven. The moment the Eternals attacked above Heaven, they had already suffered great losses. They had created a situation where above Heaven was isolated and without help. This kind of situation was very taxing even for the Eternals. But now, it was enough. It would be perfect if he could get rid of 1 or 2 Eternals in this battle. Although Lu Yin's strength had changed, he wasn't arrogant. He knew how difficult it was to kill the 7 sky gods, but no matter how difficult it was, he still had to kill them. Di Qiong descended on above Heaven. Qing Ping, Mu Xia, Xiaochen, and Elder Chan all appeared around him. Below him were Lu Yun, Xiaoxinji, Wang Jian, and Bai Xing. There were 8 progenitors. Di Qiong looked around and said arrogantly, "Ants." He then stabbed his spear at Qing Ping. Qing Ping's trial during the Battle of the Eternal Kingdom had left a deep impression on him. Although it hadn't caused him any harm, he had used the rules to judge the rules. Evil Saraira appeared in front of Qing Ping. Mu Xia pushed the Saraira towards Di Qiong, but it was pierced by the spear and shattered. Below him, streaks of flowing cloud-like energy formed a physical impact. 1,000 streams Dao break. Di Qiong didn't even look at it, allowing the streaks of cloud-like energy to bombard his body. They couldn't even stop him, and his spear continued to stab at Qing Ping. Lu Yun was shocked. Di Qiong was too strong. The difference was too great. They were all progenitors, but how could the difference be so great? They were like ants in front of Di Qiong. Xiaoxinji gritted his teeth. He didn't want to act, as Di Qiong was a monster. However, he couldn't hide at this moment, so he joined forces with Wang Jian and Bai Xing to charge at Di Qiong. Their swords and staffs were broken by Di Qiong's spear, and his terrifying strength suppressed them all. "I'll fulfill your wishes if you want to die." Di Qiong's spear fell towards Xiaoxinji and the others, including Lu Yun and Mu Xia. They couldn't withstand this attack. At that moment, Lu Yun stepped out from the above Heaven sect and appeared behind Di Qiong. He clenched his fist and unleashed his boundless inner world. The lines of power collided with each other, and Lu Yun's arm withered. When the power of his boundless inner world reached its limit, Lu Yun punched out. Boom! An earth-shattering punch landed on Di Qiong's back, causing his body to bend in the opposite direction. Then, Lu Yun unleashed the full force of the attack, sending Di Qiong flying. Lu Yun could clearly feel his bones breaking. This punch was unprecedentedly heavy, and Fengbui didn't dare to take it head-on. Instead, it landed on Di Qiong's body. Di Qiong was stunned, and he couldn't turn his body around. He was pushed far away by the unimaginable force. He couldn't believe that there was someone among the humans who could give him such a heavy blow. Who? He wanted to turn around, but the terrifying force was still pressing down on him. If he tried to turn around, the injuries he suffered would worsen. Lu Yun stepped forward again and chased after Di Qiong, not giving him any time to breathe. Another punch landed, but this time, it froze. Many pages appeared around Di Qiong, and one of the pages showed the scene of Lu Yun's punch landing. Lu Yun saw it and frowned. He had actually forgotten about it. Di Qiong saw it as well, and his expression changed. Lu Yun? Lu Yun turned his fist into a palm and hit Di Qiong. At this moment, Di Qiong finally recovered. He felt Lu Yun's palm landing on him, so he turned around and stabbed his spear at Lu Yun's palm. Lu Yun moved his palm sideways and hit Di Qiong along with the spear. Di Qiong looked at Lu Yun, and his eyes suddenly changed. Lu Yun hit Di Qiong with his palm, and Di Qiong hit him with his left palm at the same time. The terrifying force of their palms tore the void apart, forming a huge void world. Di Qiong was shocked when Lu Yun was pushed back by Di Qiong's palm. How could this person's strength be comparable to his? How could this be? Before Lu Yun could react, Di Qiong took a step forward and stabbed his spear at Lu Yun. This attack was the same as before, and it was easy to dodge, but Lu Yun instinctively felt the danger and retreated. Di Qiong's eyes were ferocious. I didn't expect you to survive, but it doesn't matter. I'll kill you now. The spear followed closely behind, and its sharpness was unparalleled. Lu Ying used the reverse step to parallel time and went around to Di Qiong's side. He pointed at Di Qiong's head, and the tip of his finger was surrounded by an infinite inner world. Di Qiong's method prevented him from using the same attack a second time. His fist and palm were useless, and this was the third attack. However, this attack was also useless. It was not the scripture, but the sequence laws. Lu Ying could not see the sequence particles as he had lost his heaven's eye. His finger was supposed to be aimed at Di Qiong's head, but it mysteriously appeared below him. In an instant, the reverse step stopped. Under the sequence laws, it was difficult to maintain the reverse step. Di Qiong held his spear, turned around, and stabbed at Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin exposed the starry sky in his heart, which was repelled by spacetime and isolated by the void world. The spear pierced through the void world and stabbed at Lu Yin's starry sky. At this moment, the land in Lu Yin's heart crashed into the spear. There was a tremor, and Di Qiong was pushed back by a huge force. His spear shattered, and he looked at the land in front of him in shock. How was this possible? This was the land where Lu Yin had suppressed Fenghua. Although he had not used the wordless heavenly book to increase the number of living beings, he had been very close to killing Fenghua. This attack was also meant to test Di Qiong's strength. Di Qiong's strength was definitely not below Fenghua's. He had been very close to suppressing Fenghua, but he had been far from being able to hit Di Qiong. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, but Di Qiong's shock was indescribable. How long had it been since they last met? How could this brat have the strength to fight against him? Impossible. How could this be? This brat was only a demi-ancestor. The land in front of Di Qiong continued to crash into him. Although it could not kill him, it was enough to make him breathless. Di Qiong's eyes widened as pages of scriptures revolved around him. The land suddenly stopped, and the scene of the land crashing into him appeared on one of the pages. The same attack could not be used against Di Qiong a second time, no matter what power Lu Yin used. Lu Yin had been through countless battles and had rarely felt so frustrated. Being unable to use the same attack twice was a huge limitation. This was Di Qiong's ancestral world, the martial god scripture. Di Qiong formed a spear in his hand again and took a step forward, thrusting it towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin used the reverse step, but it was instantly broken. It was the martial god scripture again. As long as he was within the scripture's range, he would not be able to use the same attack, be it the reverse step, palm strike, or land strike. Die, brat. Di Qiong's spear pierced through the void, bringing with it an unparalleled sharpness. Lu Yin exhaled, and the consciousness star in his heart trembled. His majestic consciousness whizzed out and bombarded Di Qiong. Di Qiong's movement stopped abruptly, and he exhaled deeply. His pupils dilated, and he looked up at Lu Yin in disbelief. Is this the power of consciousness? Lu Yin was dizzy. It was not easy for him to use the power of consciousness, but what could he do against Di Qiong? The textless heavenly book, the land strike, and the overturning sky palm were all unexpected attacks. If he used them now, the martial god scripture would only restrict him. What he needed to do was to force Di Qiong to use his trump card, and then use his trump card to kill everything. Di Qiong clenched his teeth and gripped his spear tightly. He stared at Lu Yin. This is Suji's consciousness. You have devoured his consciousness. Nonsense. Lu Yin shouted and bombarded Di Qiong with his consciousness again. This was the consequence of Lu Yin using the power of his consciousness. He had not completely digested Ruin's consciousness, and that consciousness had been accumulated over countless years. It was not something that Lu Yin could casually use. Even though he had spent a long time in the Mirage domain, that time was pathetically short compared to the time that Ruins had been alive for. If he really wanted to digest Suji's consciousness, he would have to memorize the martial god scripture during his time in the Mirage domain. However, Lu Yin obviously did not do that. Fortunately, Lu Yin's consciousness was as stable as a rock. Although he was injured, he was much better off than Di Qiong. Di Qiong had the martial god scripture, which could counter all attacks unless he killed with a single blow. However, his weaknesses were also obvious. The power of time and the power of consciousness were his weaknesses. The only thing Luin lacked was the power to decide the outcome of the battle. Di Qiong clutched his head and held in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Elder Chan and the others attacked Di Qiong at the same time. All kinds of attacks landed on Di Qiong. Di Qiong growled, "How long are you going to wait?" Lu Yin's eyes went wide. Was there someone else? He was certain that there was an expert hiding in the dark, and he could not afford to wait any longer. His gaze turned cold, and he waved his hand to summon the wordless heavenly tome. He wrote down Di Qiong's name, and in that instant, Di Qiong felt his strength rapidly drain away. His expression changed, as he realized that he was being suppressed by the space-time. Originally, as long as he did not use his god power, he would not be suppressed. After all, he had never been to the origin space before. For example, the ancient god, the Forgotten Ruins deity, and the other 7 heavenly gods would be suppressed as long as they came. Therefore, the ones who attacked the above heaven sect were them. But now, Luin was actually able to suppress them using spacetime alone. Coupled with the power of his consciousness, the old man knew that there was nothing he could do to Luin. Let's see who will take whose life. Luin charged forward without hesitation, raising his left arm and striking out with a finger. As long as he did not use the same action, he would not be restrained by the martial god manual. Di Qiong had taken a punch from Luin, and his body was still unnatural. The bombardment of his consciousness was giving him a headache, and his strength was constantly draining away. Without thinking, he tore through the void and left. Luin wanted to keep him here, but it was unlikely that he would be able to do so. Di Qiong had not used his trump card yet, and the hidden danger was still lurking. He did not want to face the everlasting tribe head-on right now, as he had a way to defeat them. If only his understanding of Di Qiong was the same as his understanding of Fenghua. He might not be able to leave this battle alive. Di Qiong fled, as did the Shaoying deity and Ji Luo. Without being able to surround and kill them, it would be difficult to keep them here. After all, they were all experts close to the 7 heavenly gods. Although Di Qiong and the others had left, the berserk corpses were still destroying the above heaven sect. Luin took action and dealt with all the berserk corpses. The above heaven sect's crisis was resolved, and the hidden danger also disappeared quietly. Since the battle in the above heaven sect had ended, the battles in the Starry Sky Tree and the 6 Direction Society naturally ended even faster. In the first zone of disaster, Di Qiong and the others gathered in front of the ancestor of the past. The ancestor of the past was surprised. Luin is still alive? Is he very strong? Di Qiong's expression turned ugly. If his strength did not soar and he did not have the ability to fight me, I would not have retreated. He Wuxian said in a low voice, Luin has indeed become a huge threat. It will be difficult to eliminate him now. The ancestor of the past looked at Ji Luo. You also encountered an opponent? Ji Luo's face was hidden under a straw hat, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. A person who uses a short knife as his weapon is always faster than me. Abandoned path. The arrow god was surprised. The ancestor of the past looked at the arrow god. You know him? He is on the divine commandment list. It seems like Luin has gathered a lot of external help. This 3rd divine commandment is going to be troublesome. Ruins died just as it started, and 2 of the 7 heavenly gods have already died. The humans are constantly forming alliances. We have to think of a way to eliminate Luin first. The ancestor of the past pondered. The battle in the above heaven sect ended very quickly, and the news of Lu Yin's return immediately spread throughout the 6 Direction Society. Countless people were excited. Luin was still alive, and many people saw the hope of defeating the everlasting race. After Luin appeared, he immediately ordered a group of people to be arrested. These people were the ones who slandered the above heaven sect and wanted to split the origin space and the 6 Direction Society. For a moment, many people in the 6 Direction Society were ashen-faced. Luin himself went to the Lotus Territory. There were some problems in the Lotus Territory. In the reincarnation spacetime, the Lotus Territory was still being watched by Chu Jian and the others. Luin was still alive, and there was no direct connection between him and the name list. Whether Venerable Lotus was a spy or not was still to be investigated. Too many things had happened in a short period of time. The everlasting race caused the Six Direction Society to be filled with undercurrents. However, with Lu Yin's return, the crisis was instantly resolved. However, the authenticity of the name list had nothing to do with Lu Yin's return. On the name list, Luo Shan ran away, Wu Han was confirmed to be a spy, and the remaining hundreds of people were all spies. This made the name list extremely credible. Under such circumstances, even Venerable Lotus was unavoidably suspected by the reincarnation spacetime. With Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin as a precedent, why couldn't Venerable Lotus be a spy? Chu Jian and the others were gloomy. It should be a good thing to know who the spy was, but they definitely did not want it to be Venerable Lotus. This was not only because of her strength, but also because she was one of the three Venerables. If Venerable Lotus was also a spy, the great Celestials would lose face. How would the reincarnation spacetime deal with the origin space? Fortunately, Venerable Lotus did not make any moves when the name list was exposed. She did not even move when the Above Heaven sect was attacked in the origin space. This made Chu Jian and the others feel relieved. This meant that the possibility of Venerable Lotus being a spy was greatly reduced. Lu Yin arrived at the Lotus territory, and everyone there bowed. "Greetings, Master Lu." "Greetings, Master Lu." Bao Saint also bowed. "Greetings, Master Lu." Lu Yin landed and looked around. "It's quite lively here. Chu Jian, are you here to find a partner?" The Lotus territory was very beautiful. It was shrouded in mist, and beautiful disciples of Venerable Lotus were everywhere. Chu Jian had long put aside her prejudice against Lu Yin, and she admired him more and more. Without Lu Yin, the Six Direction Society would not be like this. "Master Lu, you must be joking. We're here to prevent Venerable Lotus from being a spy." Lu Yin laughed. "If she was a spy, would you be able to stop her?" Chu Jian fell silent. In fact, Lu Yin admired Chu Jian as well. Not everyone could survive an attack from an ancient god or an attack from the archer god, but Chu Jian had done so. His innate gift of 9 empty rooms was indeed difficult to deal with when one did not understand it. However, once one understood it, it was not difficult at all. Chu Jian was able to break through 10 attacks at once. Within the Lotus territory, Venerable Lotus walked out with little Lian and Yao Lan beside her. She stopped in front of Lu Yin and bowed. "Greetings, Master Lu." "Greetings, Master Lu." Yao Lan and little Lian bowed. Lu Yin looked at Venerable Lotus. "After dealing with the Above Heaven sect, I came to you first. Do you know why?" Venerable Lotus' expression turned ugly. "Because of that name list." Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. "Wrong." Venerable Lotus was astonished. The others also looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Now, besides the Above Heaven sect capturing people everywhere, Venerable Lotus and the others were the focus of everyone's attention. Lu Yin looked at Venerable Lotus. "I know that you are not a spy, just like how I trust Elder Chan and Senior Muxia. Right, Luo Shan should not be one as well, but I am not sure. I still need to keep an eye on her." "Master Lu, are you sure?" Bao Saint asked. Lu Yin looked around. "Exchanging the lives of hundreds of spies for 3 human progenitors. You have both status and strength. The everlasting tribe will not lose out in this transaction, right?" Bao Saint wanted to say something, but he did not. In the end, he was not qualified to argue with Lu Yin. Lu Yin had defeated Di Qiong, one of the 3 pillars and 6 Cs, in the battle in the Above Heaven sect. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation, and this news had spread throughout the Six Directions Society. He had truly reached a new height. Even progenitors would have to be careful with their words and actions in front of him. In the past, he had relied on his status and background. Now, he relied on his strength. This was Lu Yin. Venerable Lotus smiled bitterly. "Master Lu, you trust me so much that it makes me uncomfortable." Chu Jian looked at Lu Yin. "Actually, I don't believe that Venerable Lotus is a spy either." "Then, why have you come to the Lotus domain?" Lu Yin looked at Yao Lan behind Venerable Lotus. "Someone wants me to apologize to Yao Lan, accusing me of wronging her. So, here I am." Yao Lan looked at Lu Yin helplessly and bowed slowly. It's just some meddlesome people making trouble. Please don't take it to heart. Venerable Lotus said, Master Lu, I have heard about this. The everlasting tribe must have contributed greatly. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, the everlasting tribe must have contributed greatly. But how do you know that this disciple of yours is not from the everlasting tribe? Venerable Lotus' expression changed as soon as he heard this. He stared at Yao Lan. Bao Saint and the others stared at Yao Lan. Lu Yin's voice was not soft, and many of Venerable Lotus' disciples heard him. They were stunned. Yao Lan was from the everlasting tribe? Yao Lan's brows furrowed as she met Lu Yin's gaze. There was anger in her calm gaze. Master Lu, I respect what you've done for the Six Paths Society, and I respect you for not doubting my master. But you've wronged me, and I will not admit it. Lu Yin said indifferently, I don't need you to admit it. Just take them away. The void behind him split open and Ling Qing walked out, followed by a group of above heaven sect cultivators. We're here to capture Yao Lan, Qing Yin, and Jiao. Dozens of names were read out. They were all Lotus Venerable's disciples. Lotus Venerable narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, what's the meaning of this? Capture them and bring them back for interrogation, Lu Yin said indifferently. Lotus Venerable suppressed his anger. This is the Lotus realm. So? Lu Yin didn't care. Lotus Venerable gritted his teeth. It's fine if you come to my Lotus realm to capture people, but what about the charges? You want to capture my disciples in public without telling me in advance? Aren't you insulting me? Lu Yin looked at Lotus Venerable. I'm already here to inform you. Lotus Venerable slowly clenched his fists. Fine. Even so, what are the charges of my disciples? Do you want to capture them just because of some rumors or a dispute of personal feelings? Lu Yin frowned. I've already said that Yao Lan is from the Eternal Tribe. Among your disciples, the ones who are the most active and keep provoking the above heaven sect disciples are very suspicious. Also, don't you think that the Stargate discovered in the Lotus realm is a scapegoat? Of course, Lotus Venerable knew that it was a scapegoat. This is a matter of the Lotus realm. You don't have to worry about it. As for Yao Lan, she's one of the 3 venerables and 9 saints of the reincarnation universe. Even if you want to capture her, you have to provide evidence. Otherwise, what will happen to the reincarnation universe's reputation? What will happen to the great heavenly venerables? Chu Jian also said, Master Lu, Yao Lan is one of the 9 saints. Regardless, please reconsider. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm here not only to capture people, but also to find the great heavenly venerables. It's good that she's here. I'll talk to her. If she doesn't come out, who in the reincarnation universe can stop me? Don't think that I don't know. When it was rumored that I died, the people in samsara time and space who spoke for me were the least, especially you 3 venerables and 9 saints. When the sect above heaven was in danger, did you ever think of supporting it? Even the Eternals didn't send anyone to stop you. Lotus Venerable, you're right. You should mind your own business. Even if my above heaven sect is destroyed, it has nothing to do with your reincarnation spacetime. But I'm different from you. This 6 Direction Society's business is my business. Let alone a tiny Lotus realm, I'll even take care of the entire reincarnation spacetime. Capture them. With a command, Ling Qing descended and waved her hand. Behind her, the cultivators of the celestial sect walked toward the Lotus realm to capture the people on the list. Within the Lotus realm, the disciples of Lord Lotus shouted angrily. They already had a conflict with the sect above heaven, and it was very intense. Naturally, they would not allow the sect above heaven to take them away. Lotus Venerable 9th grade shouted, Master Lu, I've said it before. It's not that I don't want you to capture them, but you have to provide evidence. Don't go too far. She didn't know that Lu Yin had come here to deliberately cause trouble. Previously, Lotus Venerable 9th grade disciples had been the most active, but now, Lu Yin had actually demanded that Lotus Venerable 9th grade disciples apologize to Yao Lan. This had incurred the wrath of the entire primordial space. If they didn't suppress this anger, how could they face those who had spoken up for Lu Yin in the primordial space? This was clearly shielding Lu Yin. Moreover, the Eternals knew of Lu Yin's strength, while the Six Direction Society had only heard rumors. Luyin wanted to use Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade to establish his might and let the Six Direction Society truly witness his strength and fear it. First, he would prove Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade's innocence. This way, no matter what he did later, Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade wouldn't be able to hate him. As long as it was proven that Yao Lan was a spy, the resentment in Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade's heart would quickly dissipate. Instead, Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade would only have respect for Luyin, as if he was facing an exalted celestial. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. My words are the evidence. My presence here is my attitude. Chu Jian clenched his fists. This guy was really domineering. Bao Saint felt bitter. Who in the current Six Direction Society could suppress Luyin? Unless an exalted celestial came out of seclusion, even if Celestial Dupe Triumphant was here, he would only support Luyin. Celestial Dupe Triumphant admired Luyin too much. Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade was so angry that his entire body trembled. This was too much, too much. Master Lu, do you really think that there is no one in my Lotus realm? If you don't give me evidence, don't even think about taking my disciple away. Yao Lan stepped forward, her expression dark. Master Lu, I, Yao Lan, have also gone through life and death in the endless battlefield. You want to falsely accuse me of being a spy of the Eternals with just one sentence? Isn't that too laughable? My samsara spacetime will not agree to this. Chu Jian also said, Master Lu, if you can produce evidence, we will help you capture her. But if you can't, then please forgive my samsara spacetime for not allowing you to capture her as you wish. Lu Yin sneered. You can try to stop me. I hope that there are more people in this Six Direction Society who can stop me. Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade. Chu Jian and the others' hearts sank. Was he going to make a move? Lu Yin's figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Ling Qing. Above his head, a visualization of the starry sky appeared, and at the same time, he released the starry sky in his heart. The void world was isolated, and the visualized land overlapped. There was a tremor, and the Lotus Realm rumbled. From a distance, the Lotus Realm looked like a giant lotus platform, but at this moment, the giant lotus petals around the lotus platform seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. As the land descended, it suddenly suppressed the entire Lotus Realm. Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade was furious. Master Lu, you are too much. As she spoke, she opened her lotus and tried to block the land's suppression. Chu Jian, Bao Saint, and Yao Lan all attacked at the same time. However, the moment they were suppressed by the land, they all vomited blood at the same time. They were shocked. What kind of power was this? Luyin had used this land to suppress Count of the Wind to the point of vomiting blood. Count of the Seven Sky Gods was far stronger than Chu Jian and the others. Although Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade was powerful, she had been heavily injured in several battles. Otherwise, her lotus would not have been so weak and cracked upon contact. Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade spat out a mouthful of blood, and the lotuses around her shattered. Her sequence laws frantically spread out in an attempt to suppress the land, but they were still suppressed by it. She could not believe that this was Lu Yin's current strength. He was clearly just a half-progenitor, so how could he be so strong? The entire Lotus realm was suppressed by the land, and all of the Lotus Venerable disciples were sprawled on the ground, feeling as if doomsday had arrived. Lu Yin had easily suppressed the Lotus realm by himself, and he had also suppressed 4 progenitors, including a powerhouse with sequence laws. Ling Qing's eyelids twitched. How could the Path Master be so strong? How long had it been? No one could have imagined that Lu Yin's strength in the Mirage domain had reached the level where he could fight against the 7 sky gods. Although he might not be able to kill one of them, it would not be easy for one of them to kill him. The land did not continue to descend, and it continued to suppress the Lotus realm, causing it to sink continuously. Water spread out and covered the entire Lotus realm, submerging the Lotus Venerable disciples one by one. Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade had never felt so humiliated before. At the same time, she felt an unprecedented fear towards Lu Yin. Just how strong was this person? The Bao Saint shouted, Master Lu, please have mercy. We are not your enemies. Lu Yin was unmoved and continued to suppress the Lotus realm. He wanted to force Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade to speak. Yao Lan's face went pale, and she looked at Luyin with fear and apprehension. How had this person discovered her? Luyin had not actually confirmed that Yao Lan was a spy. Logically speaking, the Eternals were secretly playing tricks, and not only did Yao Lan not suppress them, she even encouraged the Lotus Venerable disciples to force the Above Heaven sect to apologize to her. This in itself did not make sense. Besides, who else could have placed a Stargate in the Lotus realm without being detected by Lotus Venerable 9th grade? He believed that Lotus Venerable 9th grade had her own suspicions as well, but she was still under suspicion, so she did not act against Yao Lan. Lu Yin's guess was correct. Lotus Venerable 9th grade was furious mostly because of Lu Yin, but also because she was unwilling to accept this outcome. She had guessed that she had been wrongly accused, and perhaps it had something to do with Yao Lan. She had planned to act against Yao Lan after her suspicions had been cleared, but she had not expected Lu Yin to arrive at the Lotus realm first, causing her to lose all face. The land continued to suppress the Lotus realm, and the Lotus realm was only supported by Lotus Venerable 9th grade, Yao Lan, First Jian, and Bao Saint. They kept coughing up blood, unable to support the land. A sigh was heard. Master Lu, please calm down and let the Lotus realm go. Leng Qing looked over. Xixing? Although Xixing was one of the 9 sages, his status in the reincarnation spacetime was special, and the 3 venerables would not act impudently in front of him. His seniority was second only to the Grand Empyreans. Alright, I'll give Xixing face, Lu Yin said calmly. Xixing was one of the few venerables and 9 sages in the reincarnation spacetime who spoke on behalf of the Above Heaven sect. The land disappeared. Lotus Venerable 9th grade and the others sighed in relief. Leng Qing took a step forward and arrived beside Yao Lan. Let's go. Yao Lan gritted her teeth, feeling even more unresigned. In truth, after learning that the Eternals had retreated, she had intended to leave as soon as possible, but she had been a step too late. Lotus Venerable 9th grade had seen Leng Qing attack Yao Lan, but he had been unable to stop her. He could only watch as Leng Qing led the others to capture Lotus Venerable's disciple. Even Bao Saint had been unable to stop Leng Qing. Just as Lu Yin had said, how many people in the Six Direction Society could stop him? Master Lu, why are you so angry? Xixing sighed. Lu Yin looked at Lotus Realm. There's nothing to be angry about. There are some things that must be done. Master Lu came to meet the Grand Empyrean? Xixing asked. Lu Yin looked at him. That's right. Let me lead the way. Xixing was helpless. Lu Yin wanted to meet the Grand Empyrean, and if he did not lead the way, Lu Yin would use all sorts of methods to force the Grand Empyrean out. This would not be the first time. Lu Yin was famous for being overbearing, but the Grand Empyrean could not do anything to him. It was not only because he was afraid of the Lu family, but also because no one knew the reason. They only knew that no matter how dissatisfied the Grand Empyrean was with Lu Yin, he would not act against him. This was publicly acknowledged by the Six Direction Society. Lu Yin left Lotus Realm, but before he left, he glanced at Lotus Venerable 9th grade and left behind a sentence. If anyone dared to obstruct the Above Heaven sect, they would all be captured. Lotus Venerable 9th grade spat out another mouthful of blood and returned to his seclusion area. On the way to meet the Grand Empyrean, Xixing shook his head. Master Lu did that on purpose. Is he trying to establish his might? Lu Yin bluntly said, you can say that. Venerable Lotus is not a bad person. It has nothing to do with me. Yao Lan, are you really a spy? Perhaps. Xixing was stunned by Lu Yin's reply. I thought Master Lu was certain that she was a spy. Lu Yin replied, it's just a reasonable guess. What if she isn't? Lu Yin looked at Xixing. If she isn't, then she isn't. What will happen? Xixing wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only laugh bitterly. Yes, what would happen? Apologize? That was impossible. If anyone dared to ask Lu Yin to apologize, countless people would do it on his behalf. Lu Yin was still alive, and no one dared to be presumptuous. Even the Eternals had chosen to act when Lu Yin might die. This was Lu Yin's influence. Sometimes, one had to be tough. Yao Lan had indeed fought in the endless battlefield and contributed to humanity, but that could not cover up her mistakes. It was her fault for not stopping Venerable Lotus disciples from provoking the above heaven. If Luine had not returned, this matter would have escalated. She had to pay the price for her mistake. With Xixing leading the way, Luine met Grand Empyrean. When he saw the Grand Empyrean was shocked. "Boy, your strength?" Luine was solemn. "What happened to Shaoyin divinity? If you don't explain, I'll find time to kill him." While Luine was meeting Grand Empyrean, bidding of Yixing's heart was burning. He had first heard that the above heaven had been attacked by the Eternals, and he had felt a sense of schadenfreude. Then, he heard that Luine had returned and defeated Di Qiong alone. This stunned Bidding. Wasn't Luine dead? Why was he back? He immediately sent someone to the origin space to investigate. The news sent chills down his spine. Luine had returned alive. He was not dead. This news sent him into the abyss. Not dead? Not dead? Bidding stood in Yixing's headquarters in the rotting god universe and stared blankly outside. Luine was not dead? This was troublesome, big trouble. Not long after, another piece of news arrived. Luine had gone to cause trouble for Venerate Lotus, and he had suppressed Venerate Lotus's Lotus realm all by himself. He had suppressed Venerate Lotus, Yaolan, Chu, Jian, and Gongxing to the point where they could not even raise their heads. He had even captured a group of Venerate Lotus's disciples, including Yaolan, who was a progenitor. Bai Ting felt a chill run down his spine. After the crisis was resolved, Above Heaven sect had already gone to the Six Paths Society to capture many people. Now, even Yaolan was captured, and she was captured right in front of a 9th-level revered Lotus in the Lotus domain. Bai Ting didn't think that Yaolan was a spy or anything like that. He only thought that Luine was taking revenge on Venerable Lotus disciple for provoking the above heaven. If the disciples of Lord Lotus were like this, then what would happen to him? He had fired Lu Fuxue and said that he would never hire her again. Now that Luine had returned, what should he do? What to do? "Quick, tell Bailan to come see me." Bidding was anxious. Bailan quickly arrived, and her expression was not good. She was Yixing's subordinate, and she was happy to hear that Luine had returned. Luine had led the humans to many victories against the Eternals, and he was a hero to humanity. But what about Yixing? Yixing could be considered to have offended the above heaven sect. Seeing Bailan's arrival, Bai Ting suppressed his nervousness and said in a hoarse voice, "Have you heard about Luine?" "No, Master Lu." Bailan looked at him with disdain. He had been calling Luine to fire Lu Fuxue, and now that Luine had returned, he was calling him Master Lu again. She didn't think that this person was so disgusting. Only then did she remember that this person was only Lord Birong's servant, and not Yixing's real master. "I've heard." Bailan's voice was calm. Bai Ting looked at her, his eyes were filled with nervousness and anxiety, but he forced himself to look calm. "What do you mean?" Bailan pretended to be confused. "What do you mean?" Bai Ting said, "About Lu Fuxue." "Lu Fuxue? Wasn't she fired? What does it have to do with us?" Bailan said bluntly. Bai Ting was irritated, and his tone became more anxious. "Master Lu is back, and he is not dead. Lu Fuxue is his subordinate, and we fired her. How are we going to explain it to Master Lu?" Bailan corrected, "It's not us, it's you. You fired Lu Fuxue and said that you would never hire her again." "It has nothing to do with me or anyone else in Yixing." Bai Ting gritted his teeth. "Nothing to do with you? Don't forget, you are Yixing's subordinate too. If Master Lu destroys Yixing, you and I will not be able to escape. Also, why didn't you stop me? When I fired Lu Fuxue, you could have stopped me, but you didn't. You want to fire her too, don't you? You are an accomplice." Bailan was furious. "Don't talk nonsense. I tried to stop you, but you didn't listen." Bai Ting stared at Bailan, his gaze ferocious. "In short, if Master Lu really wants to destroy Yixing, you and I will not be able to escape. To tell you the truth, Lord Birong has gone missing." He regretted it as soon as he finished. How could he say it? Bailan was shocked. "What did you say? Lord Birong has gone missing?" Bai Ting took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed. Bailan asked, "Is it true? Is Lord Birong really gone missing?" Bai Ting sighed, nodded, and said in a low voice, yes, Lord Burong went missing a long time ago. Why didn't you say it? How? If I said it, would Yixing still be alive? Bailan's face was pale, and she was in a daze. Bai Ting said, actually, the first one to notice Lord Burong's disappearance was not me, it was the Lightning Master. Lord Burong has been in seclusion for too long, and the Lightning Master sensed that something was wrong. He went in to check, but Lord Burong was nowhere to be found. The Lightning Master searched for Lord Burong for a long time, but he couldn't find him, let alone us. He looked at Bailan, Lord Burong has gone missing, and we have lost the right to talk to the White Cloud City. The Lightning Master might help us once out of respect for Lord Burong, but he can't help us too much. This is also the reason why I didn't ask for help from the White Cloud City, and now it's hard to ask for help. This is my fault, but we have to get through this, or else Yixing will be finished. You should know what kind of person Master Lu is. He didn't even let the Lotus Realm go, how could he let Yixing go? Bailan, I'm finished, Yixing is finished, and so are you. Do you know that? Bailan looked at Bai Ting in a daze, what do you want me to do? It has already happened, and no one can stop Master Lu from doing anything, not even the entire Six Direction Association. Bai Ting felt powerless and sat down. That's right, no one can stop Master Lu, and he was actually counting on Bailan. Although Bailan and Luyin knew each other, their relationship wasn't that good, and they could only be considered as familiar strangers. What right did she have to stop Luyin from doing something? After a long silence, Bailan turned around and left. Bai Ting looked at her, what are you doing? Bailan didn't even turn around, I'm going to look for Lu Fuxue. Look for her? Bai Ting's eyes flashed, and he looked at Bailan in confusion. Bailan said, who else can I look for besides her? If she doesn't complain to Master Lu, we might still be saved. Bai Ting's eyes lit up, that's right, look for Lu Fuxue and ask her to come back. We will agree to any conditions as long as she is willing. Bailan felt bitter, come back? It was easy to say, but she remembered Lu Fuxue's expression when she left Yixing, and what she said. It turned out that she was right. This also meant that she had already thought of what to do next and was just waiting for Yixing to come to her. What a joke, Bai Ting actually thought that he could turn this situation around, but he didn't know what was waiting for him. In the Above Heaven sect, Luyin had been staying in the back mountain ever since he returned from the reincarnation spacetime, thinking about what the Grand Heavenly Venerate had said. If the Grand Heavenly Venerate's plan on Divine Sovereign Shaoyin was really successful, it would play a key role in the war against the Eternals. It all depended on how it was done. From the looks of it, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin's position was very important. In fact, one of the reasons why Luyin didn't suspect Lotus Venerate was because she knew that the Grand Heavenly Venerate had set up something on Divine Sovereign Shaoyin to deal with the Eternals. If she was a spy, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin wouldn't have survived until now. No matter how confident the ancestor of the past and the others were, they didn't dare to say that they could ignore the Grand Heavenly Venerate's plan. Yao Lan and the other disciples of Lotus Venerate were brought to the Above Heaven sect. Although Yao Lan didn't admit that she was a spy, it didn't matter. The mistakes she had made during this period were enough for the Above Heaven sect to lock her up. In addition to Lotus Venerate's disciples, hundreds of thousands of people from the Six Direction sect were captured in the parallel universes. Most of these people were instigated by the spies to make things difficult for the primordial space during this period. Of course, those who were bewitched were also dissatisfied with the primordial space. Otherwise, why wouldn't the others be bewitched? After these people were captured, the Six Direction sect became much quieter. The greatest value was the name list that Qingfen had provided. Hundreds of spies had been exposed, and this was a huge gift that would allow Luyin to come back from the dead. If the Eternals hadn't thought that these spies could be exchanged for the destruction of the Above Heaven sect, they wouldn't have exposed themselves. Although these hundreds of spies didn't have high cultivations, they were very useful. The Above Heaven sect itself had more than 10 spies, and these spies allowed the Above Heaven sect to be constantly monitored by the Eternals. After these spies were eliminated, the entire Six Direction sect became much cleaner. As for Luyin himself, his prestige was even higher now. He had challenged Di Qiong alone, suppressed the Lotus Realm with a single hand, and made it difficult for Lotus Venerate to resist him. The prestige that came with this strength was superimposed on the prestige that he once had, which gave Lu Yin absolute authority in the Six Direction sect. The time had come. Behind Lu Yin, Wei Rong walked over. Pathmaster, we can begin at any time. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The Eternals did it once, and we will do it again. However, I do not wish to repeat the Eternals' failure. Wei Rong was confident. This subordinate will not have any problems, but the key is still those few people. As long as Pathmaster can convince them, everything will fall into place. Lu Yin looked at Wei Rong. Then let's begin. Let me see the results of these past few years. Understood. Wei Rong withdrew. Ever since the primordial space had come into contact with the Six Direction sect, Wei Rong had been given a mission. Just like when he had come into contact with the cosmic trees, he had constantly sent people to infiltrate every corner of the Six Direction sect. His goal was to control the direction of public opinion. This was not to be underestimated, as a large part of Lu Yin's current prestige came from this. Otherwise, even if he had led the Six Direction sect to suppress the Eternals, his prestige would not have accumulated so quickly. However, what he had done so far had only been a small test, and it was time for him to show his true worth. A few days later, a voice spread throughout the Six Direction sect at an extremely fast speed. The speed at which this voice spread was not any slower than the speed at which the Eternals had created conflicts. In fact, it was even faster. Some people in the Six Direction sect who heard this voice did not dare to contain it. These voices continued to spread throughout the Six Direction Association, reaching every corner of the association. Do you know why we're always at a disadvantage against the Eternals? That's because the Eternals have 6 zones of calamity. 3 pillars and 6 seas. They're incredibly powerful. More importantly, all 6 zones of calamity are working together. They can attack at any time. What about us? Of course, we're no match for the Eternals if we're scattered across parallel universes. Are you serious? Are the Eternals that strong? I know. It's true. My third uncle's second son's neighbor's master participated in Lord Lu's crusade against the endless battlefield. He saw with his own eyes the countless experts of the Eternals. Aren't our 6-way guilds also working together? Unite my ass. Look at the attack on the heavenly sect this time. Can the other spacetime support them? We can't support them at all. Rumor has it that most of the reincarnations don't know about this. Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you see that a lot of people who spread rumors were arrested? That's just talking bad about the above heaven sect, saying that Master Lu is dead. Those people who wanted to destroy the primordial space and our Six Direction society are helping the everlasting race. It's best that they die. What we're saying now is different. We hope that the Six Direction society can truly unite and gather all of our strength. That's easy for you to say. After so many years, isn't the Six Direction cult still fine? Could it be that with the addition of Master Lu, the Six Direction sect is in danger instead? You're short-sighted. When the parallel universe you're in is destroyed and no one comes to save you, you'll know how hopeless it is. What's the point of saying all this? Even if we're willing to work together, it's useless if those big shots don't agree. Besides, how are we supposed to work together? It was not easy to connect parallel spacetime. Just by relying on the Stargate, wouldn't it be like the endless battlefield? They can be easily destroyed by the Eternals. We can move to the origin space. If we go, what about those ordinary people? Do you know how many ordinary people there are in each parallel universe? I can't even calculate it. It's simply unrealistic. That's right. Forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? Let those big shots worry about it. During this period of time, the Six Direction Society had made enough noise. Previously, it was disadvantageous to the primordial space, but now, it was advantageous. No one knew where these voices originated from, and no one bothered to investigate. Regarding the content of these voices, many members of the Six Paths Guild fell into deep thought. Was it really feasible to connect the parallel spacetime of the Six Directions together? No one had ever thought of this before. The Six Direction Society seemed to be equal, but the reincarnation spacetime was the dominant force. No one dared to say what would happen if the other parallel universes were connected to the reincarnation spacetime. Moreover, the conflicts between the two universes were only suppressed by the eternal race. Once they were connected, it might not be a good thing. However, now that the Eternal's true strength had been exposed, the scattered six-way guilds appeared to be very weak. If the Eternals attacked a single point, the other parallel universes would not be able to reinforce them in time, and they would be easily destroyed. If Luin had not returned alive and his strength had not undergone a transformation, the Heaven Above Heaven sect would have been in danger. The Eternals had cut off all reinforcements from the Above Heaven sect. This was the same reason why the six factions were unable to provide immediate reinforcements. This seemed like a simple logic, but if it were the everlasting race of the past, this logic wouldn't have worked in the six-party society. Back then, the everlasting race didn't give the six-party society the sense of crisis of extinction. However, things were different now. The Hing clan had 6 regions of calamity. Moreover, as the word's divine commandment spread out, the six-direction society's sense of crisis intensified. Under these circumstances, many of the six-party society's cultivators headed towards the Genesis space, hoping to stay there. No matter how one looked at it, the Genesis space was the strongest among the six-party society, followed by the reincarnation spacetime. On the other hand, the Void God spacetime and Wood spacetime had fewer cultivators. Even the Endless Battlefield had some cultivators heading towards the Genesis space. In the Above Heaven sect, Luin headed towards the Kingdom of Eternity. Along the way, he saw more and more cultivators. Even though the Genesis space and the Above Heaven sect had fought the most battles, and the Above Heaven sect had been attacked twice, it was still the safest place for these cultivators. The Genesis space had more cultivators, while the Six-Direction Society's other parallel universes had fewer cultivators. This way, the sense of crisis would grow even stronger, and it would be possible for Luin to achieve what he wanted. That's right, Luin wanted to connect the Six-Direction Society and integrate the entire Six-Direction Society into the Genesis space. He wanted to create the Above Heaven sect that had reached the pinnacle of brilliance for the second time. This was the only way to resist the Eternals, no, to suppress them. He had already seen the Eternals' bottom line. The despair that they had once felt was gradually dispelled with the appearance of various extraterrestrial civilizations and the increase of his own strength. Luin was now confident that he could eradicate the Eternals, and this was only the first step. It all depended on how the people in charge of the Six-Direction Society would react. Luin respected the Void Master, Wood God, and even the Lost Tribe's Grand Elder. However, there were some things that needed to be done, and he hoped that they would be able to see it clearly. In the Kingdom of Eternity, Luin came to look for the Divine Lady. She had requested to see him several times, but he was either not around or did not have the time. However, he still had to give an explanation to the Divine Kingdom regarding the motionless Heavenly King Elephant. The Divine Lady was now equivalent to an ordinary person. The Divine Kingdom's original spacetime had been destroyed, and the 3 elephants had died. Now, the Divine Kingdom had become the weakest civilization, and they only had 2 half-progenitors at most. The peace that had once existed was also gone. Without the protection of a powerful force, that peace would be very fragile. Lu Yin's arrival alarmed the Divine Kingdom, and everyone there bowed. The Divine Lady slowly bowed. "Greetings, Master Lu." Luin looked at her. "Are you used to this place?" The Divine Lady was calm. "There's nothing to be used to, as long as I'm alive." Luin nodded. "Many things in this world are coincidences. If I hadn't been schemed against by the Limitless Empire and thrown into the Divine Kingdom would have been destroyed by Di Qiong. However, Di Qiong attacked the Divine Kingdom because I joined forces with many experts to attack the Eternal Tribe, forcing them to seek help from the other regions." The Divine Lady interrupted. "Master Lu, there's no right or wrong in this matter. We can only say that we were not strong enough to stop Di Qiong. It has nothing to do with you." Luin looked at the Divine Lady. The Divine Lady asked, "I just want to know what happened to the motionless Heavenly King Elephant." She looked nervous. If the motionless Heavenly King Elephant could return to the Divine Kingdom, she would have a way to borrow its power again. Even if she could not recover the combat strength of the 3 elephants, she would still have the ability to protect herself. In fact, her ability to borrow the power of the four elephants had nothing to do with whether she was recognized by spacetime or not. It was the inheritance of the divine kingdom. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person be recognized by spacetime? Lu Ying sighed. I'm sorry, the motionless heavenly king elephant is dead. The divine lady's body shook. Even though Elder Chan had told her, it was still hard for her to accept the news from Lu Ying. Lu Ying said the motionless heavenly king elephant was taken as a mount by the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Yuan. A long time ago, during the era of the above heaven, which was also the eternal tribe's first war of the divine commandment, the motionless heavenly king elephant died along with the second mainland. It protected the Mavis family and the fifth mainland. The divine lady's face turned pale and her whole body trembled. It was over, it was completely over. The motionless heavenly king elephant was really dead. How could the divine kingdom survive without the power of the four elephants? Live under the control of the Genesis space forever? Even though they were all humans, civilizations were different. Their thinking, way of doing things, and so on were too different. The divine lady only wanted to protect the divine kingdom and even leave the Genesis space so that she could no longer participate in these wars. But now, everything was gone. The divine kingdom was not qualified to leave. Is it really dead? The divine lady murmured. Lu Ying looked at her. It's really dead. The divine lady was sad. The loss of the four elephants had completely knocked her to the ground. Lu Ying stood not far from her and watched quietly. The death of the four elephants had nothing to do with him. The motionless heavenly king elephant was the mount of the great ancestor Lu Yuan. Lu Ying did not know much about it, but the divine kingdom's collapse had something to do with the divine lady's own thinking. The divine kingdom was targeted by Di Qiong, but they did not think of attacking and only focused on defense. They thought that they could stop the enemy. The first time Lu Ying and the others entered the divine kingdom, they were almost beaten out. At that time, the divine lady was high and mighty. She had the power to kill and seize. She was so arrogant. They had lost because they were conservative and conservative. They had lost because of their old thinking. If they had been willing to cooperate with the above heaven sect and asked for help when Di Qiong attacked the divine kingdom, the outcome would not have been like this. Nothing that happened in the universe was accidental. The divine kingdom would not be able to surpass everything. Lu Ying and the others entered the zone of E and caused Di Qiong to destroy the divine kingdom. There was a connection, but it was not cause and effect. Di Qiong had been watching the divine kingdom, and they could not escape. On the other hand, it could be said that Lu Ying and the others had caused Di Qiong to destroy the divine kingdom in advance. However, Lu Ying had also protected the people of the divine kingdom. There was nothing to be apologetic about. The universe was cruel, and the divine lady herself knew that. They could only blame themselves for being weak. If the above heaven sect had been destroyed by the Eternals, Lu Ying could not blame the other civilizations for not helping him. He would only hate himself for not being able to tie those civilizations to the above heaven sect. When doing things, one had to take the initiative and not be passive. Not long after, Lu Ying left. Before he left, he gave the divine lady the right to meet him in the above heaven sect. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person like her enter the above heaven sect? The Genesis space had accepted more than just the divine kingdom. From the above heaven sect's point of view, the divine kingdom civilization was just an ordinary civilization. There were too many such civilizations in the universe, and they did not have the right to meet Lu Ying. Lu Ying still treated the divine kingdom relatively well. Perhaps it was because of their past interactions, or perhaps it was because of the immovable celestial king's face. At the same time, at the entrance of the first zone of E, Celestial Battlemaster was sitting cross-legged with his golden staff beside him. Far away, Muji could feel Celestial Battlemaster's aura. He was a little frightened, as he did not want to fight with this monster. If he was not careful, he could easily be killed. However, the entrance to the zone of E was not far from Celestial Battlemaster. If they wanted to enter, they would have to go through this monster. What could they do? Muji thought for a long time and finally decided to go all out. He spun the wheel of life and death. When the needle stopped, they would live and die together. Muji cursed inwardly as he suppressed his impulsiveness and continued waiting. After a long time, the needle turned again, and the needle stopped. So unlucky? Again. He had a narrow escape. Muji's eyes flashed. He didn't care anymore and charged forward. He leaped up and rushed towards the entrance of the first domain of disaster. Celestial Victor's eyes suddenly snapped open. He swept his gaze into the distance and grabbed the golden staff. Get out here. The long staff swept across, and golden light flashed across the world, as if the world was boiling. Muji's scalp went numb. This monster. He clenched his teeth and endured the strike of the golden staff. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered, and his body was about to be sent flying. Not good, he could not block this power. It was impossible for him to enter the first disaster zone. Originally, he had not been that close to the entrance of the first zone of calamity, but Luin had contacted him and asked him to keep an eye out. If anyone tried to enter the first zone of calamity by any means possible, he was to immediately kill them. Celestial Dosheng was very attentive to Lu Yin's words, and he was just short of sitting at the entrance of first zone of calamity. When Muji rushed out, he immediately sensed it and attacked without mercy. Muji was sent flying. If he hadn't narrowly escaped death, this blow would have killed him. The difference between the true God Guard Captain and Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was too great. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was someone who could single-handedly fight against 3 High Lords and 6 Vast Lords. He was definitely at the level of the 7 Heavenly Gods. Just as Heavenly Lord Battle Victor was about to give chase, the Heavenly Hound ran out of the first calamity zone and charged at him. Celestial Victor's eyes were cold. This damn dog was the only one he didn't want to face. He couldn't beat it and didn't know what it was made of. However, he retrieved a foul object from his cosmic ring. This thing that Luin had given him was the nemesis of the dead dog. The moment the stinky object was taken out, an indescribable stench instantly spread through the entrance of the zone of calamity. The Heavenly Hound howled and ran back to the zone of calamity with its tail between its legs, vomiting as it ran. The appearance of the stench had directly crippled it, leaving it with a psychological shadow. At this moment, the ancestor of the past walked out of the E-zone. He helplessly glanced at the Heavenly Hound beside him that had charged into the E-zone. He then looked at the Heavenly Lord of Victory. Even I am curious as to what this thing is. After the Heavenly Hound returned to the zone of disaster, Celestial Lord Victor hurriedly put away the stench. He couldn't bear it either. When the stench was put away, he waved his hand and grinned. I'm also curious, but that's not important. Why did you come out? Ancestor, she looked into the distance. If someone wants to come in, I will let him in. Heavenly Lord Victor tightened his grip on his golden staff. Then we can't do as you wish. That fellow won't be able to enter. Ancestor, she shook his head. Since he wants to come in, I already understand. There's no meaning in you stopping him, isn't there? The Heavenly Sovereign was stunned, and he recalled Lu Yin's words. When Luin had asked the Heavenly Sovereign for help in stopping those who wanted to enter the zone of E, Luin had said that if the Heavenly Sovereign's actions were to be seen by the 3 chiefs, the 6 seas, or the 7 sky gods, then it would be pointless. Thus, the Heavenly Sovereign had tried his best not to be seen by those people. This was also why the Heavenly Sovereign had attacked with his full strength. He had wanted to kill Muji with a single strike, but unfortunately, he had not succeeded. Muji had actually been able to withstand his attack. He looked into the distance. Who was that guy? This woman had come out to take him away. Seems like you also know that it's meaningless. The ancestor of the past said indifferently. The Heavenly Sovereign sneered, I know, but it's impossible to bring him back so easily. The ancestor of the past was not surprised. I know. At the entrance of the zone of E, the Heavenly Sovereign gripped his golden staff tightly. Blood flowed down his staff as he stared at the entrance. That woman was very strong. Within the first zone of E, Muji stood in front of the ancestor of the past and spoke with tears and blood. After hearing Muji's words, the ancestor of the past said indifferently, So, you're not a spy? Muji wailed, I'm innocent. Ancestor of the past, it's not me. It's definitely not me. Then who is it? The ancestor of the past looked at him. Muji did not mention that Yibo was Luin. Instead, he said, I don't know. If I was a spy, how could I have returned? If I attacked the first zone of E with those from the above heaven sect, how could I have returned? The heavenly sovereign almost killed me with one strike. Ancestor of the past, please help me. I really didn't betray the clan. I definitely didn't. Why did you attack Yibo? The ancestor of the past asked. Muji wanted to say that Yibo was Luin, but he thought for a long time on his way back to the zone of E and decided not to say it. I don't know. The ancestor of the past looked at Muji. Muji wailed, I really don't know. I don't know what I did at that moment. Yibo shouldn't know either. When I reacted, I had already entered the void crack. The ancestor of the past looked at Muji. Muji suddenly slapped his head. Right, ancestor of the past, I have something to tell you. Wuho is a spy. Far away, in a tall tower, Huiwu stood quietly and looked into the distance. He saw that Muji had returned, which meant that his days were over. Father, I've done everything I can. I'll leave the rest to you. Soon, the ancestor of the past appeared below Huiwu's tower. He looked up and saw Huiwu looking down at the ancestor of the past. Corpse King or Berserk Corpse, choose one. This was the choice the ancestor of the past gave Huiwu. Huiwu was a spy. Huiwu looked up at the ground of the zone of E, whatever, it's the same anyway. The ancestor of the past praised, I admire your father's wisdom. He even sent his own son here. I've seen him before when he was still young. At that time, he wasn't so heartless. Huiwu laughed. The light-sifting sword sky has survived since the era of above heaven. Could it be that you still want to persuade me to betray the human race? If I wanted to betray, I would have done so long ago. The ancestor of the past said, I'm just curious why you aren't controlled by godly power. Huiwu sneered, my Hui clan's golden meteor battle technique was nurtured by my father. If we work together with Lu Tianyi, we can achieve it. Unfortunately, after so many years, I was the only one who managed to sneak into the eternal race. Although my father did it, he miscalculated. He underestimated his own reputation. Because I'm the son of Hui ancestor, the eternal race never trusted me. They tested me many times, but even if I passed, I could only become a half-ancestor. If not for the lack of true God Guard captains, I wouldn't have been able to break through until now, right? The ancestor of the past turned and left. Berserk Corpse, clean. The voices of the 6 parties wanting to be connected became louder and louder. No one wanted to leave their own spacetime. For safety, the cultivators who had to go to other spacetime parallel to the Genesis space were the most enthusiastic. If the Genesis space was connected, they could return to their hometowns. These people were only responsible for making noise so that more people could hear them. As for how to solve the problem, it was not within their consideration. At this moment, even above heaven would find it difficult to stop them. These people would target anyone who tried to stop the connection of the parallel spacetime. Sometimes, humans were selfish. However, they were not wrong. They were all doing this to survive. Connecting all the parallel spacetime was the best way to deal with the eternal race. The eternal race did not sit around and wait for death. They also allowed the spies who had not been exposed to make noise to stop the connection of the parallel spacetime. This move was too stupid in Wang Wen's eyes. Humans should do what the eternal race did not allow. This was absolutely true. When Luin said this to the Void Master, the latter felt a headache coming on. He looked at Luin. I would never have thought that the little guy who did not dare to reveal his identity in front of me and tried his best to stay in the Void God spacetime would reach this step. Now, you're starting to force me. Luin was helpless. Senior, you're definitely not forcing me. You also want to defeat the eternal race. After several fierce battles, the first zone of disaster, the corpse god, and the end of ruins, don't you understand? Only by working together can we win. The eternal race's so-called God's commandment is the same. We have to work together to eliminate the scattered enemy civilizations. We humans are best at remembering history and not letting it repeat itself. The Void Master rolled his eyes. There's no point in talking so much. Let me tell you, if I don't want to, no one can swallow the Void God spacetime. Luin raised his brows. But if I want to, no one can stop the Void God spacetime from merging with you, the Void Master quickly added. Luin was speechless. Senior, you're so generous. The Void Master opened his mouth to say something, but thought for a moment. How do you plan to merge? What about me? What do you plan to do? Those who could cultivate to the level of the Void Master and Wood Deity were not fools. They had already seen through the situation, but they did not have the ability to achieve it. Lu Yin's appearance was also what they wanted. Even if the civilizations were ruled by the above heaven sect, it was better than being wiped out by the eternal race. Lu Yin looked at the Void Master with bright eyes. Of course, I have plans. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. After Lu Yin left the Void God spacetime, Wood Deity appeared. You agreed. The Void Master exhaled. Didn't you agree too? We had a discussion before. If we want to defeat the eternal race, we have to work together. But we couldn't do it at that time. We all had our own ideas. The arrogance of the 3 venerables and 9 sages in the reincarnation spacetime, the unparalleled cultivation of the Grand Celestial, Luo Shan's scheming, and Xiaoying Divine Lord's tricks made it impossible to work together. Forming the 6-party society was already the limit. Wood Deity looked into the distance. Who would have thought that the desolate origin space would stand up again? In fact, only the origin space can suppress the reincarnation spacetime. The Void Master looked at Wood Deity. Can we really defeat the eternal race if we work together? Wood Deity's eyes flashed. If we don't work together, we'll never win. If we really defeat the eternal race, what's next? The Void Master asked. Wood Deity was silent for a moment. I'm tired. After so many years, I've wanted to let go. Are you trying to avoid it? What about you? What do you want to do? The Void Master was melancholy. If there are enemies outside, there will be harmony among us. We have the same goal. If there are no enemies, there will be conflicts. Who do you think the enemy will be? Wood Deity smiled. It has nothing to do with me. As long as we defeat the eternal race, I will disappear and never care about the world again. The Void Master rolled his eyes. Cunning old thing. Fine, call me when the time comes. We'll go together and not get involved in these trivial matters. On the other side, Lu Yin arrived at the Lost Clan's spacetime and met with their Grand Elder. The Lost Clan's presence was the lowest among the 6 directions, even lower than the 3 sovereigns' spacetime. This was not because they were weak, but because they were too isolated and incompatible with other civilizations. Due to Xiaoying's deliberate instigation, the Lost Clan did not have a good impression of the reincarnation spacetime and were unwilling to communicate with other civilizations. However, they were friendly to Lu Yin. In the Grand Elder's heart, Lu Yin was the person who could draw out the ancient card. After quietly listening to Lu Yin, the Grand Elder finally shook his head. I'm sorry, Master Lu, but we do not agree to connect spacetime. Lu Yin was surprised. Why? Xiaoying is a traitor, and other civilizations can get along well with the Lost Clan. Especially after the establishment of the 6 Directions training grounds, many people have chosen the Lost Clan's cultivation method. The Grand Elder raised his hand to stop Lu Yin. Getting along with other civilizations is not a problem, but connecting spacetime is out of the question. Can you tell me why? Lu Yin asked. Grand Elder Xianxia stood up and thought for a moment. If someone else asked, I would only say no comment, but since it's you, Master Lu, you're making things difficult for me. Lu Yin looked at Grand Elder Xianxia. The everlasting race is the mortal enemy of mankind. Now that there is hope to defeat them, why not do it? Grand Elder Xianxia turned his back to Lu Yin. Can we really defeat them? Lu Yin answered in a low voice, yes. Grand Elder Xianxia laughed and looked back at Lu Yin. The only true God cannot be defeated. If we don't do it, we won't even have a chance to defeat them. If we haven't done it before, why not give it a try? Does Grand Elder really want to restore the previous situation? The boundless battlefield of the millstone of life and death, the border battlefield with danger at every step, and the spies everywhere. This is not good for the Lost Clan. Once the 6 Directions Association is destroyed, the Lost Clan will not be able to survive alone, Lu Yin said. Grand Elder Xianxia nodded. Very persuasive, but I still refuse. Lu Ying frowned. I want to know the reason, or I won't give up. In Lu Yin's opinion, the Void God spacetime and the Wood spacetime were not too big of a problem. Void Master and Wood God were aloof from worldly affairs, and they also sincerely wanted to defeat the everlasting race. The reincarnation spacetime was powerful with a Grand Empyrean Overseer, so Lu Ying did not care whether it was connected to the origin space or not. Therefore, he put the Lost Clan at the end because he felt that the Lost Clan was the hardest to convince. This was indeed the case. It was one thing for him to be difficult to convince, but he wasn't even willing to tell him the reason. If not for the fact that the Lost Clan was human, Lu Ying would have suspected that this civilization was in cahoots with the everlasting race. Grand Elder Xianxia sighed. Even if you defeat the Eternals, what happens next? The war will never stop. The Above Heaven sect will have its glorious moments and also its weak moments. In any case, it is war. Rather than humans killing each other, why don't we deal with external enemies? Lu Ying frowned. So the Eternals are allowed to exist? Great Elder Dan Gu didn't say anything, remaining silent. Lu Ying laughed in exasperation. This reason is too far-fetched. No matter what happens to the human race in the future, the blood debts of the past must be repaid. What about those who risked their lives for the human race and fought against the Eternals? Speak? If you have the same thoughts as Great Elder, then there is no need to fight with the Eternal race. You can even join the Eternal race. In any case, you can keep your human identity, so why not? Great Elder, your words are the greatest insult to those who died in battle. These words showed that Lu Ying was really angry. He could understand the fear of death, the avoidance of responsibility, and even the betrayal, but he couldn't understand Great Elder Dan Gu's negative attitude. This attitude was even more hateful than those traitors. Those traitors were just a part of the war. Since there was a war, there would be traitors. Everyone knew that traitors couldn't escape the war, but such a negative attitude could easily lead to the collapse of the war. In the past, Lu Ying had respected Great Elder Dan Gu very much. He felt that the Lost Clan's ancient card was very likely to bring about a breakthrough for the human race. It was a bargaining chip to defeat the Eternals in the future. Moreover, Great Elder Dan Gu had treated him well. He had helped him hide the matter of the ancient card and had even given him eternal darkness. The Lost Clan had also helped him in battle. For this reason, Dan Pu had died in battle. In the Six Direction Society, the Lost Clan had supported him earlier than the Void God universe and the Wood universe. However, support was one thing, and whether or not they were willing to connect with other parallel universes was another. Lu Ying knew that the Lost Clan was xenophobic, so he had been thinking about how to persuade Great Elder Dan Gu, but he hadn't expected Great Elder Dan Gu to have such thoughts. This showed that they didn't want to fight against the Eternals at all. Everything they were doing now was because they were forced. Lu Ying stood up and stared at Great Elder Dan Gu. Senior, I don't know what the Lost Clan has experienced, but I know that no matter how desperate it is, there will always be a way out. There are no absolutes in the universe. Since we humans were born, we won't die so easily. With people, there will be disputes, but this is not a reason for the Eternals to continue to exist. At this point, he remembered what Hongyan Mavis had said. Lu Ying had asked her why the Above Heaven era hadn't destroyed the Eternals and allowed them to grow. Hongyan Mavis agreed with the progenitor's reasoning. Even if the Eternals weren't an enemy, there would be other enemies. Perhaps she had said it, or perhaps it had been the progenitor who had said it. No species could be eternal. Without the suppression of an enemy, humanity would definitely reach the peak. This was not in accordance with the laws of the universe, which was why the Eternals were the enemy. If the Eternals didn't exist, there would be other enemies. This was the reason why the progenitor had allowed the Eternals to continue to exist. However, Great Elder Dan Gu had denied humanity's existence. This was the reason why the Eternals continued to exist. No matter how dignified or reasonable these reasons were, in Lu Yin's opinion, they were all nonsense. Whether it was the Eternals or other enemies, they would deal with them when they appeared. If they appeared, they would fight them. If they appeared, they would kill them. Were they supposed to wait for their enemies to grow stronger and suppress humanity instead? This was the right way to go. Luin didn't agree with the progenitor's philosophy. If he had been the progenitor, he would have destroyed the Eternals and any species that appeared in the universe that threatened humanity. Even if the outcome was worse, could it be worse than the present? The progenitor couldn't predict the future. The bridge that fate had built in the river of time had an end, but the river of time had no end. No one could foresee what would happen to humanity in the future. Perhaps they would destroy their enemies, or perhaps they would be destroyed by them. Regardless of the situation, the most important thing was to take care of the present. Luin only wanted to destroy the Eternals. He didn't want humanity to reach the peak of glory. He only wanted to live an ordinary life. Even if it was just a short period of time. If the Eternals were destroyed, then there would be an internal war. So what? That was humanity's own choice. However, there was a precondition: the Eternals had to be destroyed. If all the cultivators of the Six-Way Society were to vote, I believe that all of them would want to destroy the Eternals. Even if the outcome was an internal war, dying at the hands of humanity would still be better than dying at the hands of the Eternals, Luin said solemnly. Great Elder Dangu turned around and looked at Luin. We can't find our home. Luin was stunned. What did he mean? Great Elder Dangu's expression was complicated, and there was an indescribable sorrow in his eyes. We can't find our home. We had a home, and it was a magnificent world. There weren't just one or two people at my level of cultivation, but there were also people who were far stronger than me. However, all of them died. At this point, Great Elder Dangu seemed to recall something, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. For a powerhouse like him, as long as they were not facing death, fear should have long since left their minds. We struggled and fought, and we went through a great war between different races. In the end, we defeated our enemy. That enemy seemed even more terrifying than the Eternals, and they had countless powerhouses. We won. And our world was preserved. But the moment we saw the glory of victory, everything changed. They died right in front of our eyes. Great Elder Dangu clenched his fists, and blood dripped down from his fingers onto the ground. That unimaginable existence was furious. Our enemy was that existence's servant, and he was furious. He said that we shouldn't have won, that we should have been destroyed, and that he wanted everything to start over again. However, we won, so he wanted the ending to follow his plan. He set everything on its path. At that moment, I saw the truth of the universe. It was laughable, truly laughable. We thought that we had won, but how much did we pay? So many powerhouses who returned from the past died in that battle, but in the end, this was the result. Great Elder Dangu suppressed his voice. He had lost his composure, and this was the first time Luin had seen him lose his composure. His entire being sank into confusion, grief, and hatred. He stared at Luin. Those powerhouses who have survived since ancient times, those ancestors, and those who have protected us are all dead. None of them can move in front of that existence. Not a single one. He growled, why? Those powerhouses were so powerful that even I couldn't reach them, but they were easily wiped out by that existence. They had no chance of surviving, just so that the ending he had set wouldn't be disrupted. That's all, that's all. Ha 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 ha, laughable, laughable. Tell me, why did we risk our lives? Was it just to complete someone else's game? Ha 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 ha, everyone has put in countless years of hard work, but it all turned into bubbles in a single day. Only us remnant races managed to escape. This is the only pity left by that existence. Maybe, in his eyes, we can't even be considered as ants. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. When did this happen? Great Elder Dangu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a long time, he calmed down and waved his hand tiredly. Master Lu, please do as you wish. I'll rest for a while. Luin stood where he was, not daring to believe that he had heard wrongly. Powerhouses who far surpassed Great Elder Dangu had been easily wiped out by some existence. Such an existence existed? Even if the sole true God wanted to kill experts who had surpassed Grand Elder Xianxia so easily, it would be quite impossible. No, those who had surpassed Grand Elder Xianxia were at the primordial realm at the very least. It was impossible for the sole true God to kill experts at that level so easily. Elder Xianxia's words were too strange. There should not be such an existence, and if there really was one, what were they doing right now? Luin did not rush Elder Shangu and allowed him to calm down. Luin also needed some time to calm himself down. He could tell that Elder Shangu was telling the truth. Such a powerhouse had lost control of his emotions just because of his memories. Was there really a ruler in this universe who viewed everyone as ants? Was that person a human or something else? Luin finally understood why the Lost Clan had such an attitude towards the everlasting race. He had always felt that the Lost Clan lacked something. Now that he thought about it, it was their competitive spirit. They did not have the determination to fight the everlasting race. No matter how many battles they participated in, the entire Lost Clan could only passively participate under Elder Shangu's influence. Elder Shangu was afraid because he had placed his past on the current everlasting race and humans. He was afraid that after eradicating the everlasting race, an unimaginable existence would appear and return this universe to its original path. He had experienced the joy of victory, and countless people had fought for it for countless years. He had experienced the excitement of victory, but it had been instantly sent to hell and he had lost everything. He had also stayed in this universe for many, many years, and he did not want to experience it again. The conflict between humans was just an excuse. He was afraid of losing the Six Direction Society and everything he had seen. Perhaps he was also afraid of that existence. Just as he had said, that existence was omnipotent. Then what about himself? If such an existence really existed, what would happen to the primordial space, the abode one above, and himself? Several days later, Elder Shan Gu appeared in front of Luin again. He had already recovered, and he looked at Luin apologetically. Master Lu, I'm sorry. There are some things that I didn't want to talk about, but I did. Luin raised a hand and stopped Elder Shangu from speaking. He smiled. Elder, what is the purpose of living? Elder Shangu was stunned. He had thought that Luin would be as dejected as he was. After all, if such an existence really existed, then all of humanity's struggles would be meaningless. Do you think I'm lying to you? Luin shook his head and clasped his hands behind his back. Of course not. I know that you're telling the truth. Then you? Why are you still laughing? Great Elder Dangu looked at Luin, but he did not understand what he was laughing about. How many years had this matter been weighing down on his heart and the entire Lost Clan, causing them to live like ants? Among the Six Direction guilds, the Lost Clan was definitely not the weakest, but they were the most low-key. They had escaped. They had an inferiority complex. Luin stretched lazily. Life and death, this is a very serious topic. Life represents the beginning, and death represents the end. Great Elder, are you afraid of death? Of course not. Great Elder Shangu blurted out. If he was afraid of death, there wouldn't have been a bloody battle back then. Luin shrugged. Then that's fine. You're not even afraid of death, so what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that everything you do will be meaningless? Are you afraid that the person you reunite with will die again? Were they afraid that the human race would perish? To be honest, this is none of your business. Great Elder Shangu was stunned. Lu Yin's words were too rude. No one had ever spoken to him like this. His temperament gave people the feeling that he was an otherworldly expert. When he had first met Luin, he had intimidated Luin and had even said a bunch of things that extreme powerhouses could not do. This had given Luin time to think. Such a person should be a teacher, a senior expert, and someone who would be respected by others. However, he had never expected that one day, a young man would say to him, "What does this have to do with you?" Luin looked at Great Elder Shangu in amusement. Senior, aren't you thinking too much? Are you the savior of humanity? Do you have the responsibility to save all of humanity? Just take care of yourself. If that existence wants to set the trajectory, that's his business. You're unlucky to have met him, but we might not be so unlucky. Even if we were unlucky, we've already met him. If we die, everything will end. What does the rest have to do with you? Aren't you thinking too much? Or are you worried that the Lost Clan will be exterminated as well? If that's the case, then the Lost Clan might as well commit suicide. After all, we're all under someone else's control. Great Elder Shangu stared at Luin in a daze. Luin continued, "Is that existence something you can deal with? Is it something we can deal with? Since no one can, then let him be. If he really appears one day and wants our lives, then we'll just give it to him. Is there a need to be so scared? You don't even dare to connect with other civilizations. Great Elder, are you getting old? The older you get, the more afraid you are of death?" Lu Yin's words were not polite, but he was actually venting. If there really was such an existence as Great Elder Shangu had described, who would not be afraid? It would be strange if they were not afraid. Lu Yin was also afraid, but what could he do? Was he supposed to do nothing like Great Elder Shangu and just play with the Eternals? To kill time? Wait until he died and leave the problem to the future generations? Lu Yin could not do that. Master Lu, if we destroy the Eternals one day, and that existence appears to wipe out all of humanity, then the trajectory of the universe will be redrawn. What should we do then? Great Elder Dangu asked as he stared at Lu Yin. This was a question that he had pondered for a very long time. He had always wondered what he would do if he were to return to his hometown and meet his seniors, old friends, and comrades. Would he stop them? Lu Yin sighed. If we can beat them, then we'll fight them. If we can't, then we'll curse them and die. Great Elder Shangu was stunned. Curse them? Curse them? Lu Yin smiled. As a person, one should have a clear conscience. Who cares if they have other enemies? Who cares if there's an omnipotent existence? How many of our seniors have fought to the death with the Eternals? Burial Garden, the boundless expanse, those skeletons, those sounds of battle. Are they just for fun? Just for fun? I want to destroy the Eternals. Even if the final price is mutual destruction, it's still better than being tortured to death by the Eternals. I want to be worthy of those who participated in the war, and those who died for humanity. Perhaps I'll be one of them, but one day, that omnipotent existence will be destroyed. It's not like he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. I don't believe that he's invincible from the moment he's born. Great Elder Shangu had a complicated look in his eyes. He had thought about this for many years, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized that his words were meaningless. That existence could erase everything, and it was truly omnipotent. Lu Yin frowned. This old man was really stubborn. But then again, after living for so many years, he had heard all sorts of things. Lu Yin's own words were nothing special. I've met the primogenitor. Great Elder Shangu was shocked, and he looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. The primogenitor of the primordial space? Lu Yin nodded. He said that there is no limit to the universe. If there's no limit, then it's not in line with the laws of the universe. The existence you're talking about is already a kind of limit. Do you think such an existence can really play around with the universe and be omnipotent? If that's the case, then what's the point of the universe existing? Great Elder Shangu's body trembled. There was no limit? Was there really no limit? Everything has its own counter. If that existence you speak of is omnipotent, then why did the enemies of your homeworld appear? Why did the Eternals appear in our universe? He might be very strong, so strong that no one can resist him, but there must be a limit. Lu Yin was certain, and he looked at Great Elder Shangu. Perhaps you defeated the enemies of your homeworld and placed some kind of restriction on him, which is why he destroyed your homeworld. You can't see it, but that doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Perhaps he doesn't see you as ants and doesn't care if you escape, but rather that he doesn't have the ability to kill you. Great Elder Shangu wanted to refute this, but he couldn't find a reason to do so. Everything was just his own guess. Lu Yin stared at Great Elder Shangu. Do you know what realm the primogenitor is at? Great Elder Shangu shook his head. I don't know. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Eternal life. Impossible. There are no eternal powerhouses in this universe, Great Elder Shangu blurted out. Lu Yin laughed. The primogenitor alone suppressed everything in this universe. He controlled the sequence of strings. Great Elder Shangu's pupils shrank. Others might not understand. Even if Void Master and Wood God knew about the selection of sequences, they might not understand what it meant to control the sequence of strings. However, Great Elder Shangu knew. In his hometown, there had been a grand war that revolved around the sequence of strings of the universe. The last war was also related to it. The primogenitor controlled the sequence of strings? Lu Yin's voice was low. That is the origin or end of all the sequence of strings. In short, the primogenitor alone controlled it. Otherwise, the Eternals would have already destroyed this universe. Why do you think the primogenitor didn't appear? Great Elder Shangu was shocked. He had always thought that the primogenitor of the primordial space was dead. This opinion came from the Grand Empyrean. He had never come into contact with the primordial space and had never seen the era of the above heavens. Now, Lu Yin was saying that if the primogenitor really controlled the sequence of strings, then he might really be an eternal powerhouse. There was actually such a powerhouse in this universe. Lu Yin suddenly raised a finger, which startled Great Elder Dangu. Once. Great Elder Shangu was confused. Lu Yin raised another finger. Twice. Then, he raised a third finger. Thrice. You destroyed the trajectory set by that existence again and again. Do you think he is really safe? Great Elder Shangu stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. I don't believe it. There is no limit in this universe. This is what the primogenitor said. Limits go against the universe. If there is a limit, then there will be restrictions. Your homeworld won once, and that existence took action. The restrictions must have affected him. If you win again, or even twice, even if you can't kill him, you can still take revenge. Great Elder, the blood of your comrades will never be cold. They need to be poured on that existence's face. Even if you can't kill him, you need to disgust him. We in this universe will accompany you. Even if the human race is destroyed, even if the universe is rebooted, we will do our best. Lu Yin had said a lot, even more than what he had said to the 9-star civilization's mentor, Karkoan. Although all of his words were guesses, Great Elder Gu's worries stemmed from his fear of that existence. The lost race had to be connected to the Genesis space, and the sect above heaven needed to gather the strength of all civilizations to defeat the everlasting race. The everlasting race no longer had the ability to destroy civilizations one by one. Everything Lu Yin was doing was speeding up the everlasting race's destruction. The premise was that the everlasting race did not have an invincible powerhouse. 2 of the 3 masters and 6 voids had not appeared, which was an uncertain factor. Other than that, they had paid a huge price to see the everlasting race clearly. As for those who could not see clearly, such as Wei Wutian had stayed in the 3rd Calamity region and Wei Nu, they could not wait any longer. They would take the initiative to see clearly and uncover the mystery. When Mr. Mu handed the 8 astral gates to Lu Yin, it was equivalent to telling Lu Yin that it was time to act. It was time for the humans to unite and truly wage a decisive battle against the everlasting race. Great Elder Dangu looked outside silently. Lu Yin's words kept echoing in his mind. He knew that Lu Yin's words were mostly guesses, but at their level of cultivation, guesses had to be based on facts. There shouldn't be a limit. That existence could indeed be contained. Should they use victory after victory and risk the extermination of their clan time and time again to resist that existence? Great Elder, I have 2 points to make. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. Great Elder Gu looked at him. Lu Yin met his gaze. First, you don't have to worry about the people of our universe. We have our own ideas. We are willing to fight and live with the backbone of humanity. That is our business. Since the lost race does not belong to our universe, you don't have to care about us. Our life and death have nothing to do with you. Second, on the basis of the first point, although the lost race does not belong to our universe, we have not given up on you. Otherwise, you would have faced the everlasting race alone. Now that we have united to fight the everlasting race, you cannot stay out of this. Otherwise, I have my own methods. Don't blame me for being rude. I respect you very much. Your lost clan has helped me a lot, but this is not a reason for you to watch the show from the back and let us fight to the death. You have to join forces with us. This spacetime must be connected to the primordial space. I have already told you so much. If you are still not willing, don't blame me for being rude. Great Elder Dangu didn't get angry, and he just calmly looked at Lu Yin. Luin stared at him. You can take it as a threat, but you can also take it as a final piece of advice. I've already told you enough. If you still can't figure it out, then I'll have to use my own methods. I will repay the kindness that your lost clan has shown me. I will repay you personally. Connecting you to the primordial space is to deal with the overall situation of the Eternal Clan. Don't be confused about this. Great Elder Xianxia looked deeply at Luin. Master Lu, there's no need to say anything more. We are willing to connect. Luin raised an eyebrow. What was the meaning of this? Was everything he had said before nonsense? Great Elder Xianxia's gaze was complicated. Actually, I would have agreed even if you didn't have to threaten me. You are right. I am afraid that I will lose everything again. But what is there for me to care about? I don't belong here. I have always been xenophobic because I don't want to lose anything. Now, I have nothing to lose, so I don't have to be afraid of anything. As for the lost clan, we have already escaped. After escaping once, I don't want to do it again. Otherwise, our clan's courage will be gone. Master Lu, don't underestimate us. In the decisive battle in our hometown, our lost clan was also at the forefront. More than half of our clan died, but none of us retreated. Luin heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Thank you for your support, Great Elder. Great Elder Xianxia looked at Luin with admiration. In our hometown, the decisive battle was also initiated by a young man. You are both like him and not like him. Luin wasn't interested in asking. The person that the Great Elder was talking about was definitely dead. There was no need to care too much about a dead person. Senior, what level does the ancient card correspond to? Can I try to attract the ancient card now? Great Elder Xianxia shook his head. You must break through to the extreme realm, which is the progenitor realm in your primordial space. Only then can you try to attract it. The transformation of my strength is no different from an ordinary person breaking through to the progenitor realm. Great Elder Xianxia was serious. Attracting the ancient card is not child's play. If you can't attract it, you might attract that existence. Luin was shocked. That omnipotent existence? Great Elder Xianxia nodded. We can't find the way home. Maybe that existence isn't in this universe. But if you try to attract the ancient card, you might attract his attention. After all, the ancient card was given to him. He should have remembered the ancient card. What realm does the ancient card correspond to? Luin asked. He guessed that it should correspond to the primordial realm. The primordial realm was above the progenitor realm, but whether or not it was depended on Great Elder Xianxia's strength. It seemed that no one had truly forced out Great Elder Xianxia's strength. They only knew that he was definitely not weaker than the Void Master or Wood God. The Lost Clan was xenophobic, and Great Elder Xianxia rarely fought. Even when the Grand Empyrean, Patriarch Lu Yuan, and the others had fought against the only true God and the 7 sky gods, Great Elder Xianxia had used a 7-star archaic card. This was what Patriarch Lu Yuan had told Luin. Great Elder Xianxia was something that Patriarch Lu Yuan cared about. It was normal that Patriarch Lu Yuan could not see through Great Elder Xianxia, as the Lost Clan's cards were strange and difficult to see through. Lu Yin's question was actually a way to test Great Elder Xianxia's strength. Great Elder Xianxia naturally understood. The ancient card corresponds to the primordial realm. Luin was disappointed. The primordial realm meant that Great Elder Xianxia was at most a peak progenitor. It was a pity that he had not reached the primordial realm. It was a pity that he cared so much about the ancient card. Actually, this result was not surprising. If the ancient card was really that powerful, then even a Grand Empyrean would have appeared when a corner of it had been drawn over. However, the Grand Empyrean had never mentioned it. Clearly, the ancient card was not important enough for her to care about. Back then, everyone had thought that the Grand Empyrean was an apex expert. The Void Master had even said that he could see the difference between them and the Grand Empyrean, but the Grand Empyrean was actually undergoing bitter adversity. The difference that the Void Master saw was just what he thought it was. Back then, they had all thought that the ancient card surpassed apex experts, so it naturally surpassed the Grand Empyrean. However, they were all wrong. The Grand Empyrean was above the primordial realm and was on the same level as primogenitors. The Lost Clan's ancient card was once believed to be the opportunity for the humans to defeat the Eternals. Now, it seemed that some people were right. It was just a method for the Lost Clan to raise their status. The higher they raised themselves, the less people dared to provoke them, and the more stable they would be. Seeing Lu Yin's expression, Great Elder Xianxia smiled. Are you very disappointed? Lu Yin didn't hide anything. A little. The Grand Empyrean is undergoing bitter adversity, which surpasses the primordial realm. If the ancient card only corresponds to the primordial realm, then how can it help that existence? He didn't continue, but his meaning was clear. It wasn't worth much. It wasn't worth it to attract that omnipotent existence. Over such a worthless card. Great Elder Xianxia said, the ancient card does correspond to the primordial realm, but what if it isn't an ancient card? Lu Yin was surprised. Not an ancient card? Great Elder Xianxia lowered his voice slightly. Can the ancient card attract the attention of that omnipotent existence? That card carried my clan to this universe. It can be said that the survival of my clan is related to it. As for what level it is, you can think for yourself. However, for now, it is an ancient card, and it can only be an ancient card. Lu Yin understood and didn't say anything more. The Lost Clan had given him a pleasant surprise, and they might give the Eternals a pleasant surprise in the future. After dealing with the Lost Clan, Lu Yin finally calmed down. Next was the Limitless Empire. He didn't plan to use the Stargate to connect the various parallel universes. That was the connection method of the endless battlefield, and it wasn't safe. During the Above Sky Sect's bitter adversity expedition, the Stargate of the 9-star civilization had been destroyed by the spies. The spies' cultivation wasn't high, but because the Stargate belonged to the Eternals, they had a way to destroy it. In Lu Yin's opinion, the Stargate could only be a temporary passage. To truly connect the various parallel universes, it was either a coincidence, like the 3 Monarchs universes and the 5th mainland, or the Limitless Empire's method of connecting the universes. It wasn't difficult to find the Limitless Empire. Lu Yin returned to the Above Sky Sect. He saw Master Shan, Bu Qing, Fei Fei, and Hong Yi. After capturing them, Lu Yin had an idea. He wanted them to cultivate, and then use the energy source to tear through spacetime and find the universe where they were born. That universe was naturally the universe where the Limitless Empire was. Although the Limitless Empire had run away, these few were left behind as road signs. Young Master, the rest are dead. Only the 3 of them survived, Master Shan said. Lu Yin was surprised. How did they die? Master Shan said, they don't have strong wills. The Limitless Empire uses energy to fight, and if they cultivate, it will conflict with the energy. That's why the people of the Limitless Empire don't cultivate. Once they do, if their wills aren't strong enough, it's easy for them to be affected by the energy of the past, which will lead to chi deviation and death. Before they started cultivating, they also said that the Limitless Empire tried to train a group of people, but most of them failed. It's normal for them to die. The 3 of them have stronger wills. Lu Yin looked at Bu Qing and the others. They faced Lu Yin and quickly bowed. Greetings, Pathmaster. Greetings, Pathmaster. Greetings, Pathmaster. Lu Yin was satisfied. Although their cultivation isn't high, their attitude is good. How's the energy source? Master Shan said, I'm not very familiar with it. Take them to a parallel universe with a different flow of time and cultivate for a few more days. Gather here in 5 days. I'm going to the Limitless Empire, Lu Yin said. Thank you. Desert Dust is finished. Brother, I'll give you a reward. Thank you. Bu Qing and the others looked at each other with excitement and apprehension. They could finally return, but luring such a colossus to the Limitless Empire would only bring disaster to them. However, they had no choice. If they did not bring him along, they would die. Hong Yi had no misgivings, as she was the first to join Lu Yin. Her father had reached the peak of the Limitless Empire, and he would either have to step down or be crushed to death by his competitors. There was no third option, but the appearance of the Above Heaven sect had shown her a third option. By joining the Above Heaven sect and borrowing its power, they would be able to go even further in the future. "Father, I'm back." Master Shan led them away while Luin went to the wood spacetime continuum, the void god spacetime continuum, and finally the astral tree spacetime continuum. The limitless empire was not for fun. There would definitely be a huge battle, and they would not cooperate until the limitless empire was subdued. Luin did not plan on wasting time with the limitless empire. They were not a gift from Mr. Mu, so there was no friendship between them. 5 days later, Master Shan brought Buqing and the others back. At this moment, the three of them had improved their cultivation by quite a bit. Due to the different flow of time in the parallel spacetime, they had been able to cultivate for more than 5 days. Furthermore, they were already very familiar with the use of energy sources. "Let's go, Limitless Empire." Luin clasped his hands behind his back as the progenitors looked on expectantly. Buqing looked at them and felt like he had invited a wolf into his house. It had always been the Limitless Empire that made other civilizations feel this way. Now, they were about to taste their own medicine. Using the energy sources, Buqing tore through the void and found the spacetime where he had been born. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he stared at her. She took a deep breath and took a step forward, entering the spatial tear and disappearing. Right after that, Xianxia stepped out and was the second to enter. Then, he quickly followed suit, followed by Hong Yi, Su Wuwei, Big Sis, and wood carving. Finally, Luin stepped out and disappeared. They had entered the Limitless Empire spacetime. It was impossible to determine where they would appear after tearing through spacetime, but it was most likely in outer space. This time, they had appeared in outer space as well. Luin walked out of the spatial tear and looked around. There was no cultivation energy in this spacetime, which meant that no progenitors who could change the heavens and earth had appeared here. In fact, this was the situation in most parallel spacetimes. Not every parallel spacetime could produce such powerhouses. Not every spacetime was suitable for cultivation. It didn't take long for Buqing and the others to find a direction and lead them into the distance. Not long after, she reminded them, "We'll reach Limitless Emperor's capital if we continue forward. It seems like there's nothing in space, but it's actually being monitored. It won't be easy for us to enter." Luin summoned the 7-star mantis and had everyone mount it. He then spread out his 6 wings and flew at a speed comparable to the speed of time. Not even a progenitor would be able to detect them if they were standing in front of him. Buqing and Feifei were stunned. What kind of speed was this? The surroundings were actually still? Wood carving, Void Wuwei, Big Sister, and Xiaoxinji, the 4 progenitors, were not too surprising. Xiaoxinji had once possessed the power of time, so the other 3 progenitors would not be too shocked in the face of such speed. Soon after, Luin and the rest saw a huge city. It was grand and majestic as it stretched across the heavens. It was similar to the above the heavens, but not as large. From a distance, it looked like a horizontal mirror. The closer they got, the clearer they could see the layout of the city. It was clearly a city of science and technology. The city was built in the starry sky. The 7-star mantis could easily charge into the city, and the imperial city could not stop its speed. However, Luin did not underestimate this place. The imperial city could not stop the 7-star mantis because it was too large, but it would be different if they went to Emperor Shang's territory. There were mechas there that could fight against Sequence Law's powerhouses, and Emperor Shang's unlimited mecha was known as the Sovereign. It was said that it was indestructible, and it was protected by Optimus Prime and the other 12-ring mechas. It would not be easy to deal with, which was why Luin had brought wood carving and the rest along. The Limitless Empire was a powerful civilization that was qualified to fight against the Eternals. There was no need to start a war right away, so it was best to understand the situation first. Their target was the Empire's chief minister, Hong Yin. After entering the capital, Hong easily found his home. There was a courtyard in the capital near Emperor Shang's imperial court. It was simple and unadorned, completely different from the futuristic style of the entire city. This courtyard was not the only one, as there were many similar courtyards all around. It did not seem to fit in with the rest of the city, but it was second only to the imperial court in the entire Limitless Empire. It was only separated by a single wall, and the people who lived here were the noblest people in the entire Limitless Empire. Hong Yi's home was in that courtyard. The chief minister of the empire was in charge of logistics. He did not seem to be very powerful, but his authority was immense. He could even directly influence the empire's expeditionary army, and he was undoubtedly one of the higher-ups in the entire limitless empire. Within the courtyard, Hong Yan was lost in thought as he stared at a star chart that depicted the sixth mainland. He only had one daughter, and now that she had been captured, he would look at the star chart every day, hoping that one day, the limitless empire would be able to kill their way into that spacetime and rescue his daughter. He was different from Fei Yan. Fei Yan's actions were too obvious, but Hong Yan could not. He was the chief minister of the empire, and if his actions were too obvious, he would lose his position. But how could he get the limitless empire to kill their way into that spacetime? The only way was to use the 13-ring energy. That spacetime had the possibility of giving the limitless empire 13-ring energy, and as long as he could turn this possibility into reality, Emperor Shang would definitely not ignore it. Therefore, apart from meeting Emperor Shang every day, he would go to the research institute to test the energy of that spacetime. As long as he could obtain the 13-ring energy, everything would be fine. Even though that spacetime was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Father. Hong Yan was startled. He seemed to have heard his daughter's voice. No, it was an illusion. He smiled bitterly. He missed his daughter so much that he was hallucinating. Thinking back to the time when she was born, and her naive and adorable appearance, Hong Yan's eyes turned red. He hid his emotions in the bottom of his heart, and he could not let Emperor Shang discover them. However, he had to find the 13-ring energy. Thinking of this, his gaze was firm. He turned around and was about to go to the research institute. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. A few people had appeared behind him, and among them, he saw his daughter. Little Yi? Hong Yi was excited. Father. Hong Yan stepped forward to hug his daughter, but instinctively stopped him. He looked at the people beside Hong Yi, Bu Qing, and Fei Yan. They were all here. However, he looked at Mu Feng, Big Sister, and the others. Who are you? Is this the star chart of the sixth mainland? A voice came from behind, and Hong Yan turned around. Another person had appeared in front of the star chart. He was very young, and he was looking at the star chart with great interest. Hong Yan's eyes narrowed, and he suppressed his excitement at seeing his daughter. He regained his composure. Are you from the fifth mainland? Luin looked at Hong Yan and smiled. My name is Luin, and I'm the Tao Master of the fifth mainland's above heaven sect. You can call me Master Lu. Humans needed light, and Limitless Empire also had light. Where there was light, there was also darkness. The sky darkened, and Big Sister and the others were no longer in the courtyard. They had gone out shopping, and Bu Qing and the others were leading the way. Only Luin stayed behind to talk to Hong Yan. Hong Yan already knew what had happened, but he could not accept it. It had always been the Limitless Empire that invaded other parallel spacetimes, conquering and occupying them. But now, they were being targeted by someone else. Of course, such things had happened before, and the Limitless Empire had also been invaded by powerful enemies, but they had not done this. That powerful enemy had attacked as soon as they entered the spacetime, and war had immediately broken out. At this moment, Hong Yan looked at the man in front of him. This person was not seeking revenge, as he had not suffered any losses. He just wanted to obtain the Limitless Empire. Is that Dizun Mecha that powerful? Luin was curious. Hong Yan respectfully replied, very powerful. Even when the enemy attacked the Empire and destroyed Optimus Prime, they were unable to destroy the Dizun Mecha. In the end, it was Emperor Shang of that generation who dealt with the enemy. Luin was interested. The mecha is powerful, but your bodies are your greatest weakness. Do you think that if I suddenly attacked Emperor Shang, he would have time to enter the mecha? Hong Yan bitterly replied, of course not. As long as you can enter the imperial court without being discovered, you can control Emperor Shang. The Dizun mecha is in the imperial court, and Emperor Shang only needs 1 second to enter. You can only control Emperor Shang for 1 second. Lu Yan's lips curled up. That's enough. Hong Yan sighed. He knew that the limitless empire was finished. This empire might not have been a match for that space-time, but now, that enemy had quietly entered the capital. Even if Emperor Xiang was not controlled, what about the others? He did not really think that those powerhouses had gone shopping. They had all scattered, and they had understood the capital in the shortest time possible. This limitless empire might have a new master. However, would Optimus Prime be so easy to control? Hong Yan felt uneasy. He was standing on Lu Yin's boat. If Lu Yin controlled the limitless empire, he could be considered to have contributed. If he failed, Lu Yin and the others would definitely be able to leave, but he would be in trouble. Master Lu, are your people going to control Optimus Prime? Hong Yan asked. Lu Yin did not hide anything. Of course. Didn't you say that Optimus Prime was protecting Emperor Xiang? If we don't deal with them, how can we deal with Emperor Xiang? Hong Yan was worried. It's not easy to control Optimus Prime. Lu Yin looked outside. Let's try. If it doesn't work, we'll use force. Hong Yan was nervous. He did not know what was waiting for him. He did not blame Hong Yi. Originally, the Limitless Empire's people could rely on the enemy. This was a life-saving method, and Emperor Xiang had tacitly agreed to it. However, he had been implicated. Whether it was because of his daughter or his own life, this was the only path left for him. He had no other choice. The Limitless Empire's capital was divided into 5 rings with the Imperial Court as the center. The Imperial Court was not counted. The first ring was where Hong Yan's family's courtyard was located. As for Optimus Prime, it was the power that guarded the Imperial Court. It was distributed in 5 directions. Thank you. Desert Dust, brother, I'll give you the reward. Thank you. I've been socializing for the past few days. My head hurts. I can't even stay up late to write. I'll have to go on a business trip in 2 days. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. The next volume, Invincible, is about to start. With Buqing leading the way, Mu Yin saw the huge mecha on the walls of the Imperial Court. The mecha was inside the Imperial Court and only a small part of it could be seen. Hence, it wasn't too conspicuous. This mecha is called Killer King. It belongs to Optimus Prime, Huanzhan. Huanzhan is the chief instructor of the Empire Academy. He taught the current Emperor Xiang. This mecha is equipped with the sharpest weapon in the history of Limitless Empire. That weapon is called Killer King. Hence, this mecha is also called Killer King, Buqing introduced. The wood carving looked up. The sharpest weapon? He really wanted to experience it. What about Huanzhan? Mu Yin asked. Buqing shook his head. I can only bring you here. My identity can't be exposed. Even in the past, I didn't have the right to meet Lord Huanzhan. His status is higher than my father. Even Emperor Xiang has to be polite to him. Photo, Mu Yin said. Buqing found Huanzhan's photo easily. This wasn't a secret. After all, he was the chief instructor of the Empire Academy. Optimus Prime wasn't a secret either. Mu Yin grabbed a handful of dust and raised his hand. The dust flew with the wind towards the Imperial Court. It flew past the walls, past Killer King, and flew into the distance. He's in the mecha. Buqing said, what should we do? Wait. On the other side, Big Sister also saw an unlimited mecha under Hong Yi's lead. This limitless mecha is called Agony. It belongs to Optimus Prime. Lording Do rarely makes a move, but every time he does, he brings pain to his enemies. That's why he's the most feared of the Optimus Primes, Reddy said nervously. Big Sister sneered. What's the use of using external objects to reach such heights? Hong Yi was much smarter than Buqing. She had already prepared a photo of the 5 people. Big Sister glanced at it and then stared at the Imperial Court. He's in the mecha. Lord, what should we do now? Find another one. At this moment, Su Wuwei also quickly led the way and saw an unlimited mech called Immortal. The owner of this mech was called Jiao Feng, and he was standing on the city wall at this moment. He knew that Jiao Feng was finished. If he didn't stay in the mecha, he would be an ordinary person. Su Wuwei made his move because Jiao Feng was about to enter the mech. Once he entered the mech, he would not be able to control him unless he broke the mech. On the city wall, Jiao Feng could directly enter the mecha from here. Just as he walked to the front of the mecha, his body froze. He couldn't move. His eyes darted around. What was going on? Why can't I move? Su Wuwei easily controlled Jiao Feng. It's done. Without the mecha, what would Limitless Empire amount to in front of this spacetime civilization? Su Wuwei contacted Lu Yin. Lu Yin grunted. Thank you, Senior. It's no trouble. He's just an ordinary person. As soon as he finished speaking, a shrill alarm sounded in the imperial capital. In front of Su Wuwei, the infinite mecha named Immortal glowed red, attracting the attention of the entire imperial capital. Su Wuwei was dumbfounded. What was going on? Fei Fei's expression changed drastically. Not good, we've been discovered. In front of the immortal mecha, Jiao Feng's eyes darkened. Someone wanted to control him. Was it an outsider? Or an insider? He didn't know, but this person was too naive. They were ordinary people and could be easily controlled. In order to deal with this situation, Optimus Prime and the other four had a strict time to leave the mecha. They couldn't return earlier or later. Once the timing was wrong, even if it was only for a second, the entire imperial capital would be alerted. After all, Optimus Prime represented the safety of Limitless Empire and Emperor Xiang. There was no room for carelessness. He was controlled and returned to the mecha late, which naturally led to the alarm. No one except Optimus Prime and the other four knew about this. Even the eldest Prince Shang Tianzong, the fifth Prince Shangqing, and the ninth Princess Shang Anan didn't know, let alone Hong Yan. But now, it didn't matter whether they knew or not. Jiao Feng was in trouble, and the entire imperial capital was mobilized. In the center of the imperial capital, Emperor Shang's body sank and directly entered the mecha. After so many years, the limitless imperial capital welcomed another enemy. Boom! The earth shook, and a mecha landed beside Jiao Feng. It stood on the ground outside the city wall and stared at Jiao Feng. Jiao Feng still couldn't move. Su Wuwei was helpless. He didn't expect that something would happen here. In this case, he could only attack. This mecha wanted to grab Jiao Feng. Jiao Feng couldn't move. Obviously, he was controlled. He had to take him away first. At this time, Su Wuwei attacked. The Taishan field was released in the entire imperial capital. Ordinary people couldn't see the lines in the space. Su Wuwei wouldn't attack ordinary people. Instead, he attacked the mechas at the same time. There were at least 20 unlimited mechas in the imperial capital. Except for Optimus Prime's mecha, the rest were outside the imperial capital. When Su Wuwei attacked, half of the mechas fell to the ground. Not every mecha could fight against such a strong person. To fight against Su Wuwei, one had to have at least 12 rings. Su Wuwei was a strong person with sequence rules. The unlimited mecha that wanted to take Jiao Feng away was Xianxia. Xianxia was attacked by the Taishan field. The destructive force formed by the collision of the virtual god's power forced him back. The surface of his body and ring energy shield were distorted. In Xianxia, a middle-aged man was shocked. Such strong destructive power? The mechas were all sounding the alarm. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He slashed at Su Wuwei, who was locked on by the mecha. Above Su Wuwei's head, a pot appeared. It was his natal virtual god. The virtual god's power surged wildly. However, it was cut open by the sword. The sword went straight for the pot. Su Wuwei couldn't believe it. His virtual god's power was cut open? What a sharp sword. The blade cut through the void effortlessly and landed on the wok with a loud sound. Cracks appeared on the wok, which made Su Wuwei feel as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. It was too sharp. It was not that his strength was inferior to the Imperial Killer, but that the blade was too sharp. It was unimaginably sharp. However, no matter how sharp the sword was, it was fine as long as it didn't cut. At this moment, a slash appeared from afar, slashing horizontally at the side of the Imperial Killer's saber. The saber of the Imperial Killer was incomparably gigantic. Compared to it, this slash was so small that it was almost invisible. However, it was precisely this slash that managed to push the gigantic saber away. The terrifying slash force caused everyone to look over. Another expert had arrived. At the same time, battles broke out in two other directions. The red spider lilies bloomed. Big Sister attacked the infinite agony mecha. Xianxia fought against an infinite agony mecha that was engraved with flowers. This infinite agony mecha was called Flower Rain. The owner of this mecha was Emperor Shang's younger sister, Xianxia. Fierce battles broke out in all directions of the imperial court. The entire imperial capital was alerted and everyone evacuated. Hong Yan stood in the courtyard, looking at the battle in the distance with a pale face. He was watching the wooden carving battle against Xianxia. He was very clear about how strong Xianxia was. He had seen many empire scrolls and knew that Xianxia wasn't created solely for Huanzhan. Instead, he had been created a long time ago. Huanzhan was only the master of this generation's Xianxia. Xianxia had an unparalleled blade that was so sharp that it could slice through the void. Ordinary people would be injured just by looking at it. It was the sharpest material in the history of the Limitless Empire. It represented the Empire's blade. But at this moment, he actually saw someone fighting against Xianxia head-on. Xianxia's every slash was blocked by that person, and Xianxia was forced to retreat with each slash. Who were these people exactly? They were simply terrifyingly strong. Hong Yan looked back at Luyin. Luyin was also watching this scene. Interesting, as expected of a 12-ring soul arcana. That limitless mecha had actually withstood Luyin's attack. Senior had even used the laws of the sequence. Although he couldn't see the particles, Luyin could sense that they were the laws of the sequence. However, it had still been blocked by that giant blade. A 12-ring soul armature indeed had the strength to fight against a sequence law powerhouse. However, it would still be defeated before long. A mecha wasn't a human, and it had a limit. Blocking Senior was already its limit. The imperial capital was in chaos. The battle between Optimus Prime and a progenitor caused spacetime to be unable to calm down. Luyin was calm. Hong Yan. Hong Yan hurriedly looked at Luyin. Master Lu? Let's go to the research center. Hong Yan was stunned and looked at the battle in the distance. Coincidentally, Huangxia's sword sliced through the void and split it in two, revealing a world of nothingness. Hong Yan was stunned. If this had been his unlimited mecha, it would have been destroyed. Luyin didn't care. Lead the way. Hong Yan admired Lu Yin's spirit. He was able to remain calm in the face of such a magnificent battlefield. Hong Yan didn't know what Luyin had experienced. Was this battle very intense? No, it was far from enough to make Luyin pay attention. This was just a small battle, nothing more. He could leave it to Senior Woodcut and the others. He just wanted to see the research center. If a 12-ring soul armature could fight against a sequence law powerhouse, then what level could a 13-ring soul armature reach? 7 sky gods? Or the primordial realm? The primordial realm wasn't likely, as that was another level. However, it should be able to fight against the 7 sky gods. If it was possible, Luyin would fully support the research and strive to have more powerhouses on his side. The Eternals wanted to use numbers to suppress the humans, but Luyin wanted to use numbers to suppress the Eternals. He would use all means. Thus, the Limitless Empire couldn't be destroyed. He specifically reminded them that the Optimus Prime mecha was very precious. Hong Yan led the way, and Luyin took him to a parallel timeline and entered the Imperial Capital's research center. Within the Imperial Capital, the Limitless Empire attached great importance to the research center. After all, it was the foundation of their power. Luyin followed Hong Yan all the way to the research center, but he couldn't understand what he saw. There were all kinds of powers that the Limitless Empire had gathered from various parallel universes. There were many people here, all of whom were geniuses of the Limitless Empire's research center. The ground shook from time to time, causing dust to fall. These people were indifferent. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death, but that the research center was so sturdy that they weren't afraid of the war outside. The sharpest material discovered in the history of the Limitless Empire was given to Xianxia. The toughest material was used to create Emperor Shang's unlimited mecha and the research institute. Thus, this was the safest place in the limitless empire and was located within the imperial court. It could be said that even Emperor Shang would protect this place. Back then, a strong enemy attacked the empire and almost destroyed the entire Optimus Prime. Xianxia was smashed into pieces and could only rely on the emperor to resist. In that battle, the research institute was not damaged at all, Hong Yan explained. Lu Ying followed Hong Yan all the way. Emperor Shang would never have dreamed that he had entered the place he cared about the most and believed to be the safest. The research of the astral source was the most important thing in the research institute. A large number of people were transferred to study it, and it was located in the deepest part of the research institute. Hong Yan brought Lu Ying here, but the people around acted as if they didn't see them. There was only a white-haired old man who kept giving orders. This is the director of the research institute. The 12-ring energy was developed by his mentor. The director's wish is to develop a 13-ring energy and surpass his mentor, Hong Yan introduced in a low voice. Lu Ying placed his hands behind his back and watched. The astral source was analyzed by various instruments and data was reported from time to time. The white-haired old man frowned as he studied it. This kind of state was somewhat crazy, but only this kind of person could do what ordinary people couldn't. The ground shook and the research institute exploded. The white-haired old man straightened up. What happened? Why did they fight all the way here? It's Xianxia. Xianxia cut off the upper echelons of the research institute. The white-haired old man roared, Xianxia betrayed us? No, it's the enemy who led the attack and cut off the imperial court. The white-haired old man had a headache. As expected, a space-time that can produce 13-ring energy is terrifyingly powerful. Perhaps they have a creature that can rival a 13-ring energy. No, they definitely do. Otherwise, this kind of energy can't reach the 13-ring level. Although the Empire retreated in time, we were still targeted. Lu Ying asked, then what should we do? Can the Empire stop them? The white-haired old man sighed. It's difficult. If the enemy uses a creature that can rival a 13-ring energy, the Empire definitely won't be able to stop them. The difference between a 12-ring and a 13-ring is huge. But if the enemy doesn't use that creature, the Empire won't lose. The Emperor is very strong and Optimus Prime isn't weak. But the enemy has a lot of experts. The Sovereign and Optimus Prime won't be enough, Lu Ying said. As long as the other party can't destroy Dizun, it's fine. They can. At this point, the white-haired old man angrily rebuked, who dares to answer? Who is it? Everyone looked at Lu Ying. Lu Ying placed his hands behind his back and smiled at the white-haired old man. Nice to meet you, sect master of the above heaven sect, Lu Ying. The white-haired old man stared at Lu Ying in a daze, his left hand slowly reaching behind his back. Lu Ying looked at him. Do you have any means to protect yourself? Looks like you've recognized me. The old man stared at Lu Ying. You are a cultivator. Not bad. Cultivators from the civilization that attacked the Empire. Yes. How did you get in? The old man saw Hong Yan. Did you betray the Empire? Hong Yan was helpless and didn't speak. According to your Empire's philosophy, it's not strange for him to betray you, Lu Ying said. The white-haired old man laughed. It seems that you know our limitless empire very well. Probably. Lu Ying sized up the white-haired old man. You can do as you please. I'm not stopping you, and I have no intention of stopping you. You can only truly communicate with me after you've exhausted all your means. The white-haired old man's gaze turned cold. You are very confident. Lu Ying smiled faintly. So far, there is nothing in this space-time that can threaten me. The white-haired old man glanced around, and everyone looked at Lu Ying with surprise and apprehension. What are you looking at? Do your own thing, the white-haired old man shouted. He had great prestige here. Although everyone was afraid of Lu Ying, they still did their own things. The earth shook, and a wisp of dust flew in front of the white-haired old man and Lu Ying. The white-haired old man slowly walked to a corner and said as he walked, this place has the ability to protect itself. If you can break my self-defense mechanism, I will surrender to you according to the Empire's principles. I hope you won't harm the Huan Energy Research Institute. Luyin nodded. Of course. In the entire Limitless Empire, the strongest defense was the Dizun mecha. Although there were self-defense mechanisms here, they couldn't surpass the Dizun. This wasn't because Luyin understood the Limitless Empire, but because he understood human nature. If Emperor Shang died, the Research Institute would still exist. It would just be a wedding dress for someone else, and it would be meaningless to Emperor Shang. Therefore, the Dizun mecha was the Limitless Empire's strongest defense. If Luyin couldn't even break the self-defense mechanism of the Research Institute, how could he break the Dizun mecha? What he wanted was to suppress the entire Limitless Empire. This was also why he didn't want the 5 mechas of Optimus Prime to be destroyed. Even if it was an external force, it was still a powerful force that could fight against a Sequence Law Realm Master. The white-haired old man had walked to the corner and looked back at Luyin. Seeing that Luyin really didn't intend to stop him, his heart sank. This person was either confident or arrogant. No matter which one it was, it meant that he had great strength. He had never experienced this feeling before. Let this old man see whether you're confident or arrogant. As he thought about it, he did something. Light spots appeared in the entire Huan Energy Research Institute and then gathered toward Luyin. They condensed into light walls from all directions, like a prison, trapping Luyin and Hong Yan inside. These light spots could be controlled and appeared anywhere in the Research Institute. This was the Research Institute's self-defense mechanism. Hong Yan was shocked. Wall light? Didn't you say the research failed? The white-haired old man sneered. Since the Empire has a mission that allows people to surrender, it naturally has methods to prevent betrayal. This wall light is one of them. Sir, as long as you can walk out of it, I will be convinced. Hong Yan's face was ashen. Luyin looked at him. What happened? Hong Yan scolded Luyin for being careless, but he didn't dare to show it. He said in a low voice, the wall light is the most advanced technology that the Empire once discovered in a civilization. I can't explain the specific technology. After all, I'm not a member of the Research Institute. However, this wall light defended against the Empire's attack and blocked the attacks of 3 12-ring mechas. In the end, it was broken by Huangsha's slash. It may not be as strong as the Dizun mecha, but it's already the most invincible defense in the Empire. If it's not as sharp as Huangsha, it can't break the wall light. The white-haired old man nodded. You didn't come to the Research Institute in vain. You're right. This wall light is indeed second only to the Dizun mecha's defense, but it's not much worse. If you can break it, it means that you can also break the Dizun mecha's defense. If you're strong, the Research Institute can surrender. Luyin raised his hand and placed it on the wall light. He exerted force, but it didn't budge. Interesting. He continued to increase his strength until it was the strongest he could reach without using his unlimited inner world and visualization. However, it still couldn't move the wall light. The white-haired old man was proud. He had researched the wall light for more than 10 years. Although it couldn't compare to his mentor's 12-ring research, it was enough to go down in history. After all, before the wall light, the Limitless Empire's defense either came from materials or ring energy shields. However, he had innovated the Empire's defense method. Although it couldn't be popularized yet, there was always the possibility of it being popularized in the future. It would bring about a leap in the Empire's strength. Hong Yan looked at Luyin nervously. He had to break it. If he couldn't, it would be troublesome for them to be trapped here. This wall light could block the attacks of all 12-ring mechas except for Huangsha. It was also a problem whether this person's subordinates could break it. He didn't want to be punished by the Empire for betraying them. Luyin praised, it's a pretty good defense. To be honest, it's very difficult to break. Even sequence law powerhouses would find it troublesome. The white-haired old man wasn't happy about Luyin's words. Instead, he felt uneasy because Luyin was too calm. This was not the attitude of someone who had been imprisoned. The calmer Luyin was, the colder the old man felt. Luyin glanced at the old man and then pulled out many weapons from his cosmic ring. There were all sorts of strange weapons, but they all had one thing in common: they were difficult to use. That's right, these were the weapons that he had obtained from the monster ancestor. The monster ancestor had created many weapons for himself, and he had used the rarest of materials. Even the Daosor sect had been distressed by these materials, and Luin had finally obtained them from the bottom of the astral river. He had wanted to dissect them, but he hadn't had the time to do so. Some of these weapons were extremely large, while others were extremely small. In any case, they weren't suitable for use. Luin began to experiment, and he used these weapons to cut at the wall light one by one. He could break through the wall light on his own, but he wasn't confident that he wouldn't enter the research center. Since he had weapons, then he might as well use them. The white-haired old man, Hong Yan, and the people from the research center all stared blankly at Luin as he tried out various weapons. There was a slash, and there was a stab. Although these weapons couldn't be used no matter how one looked at it, the wall light was pierced through. The white-haired old man's mouth fell open. How could such a thing happen? Hong Yan was stunned as well. The wall light was a defense that only Xianxia's sharpest blade could break through, but Luin had actually managed to tear a hole in the wall light by using all sorts of strange weapons. Luin smiled. Sorry, there are too many weapons, and some of them are very sharp. They broke through. The white-haired old man had considered the possibility that Luin could break through the wall light with his own unimaginable strength or take out a peerless weapon. Either way, it would have been shocking, but it wouldn't have been too surprising. However, in this situation, it seemed like Luin had used a trick. Did this count? Even Hong Yan felt that Luin was lucky to have so many sharp weapons. Luin put away the monster ancestor's weapon. Actually, there was another weapon that could easily tear through the wall light, and that was Death God Go Lian. Luin didn't know what material Go Lian was made of, but it was extremely sharp, and it was definitely much sharper than Xianxia's. Using Death God Go Lian would be able to tear through the wall light like paper. However, there was no need for that. No matter how sharp a weapon was, it was useless if it couldn't be used. Enemies wouldn't just stand there and let you cut through them like the wall light. Otherwise, there was no need to cultivate, and it would be better to just look for materials. The Limitless Empire wasn't a cultivation civilization, so they were interested in materials. Luin walked out of the wall and smiled. Sir, you can fulfill your promise now. The white-haired old man smiled bitterly. Sir, you're really... At this moment, the ground shook violently, and the old man's expression changed. Dizun has made his move. Luin raised his eyebrows. Dizun of Emperor Shang? The old man looked at Luin. Do you want to see Dizun's move? Luin gestured for him to go ahead. Soon, a screen appeared in the research center, and it showed the battle in Imperial capital. Mu Carving, Big Sister, Su Wuwei, and Xianxia were fighting against Optimus Prime's huge mecha. Before Luin came to the research center, Optimus Prime had sent out 4 mechas, but now, only 3 were still standing. 2 had fallen, which meant that when Luin was in the research center, Optimus Prime had sent out all 5 mechas, but 2 were still defeated. Xiaoxinji's divine sword domain covered the sky above Imperial capital, bringing a terrifying pressure. Su Wuwei's virtual god power covered the entire Imperial capital like air. Pluto also walked out from behind Big Sister. The most dazzling was Mu Carving. When the screen was opened, Mu Carving's long sword cut the back of Killer Huang's mecha into 2. Mu Carving's sequence order was break. Although it wasn't sharp, it was sharp enough to block the order. After all, Killer Huang was a mecha controlled by someone. When facing a sequence order expert of the same level, especially one who was good at fighting like Mu Carving, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. However, if he met an opponent who didn't reach the sequence order, Killer Huang would be slaughtered. Killer Huang's fall attracted Dizun. In the Imperial capital, a huge mecha that was half the size of the other mechas walked out. With the power of heaven, it punched at Mu Carving. The mecha's fist instantly turned red and pierced through the void. It was as if the white sky was dyed red and black. The wooden carving's eyes were piercingly cold as he sensed danger. He stared at Dizun and slowly raised his long blade before slashing out. This slash had once injured the corpse god and had the terrifying power to break through the defense of the 7 heavenly gods. This slash was called Void, and it could cut through the rules. The sword slashed through. The venerable sovereign's punch was stopped, and his attack was forcibly restrained. However, the terrible power of his punch still blasted out and sent the wooden carving flying. Within the research facility, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What a powerful punch! This sovereign definitely had the destructive power of a 7 sky gods. After all, he had gathered all the resources of the limitless empire. Senior brother Wood Carving Strike was only able to restrain his attack, but it was still unable to block the remaining power. On the surface, inside the Dizun mecha, Emperor Shang was shocked. He had actually blocked his punch. Even a 12-ring mecha wouldn't be able to withstand his punch. The Dizun mecha was fundamentally different from other mechas. Even if all the 12-ring mechas in the Limitless Empire worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat a Dizun mecha. This was the reason why the previous generations of Emperor Shang had the confidence to suppress the Limitless Empire. But at this moment, his fist was actually blocked by this foreign enemy. Being able to block a punch meant that this person was qualified to fight against sovereigns. No wonder he could defeat Xianxia. Such a strong opponent couldn't be left alive. As he thought about it, he took a step forward. The venerable sovereign was too huge. With just one step, he went from the imperial court to the imperial capital. What greeted him was a divine sword domain. The huge blade slashed down from above. Bang! With a loud bang, a wall appeared around the Dizun. The divine sword domain couldn't break through it. A long sword formed in the Dizun's hand, and it broke through the divine sword domain. Then, it slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. So strong? He had originally thought that this civilization would be easy to deal with. Lu Yin hadn't underestimated the Limitless Empire. After all, they had the confidence to tear through parallel universes and plunder countless resources. That was why he had brought senior brother Wood Carving and the others here. But now, it seemed that even if they worked together, they still wouldn't be able to break through the Dizun. The white-haired old man from the research facility sighed. The Dizun was indeed terrifyingly strong. It was enough to turn this situation around. If they could research the 13 rings and use the Dizun to drive it, what would happen? The white-haired old man's eyes blazed. Hong Yan's face was ashen. She had once again witnessed the Dizun's invincible might. This civilization was strong, but they still couldn't defeat the Dizun. No, even if these people left the Limitless Empire, she had to follow. The Dizun sword tore through the void, and Xianxia hurriedly fled. In another direction, Su Wuwei attacked the Dizun with his void spirit power, but the Dizun didn't move. A bead appeared behind Su Wuwei and charged towards him from a mecha in the distance. The mecha's name was Qiu Dao, and its owner was Yi. This mecha didn't have strong destructive power, but it was the best at analyzing energy in the entire Limitless Empire. It was also the best at analyzing an opponent's weaknesses. When Su Wuwei attacked the Dizun, this mecha attacked at the right time. Fortunately, Su Wuwei was able to dodge with his control of space. Even so, he couldn't participate in the battle against the Dizun. Big Sis' opponent was the Rain of Flowers mecha. Her original mecha had already fallen, so this Rain of Flowers mecha was no match for her. But if she wanted to win, she would need to spend some time. The Dizun obviously wouldn't give her that time. He raised his sword and slashed. In the underground research facility, Lu Yin's eyes grew cold. It seemed that it was time to act. He took a step forward, and his body disappeared. The white-haired old man saw Lu Yin disappear. He's going to act? He's just a young man. Hong Yan's face turned ugly. He's the master of that cultivation civilization. The white-haired old man was shocked, but he didn't say anything else. Because Lu Yin had already appeared in the light screen, standing in the sky above the imperial capital. The Dizun cut the red spider lily with his sword, and Big Sis hurriedly dodged. On the other side, Mu Engraving's blade swept past and slashed on the Dizun's wall light. The wall light was cut by the sequence law, but the Dizun mecha was unharmed. Emperor Shang had been waiting for Mu Engraving to act. Among these people, Mu Engraving posed the greatest threat to him. Mu Engraving's slash was a deliberate flaw. When Mu Engraving slashed, the wall light appeared again, trapping Mu Engraving's blade inside. Even if Mu Engraving could pull out his blade, it would take time unless he gave up his own blade. It was almost impossible for such an expert to give up his blade. Emperor Shang saw this point and threw a punch at Mu Engraving. Mu Engraving's eyes narrowed. He didn't do anything, but his body suddenly disappeared, just in time to avoid the Dizun's punch. Within the Dizun, Emperor Shang was confused. What's going on? How can he avoid this punch? Luin saw clearly that Mu Engraving had used tracing the past. The battle was in a deadlock, and only he could break it. Slowly clenching his fist, Lu Yin's eyes suddenly widened as an endless inner world appeared. Lines of power collided, and time froze as he punched at the Dizun. In an instant, a warning sounded from within the Dizun, and Emperor Shang immediately locked onto Luin. What is this? Before he could react, Lu Yin's punch had already broken through the wall light and landed on the Dizun's body with a loud bang. The entire void exploded, the ground shattered, and the sky cracked. Dark cracks spread out in all directions. It was as if thunder had exploded above the Limitless Empire's capital. The Dizun retreated step by step, almost losing his footing and sinking deep into the ground with each step. Luin looked at his own fist and saw that it was still ineffective. The power of his punch was about the same as Mu Engraving's void slash. Mu Engraving couldn't break through the Dizun and could only break the wall light. He looked at the Dizun in amazement. It was really tough. No wonder it was confident that it couldn't be destroyed. Lu Yin's punch had shocked too many people. Not to mention the people from the Limitless Empire, even Emperor Shang was stunned. Was this a punch that a human could throw? The white-haired old man and Hong Yan were also stunned. They were just ordinary people, and they didn't think that a person could have such destructive power without using any weapons. Breaking the wall light with one punch? It turned out that this person was just playing a game. He had the ability to break the wall light without using any strange weapons. At this moment, even Mu Engraving was shocked by Luin. He hadn't seen Lu Yin's strength after returning from the Mirage Domain. He had only heard that Luin had defeated Di Qiong and suppressed the 9th grade Lotus Sovereign, but hearing and seeing were two different things. This punch had shocked Mu Engraving, Xianxia, Su Wuwei, and even Big Sis. All eyes in the capital were focused on Luin, and all of them were filled with disbelief. Luin looked at his fist. I can't break it. I can only suppress it. He looked at the Dizun. I'll treat you like one of the 7 sky gods. But there's one thing you can't compare to. You're too clumsy. After he finished speaking, he visualized the starry sky land in his heart. At the same time, the starry sky of the Limitless Empire was released. Emperor Shang instinctively felt danger. This Dizun gave him a feeling that he couldn't protect himself. He stared at Luin. Who are you? Why did you attack the Limitless Empire? Luin looked at Emperor Shang. I'll tell you after I kill you. Emperor Shang gritted his teeth. What a joke. Can you break the Dizun? Luin raised his hand, and the land expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire capital. It was as if the land was flipping over. Suppress. The land pressed down on the Dizun. The Dizun was the tallest person in the capital. No one was taller than him. He could only withstand the land's suppression. The Dizun raised his arms and pressed against the land. With a boom, the terrifying suppression forced the Dizun to one knee. Inside, Emperor Shang's expression changed. What kind of power is this? It was as if the Dizun wasn't pressing against a piece of land, but against the entire universe. The weight was still pressing down. Your Majesty, let me do it. You controlled the mecha and attacked the land. The rain of flowers also attacked the land. But it was useless. The land couldn't be moved. Luin was calm. Even Count of the Wind vomited blood, let alone them. But it was still not enough. Although the Dizun wasn't as strong as Count of the Wind, his defense was extremely strong. The wordless heavenly book appeared, and golden light covered the Limitless Empire, bringing vitality to the land. Having vitality and not having vitality were two different concepts. When vitality appeared on the land, the Dizun's arms fell, and cracks appeared. Emperor Shang's face turned red. He couldn't hold on. The Dizun couldn't hold on. How could there be such a terrifying person? When the limitless empire was in danger, it was the Dizun who turned the tide. But now, even the Dizun couldn't do anything. The research facility continued to crack. The white-haired old man looked on in shock. He knew that cracks had already appeared in the Dizun, which meant that it had surpassed its limit and could not hold on any longer. Besides Emperor Xiang, he understood the Dizun the best. Hong Yan clenched her fists and looked on excitedly. She had made the right bet by surrendering to these people. "Your Majesty, give up," the white-haired old man said. The white-haired old man spoke, his voice transmitted into Emperor Xiang's ears. Emperor Xiang was filled with grief and indignation as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the crack growing bigger and bigger, he helplessly roared, "I've lost." Darkness enveloped the limitless empire, bringing despair to the capital. Luin was like a god in the eyes of countless people in the limitless empire. He was a god that could make the Dizun kneel. Hearing Emperor Xiang admit defeat, Luin clasped his hands behind his back. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Luin, above heaven's pathmaster from the primordial space. From now on, the limitless empire will listen to me." Emperor Xiang's expression turned ugly, but he did not refute. In fact, they knew that they would encounter an unimaginably strong enemy one day if they kept on conquering parallel universes. But what could they do? The limitless empire needed resources, and if they did not do this, they would not have any resources. Without resources, they would not be able to maintain their internal consumption. This was a vicious cycle, and the end point was destruction. However, they were also lucky that they might not encounter a civilization that could destroy them. Even if they did, it would not be in their generation. But this day had still come, and it had come so suddenly. The land disappeared, and the sky regained its brightness. Within the imperial court, Luin sat on Emperor Xiang's throne and looked around, feeling rather curious. He had never sat on such a chair before, one that dominated everything. Of course, he did not want to sit on it, as it was too exaggerated. Below, Big Sis looked on in amusement. Su Wuwei rubbed his shoulders. This battle had been intense enough. The problem was that his opponents were not humans, but mechas. He did not even know what to fight. On the other side, Emperor Xiang and the rest were present. Their mechas had been repaired, and their appearance here meant that Luin could kill them as he pleased. They were all ordinary people and could not resist. This included Optimus Prime's people, the white-haired old man, Hong Yan, Shang Tianzong, Shang Qing, and Shang Anan. Shang Anan looked at Bu Qing, who was standing beside Hong Yan. These people had found this place because of them. She then looked at Luin. This person had actually managed to suppress her father's emperor all by himself. How could a human reach such heights? Shang Tianzong was unwilling to accept the fact that he had lost the throne before he even sat on it. Shang Qing was helpless, as he had no choice but to fight for the throne. If he didn't fight for it, he would die even faster. If he did, he would still have the power to retaliate. Now that Luin was in control of the limitless empire, Shang Qing was the most optimistic. Luin swept his gaze across the crowd and finally looked at Emperor Xiang. "How is the sovereign?" Everyone's expressions changed, and they stopped sizing each other up. Emperor Xiang replied, "It has already been sent for maintenance." Where did its defense come from? Luin was curious. This was also what Woodcut and the others were curious about. The wooden carving had a deep understanding of the defensive power of a venerable sovereign. Even a saber could not cut through it. Emperor Xiang said, "Yes, materials. We can turn the energy into energy rings and use it. We can also extract the most effective substances from the materials to form stronger materials." Luin praised, "Not bad. Although it's not very useful to people at our level, it's still very good. Continue researching, especially 13. Every ring can do it." The white-haired old man said, "Master Lu, do you want to continue researching 13? Luin nodded, "Of course. I hope that you can research 13 to bring me more help. Otherwise, the help you can provide now is limited." Emperor Xiang didn't know what Luin was talking about. He thought that he was already very strong. If he didn't meet Luin, could it be that this person had an even stronger opponent? Thinking of this, his heart turned cold. Indeed, parallel spacetime was too dangerous. Master Lu, may I ask what you want us to do? Xianxia bowed respectfully and asked. Luin said, help me connect some parallel spacetime. Also, be my hired thugs. Xianxia was stunned. Hired thugs? The ring could cut through the void, forming a huge passage. On the two sides of the passage, one side was the origin space, and the other side was the lost clan spacetime. This was the first thing Luin did after returning to the Above Heaven sect. He personally saw the limitless empire connecting the parallel spacetime and forming a stable passage. From now on, the Lost Clan's parallel spacetime and the origin space did not need to tear through the void. They only needed to pass through here. Of course, it was more convenient for those who could tear through the void to reach the parallel spacetime, but there weren't many of them. The most important thing was to form a strategic advantage. Whether the Eternal Race attacked the Lost Clan or the origin space, both sides would be able to react immediately. As for the person guarding the passage, it was Optimus Prime. This was the mission of the Limitless Empire. Emperor Shang was very unwilling to let Optimus Prime help the Sixth Direction Society, but he had no choice. The entire Limitless Empire had 7 12-ring mechas, 5 Optimus Prime, Emperor Shang's Dizun, and the Empire's expedition commander, Buwu's Jibing. Now, the expedition army had stopped, and Buwu had returned to the capital to wait for the Above Heaven sect's orders. The smarter ones in the Limitless Empire had set their sights on the Above Heaven sect. In the future, only the Above Heaven sect could make decisions. As for Han Nian, he was still the Empire's chief minister, but his current position came from the Above Heaven sect. He was the Above Heaven sect's spy on the Limitless Empire. The Research Institute was still researching 13 Ring, and Luin also hoped that they could research it and increase the number of experts. Of course, he also had the corresponding methods to control them. He would not let the Limitless Empire escape. After seeing that the origin space was connected to the Lost Clan spacetime, Luin finally relaxed. Now that he had taken this step, it was possible for the Above Heaven sect to return to its peak glory. He took a deep look at the passage and then turned towards the astral tree domain. There was something he had always wanted to do, but had never done: communicate with Xianxia and Zhu Meng. These two behemoths were clearly in the astral tree domain, and when the Eternal Race attacked, they had not acted unless absolutely necessary. They were just there for show, and Luin would not allow this. He wanted to see what these two behemoths wanted to do. First, it was Xianxia, and then Zhu Meng. Luin remembered that when he and Bai Xianer had gone to Zhu Meng to deal with the Undying God, Zhu Meng had recognized his Lu bloodline and spat at him more than once. If he had not taken out the progenitor's sword, who knew how many times that fellow would have spat at him? Luin did not know what grudges there were between Zhu Meng and the Lu family, but no matter how he looked at it, Xianxia should be easier to communicate with, even though it seemed rather arrogant. Not long after, Luin arrived at the astral tree domain and walked straight to the sovereign realm, which was the mother tree's canopy. He saw the branches stretching far into the distance, and he saw traces of a progenitor's existence. Now that he thought about it, placing Ancestor Ku in the canopy was probably the funniest thing. He was a monster that could enter the zone of disaster without dying. But if not for that, Luin would not have been able to obtain the reverse effect. When things reach an extreme, they can only move in the opposite direction. It had played a huge role in his cultivation. He crossed the sovereign realm and arrived at the top of the mother tree, where he saw Xianxia. Majestic, mighty, domineering, and arrogant, this was the divine eagle. It had stayed in this treetop for countless years. Humans had gone through many generations, but those who could survive from the era of Above Heaven were too few. The divine eagle and ancestral Meng had both survived from that era. Their age shouldn't be much younger than the primogenitor. Luin appeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia did not look sideways, looking into the distance like a statue. Luin should have appeared in its line of sight, but it did not react at all, as if it did not see him. After staring at each other for a while, Luin felt that he could not endure this, so he said, "You should be able to understand what I'm saying, right?" Xianxia did not react, and it continued to look forward. Luin raised a brow. "I'm talking to you." Xianxia did not react. Luin frowned and suddenly shouted, "Xianxia." Xianxia did not react. Luin stared at it, but it continued to stare into the distance. Its gaze did not waver at all. Did it die? Lu Ying waved his hand tentatively, and the wind from his palm swept towards Xianxia. Its feathers fluttered, but Xianxia did not react at all. Lu Ying suddenly looked down and saw a figure approaching. It was Xianxia. Xianxia had heard the commotion and rushed over. When he saw Lu Ying, he bowed slowly. Greetings, Pathmaster. Lu Ying grunted. Why are you here? Xianxia replied, I just happened to come to the sovereign realm and heard the commotion. Your voice is very loud. Of course, Lu Ying knew that his voice was loud, and he wanted to scare Xianxia, but it did not react at all. Pathmaster wants to talk to Xianxia? That won't be easy. Xianxia is arrogant and ignores everyone. Back then, the four-way balance's ancestor tried to communicate with it, but to no avail. He even stayed here for hundreds of years, Xianxia reminded him. Lu Ying nodded and sized up Xianxia. Arrogant? You can't be deaf, right? Xianxia's eyes twitched, and its sharp gaze suddenly stared at Lu Ying with a chill that made one's scalp tingle. It was powerful, and it had been able to survive from the era of the Above Heaven sect until now. Even if it was not as strong as the 3 realms and 6 paths, it was not too far off. Wu Tian's martial arts had the scene of Xianxia catching a fish on a ship. Anyone who was stared at by such a creature would be terrified. However, Lu Ying did not care. He was someone who had died before. Even the sole true God had not been able to kill him, let alone a mere Xianxia. It seems like you can understand me. Lu Ying looked at Xianxia. Xianxia stared at Lu Ying, and the chill in its eyes intensified. What's the meaning of this gaze? Are you unhappy that I said you're deaf? Lu Ying asked. Below. Xianxia ran away, but before he left, he said, back then, a progenitor who betrayed the humans fought in the sovereign realm. He cursed Xianxia and was torn to shreds by Xianxia. Pathmaster, it seems to hate being cursed at. Lu Ying was amused. Who liked being cursed at? Let's see who the person who cursed Xianxia was. There was another deaf, and Xianxia's gaze grew even colder as it stared at Lu Ying. The terrifying pressure around them gradually increased, and the light dimmed. Lu Ying looked at the eagle. How long have you been with the progenitor? When it heard the words progenitor, the coldness in the eagle's eyes subsided. It then looked away from Lu Ying and looked into the distance. The progenitor created the path of cultivation for the humans and protected them. He brought about the resplendent above heaven civilization, and you and the ancestral Mang are part of this civilization. Now that the progenitor is not here, are you two not doing anything? Lu Ying asked. The eagle looked into the distance, unperturbed. Lu Yin's head hurt. The eagle had its own thoughts, and it was not human. Perhaps it only cared about the progenitor, but why had it not followed the progenitor to Immemorial City? Why are you in the 5th mainland? Lu Ying asked. The eagle did not respond. Lu Ying exhaled and smiled at the divine eagle. Mixed hair bird. The eagle suddenly glared at Lu Ying, its eyes filled with anger. Lu Ying stared at it unhappily. I'm asking you a question. Even if you don't want to help the humans, can't you at least give me some reaction? You're only reacting after I scolded you. I think you're asking for a beating. The eagle moved, swaying its branches. The coldness in its eyes intensified, and it seemed like it was about to attack. Lu Ying also had this plan, as he did not want to be ignored by this thing. Even if he had to fight, it was better than being treated like a statue. It would be best if he could beat it into submission. The divine eagle and the ancestral Mang were not weak, but they were definitely not comparable to the 3 realms, 6 paths, and 7 sky gods. Otherwise, the ancestral Mang would not have been able to trap the undying god. With Lu Yin's current strength, he could definitely suppress them. At that moment, a figure walked out of the void. Lu Ying looked over. Progenitor? It was progenitor Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's appearance caused the eagle to bristle. It bent its claws and glared at Lu Yuan. The coldness in its eyes was even more intense than when Lu Ying had scolded it. It seemed like it was about to attack. Lu Yuan had not expected Lu Ying to suddenly look for the eagle. He felt helpless. Little 7, why are you looking for these 2 idiots? With a screech, the eagle raised its claws and swiped at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. My descendants are still here. You're embarrassing me by being so presumptuous. If I don't have face, then no one else will. The eagle's claws suddenly stopped. It was only a short distance away from Lu Yuan and Lu Yin, and then retracted them. It glared hatefully at Lu Yuan before flying away. Lu Yin was surprised. Ancestor, it? Lu Yuan said helplessly, these two idiots are not weak. If it was possible, I would have asked them to take action long ago. However, due to some grudges in the past, these two idiots hold grudges and won't help us, so there's no other way. Little 7, just ignore them and pretend they don't exist. Lu Yin was helpless. Ancestor, these two have followed the progenitor before, and they're so powerful. It's difficult to pretend that they don't exist. Do you have any way for us to help the above heaven sect? Patriarch Lu Yuan sighed. It's all my fault. I was young and frivolous and offended them badly. There's nothing I can do about it. Ancestor, how did you offend them? Lu Yin was very curious. Back then, he had been spat on by Zhu Meng, and he knew that Zhu Meng definitely hated the Lu family. However, it wasn't the kind of hatred that made him want to kill the Lu family. It was more of a prank, and Lu Yin's first thought was Patriarch Lu Yuan. If there was anyone in the Lu family who could make Zhu Meng spit on them for revenge, then only Patriarch Lu Yuan had the qualifications. Patriarch Lu Tianyi, who had the highest seniority, didn't seem like someone who would provoke Zhu Meng. Patriarch Lu Yuan was a little embarrassed. Well, you just need to know that these two idiots are really stupid. There's no need to ask so much. The more he didn't say, the more curious Lu Yin became. At that moment, Hongyan Mavis arrived. What's wrong? You don't have the face to tell your juniors what you did? Lu Yin looked at her. Senior, why are you here? Hongyan Mavis smiled. Greetings to my old friends, Xianxia and Zhu Meng. It's been so many years since we last met. I never thought that we'd meet again. She then looked at Lu Yuan. He's the current Dao master of the above heaven sect, and he wants to control all battle resources. Xianxia and Zhu Meng aren't weak, and it would be a waste to not resolve their grudges and use them to their advantage. Don't you agree? Lu Yuan's expression turned ugly, and he coughed. Under Lu Yin's curious gaze, he reluctantly said, actually, I don't have any grudges with these two idiots. It's just a small matter. What small matter? Lu Yin was curious. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yuan in amusement. Lu Yuan glared at Hongyan Mavis and then slowly said, Xianxia, I plucked its feathers. Lu Yin raised a brow and continued to look at Lu Yuan. I used its feathers to make a fan and gave it to Master as a gift. Master was very happy and praised me for being filial. Then, I almost plucked all of its feathers. Lu Yuan was embarrassed. Lu Yin blinked. He thought about how Xianxia had almost been stripped of all its feathers and then thought about Shinjun's current appearance. He didn't dare to think about it. This was a huge grudge. Hongyan Mavis snapped, why would Master want a fan? He just thought that he would be the first person you thought of when you made a fan. He thought that you were filial, so he praised you. Who would have thought that you would be so stupid as to chase after Xianxia and pluck its feathers? During that time, Xianxia was so scared that it didn't even dare to show its face. Otherwise, it would just sit on Master's shoulder. It's a small matter, a small matter. Lu Yuan laughed to hide his embarrassment. Anything else? Tell your juniors about your glorious history, Hongyan Mavis said. Lu Yuan glared at her again, that's all. That's all. Hongyan Mavis sneered, what do you mean by teaching the shipfish to catch the Xianxia? Lu Yin was shocked. There was such a thing? The god eagle hated the warship fish the most. The warship fish was supposed to be used by the primogenitor to train the god eagle, but it was so slippery that the god eagle couldn't catch it no matter how hard it tried. The Xianxia could have caught the shipfish, but your ancestor felt that it wasn't dramatic enough, so he taught the shipfish how to dodge and how to toy with the Xianxia. Then, the shipfish was enlightened, and the Xianxia became stupid. From then on, the world gained another despicable fish and an eagle that couldn't catch a fish. Lu Yin was dumbfounded, ancestor, you really know how to play. Lu Yuan smiled, it's a small matter, a small matter. Then why did the Zhu Meng spit at me? Luin asked subconsciously. He felt that the ancestor might have done something worse to the Zhu Meng than to the Shening. Lu Yuan was furious. What? That damn snake dared to spit at you? See if I don't skin it and use it as an insole. Hongyan Mavis laughed. Spit? Ha ha ha, yes, it should have spat at you. It's already polite that it didn't slap you. Did you know that your ancestor used the Zhu Meng to catch the shipfish? He let the Zhu Meng bleed, saying that it was good for the stomach. He even stuffed a sock in the Zhu Meng's mouth and used the Zhu Meng to slap the Shening. There are too many things that he has done. Luin was stunned. No wonder the Zhu Meng spat at him after confirming that he was from the Lu family. If he was the Zhu Meng, even spitting would count. Too polite. The ancestor was too despicable. He recalled the ancestor's words. In that era, fertile earth was the most mischievous. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. You don't have to talk. Hongyan Mavis advised Luin, I think it's best if you don't provoke those two. They won't listen to you even if you beat them to death, ha ha ha. Luin sighed, Ancestor, you really know how to play. Lu Yuan felt awkward. Well, little seven, there are some things that you can't blame me for. I was just bored. Luin could not refute that. So he had played with them because he was bored? Now, they no longer cared about humans. Lu Yuan left, and so did Hongyan Mavis. Before that, the Divine Eagle had seen Lu Yuan and left in disgust, leaving Luin alone. As he stared at the empty branches, he felt that the Divine Eagle and the Ancestral Meng were so far away from him. This was especially true for the Zhu Meng. The ancestor had gone too far, and even Luin felt that he had gone too far. It was impossible for him to resolve this grudge. Luin pondered for a moment, and then his eyes flashed. Since he could not resolve this matter properly, he would do the opposite. After all, there was still that despicable fish. Right, the desolate god. Luin thought of something and headed to Lu Tianjing. Lu Yuan had just returned to Lu Tianjing, and when he saw Luin chasing after him, he could not help but feel embarrassed. This was not giving the ancestor any face at all. What, was he trying to taunt him? Yes, it was the ancestor's fault, but there was no need for a junior to chase after him. Lu Yuan was in seclusion and did not see Luin. How could Luin possibly taunt Lu Yuan? He wanted to ask about the desolate god, and since he could not see Lu Yuan, he could only look for Hongyan Mavis. You're saying that Big Yellow isn't dead? Hongyan Mavis was pleasantly surprised. Luin nodded, and his expression turned solemn. He left behind a resurrection method called the Savage Scripture. In order to revive the desolate god, the astral beast domain has been collecting human-shaped sourceboxes, and this type of sourcebox. Hongyan Mavis's smile gradually disappeared as she listened to Lu Yin's words, and she seemed to be recalling something. Luin did not rush her, as these words had many meanings behind them. He did not know how the fourth mainland had been destroyed, but Hongyan Mavis definitely knew. The desolate god had used the Savage Scripture to control the Source Stone technique and disguised it as using the reverse origin formation to revive humans, but in reality, he had been reviving the desolate god. Since he had the time to turn astral beasts into sourceboxes using the Savage Scripture, it meant that he might not have used his full strength in the battle that had destroyed the fourth mainland. From Lu Yin's point of view, he might have even intentionally destroyed the fourth mainland to escape the fate of being enslaved by humans. From the desolate god's point of view, there was nothing wrong with doing this. Astral beasts were astral beasts, and humans were humans. Since they could escape enslavement, the lives of humans had nothing to do with them. However, Lu Yin and Hongyan Mavis were both humans, which made things different. They had to consider the desolate god's actions. After a while, Hongyan Mavis's voice grew low. We can't revive it. Lu Yin was not surprised. Does Senior also think that the revival of the desolate god is not a good thing? Hongyan Mavis sighed. Big Yellow is Master's disciple, but his true form is an astral beast. Master took him in as a disciple because he wanted to rope in astral beasts. In that era, there were too few human powerhouses. Even though Master was very powerful and could even be considered invincible, he could not destroy all the astral beasts in this space-time continuum. However, humans were the unlucky ones when it came to fighting the astral beasts because there were just too many of them. That's why Master took Big Yellow as a disciple to rope in astral beasts and provide them with invincible strength. Once humans became strong enough to establish the Above Heaven sect, they would be able to fight against the astral beasts. Hongyan Mavis had a complicated expression. Master's original intention was not to enslave the astral beasts. He only wanted humans and astral beasts to coexist peacefully. However, human nature was not something that Master could control. He tried many times to stop the humans from enslaving the astral beasts, but he still could not do so. We got along very well with Big Yellow. He was a giant astral beast, but we never ostracized him. He also often took us to play in the parallel universe when we were still cultivating. But gradually, as the humans enslaved the giant astral beasts, he distanced himself from us. He stayed in the fourth mainland and gathered the giant astral beasts there to prevent the humans from enslaving him. Hongyan Mavis looked at Luin. The first continent to be destroyed was the first continent, but the reason is unknown. No one knows why it was destroyed, as Master was there to oversee it. However, the first continent was destroyed, and the fourth continent was destroyed shortly after. There was quite a long time between the two events, and we were all investigating the mystery behind the first continent's destruction. That's why we did not pay attention to the fourth mainland at that time. We only became vigilant after the fourth mainland was destroyed, but it was already too late. Now that I think about it, perhaps the fourth mainland's destruction was not just due to external forces, but also because of the astral beasts. I'm afraid that Big Yellow might be involved as well. Luin replied, that's unlikely. If it was, then it would have betrayed the humans like Guiji. Hongyan Mavis sighed. That's true. However, the destruction of the mainland might have been due to the desolate god's indulgence. Although it did not help the Eternals, it did not stop them either. Hongyan Mavis fell silent. Big Yellow had always been simple and honest, but it had changed later on. It had become so unfamiliar, and even looked at them with hatred. Although the Eternals had been invincible during that era and could suppress the various mainlands, many things had not been clear to them. They had been in seclusion for a long time, and many generations of humans had passed. They could not see the entire spacetime clearly. Even Master could not do it. After getting the answer from Hongyan Mavis, Luin was even more determined not to revive the desolate god. The 3 realms and 6 paths were hostile to the humans, and they were not much better than the Eternals. He would only revive the desolate god if he was confident that he could suppress everything like the Above Heaven. In any case, the desolate god had not openly sided with the Eternals. Senior, then why did Guiji betray you? Luin asked. The second mainland had been the last of the 4 to be destroyed. Guiji's third mainland had been destroyed before them, so Luin should know about it. Hongyan Mavis' gaze trembled. He's too stubborn. Luin didn't understand. Hongyan Mavis said, the pursuit of power will lead to cultivation deviation. He is no longer himself. The great powers of the past are no longer here. There are only enemies left, the ancient gods. Lu Yin's heart sank as he thought back to what he had seen while fishing in the River of Time. Were the ancient gods really traitors? De Chong was the name of an ancient god. It came from the primogenitor, and it had to be said that the primogenitor had a way of naming things. On this day, it had already been 3 months since the Limitless Empire was connected to the parallel spacetime. Above Heaven officially announced to the 6 Parties Association that they were about to hold a military edict. The so-called Imperial Martial Edict was a deterrent to the outside world after the 6 Directions Association connected their parallel spacetime. It was a deterrent to the Above Heaven sect and also to Luin. Not only did it intimidate the Eternals, but it also intimidated the various parallel universes and extraterrestrial civilizations. This was Lu Yin's first step in rebuilding the resplendent heavens, the first step in the truest sense of the word. After this, the Above Heaven sect's footsteps would not stop. The ultimate goal of the Imperial Martial Edict was to target the Calamity region. The war between the humans and the Eternals was getting closer and closer. Every time Luin thought of the primogenitor being whipped by the broken sequence string, he felt an indescribable pressure. He wanted to resolve all of this as soon as possible and lead the Above Heaven sect into Immemorial City to destroy the Eternals. A few days after the Above Heaven sect announced the Imperial Martial Edict, the expedition of Calamity suddenly arrived. Since the Stargate had been destroyed, Luin couldn't go to the Expedition of Calamity. He could only wait for the Expedition of Calamity to find him. The Expedition of Calamity's goal was simple: to urge the humans to go to war. They wanted to wreak havoc and unleash the power in their bodies. Destroying the universe was too boring, and the Expedition of Calamity enjoyed the battle with the Eternals to their heart's content. Of course, death was normal, but everyone in the Expedition of Calamity faced death every day. They enjoyed life while they were alive, but they could also face death calmly. What they needed now was to vent their power. When Urgi arrived at the Above Heaven sect, she exclaimed in surprise. Every extraterrestrial civilization that saw the Above Heaven sect was amazed by this colossus. The caged Wyrm and the ancestral tortoise were especially huge, and the visual impact was huge. Luin received Urgi in the main hall, but she wasn't used to it, so Luin took her to the back of the mountain. That's more like it. That place is too formal and not suitable for unorthodox people like us. Urgi smiled. Luin smiled. The Expedition of Calamity's attitude of facing death is admirable. What is unorthodox? No one in this universe can define the right path and the unorthodox path. The progenitor had only regulated the primordial space. Zhao Ran served tea. Urgi blinked when she saw the strange tea in front of her. Master Lu, your tea is very special. Luin took a sip. It looks strange, but it's delicious. Try it? Urgi didn't think that Luin would poison her, so there was no need for that. She drank it in a big gulp and savored the aftertaste. It's not bad. Refill. Zhao Ran happily refilled her cup. As long as someone liked to drink her tea, it didn't matter how they drank it. This sister seemed to like it very much. Luin swirled the teacup and looked at it. The tea looked much better than before. Zhao Ran's tea was starting to develop in a good direction. Luin and Urgi chatted for a long time. Urgi was very interested in the primordial space, the Six Direction Society, and the everlasting race. Luin wanted to include the Expedition of Calamity into the Above Heaven sect's battle order. But how to include them and whether they were willing was another problem. After a while, before Luin could speak, Urgi spoke first. Let us join the Above Heaven sect. Luin was stunned. You want to join the Above Heaven sect? Urgi nodded and smiled brightly. That sounds interesting. Luin laughed. Sure, but what about your people? Urgi waved her hand. Listen to me. Luin nodded. Okay. Right, it's not completely joining the Above Heaven sect, but only in name. If the Above Heaven sect has any battle missions, they can give us the Expedition of Calamity. Of course, you don't have to care about us during normal times. Luin thought about it. How about this, I'll specially arrange a battle order with extraterrestrial civilizations. How about that? Urgi nodded. I can't control that. Up to you, but it must be impressive. Luin smiled. Of course. Urgi drank the tea again. Light said, Little sister, refill. Okay. Zhao Ran had been waiting, eagerly looking at Urgi's teacup. She was very enthusiastic. Urgi exhaled deeply. Last time, in the battle with the Eternals, besides seeing the Eternals, I also saw that 9-star civilization. They were really ruthless, directly destroying a spacetime. That's different from us destroying it. They were killed in one wave. How ruthless. Don't think that our Expedition of Calamity is very powerful. Sometimes, when we encounter a strong enemy, we can be easily exterminated. If not for Mr. Mu, we would have been gone. Luin said, Is that why you want to join the Above Heaven sect? Urgi did not hide anything. There are too many strong people in the Above Heaven sect, and you're still young. Who knows how long orthodox cultivators like you can live? Maybe when you go into seclusion, I'll be dead. Master Lu, I don't ask for anything from the Expedition of Calamity. I just hope that my people can enjoy themselves while they're alive. I only ask that the Above Heaven sect protect my people as much as possible. As she spoke, Luin realized that Urgi had aged quite a bit. Their lifespan was only 300 years, and they were not true cultivators. Urgi was not far from the end of her life. This was also the reason why she had come to the Above Heaven sect. Luin looked at Urji solemnly. You want to have a spectacular death feast? Urji's eyes lit up. This is what every member of the Expedition of Calamity wants to experience, especially when the end is near. Okay, I'll give it to you, and it won't take long. Thank you. I'm the one thanking you. Right, if you die, who will the Expedition of Calamity be handed over to? Calamity, of course. He can already withstand power comparable to mine, so I can die in peace. Luin nodded. Everyone had to experience death. He had seen people he knew die one after another, and there would be more such things in the future. If he saw too much, he would become numb. Urji left, and the Above Heaven sect contacted the Expedition of Calamity again. Unfortunately, Yi Air's spacetime and the 9-star civilization could not be contacted. He did not know how the 9-star civilization was doing. Karkawan was dead, and if the 9-star civilization could not produce a new 8-star expert, even self-preservation would be a problem. After sending Urji away, Luin wanted to find Madame Nailin to solve Yixing's problem, but Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyue arrived before he could. Luin had been waiting for their arrival for a long time. He needed the Lightning Lord to go to the first calamity and cause a ruckus. Go to the first calamity again? Brother Lu, do you think White Cloud City is your hired thugs? Jiang Chen was dissatisfied. We came to see you with good intentions. Luin shrugged. It's not just the Lightning Lord. I also have experts on my side going to the first calamity to cause a ruckus, not to fight the one true God. Jiang Qingyue looked at Luin. I heard you were killed by the one true God. How did you survive? Jiang Chen was also curious. Yes, it spread throughout the outer regions. It said that the Above Heaven sect's master in the origin space killed an expert of the eternal race and angered the one true God. He personally dealt with him with a sneak attack. When we heard about your death, we were sad for a while. Especially my sister. She even cried. Jiang Qingyue rebuked in a rare moment of anger. What nonsense are you talking about? She hurriedly looked at Luin. Don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't cry. Jiang Chen chuckled. Yes, yes, yes. You didn't cry, but I did. Happy? Jiang Qingyue was furious and wanted to punch him. She really didn't cry, but who would believe Jiang Chen's words? Luin was envious. You two have such a good relationship. Jiang Qingyue glared at him. Jiang Chen was completely shameless. Our relationship is even better if you're my brother-in-law. Jiang Chen, just say it if you want to die. Jiang Qingyue was truly angry. Jiang Chen hurriedly apologized and shot Luin a look. Luin didn't want to anger Jiang Qingyue, so he quickly changed the topic. I survived because I saw a person and went to a place. The person is the progenitor. The place is the Mirage Domain. Luin didn't plan to hide anything from Jiang Qingyue and Jiang Chen, just as he didn't hide this from Elder Chan and the others. Perhaps the Eternals would hear about it, but they already knew that the progenitor was still alive in Primeval City. As for the Mirage Domain, they must have their own reasons for not entering it. Just like how the progenitor didn't send a large number of humans into the domain. To some, this wasn't a secret. Luin didn't care if it was leaked or not. He was more willing to share it with Jiang Qingyue and Jiang Chen. The siblings were shocked. Progenitor? The progenitor from the origin space? Luin nodded. Judging from their reactions, it seemed that they didn't know much about the Mirage Domain. That's right. He's still alive? Jiang Chen was surprised. Jiang Qingyue hissed, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Chen hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. It's just. Luin smiled. It's fine. If it wasn't for this incident, I wouldn't have known that he was still alive. Now I know. That progenitor saved you? No wonder. Apart from the progenitor, no one else can save you, Jiang Qingyue said. In everyone's heart, the progenitor's status was above everything else. The more distant and mysterious a person was, the more unfathomable they were. Even compared to the one true God, the progenitor was a level higher in many people's hearts. They didn't think about why the progenitor had disappeared or died. They only thought that once the progenitor appeared, he would definitely be able to eliminate the Eternals. This was the conventional wisdom of humans. Xianxia and the others didn't belong to the origin space, but they thought the same. What kind of place is the Mirage Domain? Jiangchen was curious. It's not easy to explain, Luyin said. Just think of it as a space where time stands still forever. There's such a good place? Can we still go? Jiangchen's eyes lit up. I'm sorry. I want to go again. But I can't unless I see the progenitor. Luyin sighed. Where is the progenitor? Jiang Qingyue quickly shouted in a low voice, stopping Jiangchen from asking any more questions. Jiangchen smiled embarrassedly, he knew that his question was a bit too much. Until now, no one from the Six Paths sect had told anyone that the ancestral patriarch was still alive. This proved that even if the ancestral patriarch was still alive, his location was still a secret. However, Luyin still said, Primeval City. Jiangchen and Jiang Qingyue exchanged glances. Lu Yin's answer had touched them, and they weren't surprised that he didn't hide anything from them. Immemorial City was definitely one of the places where their ancestors could be. Although they were very curious about the primogenitor, the Mirage Domain, and how Luyin had suddenly become so powerful, they had already asked enough questions. Let's get back to the main topic. Why did you want Father to go to the first calamity region and cause a ruckus? Lu Yin's expression changed. Forgive me for not telling you this. It's not that I don't trust you, but sometimes, it's hard to say. It's easy to fail. There's fate in the underworld. Fate exists in the primordial space, and it can predict the future. The Eternals might have experts who can predict the future. Jiang Qingyue nodded, as she could accept this explanation. Furthermore, she had asked this question not because she suspected Luyin of anything, but because it would be easier for her to explain things when she returned. She couldn't just go back and ask her father to cause a ruckus in the first calamity region. That would be completely unjustified. Who from the Above Heaven sect is going? Luyin said some people, including Victorious Celestial. Every time they entered the first calamity domain, he would join in the fun. In fact, he wanted to find the clues left behind by the desolate ancestor. He didn't believe that the desolate ancestor had only entered the first calamity domain and left nothing behind. Jiangchen was worried. It's different now. The eternal race wasn't prepared when Father entered the first calamity domain. Even so, he went with the idea that he might die. Last time, when the six parties and the extraterritorial civilizations fought against the eternal race, Father took a risk by leading the ancient thunder locust to the first calamity domain. If we go now, I'm afraid that the eternal race will be prepared. The three masters and the 6 seas have already gathered. They might move out together at any time. Luyin said solemnly, don't worry. Although I don't dare to say that I know everything about the eternal race, I have seen through most of them. There won't be any danger in the first calamity domain. Jiangchen raised his eyebrows. If the first calamity domain wasn't dangerous, it meant that the other calamities domain might not be the same. It also meant that Lu Yin's real target wasn't the first calamity domain. You still want to face the only true God? You might not be as lucky this time. Jiang Qingyue reminded. She had also guessed it. Luyin said confidently, I'm not the same person as before. Jiang Qingyue nodded, I can tell Father that. It's up to him whether we go or not. Of course. Then we'll go. Jiang Qingyue was straightforward. She could see that this matter was very important to Luyin. Jiangchen looked back at Luyin before leaving. Uncle Kong admires you very much. Brother Lu, if you have time, come to White Cloud City as a guest. Father would like to meet you. Luyin said seriously, I will definitely go to White Cloud City to meet the Lightning Lord. Now, all he had to do was wait for White Cloud City's Lightning Lord's reply. During this time, Luyin could take care of Yixing's matter. He had Madame Nailin come to the Above Heaven sect. This was the first time Luyin had met her since his return. There were many things that were far more important than Yixing's matter, which was why he hadn't had time to deal with them until now. Greetings, Headmaster. Madame Nailin bowed. Luyin nodded, sit. She sat down naturally and looked at Luyin with a faint smile. Headmaster, you have time to deal with Yixing's matter? Luyin looked at her. Bai Ting came looking for you, right? She smiled. He did, but I didn't see him. I only saw Bai Lan a few times. What did Yixing say? Madame Nayland said. Compensation. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he quietly waited for her to continue. Bai Lan brought Bai Ting here. He wants to give all of Yixing's star essence, whether it's from the Genesis space or the reincarnation spacetime, to you as compensation. Lu Yin smiled. I want the star essence, but it's not enough. I know, which is why I rejected him. Bai Lan came looking for me 4 times, and I have a good relationship with her. However, her conditions are not something that you can accept. Lu Yin looked at her. What conditions do you think I should have? Her smile was very alluring. Yixing. Lu Yin raised a brow. That won't be easy. It'll cause gossip. As long as Yixing is still managed by someone with the surname Bai, it'll be fine. Lu Yin met her gaze, and they had a tacit understanding. After meeting with Lu Yin, Madame Nayland contacted Bai Lan and asked her to come to the Above Heaven sect. When Bai Lan received the call, she felt a rare sense of apprehension. Ever since Madame Nayland had been expelled, she had always been the one to seek her out. This was the first time that Madame Nayland had sought her out, which meant that it was not Madame Nayland who had sought her out, but rather Dao Lord Lu. Every time she met Dao Lord Lu, she felt different. The first time, she had been confident enough to speak with him. Although this person was extremely powerful in the primordial space, his influence had not reached the level of the Six Directions Society. Now, however, his influence was not only limited to the Six Directions Society, but it had even spread to the outer realm. Besides the civilizations that had allied themselves with the Eternals, which civilization in the outer realm did not respect Dao Lord Lu? How many civilizations would Dao Lord Lu be interested in? Bai Lan arrived at the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect with apprehension and confusion, but she did not see Lu Yin. Instead, it was Madame Nayland. Where's Dao Lord Lu? Bai Lan asked. Madame Nayland smiled. Why? Do you want to see our Dao Lord? I advise you not to fall for him. Many people like him, so you'll have to queue up. Heh. Bai Lan was helpless, but she still relaxed. Don't joke with me. I thought that it was Dao Lord Lu who wanted to see me. Madame Nayland shook her head. I'm the one who wants to see you, but if our discussion doesn't go smoothly, then we'll have to ask the Dao Lord to step in. Bai Lan's expression changed slightly, and she became much more serious. She walked over to Madame Nayland and sat down across from her. Tell me, what price do I have to pay to appease Dao Lord Lu? Madame Nayland replied, I won't beat around the bush with you. As for the price, one is on the surface, and the other is not on the surface. What do you mean? Bai Lan's heart sank. She did not care about the surface price, but the more important thing was that the price was not on the surface. That price might exceed her imagination. Madame Nayland did not beat around the bush either. Tell me your compensation standard. Let me remind you that this is not a transaction. Bai Lan solemnly replied, I know. At present, Yixing can mobilize a total of 170 trillion star essence that will not affect his normal operations. Madame Nayland's pupil shrank. 170 trillion? If she remembered correctly, when the 4-way scales had been eradicated, they had only obtained about 100 trillion star essence. That was the 4-way scales, and the 4 families that had once ruled over the cosmic trees had only obtained about 100 trillion star essence. Although this was not all of the 4-way scales resources, it was still the majority. Yixing did not rule over the 6-way societies, nor did he rule over any other parallel spacetime. He had actually managed to obtain so many star essence through transactions alone. 170 trillion star essence was probably equivalent to the entire 4-way scales resources. I know that Yixing is very rich, but you guys are too rich. Madame Nayland could not help but sigh. She was the wealthiest widow in the Outerverse, and she had once been one of the 4 great trading companies. Compared to Yixing, her wealth was not even a drop in the ocean. The difference was too great. Bai Lan could not help but feel proud. No matter what, Yixing's master, Lady Bai Rong, is someone who can sit down and debate with a Grand Empyrean. She is also acquainted with White Cloud City's Thunder Lord, and she is a famous powerhouse in the Outer Realm. Even the Eternals do not dare to provoke her. With Lady Byrong overseeing things, Yixing's business has always been successful. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. I've been too tired these past few days, and I have to go on a business trip tomorrow. I'll rest for a bit and repay you when I get back. Thank you. Her smug expression quickly turned bitter. But ever since Lady Byrong went into seclusion, Yixing's business has declined. Although no one from the Six Direction Society has any ideas about us. She fell silent for a moment. The Eternals have been targeting us, and they've sent a bunch of spies to deal with Yixing actually. I'm very curious as to why the Eternals are targeting Yixing. If not for the Eternals, we wouldn't have needed to ask for help from the Ether sect. Bailan felt a mix of emotions. Once they had asked for help from the Ether sect, they would no longer be free. Yixing would not be able to break free from the Ether sect, and as Lu Yin's status and strength grew, it would become increasingly difficult for them to break free. To be honest, she even suspected that even if Lady Byrong appeared, she might not be able to break free from the Ether sect. No matter how powerful Lady Byrong was, she was only comparable to Void Master, Wood God, and other parallel spacetime masters. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had included all of these parallel spacetime masters in his Genesis space. This was the most frightening aspect. Bailan could not figure out the Eternals' goal, but Lu Yin could see it clearly. He had been listening to their conversation the entire time. Humans could not compare to the Eternals. First, they were too scattered. The Eternals could communicate and work together, but what about the humans? Many civilizations did not even know of each other's existence, which was an absolute difference in strength. If this was compared to the distribution of resources, the Eternals had gathered the strength of their entire race, while the humans were similarly scattered. The simplest example would be hiring star toads. The Eternals could hire star toads at will, and they could even raise the price at the last minute. But what about the humans? How many times could they hire star toads? The dispersion of resources would cause the difference in strength to grow larger and larger. On the other hand, Yixing seemed to be doing business on the surface, but they had indirectly integrated all of the humans' resources and constantly exchanged them for resources to earn a price difference. Every time a resource was circulated, a portion of it would flow into Yixing. Over time, Yixing's control of resources would become terrifying. Lu Yin was amazed that Yixing had suddenly taken out 170 trillion star essence, and this was just star essence. One could imagine how many resources Yixing could take out as long as he was willing to do so. Aside from these resources, Yixing definitely had more parallel spacetimes with different time flows. Yixing could hire star toads alone, which was not a good thing for the Eternals. If Yixing used all of its resources to deal with the Eternals, then the power of its resources would be terrifying. Xianxia, 170 trillion star essence is all that Yixing can mobilize. Any more and we'll have to exchange for resources from other parallel universes, which will make it impossible for us to operate normally. Do you think that this amount of resources is enough? Bailan asked nervously. Demoness Nalan smiled faintly. Of course it's enough. Our Taoist master isn't someone who would drain the pond to catch all the fish. Kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? These words stunned Bailan. What did Taoist master Lu take Yixing for? It was actually described as killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Madame Nalan didn't care about how these words made Bailan feel. She was going to make Bailan face reality. Otherwise, even if Baiting was dealt with, it would be meaningless if another Baiting appeared. Bailan came back to her senses, but her expression did not look too good. There's another condition. What is it? Madame Nalan's gaze turned cold. Master Yixing, change him. Bailan's expression changed greatly, and she suddenly stood up. How can this be? Madame Nalan was calm. Why not? Bailan's expression turned ugly. Xianxia, it's true that I've offended Taoist Lu, but the price we paid is enough. Throughout history, I've never compensated so many resources, and this is the greatest respect we can show Taoist Lu. However, Yixing's master is an internal matter, and it has nothing to do with Lu. Taoist Lu has nothing to do with the above heaven sect, and no one can interfere with our Yixing's internal affairs. Madame Nalan looked at Bailan. Baiting offended our Taoist master, and Yixing plans to use money to settle this matter? Bailan opened her mouth, but no words came out. Using money to settle Lu Yin's matters was very unpleasant to the ears, and it also made her look down on others. However, didn't Daoist Lu just want money? Furthermore, this was an unimaginable amount. No matter who it was, even a Grand Empyrean would be shaken. How can this be settled with money? It's just compensation. But now, your Yixing's Baiting has offended our Daoist master, and Yixing only plans to use money to settle this matter. If word gets out, how will our Daoist master still have the face to manage the Six Paths Association? Madame Nalin's tone was stern. Do you want outsiders to think that our Daoist master is a petty person who only cares about money? Was that not the case? Bailan's face paled. Yixing's impression of Lu Yin was that he was like this. Anything that could be solved with money was not a problem at all. This saying was applicable to the Yixing because they had money, and it was also applicable to Lu Yin because he wanted money. But why did the taste change as he spoke? Madame Nalin stood up. Yixing's compensation is not sincere, and he even wants our Daoist master to bear the infamy. You should go back. Bailan hurriedly explained, that's not what we meant. If star essence is not enough, we have other things that will definitely satisfy Daoist Lu. But who is Yixing's master? We ask the above heaven sect not to interfere. Madame Nalin looked at Bailan coldly. Go back. Bailan stared at Madame Nalin. Madame Nalin's gaze was emotionless. It was true that Madame Nalin had a good relationship with Bailan, but business was business. She had not relied on her beauty to bring the Nalin family to the position of one of the 4 great merchant associations, but she had relied on her methods. She could be ruthless, but she could also be as calm as a spring breeze. Bailan saw the chill in Madame Nalin's eyes, and her heart sank. In the current universe, anyone who offended Lu Yin would be met with misfortune, and even the Grand Empyreans were no exception. Bailan had been forcefully called out by Lu Yin several times, and there were rumors that the Grand Empyreans did not dare to touch Lu Yin because Lu Yin had too many connections. Lu Yin's contributions to the Six Paths sect and humanity were too great. Whatever he did would be accepted by others because he was humanity's flag. If he wanted to destroy Yixing, he would not even need to find a reason. Countless people would help him find a reason to condemn Yixing. This was Lu Yin, Daoist Lu. Bailan was very clear that once she left, Yixing would no longer have a future. She looked at Madame Nalin pleadingly. Little Snow. Madame Nalin's gaze was still cold, but it gradually melted. Bailan immediately knelt down. Madame Nalin hurriedly supported her. Bailan, this is not your problem. Bailan begged, Little Snow, Yixing cannot disappear. We don't care about Baiting, but this is Lord Bairong's blood, sweat, and tears. Yixing cannot disappear. Little Snow, please help us, please. Madame Nalin sighed. Why don't you hear who we want to make Yixing's master? Bailan looked at Madame Nalin. Madame Nalin stared at her. You. Bailan smiled bitterly. She had expected this. When she had heard that the Above the Sky sect wanted to change Yixing's master, she had already expected this. Besides her, who else could the Above the Sky sect support? Lu Fuxue? After all, she was an outsider, so it was impossible. Daoist Lu could control the Six Paths sect and even the entire human territory, but there were some things that he could not reveal. And this was the condition that he had mentioned at the beginning, which was not on the surface. I wish to see Daoist Lu. Bailan's voice was low. Madame Nalin was about to refuse when Lu Yin walked out. Daoist Lu? Madame Nalin was astonished. Daoists should not have come out for such matters. Bailan looked at Lu Yin and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Daoist Lu. Lu. Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Bailan. Become Yixing's master. I will not interfere with any of Yixing's matters unless the human race is in danger. You should know what this means. Bailan stared at Lu Yin in a daze. She had thought that Lu Yin was trying to control Yixing to obtain more resources, but this did not seem right. What exactly was he trying to do? In the past, Lu Yin cared about Yixing because he needed Yixing's resources. But now, he had a way to obtain resources, and Yixing had its uses. This was because Bai Lan had reminded him that he understood why the Eternals were targeting Yi Xing. The more the Eternals did not allow Yi Xing to do something, the more disadvantageous it was for them. Since that was the case, Lu Ying naturally had to do it. He had not originally planned to appear, but now that this matter had escalated to a new level, things were different. Give me 170 trillion star essence, and you will be Yi Xing's master. Bai Teng, I don't want to see him again. From now on, Yi Xing can do whatever he wants and doesn't need to care about anything. I won't interfere either. What's yours will still be yours. How about it? Bai Lan was uneasy. Master Lu, you won't interfere with Yi Xing? Lu Ying smiled. Are you afraid that I'll treat Yi Xing like a money bag? Madame Naylan had a strange look on her face. That was what she had thought, and she was sure that the Tao Lord had thought the same. Why had things changed? Bai Lan pursed her lips, but she did not answer. Lu Ying frowned. Bai Ting is just a servant. This servant is two-faced, so he can't be used. If you want to make Yi Xing disappear because of him, that's fine. Bai Lan's eyes trembled. Alright, I'll listen to Master Lu. I'll be Yi Xing's master. She looked at Madame Naylan. Little Snow will assist me. Otherwise, I don't know if I can do it. She was a smart person. In the rotting god dimension, Bai Lan returned with Madame Naylan behind her. Bai Ting had been waiting all this time, and when he saw Bai Lan return, he hurried forward. He saw Madame Naylan, but she did not meet him. Instead, she had returned to her own residence. A cold glint flashed through Bai Ting's eyes, but he did not dare to show it. How was it? Bai Lan replied, 170 trillion star essence. Master Lu will not pursue this matter. What? 170 trillion star essence? Are you crazy? That's the greatest resource that Yi Xing can use. Bai Ting roared. Bai Lan looked at him coldly. What other ideas do you have? Bai Ting glared at Bai Lan and clenched his fists. You're too greedy. Do you know how many years we've worked for nothing if we use up these resources? Or use your life to exchange for these resources? Bai Lan taunted. Bai Ting took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed with hatred. Also. Bai Lan saw Bai Ting's sinister gaze. Apologize to Little Snow. Bai Ting was furious. You want me to apologize? Bai Lan replied, the resources are just a punishment for disrespecting Master Lu. You fired Little Snow, and she didn't do anything wrong. Shouldn't she apologize? Bai Ting suppressed his anger. Aren't those resources enough? Do you want the Six Direction Society to think that Master Lu is greedy for money and can be settled with money? Bai Lan asked. Was that not the case? Bai Ting gritted his teeth. In the past, Bai Lan would have advised him against it, but there was no need to do so now. There was no need to argue with a dead person. Bidding suppressed his anger and walked towards Madame Naylan's residence. Soon, he saw her. Xiao Shui, it's my fault. I didn't investigate properly and misunderstood you. I apologize now. Although Bidding was furious, he did not show it and apologized sincerely. Madame Naylan looked at him strangely. You're welcome. We're on the same side. Bidding was stunned. Madame Naylan had never spoken to him like this before. Come in and have a seat. Madame Naylan stepped aside. Bai Ting didn't understand. He glanced at Madame Naylan again, his eyes burning with desire. This woman was extremely alluring. He had been attracted to her since the first day he entered Yi Xing. But because of his status, he could only suppress his desire. What was going on today? He entered Madame Naylan's residence. Madame Naylan placed a hand on Bidding's shoulder. Her fragrance wafted over, but Bidding did not dare to move. He wondered if this was a trap. The Above Heaven sect was using this woman to tempt him, so that they could obtain more resources. Yes, that must be it. He hurriedly got up and left. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain. His body went numb, and he could not move. The spatial decay god appeared and tried to isolate Bidding. However, the spatial decay god did not even last for a moment before it was shattered. Bidding looked at her in shock. Xiao Shui, you. Madame Naylan's expression changed. I'm not Xiao. You can call me AG. Yixing's resources arrived quickly. Pathmaster, I'll go to Yixing now. Madame Naylan bowed. Luyin said, send back any information regarding the Eternal's plan to deal with Yixing. It's very important. I understand. Madame Naylan bowed again and left. After dealing with Yixing, Luyin waited for news from White Cloud City. The Thunder Lord was focused on dealing with the primordial thunder locust. Xianxia and the others might not be able to speak to him so easily. During this time, Luyin also went to the Three Sovereigns universe to look for Luo Shan, but he could not find him. Luo Shan was also on that list. He did not trust anyone. No one could prove that he had betrayed the humans and that he was a spy. However, he did not believe that Luyin would trust him, so he simply disappeared. As for Mr. Daheng, he was also in the endless battlefield. This person had the Star Toad as his backing. Other than Luo Shan and himself, no one else knew about this. He had nothing to fear. He believed that Luo Shan wouldn't tell anyone, and that Luo Shan didn't know that he knew about this matter. He might be able to find the nest of the Star Toad through him. Luyin had always been brooding over the Star Toad, as the Eternals often employed Star Toads to annoy the humans. Since the Eternals had hired Star Toads, it meant that the Eternals did not have enough powerhouses. As long as he could get rid of the Star Toads, then he would have an even greater advantage against the Eternals. After a period of time, there was still no news from White Cloud City. Instead, there was a piece of bad news. The 5 spirit clans and the Trimoon Alliance were ambushed by the Eternals and suffered heavy casualties. When Luyin heard the bad news, he hurried to the Ice Spirit dimension. Civilizations like the 5 spirit races and the 3 Moon Alliance that could fight against the Eternal race had connections with the primordial space. The primordial space could react immediately if they were attacked. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Eternals had only attacked once, and this time, the 3 Moons Alliance had lost a moon god. 3 of the 5 spirit tribes had died as well: Fire Lord, Thunder Lord, and Wood Lord. This is a nightmare. The 6 Direction Alliance had been caught off guard, and Lu Yin's good mood was gone. When he came to the Ice Spirit dimension, he was worried about being Xian the most. Fortunately, she was fine, and the Ice Lord was still alive. Lu Yin saw the Ice Lord. What happened? The Ice Lord said bitterly, I was poisoned. Poisoned? Lu Yin hadn't expected this. He didn't understand either. The 5 spirit clans and the 3 Moon Alliance had 8 sequence law realm experts, but they had suffered heavy casualties when the Eternals attacked. Luyin guessed that even if the Eternals had used the Divine Commandment to focus their attacks on one point, it shouldn't have been the 5 spirit clans. It should have been the 9-star civilization, Yixing, and the abandoned ones. After all, the 5 spirit clans had 5 sequence law realm experts, and too many of them would cause the Eternals to scatter and delay. If he had known that the Eternals had the ability to instantly deal with the 5 spirit clans and the 3 Moon Alliance, he would have thought of a way to deal with them. Yixing and the 9-star civilization had no way to deal with them. The Ice Lord panted. Have you heard of the deceit poison? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He had forgotten about it. The Eternals had been researching the poison of time and the poison of life, which were 2 terrifying poisons. Lu Yin had been vigilant in the past, but as time passed and as cultivation increased, he no longer considered using poisons. He hadn't expected the Eternals to use poison to heavily injure the 5 spirit clans and the 3 Moon Alliance. No matter how he looked at it, the deceit poison was the same as the poison of life and the poison of time. They had all been researched by the Eternals. The deceit poison? We didn't expect such a poison to exist. The 5 spirit clans are not humans, but we're still poisoned. Once you're poisoned, your strength and even your life force will fade. It's difficult to recover, just like the woman sealed in the ice heart. Only an extremely powerful expert can heal her, or even a progenitor can't protect herself. The moment I realized I was poisoned, I used the extreme ice stone you gave me to seal myself and used the ice heart to strengthen my particles. Otherwise, I would have died under the Eternals' attack. I don't know how Huta survived, but the other 3 were killed by the Eternals after being poisoned. The Ice Lord was weak. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The loss of strength and life force was even more vicious than the poison of life. How were you poisoned? The Ice Lord shook her head. I don't know. Do you know the serial number of this deceit poison? Luine asked. The Ice Lord was confused. Does this poison have a serial number? Luine pondered this. Of course it had a serial number. The higher the serial number, the more powerful it was. He had first learned about the poison of life after Ming Jiaxu's death. The poison of time and the poison of life both had serial numbers. If the Ice Lord and the others had been poisoned with a serial number of 0, then it would be fine. It meant that the Eternals had reached the peak of their deceit poison and couldn't directly kill a sequence law powerhouse. If the serial number wasn't 0, then it would be troublesome. The poison of time had crippled the Genesis space and the 3 sovereign spacetime continuum, but that had been used on a large scale. The poison of life had yet to be used on such a large scale. This reminded Luine that if these poisons weren't dealt with, then the human race could face disaster at any time. Should he rejoice? The deaths of 4 sequence law powerhouses had forced the Eternals to reveal their trump card. Luine sighed and looked at Bing Xian. Not long after, Xianxia arrived at the Ice Spirit spacetime. She had rushed over as soon as White Cloud City received the news. The Ice Lord had been poisoned by the deceit poison, and his life force and energy were constantly draining away. Either he had to detoxify the poison, or he could only rely on the sequence law to freeze himself. Hozhu, the Moon Immortal, and the Moon Ghost were probably the same. One could imagine how powerful the deceit poison was. The most important thing right now was to find the antidote. Otherwise, if 4 sequence law powerhouses died, another 4 would be crippled or even killed. Now that the 5 spirit clans and White Cloud City were connected, there was no need to worry about the Eternals attacking them again. Even if the Eternals had the ability to attack the 5 spirit clans again, they wouldn't be able to deal with them and White Cloud City in the shortest amount of time. The most important thing right now was to deal with the deceit poison, as well as the poison of time and the poison of life. Luine immediately sent the 6 Direction Association's best healers to the Above Sky sect to check on the Ice Lord and the others. However, the most troublesome thing was that the Ice Lord and the others weren't humans, so the human cultivators couldn't treat them. Helpless, Luine hurriedly sent the 6 Direction Association to find the surviving Moon Immortal and Moon Ghost. These 2 women had escaped death, but they were definitely not in good condition. Otherwise, they would have appeared. They might not be far from death. A few days later, news came from the Outlands that the Moon Immortal and Moon Ghost were being hunted down by the Eternals. Fortunately, Luine sent the 6 Direction Association to find them in time, and they were rescued. The one who saved them was a Venerable Lotus. The Venerable Lotus was more familiar with the Outlands. This could be considered a meritorious service. When the Moon Immortal and Moon Ghost arrived at the Above Sky sect, Luine almost couldn't recognize them. They were too weak, and their faces were pale. However, they weren't in a hurry to recover. Their injuries didn't threaten their lives. The real threat was the deceit poison. It was a slow torture that brought them closer and closer to death. The weakening of their strength was a form of approaching death, and it was torture for them. Luine didn't hold back. He had all the cultivators skilled in healing check their blood for the deceit poison. After a round of inspection, no one had a clue. They couldn't figure out what the deceit poison was. Master Qingqiao reminded Luine, if you want to treat the deceit poison, you must first know what it is. You said that the time poison can make time flow faster or slower for people in a spacetime, making it difficult for them to cultivate. The life poison causes one's life to flow away irreversibly. Then, is the deceit poison more important than the loss of one's strength or life? Or is there some other hidden danger? Luine thought about it and agreed. How could he treat the deceit poison if he didn't know what it was? Not long after, Xianxia arrived with a gloomy expression. Father told me to tell you that we'll meet in the first domain of calamity. We must avenge the 5 spirit tribes. Luine said, please wait, Lightning Lord. If we don't figure out what this deceit poison is, it'll be bad if we kill our way into the first domain of calamity. Is this poison that powerful? Even Father can be affected? Xianxia didn't believe it. Luine was solemn. The Ice Master and the others are experts of the sequence laws. I don't believe that the Lightning Lord has surpassed them. Xianxia nodded. You're right. Alright, I'll go back and tell Father to wait. We can't fall into the Eternal's trap. Right, how long will it take? We can't let this drag on indefinitely. Luin thought for a moment. Soon. I wanted to kill my way into the first domain of calamity anyway. I have my own plans. It has nothing to do with your plans now. The Eternals killed the Flame Lord and the others. Father won't let this matter rest. Xianxia gritted his teeth, a vicious glint in his eyes. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing Xianxia like this. White Cloud City had a very good relationship with the 5 spirit races. That was why the Eternal race had the confidence to provoke the conflict between the 5 spirit races and the Trimoon Alliance. Now, the Eternals no longer cared about anything else because of the divine injunction. They only wanted to destroy the top human experts. White Cloud City could not charge into the domain of disaster without any preparation. It would be easy for them to fall into the trap. Luin believed that the Eternals would be prepared. The divine commandment was not a war, but a war that would wipe out an entire era. It might end in a few days, or it might not even end in tens of thousands of years. In the era of the above heaven, the destruction of the 4 continents was not a short period of time. There was a long period of time between the destruction of each continent. The destruction of the 4 continents was within the scope of the first divine commandment. A very long time had passed between the above heaven sect and progenitor Chen's generation in the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and human history had been left blank for a period of time. It was not that there were no records of this era, as the Lu family did. However, there was no need to do so, as during that period of time, aside from the Daosaur sect, Shenwu Plain, and the Frigid Immortal sect, which Luin was familiar with, everyone else had been destroyed, and not a single one had survived. Those people were worthy of remembrance, but there was nothing left to pass on. That was the second battle of the divine commandment. This was the third time. The everlasting race had always held the initiative. Luin believed that the everlasting race had a greater advantage than the humans, regardless of whether it was starting the war or winning every battle. However, humans had already learned their lesson twice, and they could no longer be passive. Luin had already thought of a way to deal with illusory poison, and it was through his die's enhance. His die rolled 6 pips. After devouring the consciousness of the person in the game of 1,000 faces, Luin had discovered that there was a barrier in that dark space. This barrier should correspond to a parallel spacetime, and Lu Yin's consciousness should not have been able to break through it. However, things were different now, as he had devoured Ruin's consciousness. Even though it would take a long time for him to fully utilize the consciousness, it should be enough for him to break through a portion of the barrier. Using his godly power to roll the die, his consciousness had broken through the barrier and merged with it. This was Lu Yin's method. Based on Lu Yin's own strength, if the ball of light's radiance was stronger than his, then it would definitely be at the level of the 3 powerhouses, 6 boundless, or 7 sky gods. It was very likely that such a powerhouse would understand the illusory poison. Before he had fused with Ruin's body, he hadn't checked his memories. Even if he had, he might not have been able to find the illusory poison. His memories were simply too vast. Now that he was specifically looking for the illusory poison, he should be able to see it even if it had only been a short time since it had merged with the 7 gods' celestial body. When he thought of this, Luin returned to the back mountain of the Above the Sky sect and instructed that no one was to disturb him. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He slowly extracted his godly power from his body and allowed it to take on a form visible to the naked eye that resembled star essence formed from star energy. This way, he could rely on his godly power to roll the die. Flicking his finger, the die spun slowly. 4 points, time stop space. Luin did not want to waste any time in this space, so he increased his time to a year and began to cultivate. His main focus was his consciousness, as he needed to use it right now. The time he had spent in the Mirage Realm was too short. If he had stayed here for a longer period of time, he would have been able to completely control his consciousness. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in the real world. He rolled his die once more, but this time it was 3 pips. He was rich, quite rich, but he hadn't thought of anything to upgrade himself with. Hold on, he suddenly remembered something. The 7-star immemorial card, Eternal Darkness. Could this be upgraded? This card had been created by the Lost Clan, and since it had been created, it meant that it could be upgraded. If it was upgraded, would Eternal Darkness reach the level of an ancient card? When he thought of this, Lu Ying decided to give it a try. He placed the Eternal Darkness card on the upper screen and then began to toss in star essence. He had tried it once before, but he had not been able to determine whether or not the card could be upgraded. Even if it could be, the amount of star essence required to upgrade it would be far too great. The amount of star essence he had at the time was not even enough to make the card fall behind, so he had thought that it was impossible to upgrade it. But now, he was trying again. As the star essence was tossed out, the Eternal Darkness card moved. Lu Ying was excited, as it really could be upgraded. This meant that it could be upgraded from an immemorial card to an ancient card. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. According to Elder Xianxia, ancient cards corresponded to the primordial realm, which meant that he might have a way to deal with a primordial realm expert. He instinctively wanted to upgrade Eternal Darkness, but he forcefully suppressed that impulse. He could not rush it. So what if he upgraded it? Even if he had an ancient card, what could he do against a primordial realm expert? That was what his rationality told him, but as he looked at the Eternal Darkness card before him, he could not suppress his desire to upgrade it. He regretted not cultivating Eternal Darkness earlier. Eternal Darkness had its own traps, and only those who truly controlled it could activate them. Although he had been the master of Eternal Darkness all this time, he had never truly tried to control this card. He had always felt that only a corner of the ancient card belonged to him, and that this card was only a tool that Elder Xianxia had given him to conceal himself. It did not truly belong to him. Only now did Lu Ying realize that he had overlooked this Eternal Darkness card. Eternal Darkness had always been a tool for concealing the laws of the sequence realm or a tool for sneak attacks. It was not a true method to deal with enemies, which was Lu Yin's mistake. However, it would not be easy for him to control Eternal Darkness. The Lost Clan's battle style did not suit him at all. They relied on traps to drag their enemies into the card and then used the traps within the card to kill their enemies. Lu Ying, on the other hand, was more adept at fighting on his own. If he really encountered an opponent that forced him to use sneak attacks, a single card would not be able to trap them, and they would definitely be able to escape. Even if he upgraded Eternal Darkness to the primordial realm, would he be able to trap a primordial realm expert and prevent them from escaping? That was clearly impossible, as Lu Ying had not reached the primordial realm, so he would not be able to trap them. It might be possible to trap an expert who had not reached the primordial realm. Right, Lu Ying clenched his fists. His current opponents were not even in the primordial realm, so how could they be considered primordial realm experts? They were currently at the 7 sky gods, the 3 pillars, and the 6 boundless realms. When he thought of this, he decided to upgrade. The decision to upgrade was one thing, but the price was another. Lu Ying silently calculated, and his teeth ached. If he really wanted to upgrade Eternal Darkness to the next level, the amount of star essence he would need would be equivalent to half of his wealth. It should be known that Lu Ying currently had 226 trillion star essence, which was more than what Lu Tianjing had at his peak. In the entire Six Direction Society, only Yixing could compare to him. Half of Lu Yin's wealth was equivalent to more than 1 trillion star essence, which was equivalent to the majority of the 4 direction scales' wealth. None of the 4 cardinal scales could take out that much money on their own. If this money was scattered throughout the Cosmic Tree Society, it would be enough to incite a war and drive countless people crazy. Right now, he could only use it to upgrade Eternal Darkness. It was no wonder why the star essence he had previously used had not even been enough to make the card move. Lu Yin's heart ached, as Yixing was the last of the big names, and it was impossible to find another big name like Yixing. This was the largest amount of resources he had obtained from a single organization, and using it all up in such a short period of time made his heart ache. But there was nothing he could do. Lu Ying gritted his teeth, and his eyes turned red as he stared at the screen. He frantically smashed down with star essence, and the Eternal Darkness card slowly fell to the ground. When the Eternal Darkness card landed on the lower screen, Lu Ying sighed, his back drenched in sweat. In the past, the most extravagant expenditure he had ever used was to repair the progenitor's sword, which had only cost him 12 trillion star essence. Luin looked at the Eternal Darkness card. I hope you're not letting me down. He then picked up the card. The moment the card was taken out of the screen, the primordial space did not change, but the Lost Clan spacetime that was connected to the primordial space underwent a huge change. All of the exposed cards began to tremble uncontrollably. Elder Dangu was shocked. What was going on? He immediately took out his 7-star ancient card, Heavenly King, only to discover that it was trembling. The other Lost Clan members did not understand this situation, but Dangu knew that it was a phenomenon caused by an ancient card. Where was the ancient card? He looked up at the starry sky, but there was nothing there. Could it be that an ancient card had silently descended into this spacetime? Where had it come from? Who had brought it here? Had someone from his hometown come? Danjing arrived. Elder, our cards. Elder Dangu raised a hand to stop Danjing from speaking. I know. Keep this a secret. Don't tell anyone else. Danjing nodded and looked at Elder Dangu. The elder's expression was unprecedentedly solemn, but there was also a trace of imperceptible excitement. The Lost Clan's abnormality had not been detected by the primordial space. The two spacetimes had just connected, and they were not familiar with each other yet. The Lost Clan was xenophobic, and it would take a long time for them to get familiar with each other. Luin did not know that the upgrade of Eternal Darkness had shaken the entire Lost Clan. When he entered Eternal Darkness, he discovered that it was not much different from before. It was still as dark as before, so dark that it was difficult to breathe. This darkness was much deeper than Emoshang's dark sequence laws, and it was even deeper than the Void Realm. Luin believed that if old Freak Mo entered Eternal Darkness again, his dark sequence laws would be devoured. However, this alone was not very useful to Luin. He needed to truly understand Eternal Darkness, or the upgrade would be a waste. Furthermore, if Eternal Darkness could be upgraded, then the other cards of the Lost Clan would naturally be able to as well. Elder Dangu's Heavenly King card could do the same, and the cost would not be any less than Eternal Darkness's. Once it was upgraded, it would mean that Elder Dangu could rely on this card to fight against a Primordial Realm expert. This was undoubtedly good news, but whether Luin would upgrade the card or not was another question. The Lost Clan was xenophobic, and Elder Dangu had experienced despair before. Although Luin had convinced him to join the Above Heaven sect to fight against the Eternals, Luin was not sure how much he would do for the humans of this spacetime. Helping Elder Dangu upgrade the card and expending all of his own resources, or not helping Elder Dangu upgrade the card and keeping these resources for his own use was a choice. Luin thought about it for a while and then decided to put this matter aside for now since he still needed to use possession. Fusing with the body of a 7 sky gods would definitely consume a lot of resources. Even if he wanted to help Elder Dangu upgrade the card, he would need to leave behind enough star essence for himself. The ancient card could greatly increase Great Elder Dangu's strength, but that was all it could do. On the other hand, 6 Enhance could do something completely different, and the ancient card couldn't compare to it. Luin put away the Eternal Darkness card and continued to roll the die. 6 Enhance. Luin smiled, as he had thought that he wouldn't be able to roll it this time. His consciousness appeared in the dark space, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Appearing here meant that he could fuse his divine power into the body of someone who cultivated it. The next step was to find the glowing orb. There was one in the distance that was very dim, and it was obviously not what Luin was looking for. There were quite a few people who were qualified to cultivate godly power and had cultivated it well. For example, the spies that had been hidden in the Above Heaven sect had been able to destroy star energy because they could mobilize godly power. They might not have been able to successfully cultivate godly power, but they could mobilize it, which was another method. His consciousness continued to travel, and soon, he saw a bright orb that was not Chongliang. It was blinding, and Luin was excited. It was definitely at the level of the 3 powers and 6 limitless, or else it wouldn't be so bright. This brightness meant that its strength surpassed his own. As expected, there was a barrier in front of him, which meant that the orb was in a different spacetime from the Genesis space. Luin was slightly disappointed, as he had hoped to fuse into the body of the mysterious Bai Wuxian and see who this person was. His consciousness rushed towards the orb and slammed into the barrier. His consciousness and the barrier continued to cancel each other out until finally, his consciousness broke through the barrier and headed towards the orb. As he approached and fused with it, memories flooded his mind, and a pair of scarlet eyes stared at him. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as he had been discovered. At the same time, he knew who he was fusing with, Gu Yizhi. Turbid treasure? So that's how it is. No wonder you were able to reach this height. I should have known. A voice sounded out, and Lu Yin hurriedly left the ancient god and returned to the dark space. This was the first time that 6 enhance had been discovered, and that voice belonged to the one true god. He had discovered Lu Yin's secret. You want to leave after coming here? The dark space trembled, and Lu Yin's consciousness saw a large square seal appear in the blink of an eye, crashing down on his consciousness with a loud bang. Pfft. His consciousness returned to his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He half knelt on the ground as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his pupils dilated and focused. It took him a while to recover. His head was still dizzy and he couldn't see anything clearly. The most serious thing was that the consciousness planet in his heart had cracked. Lu Yin had seen that seal before, and it was the foundation of the Eternal Kingdom. It was also the foundation through which the 6 Directions Society could leave behind their auras when they traveled to other parallel universes. A base would not be able to enter one's consciousness in a dark space, so it was obvious that it was not the foundation, but something else. The die had always been Lu Yin's trump card. 1 point allowed him to steal external objects, 2 points allowed him to disintegrate, 3 points allowed him to upgrade, 4 points allowed him to stop time, 5 points allowed him to borrow innate gifts, and 6 points allowed him to fuse with someone else's body. Although most of these abilities had been seen through by others, and many had guessed that he had these abilities, they had never truly been able to decipher them. This was especially true for 6-pointers, which he had never expected to be solved by anyone else. When he was in the 3rd zone of disaster, he had fused his die with 6 pips into Dixia and Muji's bodies. He had been so close to Di Qiong, and he had never thought that he would be discovered. But now, he was discovered by the only true God, who even gave him a blow through that incomparably mysterious dark space. Next. This made Lu Yin feel uneasy, as his greatest secret had been discovered. He had a complicated look in his eyes. He should have known that this day would come. He had been so used to everything going smoothly that he had forgotten that the die might not be the most mysterious thing in the universe. The only true God seemed to have said 2 words, turbid treasure. Was the die a turbid treasure? What exactly was a turbid treasure? He had to find a time to ask. This time, he had fused with the ancient god's body, but he had been discovered by the only true God. This was because the true God had left behind a method to control the ancient god's body. This was not something that Lu Yin had learned from his memories, but rather from the moment he had fused with the ancient god's body. The ancient god had betrayed him for another reason. The moment he had fused with the ancient god's body, although it had only been a short time, Lu Yin had still seen memories of the illusory poison. He was glad that he had thought of the illusory poison the moment he had fused with the ancient god's body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to see it. The so-called illusory poison was not something that the Eternals had researched. Instead, it came from the saliva of a creature known as the illusory. The illusory was a white monster that slept in the void and fed on energy. Energy was the source of life, and once a creature lost its energy, it could not do anything. Even if food was placed right in front of it, it would not be able to eat it. It would lose its cultivation, and that was the loss of energy. The illusory's favorite food was energy. The illusory poison was the saliva that it had left behind when it was asleep. Lu Yin had seen the illusory before. He had used his limitless inner world to fish out the river of time, and he had seen a monster that looked like a whale. When it flipped over, it could create a world of nothingness. That was the illusory. The illusory devoured energy, and it was not an exaggeration to call it shocking. Energy could be converted into power, and the illusory's strength had shocked Lu Yin back then. Lu Yin had never thought that the Eternals would rear this monster and turn it into the creator of the illusory poison. Because the time he had fused with the ancient god's body had been too short, Luin had not been able to find the illusory's location through the ancient god's memories. He had only seen the origins of the illusory poison and the antidote. It was laughable that the antidote to the illusory poison was the poison of time. The illusory was born and raised by the heavens, and it had no natural enemies. Due to its enormous energy and size, no creature in the universe could kill it. No one even dared to approach it, as it would devour their energy. However, there was no such thing as an invincible creature in the universe. The illusory feared time the most, and the passage of time was what it feared the most. That was why it slept all year round, not wanting to feel the passage of time. Everything in the illusory could be dissolved by time. Of course, this was referring to the time that had obviously changed, not the normal time. Luin guessed that the Eternal's ability to trap the illusory was related to the poison of time. He knew the antidote, but the poison of time was difficult to find. This was not some kind of power, but rather time itself. Lu Yin's first thought was that the mist in the Mirage domain could definitely resolve the illusory poison, but he could not enter the domain. The only thing that he did not have to worry about was the illusory poison. The Eternals were also gone. It was not easy to obtain saliva from the illusory poison, as it would easily devour one's energy. Even the 7 sky gods were wary of this. After so many years, the Eternals had not obtained much illusory poison. The 5 spirit tribes and the Trimoon's alliance had used it all up. A total of 8 sequence lost powerhouses had attacked at once. How could the illusory poison be left? It was time to attack the first domain of disaster. Luin touched his chest. His consciousness had been injured, but his body was unharmed. The plan could still continue, and he could not wait. The longer he waited, the more the Eternals would have. In the lost dimension, Elder Xianxia stood in the sky, holding the Emperor card. There was no movement. Had someone put it away? How did the ancient card appear in the world? Elder Xianxia looked into the distance. Someone was approaching. Soon, Luin arrived. "Senior, why are you here?" Elder Xianxia replied, "I came out to take a look. The 2 dimensions are connected, and there must be a place for them to merge." Luin smiled. "Of course, but don't worry. If the lost dimension does not wish to interact with the outside world, that's fine. The main purpose of connecting dimensions is to facilitate mutual support and guard against the Eternals." "Why have you come here, Master Lu?" Elder Xianxia asked. Seeing Luin reminded him of a corner of the card that had appeared before. However, it could not be that card. Otherwise, the movement would not have been so small. The appearance of that card would cause the entire universe to tremble. Luin was helpless. "I'm ashamed to say this. All this time, I didn't understand the Eternal Darkness card, and I'm not used to fighting with it. Thus, I wanted to ask Elder Xianxia about the Eternal Darkness card." Eternal Darkness had been upgraded to the level of an ancient card, so Luin naturally wanted to use it against the enemy. He had to understand it clearly before the battle. Of course, he did not intend to take out the Eternal Darkness card to prevent Elder Xianxia from seeing that he had upgraded it. He could not explain it. Elder Xianxia did not think much of it. Eternal Darkness has existed in the Lost Dimension for a very long time. It is on the same level as my Emperor card. They are both 7-star Archean cards, and there is only one method in it. It is called the Dark Hall. The Dark Hall? Luin was curious. Elder Xianxia looked at Luin. "You haven't asked me this question. I thought you were not interested in the card." Luin said apologetically, "It's just that there are too many different combat skills. Sometimes, I don't know which one to practice. I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Elder Xianxia looked at Luin with a faint smile. "Master Lu paid attention to the Lost Dimension because you had a talk with me last time, right?" Luin was stunned. He had not thought of it that way. Before this, Master Lu only thought that the Lost Dimension was an ordinary civilization that could not be compared to the Origin space. At most, it was comparable to the Reincarnation spacetime, and this was only because of the ancient cards. But after the last talk, Master Lu also knew about the glory of the Lost Dimension, so you paid attention to Eternal Darkness. Elder Xianxia continued. Luin had not thought of it that way, but since Elder Shangu said so, it was true. The lost dimension did not belong to this universe. It had given birth to unimaginable powerhouses, which meant that its glory was not inferior to the above heaven sect. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to pay attention to eternal darkness from then on. Luin smiled bitterly. I can't hide anything from you, Elder Shangu. You are right. I have always thought that the human body is the foundation of cultivation, but I did not expect that a card could give birth to such a glorious civilization. Elder Shangu sighed. A senior once said that in the universe, everything that is born has its own unique way of development. No species is invincible, and no species cannot develop. Even a blade of grass or a piece of stone has its own way of development. It just depends on whether you can find it. Luin recalled that the endless battlefield had civilizations that fought with stones on their backs. There was even more grass, and Hongyan Mavis had used a stalk of grass to block the corrosive mist of time. Grand Elder Shangu was right. Luin bowed solemnly. I've learned my lesson. That's right. Every civilization has its own unique development. I should not be limited. Great Elder Shangu couldn't help but laugh. I didn't say those words. They were said by a senior. Unfortunately, that senior also died. He died very miserably. In the end, nothing can defeat that existence. Luin hurriedly said, Grand Elder, my master said that everything is preordained by the heavens. There is no limit to the universe. That existence you speak of should not exist. I told you this last time. Grand Elder Shangu sighed deeply. I'm sorry, Master Lu. I lost my composure. Grand Elder Shangu would lose his composure every time that existence was mentioned. Clearly, that existence had become his inner demon long ago. This made Luin no longer want to help him upgrade the Heavenly King card. It was not that he looked down on Grand Elder Shangu, but the upgrade of a card needed to be accompanied by its user. Grand Elder Shangu's inner demon meant that he could not reach the primordial realm. Even if he used a primordial realm card, he would only be able to face the 7 sky gods at most. He would only be unlucky if he encountered a true primordial realm expert. Upgrading the card was not helping him, but harming him. My lost clan has a total of 3 7-star archaic cards. They are the Heavenly King, Eternal Darkness, and Aurora. Among them, Aurora does not have a master. The master of the Heavenly King is me. You are now the master of Eternal Darkness. The Heavenly King is tyrannical, and Eternal Darkness is sinister. Eternal Darkness is a method of dealing with enemies. The traps inside should be created by you, and the traps inside the card are called the Dark Hall. You use darkness to imprison and burn enemies. Grand Elder Shangu told Luin his understanding of Eternal Darkness. Although he had never used Eternal Darkness before, there were many people in the history of the Lost Clan who had once been the master of Eternal Darkness. Luin gradually understood Eternal Darkness through Grand Elder Shangu's explanation. He rubbed his cosmic ring. He did not know what the effects of using Eternal Darkness against enemies would be. His strength had already changed, but he had not broken through to the progenitor realm. As for Eternal Darkness, while it was said that it corresponded to the primordial realm, it was impossible for him to truly fight against a primordial realm expert. However, using it to kill 1 or 2 Sanqing and Liu Hao shouldn't be a problem. After he finished speaking, Great Elder Dan Gu allowed Luin to ponder. He had actually been waiting for Luin to come to the Lost Clan to ask him how to use Eternal Darkness, but Luin had not come. With the card in hand, it was only natural that he would be able to see through the traps. However, if the difference in cultivation realm was too great, it would be difficult for him to see through them. In the past, Lu Yin's understanding of Eternal Darkness had only been superficial. Only now did he realize that the Dark Hall was Eternal Darkness' true method of killing enemies. Not long after, he left. Great Elder Shangu remained in the starry sky, looking at the Heavenly King card. He wanted to wait for a reaction and find the ancient card. In the first zone of calamity, along with the shocking thunder, the sky above and the ground below were swept by lightning, and countless cracks appeared in the void. A figure walked out, holding a long sword, and retreated step by step. Following the figure was a creature that looked like an earthworm or a snake. It was golden in color and had black lightning patterns around it. Its eyes flashed with blue lightning as it opened its mouth to bite the figure. In the land of Calamity region, the ancestor of the past raised his head. As expected, they had come. They knew that White Cloud City wouldn't let the matter rest when they attacked the 5 spirit tribes and the March Alliance. Even White Cloud City wouldn't be able to sit still. But so what? The first zone of calamity wasn't a place where they could do as they pleased. It was time for some old bastards to make a move. Did they really think that they could hide forever? Jiangfeng, this is the second time you've lured the primordial thunder locust to the Eternals. Don't even think about returning this time. Black Wuxian flew up, and black lines appeared in front of the primordial thunder locust, cooperating with the locust to imprison the figure. The figure was Lightning Master Jiangfeng. Jiangfeng's expression was cold. I didn't plan on leaving alive the first time, but you've allowed me to escape again and again. Black Wuxian, where do you get your confidence from? With that, he severed the black lines. Countless black lines appeared in the sky, densely packed together. At the entrance of the first zone of calamity, a golden light descended, and Celestial Champion appeared with a grin. I'm here again, Arrow God. I don't want to hit women, but you seem to be asking for a beating. The only response he received was an arrow and a cold gaze. The Arrow God stared at Celestial Champion. Only Celestial Champion could keep her busy, but she was also the only one who could keep Celestial Champion busy. This person was too difficult to kill, and it could even be said that he couldn't be killed. Enemies like this were the most troublesome. Void Master and Wood God entered at the same time, but they were helpless. They hadn't recovered from their injuries from the previous battles, but they had to participate in this battle. The first time Great Elder Dan Gu had entered the zone of calamity, he'd immediately brought Di Qiong into the Heavenly Emperor card. Di Qiong hadn't even been able to react. Lu Yin's usage of the card was far inferior to Great Elder Dan Gu's. If it had been Lu Yin, he wouldn't have been able to bring Di Qiong into the card. Another great battle broke out in the first zone of calamity. This time, the Six Direction Association had joined forces with White Cloud City, and the Eternals hadn't expected this. They knew that the humans wouldn't give up and that there would be a great battle, but they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly and so decisively. Kong Tianzhao had gone to find the ancestor of the past, but he'd been forced to retreat. The Qing Luo sword art represented the unfathomable power of spiritual force. When Lu Tian stepped forward, the Lu family used the primogenitor's scripture to make up for the lack of spiritual force. Although it still couldn't close the gap between them and the Qing Luo sword art, it was enough to fight. The Shaoing divinity watched the human powerhouses kill their way into the zone of calamity. When had the Eternals become passive? In the beginning, the first zone of calamity had been enough to suppress the entire Six Direction Society, but as the Six Direction Society continued to surround and kill, their morale skyrocketed. Now, all 6 calamity zones had been activated, and even the divine commandment was unable to suppress the humans. When the humans were truly united, they could unleash a terrifying power. The Shaoing divinity regretted revealing himself so early. However, it wasn't that he wanted to reveal himself, but rather that he had no choice. It was that little bastard Lu Yin who had forced him to reveal himself. Right, where was Lu Yin? The Shaoing divinity scanned the battlefield. Impossible. Who else in the entire Six Direction Society could affect this battle besides Lu Yin? Although the Shaoing divinity didn't want to admit it, Lu Yin was indeed the only person in the Six Direction Society who could affect all of the parallel spacetime continuums. Suddenly, danger descended upon the Shaoing divinity as a cold blade of light appeared in front of him. He raised his hand and summoned his sequence laws. The 2 sequence laws of extreme yin and extreme yang fused together to form a beam of light that swept forward and collided with the blade of light. The one who had attacked was Woodcutter. He took a step forward and raised his blade to slash at the Shaoing divinity. The Shaoing divinity knew that his opponent was Woodcutter. In front of him, Woodcutter attacked with his blade. The Shaoing divinity was confident that he could fight against Woodcutter. Back when he had still been one of the 3 divinities, Woodcutter's strength had only been on par with his. Now, however, Woodcutter had fused 2 sequence laws and was comparable to the 7 sky gods. Woodcutter was no match for the Shaoing divinity. However, the shouting divinity did not notice that Woodcutter was right in front of him. On his right and left, there were two people staring at him. They were Qingping and Muxia. The shouting divinity would never have guessed that Lu Yin's three senior brothers were all targeting him. This was something that Lu Yin had instructed them to do, as the shouting divinity was extremely important to this battle. The blade of light slashed down with a frightening sharpness. The shouting divinity raised his hand, and a beam of light shot out like a sword from his fingertips. It swept past and sliced apart the blade of light. Woodcutter, I underestimated you back then. But now, it's you who has underestimated me. Woodcutter's gaze was cold as he slashed out with his blade. The spaceless blade sliced through the void, bringing danger to the shouting divinity. The shouting divinity raised his brows as he used his sequence laws to forcefully break through the void. This was a battle of sequence laws, and the shouting divinity knew that Woodcutter was no match for him in this aspect. Suddenly, an evil Saraira appeared from the side and charged towards him. Muxia had not reached the level of a sequence law, so logically speaking, he should not have been able to threaten the shouting divinity. This was especially so in the zone of disaster, where everyone was weakened. His attack should have been completely ignored by the shouting divinity. However, Muxia's goal was not to fight the shouting divinity, but to bring an evil Saraira closer to the shouting divinity. The evil Saraira was a coordinate that could be traced back to the past. The shouting divinity used his sequence laws to break through the blade, one finger pointing towards Woodcutter and the other towards Muxia. At the same time, the evil Saraira was already close to him, but it was shattered by the beam of light that he had pointed at Muxia. The remaining power swept towards Muxia. At that moment, Woodcutter slashed out with his blade. It was still the spaceless blade, and this blade headed towards the beam of light that the shouting divinity had shot out. The beam of light suddenly disappeared, and the blade descended in front of the shouting divinity. The shouting divinity hastily dodged, but a layer of flesh was still torn off from his shoulder, and blood dripped from it. He stared at his finger in confusion. What was going on? He had clearly used his sequence laws just now, and could have suppressed Woodcutter's blade, but the sequence laws had disappeared. No, he felt it carefully. The sequence particles had not decreased, as if that attack had not been launched. Looking at Woodcutter, Woodcutter slashed out again, and at the same time, Muxia pushed the evil Saraira away. Just now, Muxia had used the evil Saraira as a coordinate and used tracing back to the past, directly negating what had happened when the evil Saraira was close to the shouting divinity. There was only one incident, and that was when the shouting divinity raised two fingers, one pointing towards Woodcutter and the other pointing towards Muxia. This incident was negated, which meant that the shouting divinity had not made a move, but from what he knew, he had already made a move. In other words, what he thought did not happen, and Woodcutter's blade slashed towards him without any obstruction. If not for his quick reaction, that blade would not have just torn open his flesh. The shouting divinity saw Woodcutter slashing towards him again, and this time, he was on guard. He pointed his finger, and the beam of light shot towards Woodcutter's blade, directly ignoring Muxia. After all, Muxia's evil Saraira was not enough to cause him any harm. However, this attack disappeared once again. The shouting divinity suddenly looked at Muxia, his gaze cold. It's you. The second tracing back to the past was caught by the shouting divinity. After dodging Woodcutter's blade, he did not hesitate to attack Muxia, especially avoiding the evil Saraira's approach. He pointed his finger, and since Muxia had not reached the level of sequence laws, the beam of light should have been able to kill him directly. However, the beam of light suddenly disappeared again, and tracing back to the past was used again. This time, Woodcutter's blade was used as a coordinate. The shouting divinity dodged Woodcutter's blade, but the blade brushed past him, and Woodcutter also locked onto his coordinates. Otherwise, the moment the blade brushed past him, it would have caused shouting divinity's attack to disappear. A relic smashed into the shouting divine sovereign. The relic's power could not do anything to the shouting divine sovereign, but Muxia did not just have relic, his true attack was the relic kingdom. All this time, Muxia had placed the largest relic in the mother tree to use tracing back to time to find traces of Yibo. His goal was to cultivate tracing back to time. Now that Yibo had been found, Muxia could naturally use all of the relic, which was the true ancestral world's relic kingdom. The relics suddenly split apart, with one in the middle and 8 revolving around each other, forming a kingdom that slammed into the Xiaoying Divine Sovereign's body. This attack caused the Xiaoying Divine Sovereign to take a step back, its power exceeding his expectations. This was a power that was only second to sequence laws. Mu Xia's blade descended once more. The Xiaoying Divine Sovereign waved his hand to repel the relic kingdom and remained vigilant against Mu Xia and Mu Xia, not allowing any attacks to get close. He had a headache, as he did not understand how these two were able to negate his attacks. What battle technique was this? The entire first Calamity Zone was bustling with activity, and the Xiaoying Divine Sovereign had no time to care about anyone else. He only wanted to focus on tracing back to time, but he could not even find the right direction, so he could not understand this time battle technique. Helpless, he could only retreat. It was not that he could not defeat Mu Hong and Mu Xia. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to defeat him. However, these two were too strange. Moreover, they had been staring at him since the beginning, which made him feel that something was not right. The Xiaoying divinity retreated in one direction, and the wooden carving blade became even sharper. Mu Xia's Dark Relic Kingdom was also blocking in that direction. The Dark Relic Kingdom was unable to cause much damage to the Xiaoying divinity, but the evil aura was at its peak, and it was rather stable. The Xiaoying divinity was unable to forcefully break it open with the sequence laws, and it was very difficult for him to disperse it in an instant. He could only change directions, but Mu Xia still refused to budge. The Xiaoying Divine Sovereign could only retreat step by step towards the Black Mother Tree. This was Mu Xia and Mu Xia's goal, as well as the reason why Luyin had asked them to attack the Xiaoying Divine Sovereign. They wanted to force the Xiaoying Divine Sovereign to the Black Mother Tree. The Xiaoying Divine Sovereign felt that there was something wrong with Mu Xia and Mu Xia. When he retreated, their attacks were gentler, but once he changed directions, their attacks became fiercer. There was definitely something wrong. There was something wrong. He did not want to follow their instructions, so he had to change directions. The wooden carving slashed out once again, pressing down on the evil Shelly Kingdom. This time, Reverend God Xiaoyin was determined to change the direction. He used the Yin God All and attacked the evil Shelly Kingdom. At the same time, he avoided the wooden carving's blade. He could tell that as long as his attack didn't get close, the two of them wouldn't be able to deny his attack. The wooden carvings had their own methods, and Divine Venerable Xiaoyin was no fool. He had already figured out the pattern. As the light beam swept across, the wooden carving could only dodge. Upon seeing this, Qing Ping, who had been staring at the scene, appeared. He also knew how to trace back to the past. The three of them all knew how to search for the past and were able to succeed. The only difference was the amount of time they had to search for the past and the degree to which they could negate the events. Mu Feng could easily negate Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's actions because he was also a sequence law adept. Mu Xia, on the other hand, had a harder time. As for Qing Ping, it was very difficult. Therefore, he did not intend to use ancient tracing and directly used judgment. The balance scale descended. One side appeared beneath Qing Ping's feet, while the other side appeared beneath deity Xiaoyin's feet. This was a trial of laws. The path that Qing Ping had walked was a path that was unique to him. Back then, he had relied on this to judge Di Qiong. Facing Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin would naturally be a piece of cake. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin pointed a finger, wanting to break through Qing Ping's ancestral world. However, he could not do so. Qing Ping's ancestral world was not a battle technique, nor was it a physical attack. Instead, it was a trial of laws. Although it was not a sequence law, it had taken a shortcut. Judgment. Close or far? I choose close. Back when he had fought Di Qiong in the Eternal Kingdom, in order to save Luyin, Qing Ping had chosen close or far. The closer he was to Di Qiong, the more advantageous it would be for Di Qiong. This time, it was the other way around. Qing Ping had chosen close, which meant that the closer he was to Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, the more disadvantageous it would be for Qing Ping. This was a fair trial, provided that no outsiders interfered. It all depended on the methods of the two in this trial. Now that Mu Feng and the others had interfered, things were different. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was still relatively close to Qing Ping, and he could clearly feel himself being pulled up into the sky by the scale. An indescribable sense of panic approached him, as if some mysterious force was weakening him. What the hell was this? The closer Qing Ping got to him, the more he could feel the chill. Without Mu Feng and the others, even if Qing Ping and Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin were very close, the trial would not have been able to do anything to Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. At most, he would have been severely injured. After all, Qing Ping was not invincible, and this sort of trial was not invincible. The backlash he would have to endure would be even more severe. However, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin did not know that Qing Ping would suffer such a strong backlash. Furthermore, he did not dare to take the risk of getting injured on this battlefield. Seeing Qing Ping approach, he could only keep his distance and retreat. The more he retreated, the lower the scale fell, and the less chill he felt. He heaved a sigh of relief and looked up. Qing Ping had caught up. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin raised a finger and shot a beam of light at Qing Ping, but it was dispelled by Mu Feng's blade. On the other side, the evil Shelley Kingdom was approaching. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was dumbfounded. It was obvious that the three of them were working together. What were they trying to do? Mu Feng's blade, ancient tracing, Qing Ping's trial, and the endless evil aura of the evil Shelley Kingdom. The three of them worked together to suppress Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin until he could not breathe. The three of them had all sorts of techniques that were enough to counter all his attacks. Helpless, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin could only retreat as far away from Qing Ping as possible. As he retreated, Qing Ping chased. In the blink of an eye, their battlefield was getting further and further away from Ancestor Shi's battlefield, and closer to the Black Mother Tree. This scene was seen by Muji. He found it strange, but he did not dare to interfere, nor did he want to. Compared to the entire battle of the first domain of disaster, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's battle was just a corner, and was not considered glorious. The battle between Arrow God and Heavenly Lord Victor, Lu Tianyi against Ancestor Shi, Kong Tianzhao against Ji Luo, and Void Master and Mu Shen against the Ancient God. All of these battles were more glorious than theirs. Especially above their heads, the primordial thunder locust's lightning covered the entire first domain of disaster. Lightning Lord Jiangfeng was constantly fighting with the primordial thunder locust. Black lines filled the sky, bringing about an apocalyptic scene to the first domain of disaster. As a result, no one dared to fly up into the sky. The first domain of disaster was shattered. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was forced to continuously approach the Black Mother Tree. He was certain that there was a problem, but Qing Ping's judgment prevented him from moving in any other direction. Approaching Qing Ping was dangerous, but staying away from Qing Ping was also problematic. Helpless, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin used 8-star Jadeite. 8-star Jadeite was equivalent to spatial memory, and it allowed him to integrate attacks that appeared within a certain range into his body and use them. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin did not know what attacks had appeared around him, but he knew that the humans had been frantically attacking the domain of disaster and had attacked the Black Mother Tree multiple times. It was impossible for there not to be any powerful attacks here. Blue stripes appeared on his body, and as the blue stripes on his back extinguished, a blue gem formed in the surrounding space. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin held it in his hand and swallowed it. Mu Xia and Qing Ping exclaimed, 8-star Jadeite? Muji's gaze sank. He had heard of 8-star Jadeite before, but how did this person know it? If Big Sis or Elder Chan were here, it would not have been surprising. They had surrounded Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin in the Rotting God dimension and knew that he had 8-star Jadeite's innate gift. This innate gift did not have much power, but it depended on whether or not a powerful attack had appeared in the surrounding space. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin swallowed the sapphire, and an invisible ripple appeared. He raised his hand and shot an arrow at Qing Ping. This was the Arrow God's archery technique. During the battle of the first domain of disaster, the Arrow God had supported the first domain of disaster, and it had been in this area that he had shot his first arrow. Luyin had almost been hit, and that arrow had heavily injured Lei Tian and First Jian. Mu Xia's blade slashed down, and the Arrow God was cut in half. Although the Arrow God's arrow was powerful, it could not suppress Mu Xia with just one arrow. Her archery was more about continuous shooting, and eventually, she could suppress the battlefield. In this area, the Arrow God had only shot one arrow. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had only been able to shoot one arrow, but that was just the beginning. Soon after, Terrifying lightning appeared on his body, lighting up every corner of the first domain of disaster and attracting everyone's attention. Even Jiang Feng, who was in the sky, looked over. Wasn't that his lightning? Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's lips curled up into a sinister smile. Yes, this was the feeling. This was the might of the Thunder Lord's lightning, and he had not expected it to draw out the Thunder Lord's attack. He looked at Xianxia and the others. Die. He then raised his hand, and lightning exploded, causing the void to crack. In the sky, Jiang Feng's expression changed. Not good, and he was about to attack. Above him, the primordial thunder locust lowered its eyes and let out a furious roar. Its eyes shot out blue lightning that pierced through the void and smashed towards Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Just as Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was about to attack Xianxia and the others, he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He looked up and gaped as he saw the primordial thunder locust's blue lightning descend. Without hesitation, he blasted the surrounding lightning away, colliding with the blue lightning. The world rumbled as the golden and blue lightning clashed, creating the most dazzling light in the first domain of disaster. No one had expected Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin to clash with the primordial thunder locust. Even Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin himself had not expected this, let alone the others. He was stunned. He could have used the Thunder Lord's power to wipe out those three fellows, so why had he been targeted by the primordial thunder locust? He had even attacked himself. The blue lightning pressed down crazily, and the golden lightning around Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was constantly weakening. He had only used the Thunder Lord's might, and in this position, the Thunder Lord had not used his full strength. The primordial thunder locust was serious. Under this attack, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin could not withstand it at all. The blue lightning spread through the void, burning and tearing his skin. His body was constantly bombarded by the blue lightning, and the golden lightning quickly disappeared. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin hurriedly used the Tai Yin and Tai Yang sequence rules, using all his sequence particles to resist. As the blue lightning struck the ground, the impact of the lightning finally ended. Xianxia and the others watched this dramatic scene and were confused. What had happened? In the sky, Jiang Feng laughed. This fellow had no idea how much the primordial thunder locust hated his lightning. It wasn't targeting him or White Cloud City, but the lightning itself. The Xiaoyin divinity used the golden lightning to attack, so of course he was targeted by the primordial thunder locust. In the distance, Ancestor Shi was helpless. The Xiaoyin divinity was unlucky to have borrowed Jiang Feng's strength. Didn't he see that Jiang Feng was being targeted by the primordial thunder locust? Using his strength to fight was courting death. The Xiaoyin divinity was crippled. He lay on the ground, not a single part of his body intact. He had been struck unconscious by the lightning, unable to move, and was charred. Mu Feng and the others looked at each other. What should they do? This wasn't part of the plan. Originally, they had wanted to force the Xiaoyin divinity to the Black Mother Tree, which seemed normal. However, the Xiaoyin divinity was half crippled and couldn't escape. How could they force him to the Black Mother Tree? If they didn't attack, it would be too conspicuous. If they attacked, the Xiaoyin divinity wouldn't survive. The three were stunned. They had never encountered such a situation. At that moment, a figure rushed out from the divine power lake towards the Xiaoyin divinity. Mu Feng was about to attack when Qing Ping stopped him. The three watched as the figure grabbed the Xiaoyin divinity and rushed towards the Black Mother Tree. Qing Ping stared at the figure. Was that Wu Hou? Hui Wu? He stared at Hui Wu, whose body was covered in a layer of dim red. It was divine power. He had been sunk into the divine power lake. This was Ancestor Shi's decision. What was going on now? He was actually bringing the Xiaoyin divinity towards the Black Mother Tree. What was he doing? Chase! Woodcarving roared and slashed out with his blade. It swept past Hui Wu and slashed towards the ground. This was perfect. No matter why Hui Wu had brought the young Yin divinity towards the Black Mother Tree, it seemed that they could still achieve their goal. Qing Ping watched this scene with a complicated expression. Hui Wu had been discovered. Why didn't he go back with Luyin? He clearly had a chance, so what was he doing now? Was he helping them or the Xiaoyin divinity? At this moment even Qing Ping couldn't understand. At the same time, the primordial thunder locust stared down. That was it. It stared at Jiang Feng again and swung its tail. Jiang Feng saw the Shaoing divinity being brought to the Black Mother Tree by Hui Wu. It was time. At the same time, he walked towards the Black Mother Tree. Eternal, I'm here again. Didn't you want the thing in my hands? Come and take it. Behind him, the ancient thunder locust roared and chased after Jiang Feng towards the Black Mother Tree. He Wuxian raised his eyebrows. Jiang Feng, your opponent is me. A figure walked out of the Black Mother Tree. It was the only true god. The one true god didn't even look at the battlefield where divine venerable Shaoyin and the others were fighting. He just stared at the golden lightning. Jiang Feng, you still can't see clearly. There are some things that I thought you would understand. What do you know? Do you understand that you want to destroy the human race? Jiang Feng laughed. During Earth's apocalypse, under the pressure of despair from those powerful creatures, I still managed to lead humanity out. In this starry sky, I encountered numerous near-death battles, but didn't I make it through? How long has that beast been chasing me? Back then, I stole the thunder right under its nose. Ha 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 ha. What do you want me to understand? The one true God said calmly, what do you mean? To think is to reject heaven's grace. Nonsense. Jiang Feng stepped onto the Black Mother Tree. Behind him was the ancient thunder locust, and in front of him stood the one true God. He slashed out with an indescribable feeling. It was as if heaven and earth had turned upside down, and everything was within his sword. At this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Humans, animals, even the earth, the lake, and the starry sky, all breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if everything was breathing, as if the universe was breathing. The one true God raised his hand, and the starry sky froze. With a bang, his fingertips hit the blade of the sword. Then, he clamped the blade with 2 fingers, allowing the thunder to pour in. He remained motionless. I'll take this turbid treasure. Can you take it? Jiang Feng held the sword tightly and turned around. Behind him, the ancient thunder locust had just arrived, and the blue lightning smashed towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng raised his hand and allowed the blue lightning to enter his body. This lightning came from the same source as his, but after being nourished by the ancient thunder locust for countless years, his body couldn't withstand it. But if he couldn't withstand it, the one true God wouldn't have it easy either. The blue lightning smashed onto Jiang Feng's body, causing him to cough up blood. At the same time, the lightning entered the one true God's body through the blade. The golden and blue lightning smashed towards the one true God at the same time. Even the one true God could only let go of his fingers, allowing the blade to leave his body. Jiang Feng coughed up blood and laughed. He took the opportunity to slash with his sword. Under the golden and blue lightning, the blade pierced into the one true God's hand. The one true God's blood dripped down, melting the Black Mother Tree. The one true God bent the blade with the back of his hand, allowing the blade to pierce through, but it couldn't pierce through. Jiang Feng felt the terrifying power, and his body was also being attacked by the blue lightning. He had no choice but to retreat. Chang's life. The blade vibrated, causing Jiang Feng's power to vibrate. He couldn't help but cough up blood again. This time, it came from the one true God. The one true God stepped out. Jiang Feng, you're too arrogant. Without the turbid treasure, you can't even get close to me. Stay. As he spoke, he grabbed towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smiled at the one true God. Don't you know how long you've lived? In front of him, a tail filled with blue lightning smashed towards him. Jiang Feng didn't dodge, allowing the ancient thunder locust's tail to hit him. Although this attack made him feel uncomfortable, it allowed him to distance himself from the one true God. At this moment, Hui Wu dragged divine sovereign Shaoyin to the Black Mother Tree. In the distance, the Grand Empyrean walked out from the void. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Realm. Under the Black Mother Tree, divine sovereign Shaoyin had already regained consciousness. He originally thought that he would die, but he didn't expect Hui Wu to drag him away and even avoid the pursuit of wood carving and the others. Just as he was about to thank Hui Wu, he suddenly looked around. No, he was under the Black Mother Tree. He looked into the distance and saw wood carving and the others looking at him. Seeing the expression in their eyes, divine sovereign Shaoyin's heart sank. quickly take me away from here. Huiwu stood beside him and quietly looked into the sky. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin endured the pain and wanted to get up. At this moment, he heard the words 6 paths of reincarnation realm. This was the voice of the Grand Empyrean. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's body slowly flew up, and at that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. He understood that he had been wrong, very wrong. He had thought that he had hidden himself well and was the best spy that the Eternals had placed in the 6 Paths Society. However, he had been wrong. The Grand Empyrean had clearly known that he was a spy and had set up a trap for him. No wonder he had been able to escape from the Tea Party battle. No wonder the Grand Empyrean had never stopped him despite all the things he had done. No wonder Lu Yin had spared his life in the rotting god space. No wonder, so this was the reason. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin couldn't control his body and flew into the air. His vision was blurry, and he could only see a pair of eyes clearly. Those eyes belonged to the Grand Empyrean, and they held a lofty gaze that looked down on everything. So this was the case. He had always been an ant. Bang! Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's body exploded, and rays of light connected the void. In the blink of an eye, 6 pillars of light were formed with the Black Mother Tree at the center. They connected the sky and the earth, and it was impossible to see the top or the bottom. They connected directly and covered the entire Black Mother Tree, forming a giant circular pillar of light. It wasn't just the Black Mother Tree, but also the one true God and the primordial thunder locust. In the first zone of disaster, the ancestor of the past's expression changed. Not good. She slashed at the Black Mother Tree in an attempt to break the pillar of light, but it didn't budge. Hei Wuxian also attacked. The Archer God, and the others all attacked, but they were also unable to move the pillar of light. Inside the Black Mother Tree, the one true God raised his hand and pressed it against the pillar of light. With a boom, the pillar of light trembled and then cracked. In the sky, Jiang Feng's expression changed. It was useless? On the wooden carving, Lu Tianyi and the others stopped fighting and looked at the Black Mother Tree. If it was useless, then this battle would have been in vain. Although most people didn't know the reason for this battle, it seemed that the goal was to seal the one true God inside. If the one true God could easily break through, then it would be too laughable. At this moment, the Grand Empyrean appeared beside the pillar of light, 100 meters away from the one true God. Taihong, this was your plan? For this, you didn't hesitate to exile the Lu family and allow Xiaoyin to do whatever he wants, the one true God said calmly as if he wasn't the one trapped inside. The Grand Empyrean coldly said, some things require a price to achieve. But what's the point of this? The one true God was calm. The Grand Empyrean slowly descended and entered the pillar of light alone. He sat at the bottom of the pillar of light. My suffering is you. Only by killing you can I pass through this suffering, but it's impossible to kill you. This is the only way. Eternal, I'll gamble with you. Either I die in the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, or your power will gradually be stripped away by the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Although it will take a long time, I can afford to wait. The one true God placed his hands behind his back. You're so sure that this thing can strip away my power? The Grand Empyrean didn't answer and closed his eyes. The one true God raised his hand again, but this time, he couldn't shake the pillar of light and the crack from before was repaired. The Grand Empyrean had entered the pillar of light, so even the one true God couldn't break it. The one true God shouted, I didn't think that the arrogant woman from back then would have a day of forbearance. Taihong, I acknowledge you, but so what if you can trap me? Can you deal with the eternal race's 3 pillars and 6 pillars? This is a gift from the heavens. Can you accept it? The only true God shouted. At this moment, the ancient thunder locust that was trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation realm with him slowly swam out. He wasn't imprisoned by the 6 paths of reincarnation realm at all. The one true God laughed. You're really only targeting me. Taihong, how long have you been preparing? The Grand Empyrean opened his eyes. Did you learn this nonsense from Taichu? Too much nonsense. In the sky, Jiang Feng was helpless. He thought that he had trapped the ancient thunder locust, but it seemed like he was happy for nothing. It was unknown how much time the Grand Empyrean had spent, but he had only managed to trap Eternal after trying his best. If she really had the ability to trap all the creatures inside, she wouldn't have allowed divine sovereign Xiaoyin to exile the Lu family and make such a great sacrifice. Her 6 paths of reincarnation realm only targeted the one true god and didn't work on other creatures. Thunder boomed again, and the ancestor of the past looked away. The one true god and Tai Hong had perished together, so the war would continue. However, she hadn't expected Tai Hong's plan to target the Xiaoyin divinity. She had underestimated this woman. Since the humans had already made preparations, they would definitely be prepared for the upcoming war. The next moment, Lu Yuan appeared, and the general appointment platform shook the void. It was his turn to act. In the distance, the ancient god waved his hand and forced the void master back. He stepped into the sky and faced Lu Yuan. "Fertile earth, have your injuries healed?" Lu Yuan looked at the ancient god in front of him. "De Chong, why did you betray us? You must give me a reason today." "There is no reason. If there is a reason, it would be that the human body restricts my power too much. It's so great that I can't see any hope of breaking through. That's not the reason I want." Lu Yuan punched at the ancient god. The ancient god waved his hand and raised his fist as well. Indestructible state. Boom. The first zone of disaster shook, and a terrifying pressure swept down. Muji felt his scalp go numb. This was the power of the 3 realms' 6 paths. It was too terrifying, and even the wood god couldn't get close. However, this was also what he wanted. His eyes burned with passion. One day, he would be able to reach this level. The ancient god completely revealed his terrifying strength, and it was even stronger than the battle of the first zone of disaster. He had used the sequence laws. The moment the Black Mother Tree was sealed by the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, 3 figures walked out of a stargate in the sky of the neighboring 6th zone of disaster. Luyin was in the middle, and beside him was Hongyan Mavis, whose face was hidden. On the other side was Erji. When the 3 of them walked out, they immediately attracted the attention of the 6th zone's zombie kings and the human traders. The 6th zone of disaster had never encountered an external enemy, so the human traders were stunned. However, the zombie kings rushed over without fear of death. At that moment, Luyin took out Mount Supreme and released Emperor Shang. The Emperor Mecha crushed the numerous corpse kings with a wave of its hand before leaping towards the Black Mother Tree. If he wasn't wrong, then the corpse goddess was right below the Black Mother Tree, in a location similar to the first Shrine of Calamity. Ruins, the 3rd zone's Di Qiong, and Hei Wuxian of the 4th zone were all there. The Emperor's massive zombie king Emperor's mech. And right below the Black Mother Tree, there was a concave valley. The valley was covered in dark clouds, and no one could see inside. Emperor's zombies, S. The zombie B, and even the zombie ancestor zombie kings zombies. TS2's the ancestor, S's power SSSS, it. Teat. The tremendous force blasted the venerable emperor out of the valley and into the sky. Emperor Shang was shocked inside the emperor's mech. What kind of monster is this? He couldn't believe that the ancestral civilization could suppress the emperor. But there were many parallel universes, and there were bound to be unbeatable enemies. Luyin had expected to meet a strong enemy in this battle, but he hadn't expected the enemy to be strong enough to send the emperor flying. Emperor Shang listened to the alarm and knew that the creature in the valley had enough destructive power to threaten the emperor. Luyin brought Eji and Hongyan Mavis out of the valley. An enormous palm stretched out from the valley and pressed down on the edge of the mountain range. The sound of a beating heart could be heard. Eji's eyes widened in excitement. Interesting. This is too interesting. Looks like a big guy has appeared. Under their gazes, a giant head emerged from the valley and roared at the sky. The sound formed a visible shockwave that pierced through the clouds and spread out toward the Black Mother Tree and the other regions of calamity. Ripples appeared in the void. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Is this Progenitor Chen's avatar? No, it doesn't look right. He stared at the giant that had crawled out of the valley. It looked different from the avatar he had seen while fishing in the River of Time. Above his head, the emperor descended, surrounded by a wall of light. The sword in his hand changed, and he slashed at the giant. The giant roared, and the warring ring burned the void. It spread wildly and stopped the emperor's sword in midair, preventing it from descending. Emperor Xiang's eyes widened. He had been sent flying by the giant. Although this battle wasn't what he wanted, he couldn't bear it. The emperor could be defeated, but he couldn't be swept away like an ant. The sword pressed down and cut the warring ring. This sword was made from the sharpest material in the limitless empire. How could it be blocked so easily? The giant dodged the sword and leaped up, punching the emperor. Emperor Xiang was already prepared. He activated his ring energy and punched back. Bang! A loud sound shook the ground of sixth disaster zone and spread out in all directions. There were several human trader ancestor realm experts in the sixth calamity field, and this collision of fists was equivalent to a blow to their heads, causing them to continuously retreat while their expressions changed. What kind of power was this? The emperor and the giant were similar in size and strength. Guji leaped over the D-Zune and stepped on the D-Zune's head. She threw a punch at the D-Zune. It was also a simple punch. Fists were the innate offensive power of humans. The more proficient one was in using strength, the more they would use their fists. Echidna was filled with destructive power. She hadn't cultivated it herself, but had obtained it from the patriarch Luni. She didn't even need to use any battle techniques. Her punch landed on the giant's chest and pushed him into the valley. Emperor Xiang was displeased. This woman dared to step on the emperor's head. Beside Lu Yin, Hongyan Mavis exclaimed, "Little Seven, where did you find these experts? None of them are weak." Lu Yin smiled, "If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have dared to say that I would rebuild the sect above heaven." Hongyan Mavis exclaimed, "The sect above heaven is so bright that you can't see the light under the light. After so many years, the light of the fireflies is comparable to the light." Tai Hong's reincarnation spacetime. If these extraterrestrial civilizations work together, they will definitely have the ability to challenge the Eternals. At the valley, the giant roared. The warring states were still spreading, burning the void. Inside the emperor, Emperor Xiang shouted, "Woman, come down." Echidna stepped on the emperor's head. She raised her eyebrows when she heard Emperor Xiang shout, "Watch your attitude. I'm Emperor Xiang of the Limitless Empire. I'm the leader of the Calamity Expedition." The emperor clenched his fists. He wanted to kill Echidna, but Lu Yin was watching from behind. He didn't dare to move. At the bottom of the valley, the giant rushed out, turned around, and kicked at the venerable sovereign. Echidna hurriedly retreated. The giant's kick sent the emperor flying far away. Even the barrier cracked. Emperor Xiang didn't expect the giant to be fine after taking such a heavy blow. He controlled the emperor and rushed towards the giant with his sword. Echidna attacked first. The giant didn't dodge and endured Echidna's destructive power. He turned around and punched. The range of the punch was huge, and Echidna was sent flying. The emperor swept past Echidna and slashed at the giant. The sword was stopped by the warring states again. Although it cut a lot, it couldn't touch the giant. The giant smashed its fist down. Emperor Xiang let go of his sword and raised his fist. The two giants fought wildly. Neither could do anything to the other. Lu Yin saw the emperor's defense. Mu Feng and the others couldn't hurt it even when they worked together. Lu Yin didn't expect the giant to have such a defense. It reminded him of Progenitor Chen's giant clone. While fishing in the River of Time, Lu Yin had seen that Progenitor Chen's giant clone had the ability to contend against the corpse god's undying and indestructible body. He had even hammered the corpse god to the point of coughing up blood. If it had been Progenitor Chen's giant clone, then Lu Yin wouldn't have been surprised if he had such strength. With the Black Mother Tree as the background, the two giants fought in the sixth calamity zone, causing the ground to shatter. Lu Yin watched them fight. He saw the Black Mother Tree in the distance and the pillar of light that sealed the true god. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He thought of the Xiaoying divinity. The Xiaoying divinity wasn't from the Jialan family, but he could use the 8-star Jialan. How did he do it? If the Xiaoying divinity could use the 8-star Jialan, why couldn't this giant use the strength of Progenitor Chen's giant clone? Back when he had been fishing in the River of Time, he had seen Progenitor Chen's giant avatar battle with the corpse god. In the end, the avatar had been killed, and the corpse god had taken the avatar's corpse away. At that time, Lu Yin had wondered why the corpse god would want a corpse, but now that he had seen this giant that could fight against an emperor, he had guessed the answer. The zombie god had a way to transfer the strength of progenitor Chen's giant clone to this giant. In other words, their current opponent was progenitor Chen's giant clone. Lu Yin looked at the giant with a complicated expression. To be able to fight evenly with the emperor, what kind of strength was this? How strong had progenitor Chen been in the past? By Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, Xianxia, and the others were laughable. They had actually thought that progenitor Chen was on the same level as them. His title of 9 mountains and 8 seas had blinded them. Progenitor Ku had barged into the zone of calamity without dying. How strong was the true god? Even he hadn't been able to kill progenitor Ku. It was imaginable that there would be people with extraordinary innate gifts in every era. In this era, Lu Yin had appeared, and no one had been able to surpass him. In the Daosor Sex era, progenitor Chen, progenitor Ku, and the others had appeared. What was strange was that no one knew about them, and everyone had even underestimated their strength. Lu Yin stared at the giant. If progenitor Chen's giant clone had such strength, then Lu Yin was in the burial garden, and creating a battle technique that could deal with the true god was no child's play. He was waiting for progenitor Chen. Progenitor Ku would definitely awaken. When that happened, Lu Yin didn't even dare to imagine how powerful the humans would be. What could stop them? Boom on the ground, the river of divine power flowed towards the giant. He couldn't hold on any longer. Dizun was a mecha, and he had the wall light and the ring energy shield. He was just a body of flesh and blood. It was already impressive that he could fight to this extent. However, as the godly energy surged into the giant's body, the giant's eyes started to change. His eyes turned scarlet, then green, red, and finally, ghost. With each change, the giant's aura skyrocketed. After the ghost transformation was completed, Emperor Shang was dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Bang! There was a loud bang, and the sovereign mecha was sent flying for the 3rd time. This time, it was different. The surface of the sovereign mecha was cracked open. Lu Yin's expression changed. Progenitor Chen's avatar was already very powerful. Now that he had fused with his divine power and even used the corpse king transformation, he was no longer an opponent that a venerable sovereign could resist. Let's attack together. Guji released the destructive power in her body from top to bottom. The sky shattered and brought the fragments down, spreading out endless darkness. A boundless inner world appeared on the surface of Lu Yin's body, and the lines of power collided with each other. In the distance, the venerable sovereign raised his hands and aimed them at the giant. He released his ring energy and destroyed the venerable sovereign. 3 blasts shot out from 3 different directions, bringing with them the power to flatten time and space as they engulfed the giant. With the giant as the center, the world of nothingness devoured everything around it, gradually expanding. One by one, the corpse kings were devoured. Several human ancestor realm traders were dumbfounded. Some of them tore through the void in an attempt to escape, only to discover that the void was obstructed by grass. Where did the grass come from? Hongyan Mavis was here to take back the brand of the Mavis divine tree that the corpse god had snatched away, and to prevent anyone from escaping from the 6th calamity region. The corpse god had already been severely injured, and he was not as strong as this giant. Once the 6th calamity zone could not withstand the attacks of Lu Yin and the others, he would definitely flee. With Hongyan Mavis around, Lu Yin was certain that he would not be able to escape. The expansion of the world of nothingness was not an exaggeration. After all, this was the calamity zone. Under the surging godly power, the world of nothingness quickly recovered. At this moment, the only true god's gaze shifted from Zone 1 to Zone 6. Even though the 1st and 6th zones were adjacent to each other, the shockwaves from their battle had been blocked by the Dark Mother Tree and had not reached the 1st zone. Only the one true god on the Black Mother Tree knew. Lu Yin had taken this opportunity to attack, as he was afraid that only true god would launch another sneak attack. Now that the only true god was trapped, he could attack a region without fear. Smoke and dust spread, and a bottomless ravine appeared in the 6th calamity field. Lu Yin, Ji, and Emperor Shang, who was inside the sovereign, all stared at the giant ravine. That giant should be dead by now, The roar was full of energy, blowing away the smoke and dust. The sound waves turned into ripples that spread out. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, he was still alive. Patriarch Chen had fused his god power with the Corpse King transformation. Not even the corpse god at her peak would be able to take him down. In other words, they were fighting a peak corpse god. The giant rushed out of the gully and punched at the venerable sovereign. His first target was the venerable sovereign. Emperor Shang's scalp went numb. This monster. He blocked with his arms in front of his body. His heart sank to the bottom. Even a venerable emperor would be crippled by this punch. The fist that he had imagined did not appear. The giant had disappeared. Not only Emperor Shang, but even Guji was at a loss. She saw that the giant was about to attack the venerable sovereign. That terrifying aura was enough to make one's heart tremble. But why did it suddenly disappear? The giant was not in the sixth calamity field. Instead, he was inside the perpetual darkness card. Lu Yin had not expected that the first time he used the card after his upgrade would come so quickly. He did not want the venerable sovereign to be crippled, and he still had to fight the corpse god. The corpse god was no longer as strong as she had been at her peak, and the venerable sovereign could easily handle her. As for the giant, he stood tall in the dark void. He did not seem to have any intelligence and only knew how to kill. He had no intention of leaving the perpetual darkness. Even if the perpetual darkness had not been upgraded, Lu Yin felt that he could still trap this giant. This giant was a great fighting force, but Lu Yin did not need it. The Lu family's ancestral teachings forbade the creation of a corpse king. If this giant had the power of Patriarch Chen's clone, then Lu Yin would return this power to dust for the sake of Patriarch Chen. The first step was to absorb the god power. Lu Yin used the inverse step and appeared behind the giant's back. He released the starry sky from his heart, causing the planet to tremble as he absorbed the god power. He did not dare to use this outside, as the sole true god would definitely see this when he left seclusion. Hongyan Mavis was so close that Lu Yin could not guarantee that she would not think too much about it. At the same time, a patch of green grass appeared in the void outside. The corpse god had finally emerged, and the giant had been dragged into the perpetual darkness. If Lu Yin did not come out now, then it would be his turn once the giant was finished. He knew very well that the giant did not have the intelligence to leave the perpetual darkness. This was also why he had never used this giant before. Its weakness was too obvious, and the Lost Clan would be finished the moment he attacked. He had forgotten that Lu Yin had one of the Lost Clan's 7-star cards, the Perpetual Darkness card. This was his true nemesis. He had wanted to leave the 6th calamity field, but he had failed. The green grass had obstructed the void, and the corpse god had been able to tear through the grass to escape. However, during this time, Erji had reacted and confirmed Lu Yin's position. The punch was filled with destructive power, and the corpse god hurriedly dodged. The corpse god's body was not as strong as it had been in the giant's hell. She was very, very weak, and gave off the feeling that she had one foot in the grave. Erji sneered, "Another big guy, but you don't seem as strong as the previous one." As she spoke, she charged at the corpse god. The corpse god's strength had deteriorated greatly. Under Hongyan Mavis's gaze, the sequence particles in her body were less than a fifth of what they had been in the battle on the second continent. It seemed that it was just as Xiaoqi had said, she had almost died when she had been surrounded. Although Erji's destructive power was strong, her weakness was equally obvious. She was not good at battle techniques. The corpse god casually used a footwork battle technique to dodge her attack. An ordinary person who had been directly raised to the level of sequence laws and a powerhouse who had cultivated to the level of sequence laws. Even if the two were not on the same level, and even if the powerhouse had been severely injured, it would still be difficult for an ordinary person to win against a powerhouse. This was determined by foresight and combat experience. Erji's attack was laughable in the corpse god's eyes. However, the corpse god could not escape even if she wanted to. The sovereign attacked, raising his sword and slashing at the corpse god. The blade was filled with menace. The corpse god could only dodge continuously. In the first calamity field, sword flashes flashed. The most intense clash between swords was between Ji Luo and Kong Tianzhao. One was so fast that it was impossible to react to. The other was centered around himself. Two different types of sword Dao were fighting in the first calamity field. Kong Tianzhao had several sword wounds on his body. Every time he attacked, he was centered around himself. These sword wounds were all from Ji Luo. However, Ji Luo did not have it easy either. He had more injuries, especially his heart, which had been pierced by Kong Tianzhao's sword. The clash between swords was fierce and ruthless. The slightest carelessness would result in death. Rays of white light flashed from the clash between swords. Occasionally, there would be bloodstains. No one dared to approach this area. Kong Tianzhao kept slashing with his sword. He lowered his head and looked at his neck. Just a little bit more and his head would have been gone. This little bit had caused Ji Luo's heart to be pierced. However, he was unscathed. Behind him, sword flashes flashed. Kong Tianzhao only took a step forward, and Ji Luo's sword slashed at him uncontrollably. Kong Tianzhao swung his sword away. He turned around and attacked, but Ji Luo evaded it at an even faster speed. Using speed to fight slowness, and slowness to fight speed. In the battle of Sword Dao, no one could beat him. The ancestor of the past's opponents had changed to Void Master and Wood God. If not for the fact that both of them were injured, there would be no need for them to team up against one person. Ji Luo, who was fighting with Kong Tianzhao, suddenly paused. He looked at the Black Mother Tree and saw the only true God. He heard the only true God's voice. Did something happen to the corpse god? At this moment, Kong Tianzhao's sword pierced over. Ji Luo hurriedly dodged and retreated. He quickly left the battlefield with Kong Tianzhao. Kong Tianzhao's white robe fluttered. He raised his long sword. My sword is invincible. Ji Luo suddenly turned around and saw an unforgettable sword. That sword was clearly far away, but it was like the center of the battlefield. With the sword as the starting point, it attracted everything to it. Ji Luo could not even unleash his speed. He had to face this sword head-on. However, this sword was already in a passive position. He could not take it. Since he could not take it, he would give it to him. Ji Luo turned around and took out the starry gate. He did not look back. Kong Tianzhao's gaze turned cold. The sword flashed past and pierced through Ji Luo's body. It pierced through the void and tore open a world of nothingness. Ji Luo himself stepped into the starry gate and left. This sword should have been able to kill him, but he did not have any intention of blocking it. Kong Tianzhao knew that Ji Luo must have a way to not die. At the same time, a starry gate appeared in the sky of the 6th disaster region. Ji Luo walked out. The wound on his chest had not healed. His heart had already been stabbed. Ji Luo lowered his head and used the eyeless transformation. He took a step forward and slashed at Air Ji. Be careful. Hongyan Mavis surveyed the entire region. When Ji Luo appeared, she sensed it. Ji Luo's speed surprised her. She could only warn Air Ji and use the grass to block him. Fortunately, the grass was effective. Ji Luo's sword missed. Air Ji dodged by a hair's breadth. She looked up and saw Ji Luo. Her gaze changed. You again. During the battle of the 9-star civilization, Air Ji was the first to face Ji Luo. Although the Eternals were defeated in that battle, Air Ji paid a heavy price. She was almost killed by Ji Luo. She could only use her destructive power to interfere with everything around her and slow down Ji Luo's speed. She was not confident that she could face Ji Luo again. In the battle with the giant, she had released a lot of her destructive power. She was no match for Ji Luo. Ji Luo chased after Air Ji. The zombie god shouted, "Kill that mysterious person." Ji Luo changed his direction and slashed at Hongyan Mavis. Hongyan Mavis looked at the zombie god deeply. She knew that he had recognized her. In front of her, Ji Luo appeared, bringing with him a sharp killing intent. Although I have lost most of my power, I am not completely powerless. Hongyan Mavis spoke. Grass bloomed under her feet. Ji Luo cut the grass with his sword. Hongyan Mavis disappeared in front of him. Immediately after, grass bloomed everywhere, spreading to the entire 6th disaster region. Ji Luo continued to chase after Hongyan Mavis, but it was as if she had never appeared. This confused Ji Luo. Erji and the sovereign continued to attack the zombie god, who helplessly said, "Let me leave first." Ji Luo turned around and slashed at Erji, but the sovereign blocked his path. Ji Luo's sword slashed at the sovereign's barrier but was unable to break it. He continued to slash, each strike stronger than the last. Finally, he broke the barrier but was unable to harm the sovereign. The sovereign's power had been weakened during his battle with Kong Tianzhao, and he had to pay a price for surviving 2 attacks to his heart. Within the Eternal Darkness card, the giant's divine power had already been absorbed by Lu Yin. Even without it, the giant still had the ghostly eye transformation. Coupled with his powerful strength, it was difficult to defeat him. The most important thing now was the zombie god. Lu Yin allowed the Eternal Darkness to float in the void while he appeared in 6th disaster zone. He saw Ji Luo and the zombie god's weakened state. The zombie god also saw Lu Yin appear, and her expression changed. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart and visualized land at the same time. 6th disaster zone trembled, and darkness enveloped the entire zone. Everyone watched as another piece of land appeared above their heads and then suppressed it. Atop the Black Mother tree, the only true god's eyes trembled. That was Taichu's technique. Not only did this brat survive, but he also grasped Taichu's technique. The land descended, and the wordless heavenly tome appeared. Creature's wish transformed into the land's first batch of creatures, increasing the aura of life and causing the land to transform once again. The sovereign hurriedly crouched down, and Emperor Shang had no choice but to surrender. Hongyan Mavis looked up. This attack was enough to make Lu Yin step into their realm. Ji Luo slashed at the land, but he only managed to create a crack. No matter how he slashed, the land continued to press down, causing him to spit out blood. The zombie god's body shrank continuously, not daring to face the land head-on. He could not withstand it at all. Erji landed on the ground and looked at the land pressing down. This was no ordinary land, it had a strange power. The land continued to sink, bringing an indescribable pressure. Ji Luo did not give up, slashing again and again while spitting out blood. Mavis' divine tree veins appeared on the zombie god's body, and he punched upwards, but he could not break the land. Finally, the land pressed down on the zombie god and Ji Luo. Ji Luo used his sword to support himself while the zombie god raised her arms to support the ground. The corpse god had managed to escape last time, but this time, he wouldn't be able to escape. Lu Yin. The one true god's voice rang out. In Zone 1, both the Eternals and the humans were shocked. They looked at the one true god. What had happened? Lu Yin was also fighting? In reality, nobody knew, not even Lu Tianyi, that Lu Yin's true goal was the 6th disaster domain. Lu Yin wasn't guarding against Lu Tianyi and the others, but rather against the uncertainties in the unseen world, against the spies in the long river of time. Lu Tianyi and the others only knew that Lu Yin's target was the sole true god. They had thought that once they trapped the sole true god, they would have achieved their goal. Next, they would have to deal with the other experts of the Eternals. But now, the sole true god had actually called out Lu Yin's name. Where was Lu Yin fighting? Lu Yin stood on the ground, stepping on the corpse goddess and Ji Luo as he turned to the Black Mother tree, Eternity. It was the first time he had ever called out the one true god. His name. Do you remember what I told you? The sole true god looked at Lu Yin. His voice was surprisingly gentle, so gentle that it didn't seem like him at all. Lu Yin looked at the sole true god, of course, but unfortunately, you didn't let me speak. There's no need to speak. I'll speak and you'll listen. It doesn't matter if you understand or not. You'll walk this path in the end, the sole true god said. Lu Yin smiled. Are you saying that I'll let go of everything for a new species and no longer cling to the word human? The further you go on the path of cultivation, the less you'll be restricted by your species. Guiji has thought it through, and so will you. Lu Yin looked up. Eternity, how many people have you fooled with this kind of reasoning? The sole true god didn't care about Lu Yin's attitude. Not everyone is qualified to be persuaded by me. I'm telling you the truth. I'll speak and you'll listen and do as I say. You'll be able to live indefinitely and watch the origin and birth of a new species. Why not? Why do you have to court death? Back in the starry sky of trees, you were qualified to be recruited by me. At the reincarnation time tea party, I saw your ambition. You couldn't be controlled, so I wanted to kill you. What about now? You can't even kill me, and you're trying to persuade me? Luin mocked. The sole true god was calm. The perspective is different. Before, it was recruitment, but now, it's cooperation. You have a turbid treasure, so you're qualified to cooperate with me. Luin frowned. What's a turbid treasure? At the beginning of the world, everything was clear, and the river of time was born. The clearer something is, the easier it is for it to be corrupted. Under the river of time, there's something that goes against the flow and carries the future. The clarity of corruption is called turbid treasure. What do you mean? Luin didn't understand. The sole true god said, only those who have a turbid treasure are qualified to talk to me. Jiangfeng is like that, but he's too stubborn. You're the same. I hope you won't be so stubborn. Luin shrugged, then I'll have to disappoint you. With that, the land pressed down. The corpse god screamed unwillingly as her body shattered. Ji Luo didn't even have the chance to scream before he was crushed into nothingness. Although Ji Luo was already a 7 sky gods, he was still a bit weaker than a true 7 sky gods. Lu Yin's land pressure was just a bit weaker than Feng Bo's, but for Ji Luo, it was the limit. Under land pressure, speed was useless no matter how fast one was. The sole true god's gaze turned cold. It seems like I need to make you see the truth. Some things can't be reversed, and if you go against them, you won't be able to reach the Tao. Luin looked at the sole true god. Let's see what you can do with your so-called Tao. Far away, both inside and outside the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, the sole true god and Luin looked at each other and saw the coldness in each other's eyes. Beneath the land, Hongyan Mavis appeared beside the corpse god's shattered body. The Mavis god tree's brand was filled with vitality, and as long as it existed, the corpse god would not die even if he was crushed to pieces. He had not died even after self-destructing. However, Hongyan Mavis' appearance had cut off the corpse god's path to survival. This was also why he had wanted to escape when he had discovered that Hongyan Mavis had arrived. If he lost this battle, he would not be able to survive. Hongyan Mavis raised a hand, and the Mavis godtree's brand within the corpse god's body seemed to have been summoned. It slowly floated towards her and merged into her body. The land beneath Lu Yin's feet had disappeared, replaced by countless lush trees. Hongyan Mavis closed her eyes, and a powerful aura emanated from her that swept through the entire 6th disaster zone, causing even Luin to feel apprehensive. Hongyan Mavis' strength had finally returned. At that moment, the 6th disaster zone had completely changed. The original decaying, lonely, and evil aura instantly disappeared, and vigorous vitality spread wildly. This power clashed with the river of divine power, but it forced the river of divine power to flow toward the Black Mother Tree. Hongyan Mavis suddenly opened her eyes and took a step forward. The earth trembled as an incomparably powerful aura swept through the sky, connecting heaven and earth. In the first zone, Lu Yuan's expression changed as he looked in the direction of the 6th zone. What's this? In the 3rd zone, Wu Tian looked in the direction of the 6th zone at the same time. Red aura? The ancestors of the past and the ancient gods all looked towards the 6th zone. This was something that Luin could not achieve even when he suppressed the corpse god. He could not transmit his own aura to the other zones, but Hongyan Mavis could. This was the strength of one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms, the Mavis ancestor. Little 7, release that giant. Hongyan Mavis' aura had changed greatly. She had been gentle before, but now, she gave Luin the feeling that she could pierce through the heavens at any moment. This feeling made her feel unfamiliar. However, this was who she was. Within the 3 realms and 6 Daos, the true representative of strength was neither the ancient gods nor Lu Yuan, but Hongyan Mavis. The Mavis family was the strongest, and she had once suppressed Zhu Meng with a single hand. Back then, she had said that Lu Yuan had stuffed a smelly sock into Zhu Meng's mouth, but she had actually contributed to that as well. If Fingbua had not pushed down the Mavis godtree and caused Hongyan Mavis to lose her core strength, the outcome of that battle would not have been the same. The everlasting tribe had been wary of Hongyan Mavis' strength, which was why they had placed Fingbua in the 2nd mainland. Now that Hongyan Mavis had returned, even the sole true god would have to be wary of her. Luin also wanted to see what kind of strength Hongyan Mavis had, so he withdrew eternal darkness, and the giant naturally appeared as well. The giant had lost its divine power, but it still retained the power of the ghost eye transformation, and it roared as it charged towards Luin. Hongyan Mavis took a step forward, stepping on the void and creating a staircase in the void. She raised her hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched out. She did not release her boundless inner world like Luin did, nor did she display any battle techniques like the ancient god's indestructible palm. It was just a simple punch, and it was a very small fist that was no different from an ant in the giant's eyes. However, it was this punch that shattered half of the giant's body without any resistance. It was as if Hongyan Mavis had not attacked the giant that Luin and the others had teamed up against, but rather a piece of tofu. Yes, tofu. Luin felt as if Hongyan Mavis had shattered tofu with a single punch. Half of the giant's body shattered, and it lost its balance and fell to the ground, creating a large cloud of dust. Hongyan Mavis stood tall in the sky and turned to look at the sole true God, eternal. I lost my power from the very beginning of the war on the second mainland, allowing you to do whatever you want and destroy it. If not for the Lu family, the Mavis family would have been destroyed long ago. It's time to repay this debt. The sole true God remained calm. Long time no see, Hongyan. You're still so irritable. Hongyan Mavis clenched her fists. I'm going to crush your head with my fists. Luin stared blankly at Hongyan Mavis. Was this the same Hongyan Mavis who had a gentle voice and planted flowers? She was a completely different person. Why did you betray us, De Chong? Hongyan Mavis suddenly shouted, her voice pushing through the void and spreading towards the first zone of disaster like a sharp blade that cut through space. In the first domain of disaster, the ancient god looked up. Kai Hong, long time no see. I thought you died long ago. On the other side, Lu Yuan was excited. Kai Hong, how does it feel to recover your strength? Ha ha ha. Hongyan Mavis's eyes burned with passion. Fertile Earth, let's defeat the Eternals today. Okay, Lu Yuan called out. Luin was excited. 2 of the 6 Daos of the 3 worlds were going all out, along with the Lightning Lord and the other spacetime masters. He also had the extraterrestrial civilization. It was not impossible to defeat the Eternals. What did the Eternals have left? Ruin, and the corpse god had died. With ancestor Lu Yuan dealing with the ancient god, only the ancestor of the past, He Wuxian, Di Qiong, and the arrow god were left. Most of the others like the Shaoing divinity and Ji Luo were dead. Bai Wuxian and the witch spirit had not come out, but they could not change the situation. The only problem was that one of the 3 Daos had not appeared. As for the 6 Daos, one of them had not appeared. He could not come out. Luin already knew that Fingbua was one of the 6 Daos. This was what the sole true God had promised him. Even though he had remained in the Mirage domain, he still retained his identity as one of the 6 Daos. However, one of the 6 Daos had been forcefully killed in the Mirage domain. The Eternals did not have much left. The ancient god sighed. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Old friends should not fight each other. If you want a decisive battle, we will give you a chance. With that, his body was covered with undying realm battle force. Black and purple matter formed a pattern that covered his body, and a spear-like weapon extended from it. He released a powerful aura and pointed it at Lu Yuan. Master once warned us not to set foot in the primordial realm unless it was absolutely necessary. Today, I will show you how to reach the primordial realm. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. Everyone, retreat. Everyone on the human side retreated. They were not the only ones. Even the Eternals began to retreat. This was not the primordial space, so breaking through had nothing to do with the origin tribulation. However, everyone still retreated instinctively because no one knew how the ancient god would reach the primordial realm. The primordial realm. Above the progenitor realm was the transformation realm. How many primordial realm experts were there in the universe? They could be counted on one hand. Luin had always believed that Lu Yuan was a primordial realm expert. After all, he had challenged a Grand Empyrean without fear. However, only afterwards did he learn that ancestor Lu Yuan was not a primordial realm expert. He was just putting on an act. Out of all the people they knew, only the Qing Luo Jiantian was a primordial realm expert. The others, like the one true God, the grand heavenly exalt, and the star toad, were all existences that had undergone the bitter tribulation. The lightning lord, Jiangfeng, had not reached the primordial realm either. Not a single person from the three worlds and six Daos had reached the primordial realm. This was why the three pillars and Lu Hao dared to challenge the six Daos of the three worlds. If the six Daos of the three worlds were primordial realm experts, how could the three pillars and Lu Hao have been surrounded and killed? The seven sky gods, the three pillars, the six boundless realms, and the six Dao of the three realms were all in the progenitor realm and had yet to transcend. They were powerful, and they could even use various methods to fight against primordial realm experts, but the difference still existed. Thunder Lord Jiangfeng used the three divine artifacts to challenge the only true God. He attacked twice and was injured twice. The only true God did not even reveal his true strength. Patriarch Lu Yuan did not mention anything about finding trouble with the only true God. When he returned from the Lu family, he had declared that he would settle accounts with the Grand Heavenly Exalt. Although he had the strength to fight against the Grand Heavenly Exalt, the chances of him winning were not great. Lu Yin had also chatted with Hongyan Mavis in the Mirage Domain. He had asked her what the primordial realm was. Hongyan Mavis gave him 5 answers. 2 words, rules, do not approach. The primordial realm was an existence that had transcended. However, transcendence did not necessarily represent strength. It was more of a metamorphosis of the body. It represented that one had the right to embark on the path of overcoming the bitter tribulation and pursuing eternal life. If the primordial realm was truly invincible and progenitors were difficult to challenge, they would not have tried to bludgeon the Grand Heavenly Exalt in the past. The Thunder Lord Jiangfeng would not have challenged the one true God several times, and Lu Yuan would not have provoked the Grand Heavenly Exalt. The primordial realm was very powerful, definitely surpassing progenitors, but that did not mean that progenitors were powerless. True battles with primordial realm experts mainly depended on personal strength. The star toad was undergoing the bitter tribulation. Its attacks were extremely powerful, but they were still blocked by the wood god. If the star toad was the ancestor of the past, the wood god really would not have been able to block a single strike from him. A Grand Heavenly Exalt could send the wood god flying with a single slap. This was the difference. This was also the reason why Lu Yin and the others dared to attack the Eternals despite the ancestor of the past. The primordial realm did not mean invincibility, but no one knew what would happen if the ancient god broke through. He was originally one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms, so he was extremely powerful. The strength of the primordial realm depended on the individual. Lu Yuan stared at the ancient god in the first zone of calamity. Do you really want to reach the primordial realm? Master has warned you many times that once you reach the primordial realm, the consequences will be unpredictable. Guizhi, do you really want to give up everything for the Eternals? The ancient god slowly raised the spear in his hand. I've already betrayed the humans. There's no need to say anything more. The ancient thunder locust rumbled in the sky. Jiangfeng looked at the ancient god. The ancient god had the same power as him, but he felt that the ancient god was even more powerful. He could learn from this form. Why did you betray us? Lu Yuan barked. The ancient god stabbed the spear into the sky. At that moment, everyone felt like everything before them had vanished, leaving behind only the spear. It was as if there was nothing else in the world. At that moment, the ancient god's strength was on full display. Even Lu Yin, who was far away in the 6th zone of calamity, felt a chill run down his spine. The ancient god's current strength was equivalent to the strength he had felt when he was fishing in the river of time. This was the ancient god's true strength. Breaking through to the primordial realm was using great strength to break through the cosmos, breaking through all the sequence laws that permeated the cosmos, reaching what the world of cultivation knew as absolute vacuum. This absolute vacuum was not a world of nothingness. There were no sequence laws in a world of nothingness. Anything that entered would be disintegrated, and no life could be born in such a world. To break through to the primordial realm, one needed to breathe in the air of absolute vacuum and use this breath to transform oneself. This breath belonged to the absolute clarity of the birth of the universe. Some people could tear through a world of nothingness, but they would never be able to break through to the absolute beginning of the universe. They would never be able to breathe in that breath. This was the standard for breaking through to the primordial realm. It would be impressive if even 1 out of 100 experts with sequence laws could reach this level of strength. This was what Hongyan Mavis had told Luin. The ancient god was definitely one of them. He was just too powerful. Even if he had not reached the primordial realm, he definitely had the right to take on a primordial realm expert. In Lu Yin's opinion, he would not be lacking even against someone like the Star Toad, who had undergone bitter adversity. With his strength, he could have attempted to break through to the primordial realm a long time ago. It was not just the ancient god. Lu Yuan, the Thunder Lord Jiang Feng, and Hongyan Mavis were all qualified to break through to the primordial realm. However, no one had attempted it even now. Luin did not understand this. The answer would probably be revealed once the ancient god broke through to the primordial realm. The spear pierced through the void. Ripples appeared in the void with a single point, revealing the deep cosmos. It was not a world of nothingness, and it did not seem like anything special. However, it felt like the ripples around the spear were different from the surrounding space. They only reached the ancient god's shoulder before rapidly vanishing. The disappearance of the ripples meant that the space that had been pierced through had vanished as well. Everyone looked at the ancient god. What had he done? Not everyone knew how to break through to the primordial realm. If it were not for his trip to the Mirage Domain, Luin would not have known either. Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, the ancestor, the only true god, and even the Grand Empyrean all looked at the ancient god. The ancient god took in a deep breath, and his figure blurred slightly. If one could see his eyes, they would discover that they were completely unfocused, as if his thoughts had completely vanished. This was known as the primordial realm. It was because of this that breaking through to the primordial realm was the most important step. When the universe was first formed, all things originated from the beginning. Breathing in that breath of primordial air was like returning to the beginning of everything. No one knew what they saw. Everyone who broke through to the primordial realm would see different things in that moment, so no one was willing to tell others. Although the ancient god's thoughts were no longer present, no one dared to attack him because his current state was completely different from the cosmos. The laws of the primordial realm did not approach him, so why did the laws not approach him? The universe was filled with laws. Flying, walking, breathing, advancing, and retreating were all laws. Since he had appeared in the cosmos, he had to endure the laws. The laws of the primordial realm did not approach him, so the laws would stop him. This was not the origin tribulation, but it was similar. When Luin learned about this from Hongyan Mavis in the Mirage Domain, he finally understood the foresight of the ancestor. When a sequence law expert broke through to the primordial realm, they had to endure the backlash of the laws. What was the difference between this and the origin tribulation of the primordial realm? The cultivators of the primordial space were all too familiar with this step, but those without origin tribulation were not. In comparison, the success rate was far lower than in the primordial space. The primordial space could have 2 primordial realm experts. Even if other spacetimes had one less, it would still make a huge difference. The ancestor had set his sights on this step, which was why there was origin tribulation. Apart from that, the primordial space's origin tribulation was incomparable to other spacetime's cultivators. Their survivability, combatability, and so on would all increase with each origin tribulation. Luin could not imagine how the talkative ancestor had thought of this. In the first disaster domain, the ancient god's surroundings seemed calm, but only those who had reached the sequence law realm could see that there were various sequence law particles around him. Anyone who stepped in would have to endure the backlash of the sequence law with him. Although it was not origin tribulation, it was no different from it. No one would want to endure something like this. The ancient god's thoughts returned very quickly, and his eyes regained their liveliness. He raised his head, raised his foot, and took a step forward. The world rumbled, and in an instant, the winds and clouds around him changed. His entire body was enveloped by some kind of power that formed a storm that tore through the void, forming a world of nothingness that blocked everyone's vision. Luin also sensed an incomparably terrifying power in the 6th disaster domain. It was similar to the immemorial city battlefield. He looked at Hongyan Mavis, Sr., this is? Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Brother Baidu, happy birthday. Hongyan Mavis was solemn. The retaliation of the sequence laws will spread throughout spacetime. This is the tribulation of breaking through to the primordial realm. If you don't want the laws to get close to you, you have to suppress them first. This is what the 3 steps to the primordial realm refer to. The first step is for almost all of the sequence laws to appear. The second step is to suppress them, and the third step is to disperse them. If Guizhi successfully steps into the primordial realm, no one in the current spacetime will be able to use the sequence laws to attack him, but he will be able to use the sequence laws. That's equivalent to forcefully suppressing all of his enemies by an entire realm. Luin looked at the first zone of disaster in shock. To be able to prevent all laws from getting close, this was the primordial realm. The third step to the primordial realm? He had never fought against a primordial realm expert before, so he did not know how terrifying it was to not be able to get close. However, he had experienced the feeling of being suppressed by the laws. Every battle required him to figure out the opponent's laws and find the loopholes in them. Once an ancient god stepped into the primordial realm, Lu Yuan and the other sequence laws would be useless. At that time, everyone would be suppressed by the ancient god sequence laws. How could they fight? Ancient gods were powerful in the first place. If Luin could think of this, then so could the others. The faces of those who understood the primordial realm sank. Although a progenitor could fight a primordial realm expert, that was only if the difference between the two sides was great. If one side broke through to the primordial realm, the ancient god would not be weaker than anyone else. Now that Guizhi had broken through to the primordial realm, Lu Yuan and Hongyan Mavis might not be able to stop him even if they worked together. Hongyan Mavis loosened her grip. It looks like I'll have to try breaking through as well. Luin looked at her. Senior wants to break through to the primordial realm? Hongyan Mavis said bitterly, the chances are less than 1%, but someone has to try to stop Guizhi. Otherwise, we might not even be able to protect ourselves, let alone defeat the Eternals. Lu Yin's heart sank. The ancient god was actually being controlled by the one true god, but what was the difference? No matter what the reason was, he was helping the Eternals. If the humans did not have a primordial realm expert to stop him, then they would be in trouble. Who knew how many people would die? The primordial realm was not within Lu Yin's expectations. He had never thought that an ancient god would break through to the primordial realm in this battle. No one could predict everything. Did they stop fighting just because they predicted that an ancient god might break through? No matter how difficult it was, the war had to continue. This was everyone's choice. Let alone the ancient gods breaking through to the primordial realm, but even if the 3 masters and 6 boundless all broke through to the primordial realm, the humans would never give up. They would never be willing to be reared by the Eternals. Hongyan Mavis' body had become tangible. Only by breaking through space and arriving at the beginning of the universe and breathing in that breath could she truly attempt to reach the primordial realm. Suddenly, she stopped and looked at the first disaster zone. Suddenly, the first calamity element's golden light shone brightly, and Lu Yuan's voice could be heard. De Chong, you broke through, why can't I break through as well? You think you're the only one who can do it? Let's see who's more vicious. Luin stared at the first domain of calamity blankly. It was the light of the God Investiture catalog. Ancestor Lu Yuan was about to break through to the primordial realm. It was hard to imagine just how deep the foundations of the 3 realms and 6 paths were. Hongyan Mavis only had a 1% chance of successfully breaking through to the primordial realm because she had lost her power for far too long. Her power had become unfamiliar to her. But Ancestor Lu Yuan was different. He had been slumbering in Lu Tianjing the entire time. Even though he needed to recover from his injuries from the battle on the second continent, he had not lost his power. Now that the ancient gods could break through, he had to break through as well. The first calamity zone had been completely overturned. Even from the 6th calamity zone, Luin could see the first calamity zone. The grand counterattack of the laws of space and the resplendent golden light indicated that the ancestor had to break through successfully. At that moment, everyone in the first calamity zone retreated, distancing themselves from Lu Yuan and the ancient gods. This was truly a ruthless person. The Void Master sighed in amazement. He had experienced the resplendent era of above heaven, but he was not surprised by Lu Yuan's actions at all. If the other 3 realms and 6 Daos were still here, they might have been able to break through as well. Di Qiong had already emerged from Elder Dangu's card, and his expression was extremely ugly. The 3 masters and 6 boundless had always opposed the 3 realms and 6 Daos, but now that the ancient gods and Lu Yuan were breaking through to the primordial realm, what about them? They could not break through at all. Di Qiong knew very well that he could not open the most primordial universe and breathe in that breath. Even the arrow god and the others could not do it. However, the 3 realms and 6 Daos could. This was the difference between them. Atop the Black Mother tree, the one true God praised, "I don't care about Taichu's creation of the 6 continents and the establishment of the above heaven sect. What I truly admire are the disciples he taught. Each one is more powerful than the last. None of them disappointed him. It's a pity that he went too far." The Grand Empyrean gazed into the distance. At that moment, the ancient gods and Lu Yuan stood in the sky. One was taking the second step to forcefully suppress the counterattack of the laws of space, while the other was breathing in that breath. They had both grown to this point. She thought back to the past, when these fellows had looked at her with gritted teeth, as if they wanted to beat her up. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, so much time had passed. The ancient gods were completely covered by the endless laws of space, and it was impossible to see what was happening inside. Lu Yuan used the Divine Seal catalog and the General Appointment platform to forcefully break through the void and breathe in that breath. His eyes lost focus at the same time, and the laws of space around him became unstable. The 2 of them had broken through to the primordial realm, completely drowning out the laws of space. With the ancient god's 3rd step, the laws of space around him suddenly dispersed. He looked into the distance, and Lu Yuan's eyes also regained focus at that moment. He met the ancient god's gaze. "Why must you do this? If you dare to do it, why can't I? I just want this battle to end. Obviously. As long as the Eternals remain, we humans will never stop." With that, Lu Yuan took a step forward, and he was immediately drowned out by the laws of space. The laws of space were different from the laws of space that drowned the ancient god. The laws of space that drowned the ancient god were like collapsing space, while the laws of space that drowned Lu Yuan were like rainbow-colored clouds. However, the 2 of them faced the same danger. The ancestor of the past watched calmly. Breaking through to the primordial realm was not easy, but to the 3 realms and 6 Daos who had accumulated so much, it was a piece of cake. Originally, everyone thought that they would wait for Lu Yuan to break through to the primordial realm, but the ancient god suddenly struck out. With the speed of space, he arrived before Lu Tianyi and pressed down on him. No one had expected the ancient god to suddenly strike out, including Lu Tianyi. However, there was one person who thought of it. It was the wood god. A piece of wood appeared above Lu Tianyi's head. The ancient god pressed down on the wood, shattering it. At this moment, Lu Tianyi returned to his senses and retreated in a hurry. The ancient god looked at the wood god in the distance. The wood god stared at him. "Guizhi, no one understands you better than I do. When the 3rd continent was in trouble, I provided assistance several times, so I know your actions like the back of my hand." The ancient god praised, "If you hadn't struck out, I would have forgotten about it. Don't worry, I'll spare your life as a reward." Lu Tianyi struck out with a finger. This was the way of Tianyi. The ancient god's surroundings were sealed off. Only the way of Tianyi before him was a path that he had to take. He raised his hand and reached towards Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi had fought the ancient god more than once. He was powerful enough to fight the ancient god, but he had never seen the ancient god play around like this. Just the black-purple substance in his hand was enough to grab Lu Tianyi's finger, causing the way of Tianyi to collapse. Lu Tianyi's laws of the sequence of destruction directly dispersed, unable to take form. Lu Tianyi's expression changed drastically. Was this what the laws meant? The ancient god grabbed Lu Tianyi's finger and pressed down with his palm. Half of Lu Tianyi's body was pressed into the ground, unable to resist. The general point platform appeared beside him and crashed towards the ancient god. At the same time, the god investiture catalog appeared, shining with golden light. Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku walked out together and attacked the ancient god from both sides. Back in the first battle of the Zone of Disaster, although Lu Tiany's strength was weakened by the ground of the Zone of Disaster, he could fight the ancient god by himself by joining forces with Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku. However, at this moment, the ancient god had completely changed. His aura was different from before. A black-purple spear formed in his hand and pierced through Lu Tiany's arm and went straight for his head. Lu Tiany disappeared at the critical moment. With the way of Tiany, he could see the path that others could not see. Even if the ancient god caught Lu Tiany escaped. Ancestor Ku desperately crashed into the ancient god, his whole body withered. Ancestor Chen attacked with a power that had never appeared before, causing the void to spin continuously. It was as if a living being was attacking the ancient god. The ancient god pushed his spear horizontally, blocking Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku. His palm hit the spear, forcing Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku to retreat. In the other direction, Heavenly Lord Victor attacked with his golden staff. Virtual god power gathered from all directions, forming a life thermometer. At this moment, all the top human experts surrounded the ancient god. However, the Eternal Tribe, Di Qiong, Archer God, and the rest did not attack. They were all curious to see how strong the ancient god was. The black-purple substance in the ancient god's palm gradually changed into another color, black-gray. It was hard to describe. It should not be a color, but more like a life force. It was a feeling of the beginning of all things, as if the universe should have been this color at the beginning. In the sky, Jiang Feng was on guard against the ancient thunder locust. He looked at the ancient god and stared at the color. That's right, that was the feeling. That was the possibility after walking the path of the human limit. He originally thought that he had reached the limit, but this person had broken the limit. That color was the limit, or rather, the path to the limit. The ancient god's arm was completely condensed by the black-gray substance. With a wave of his arm, the void froze. Then, it shattered completely. The entire void was cut apart, creating a huge plain of nothingness that wanted to devour Heavenly Lord Victor and the rest. The terrifying power of the attack shocked everyone. The top human experts were all swept away by the huge plain of nothingness and pushed far away. Di Qiong and the rest were shocked. This was the strength of the ancient god after breaking through to the primordial realm. It was too terrifying. They knew that they could not stop it. If they had wanted to compete with the ancient god before they had broken through, they did not want to do so now. This person should have participated in the battle between the one true god and the great heavenly lords, not theirs. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu. Brother's reward. I've been out on a business trip. I'm too tired and injured. But today is my birthday, so I'll give you more. Thank you for your support. The ancient god took a step forward and stabbed his spear at Dosheng. The spear pierced Dosheng's body, causing him to cough up blood. Golden blood flowed as Dosheng activated his Dosheng technique and held on tightly to the spear. Hongyan Mavis arrived above him with Luyin by her side. Hongyan Mavis punched the ancient god. The ancient god looked up. I knew you wouldn't be able to hold back. Kai Hong, you shouldn't have brought him here. The spear suddenly turned black and swept past, tearing Dosheng's shoulder apart and pointing towards the sky. Hongyan Mavis punched the spear, causing a deafening boom. Luyin acted at the same time, visualizing the land around his heart and merging it with the spear. He was about to use the overturning sky palm. At that moment, the ancient god suddenly retreated. Behind him, lightning crashed down and a sword swept out. The lightning lord had arrived. The lightning lord's sword missed, but he stabbed towards the ancient god from an unbelievable angle. The ancient god appeared beside the lightning lord at the speed of light and slammed down with a palm. Be careful, lightning lord. Luyin shouted. The lightning lord was calm. Golden lightning instantly connected the sky with the earth, and the primordial thunder locust's blue lightning descended at the same time. The two bolts of lightning connected, and the ancient god was right below them. Even an eternal has to avoid it. Do you think you can stop it? The ancient god looked up and watched the two bolts of lightning descend. My lord's benevolence is seen as weakness. Jiang Feng, do you really think he's avoiding you? The two bolts of lightning intertwined and drowned the ancient god. The Lightning Lord had used this move to force the sole true god back, but now, the ancient god was allowing the lightning to strike him. The spear shot out from the lightning, turning into a black ray that pierced through the Lightning Lord's body and into the void. It left a huge crack in the void along the way, and the void world could not close for a long time. The Lightning Lord clutched his wound. Facing the ancient god made him feel like he was facing the sole true god. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. When fighting such a powerhouse, any mistake or carelessness would lead to an abyss. In the past, only the sole true god had been able to make him feel this way. Not even the primordial thunder locust had been able to bring him this kind of danger. The ancient god walked out of the thunderbolt and a long spear appeared in his hand once again. He pointed it at the Thunder Lord and said, "Your White Cloud City has the best shortcut I have ever seen on the path of cultivation." Sure is your shortcut, but do you really understand the shortcut? By presence, it's the feeling of being closest to the beginning of the universe from the three god artifacts. Constantly cultivating presence is equivalent to constantly approaching the beginning of the universe. This is impossible in any other spacetime, so why don't you break through to the primordial realm? You can try breaking through. Why don't you do it? The Lightning Lord put down his hand. His palm was covered in blood. He turned the tip of his sword around. He didn't seem to do anything, but his injuries healed quickly. Compared to this, I'm more curious. What is the name of the dark gray substance that you are using now? Sovereign Realm, the ancient god said. Thunder Lord praised, Divine Realm Master, as expected of a Divine Realm Master. Even my lightning can't break through. There aren't many in the universe who can fight against you. You can break through to the primordial realm as well, said the ancient god. The Lightning Lord shook his head. My foundations are too shallow, and I haven't cultivated for as long as the two of you. I can't break through for now. As he said that, he raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Luine was also looking at him. That kid might break through before me. Luine had seen the Lightning Lord more than once. Now, they had finally met for the first time. The ancient god. He looked at Luine. What a pity. If fertile Earth had hesitated a little longer, I would have had time to deal with this problem. In the sky, Lu Yuan took a third step, and the laws around him immediately vanished, just like the ancient god. He looked down. De Chong, who are you calling a problem? The ancient god looked at the sky. He hovered there until he was at the same level as Lu Yuan. The people of your Lu family are all problems. Lu Yuan sneered. If you have the ability, why don't you try getting rid of them? The reason why the ancient god had taken action was because he wanted to deal with the human experts as soon as possible while Lu Yuan was breaking through to the primordial realm. However, the humans reacted extremely quickly, and all the peak experts worked together. Even with his strength as a primordial realm expert, he failed to kill a single one of them. Hong Yan made a support and the Lightning Lord's interference made the ancient god fail. In the sky, everyone looked at the ancient god and Lu Yuan. The final outcome of this battle would depend on the two of them. The ancient god had already displayed unimaginably terrifying strength, suppressing all the human experts by himself. What about Lu Yuan? So what? The ancestor of the past looked at the two of them. She was also very curious as to who was stronger between Lu Yuan and Guizhi. A sweeping might appeared without any warning, as if the entire first region of disaster had been split into two. The world became two colors, black and gray and gold. The ancient god and Lu Yuan looked at each other. Neither of them said anything. On the Black Mother tree, the only true god remained calm, so calm that it was unsettling. Only the lightning of the ancient thunder locust continued to flash. Lu Yuan suddenly stared at the ancient thunder locust. Piss off. A terrifying might suddenly surged towards the ancient thunder locust. The shout almost made the ancient god attack instinctively. The ancient thunder locust's lightning all stood up, staring at Lu Yuan cautiously. Lu Yuan's smile was rather vicious, which made the ancient thunder locust even more cautious. However, it did not retreat. Even though it had not reached the primordial realm, it was bold enough to clash with any powerful creature with its specialness. Lu Yuan was helpless. Originally, he wanted to scare away the ancient thunder locust so that the Thunder Lord would have an even greater advantage. However, the ancient thunder locust actually did not leave. The ancient thunder locust was born and feeds on lightning. It's formed from its original form, not its actual body. You can't scare it away, the ancient god said indifferently. Lu Yuan stared at the ancient god. Looks like we have to fight first. Let's see who's stronger, you or me. The ancient god did not refuse. He understood Lu Yuan's temper. This battle would not end so easily. At this moment, the space cracked open and a lotus leaf appeared first. Seeing the lotus leaf, everyone knew that the star toad had arrived. Luin frowned. They had not hired the star toad, so it was not a good thing for it to appear now. The huge star toad walked out of the void and glanced over the battlefield. When it saw the two terrifying presences clashing, it was given a fright. Without any hesitation, it transformed into a trident with a crimson straw hat. Let's make it clear first. I don't want to fight. Everyone stared at the star toad. Lu Yuan's gaze was cold. Toad, what are you doing here? The star toad looked at Lu Yuan and grinned. Isn't this fertile earth? We meet again. Fertile earth, De Chong, let me see. Eh? You're not dead? Below, Hongyan Mavis looked at the sky. Toad, this battle has nothing to do with you. Piss off. The star toad shook its trident. The boss of the Eternal hired me. He hired me at an unprecedentedly high price. I hope I can help him settle this battle. With that, it looked at the Grand Empyrean below the 6 paths of reincarnation world. Tai Hong, you can't come out, right? Haha, you can't come out. That's good, that's good. Lu Yuan's eyes widened. Toad, how dare you interfere with the battle between the Above Heaven sect and the Eternals? You're courting death. The star toad waved its trident. I don't want to interfere, but the boss of the Eternal is too tempting. I have no choice. Everyone, give me some face and stop fighting. We can settle this battle. We can win or not. Right, boss of the Eternal? On the Black Mother Tree, the only true god said indifferently, sure. The star toad hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, boss. Then, he hugged his trident and squinted his eyes. Boss Lu, what do you think? Everyone followed his gaze. The boss Lu the star toad spoke of was Luin. Luin was the true decision-maker of this battle. Even though Lu Yuan had broken through to the primordial realm and Hongyan Mavis and the Grand Empyrean were here, no one could ignore Lu Yin's influence. Some people had high cultivation, but they couldn't control the entire situation. The Grand Empyrean and Lu Yuan had high cultivation and could fight against the strongest enemy, but the one who could decide the outcome of this battle was still Luin. Whether it was the Eternals or the humans, they all agreed. This was also the reason why the Eternals were so fearless when Luin was rumored to be dead. Luin was the only one who could easily influence and unify the 6 parties. No one else could do it. Even Lu Yuan couldn't do it after breaking through to the primordial realm. This was influence. The star toad could see it clearly. Luin looked at the star toad. I'll give you a price. Help us deal with the Eternals. The star toad sighed. Boss Lu, you should have offered earlier. Business is about integrity. You know that. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Don't you want to hear my price? I can guarantee that you'll be tempted. The star toad was distressed. No, of course not. Boss Lu is a smart person. Since you've said so, you must be confident. I don't want to betray my integrity. Boss Lu, I'm sorry. Next time, please hire me in advance. Its voice was very sincere. It was tempted. Luin wanted to hire the star toad for the Mirage Domain. Mr. Daheng's goal for collecting the landscape painting stones was the Mirage Domain. He guessed that Mr. Daheng wasn't collecting them, but the star toad. By mentioning the Mirage Domain, he could also test how much the star toad knew about it. He might even know why others couldn't enter the Mirage Domain. Unfortunately, the toad didn't fall for it. This damn toad always got in the way at the crucial moment. He had to deal with it as soon as possible. Little 7, leave this damn toad to me. Hongyan Mavis clenched her fist, her strength distorting the space around her. Luin narrowed his eyes and nodded. In the sky, the star toad noticed, Hey, 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 Kai Hong, I didn't offend you. Don't make things difficult for me. Think about the humans. Can we win this war? Look, you've already dealt with me. The humans must have one less expert, right? There's no need. There's really no need. Luin took out Sovereign Mountain. Dizun and Erji walked out. The star toad was speechless. Where did the humans get so many experts? Why are they popping out one after another? The one true god raised a brow. The humans had always had an advantage over the Eternals. It was just that this advantage hadn't been discovered. However, after 2 divine admonitions, the humans finally took advantage of it. Compared to other species, humans were more creative, intelligent, and resilient. If all the people from the parallel universes gathered together, the Eternals would be no match for them. This was why the Eternals had used the divine commandment at the right time. They wanted to ensure that the humans would not unite and gain an advantage over the Eternals. Unfortunately, the 3rd commandment was too late. However, he turned to look into the distance and muttered to himself, They're here. The appearance of the Sovereign and Erji had brought more experts to the human side. Hongyan Mavis was confident in dealing with the Star Toad, and the ancient god was being held back by Lu Yuan. Luin wanted to continue this battle. In the sky, the ancient thunder locust turned and left without any warning. Lu Yuan and the ancient god were shocked. Why did it run? The star toad was about to persuade Luin again when it suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. It slowly turned around. No way. How could that thing come here? Weren't they supposed to not come out? The Grand Empyrean suddenly looked into the distance. The ancient god, Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, Wood God, and the others all looked into the distance. Something was approaching. The next moment, Luin also felt it. It was a feeling of oppression, as if the horizon was getting closer and closer to him, so close that he could touch it. Why did he feel this way? The first zone of calamity fell silent. Everyone felt it and looked into the distance. The sky distorted as ripples spread out like a river. A butterfly fluttered over, bringing with it a beautiful light that illuminated the dark sky. The silver light that scattered down was like a river of stars, resplendent and beautiful. Everyone was stunned. A butterfly? The only true god closed his eyes. The Grand Empyrean stared at the butterfly. Was that it? Lu Yuan frowned. It looked familiar. Where had he seen it before? The butterfly slowly fluttered and stopped above the first zone of calamity, sprinkling down a warm light. It was beautiful, extremely beautiful. It was as if all the most beautiful colors in the world were gathered on its body. The warmth it brought to the first zone of calamity dispelled everyone's hostility. Everyone, please listen to me. Can we stop this war? A warm and gentle voice echoed in everyone's hearts. Luin looked at the butterfly. It had a very pleasant voice, and it was a woman. This voice made him feel sleepy. I remember now. It's you. Lu Yuan shouted. I remember it too. Hongyan Mavis took a step forward and stared at the butterfly. When you passed by the above heaven sect and brought disaster to the first continent, it was Master who made you retreat. It was you, wasn't it? The Grand Empyrean stared at the butterfly. She also remembered that butterfly. Butterfly dance, sorry, I had just broken through at that time and my mind was still immature. I'm really sorry for the trouble I've caused everyone. What are you doing here? What does this war have to do with you? Lu Yuan asked. The butterfly's voice was soft and soothing. The Eternals have helped me in the past, and so have the humans. I hope we can stop fighting. Lu Yuan laughed. Since I've already helped you, you should leave. This war has nothing to do with you. Both sides have paid a great price to determine the outcome of such a magnificent war. Be it the Eternals or the humans, I hope that we can end this war and return the favor to both sides. This was the first time he had heard of such a theory. This butterfly wasn't anything good. It was clearly here to stop the war. Luin looked at the one true god and saw that his eyes were naturally closed, which made him even more confused. This was troublesome. No matter what the butterfly's goal was, it was definitely very powerful. It had been able to bring disaster to the first mainland, and the progenitor had had to personally step in to force it back. If it sided with the Eternals, then the humans would definitely be in trouble. What if we insist on starting a war? Lu Yuan asked bluntly. The butterfly scattered its light. War is not good. The only way to end a war is for one side to completely disappear or for both sides to be evenly matched. It seems that you humans want to continue the war, which means that you have the advantage. I'm sorry, but I'll have to side with the Eternals and make both sides equal. But don't worry, if the humans lose because of this, I'll help you return. I won't let the Eternals hurt you as a way to return the favor. Everyone found the butterfly's theory laughable. It was like stabbing someone and then healing them as a way to return the favor. It was ridiculous, but they couldn't bring themselves to laugh. This butterfly was very strong. The star-toad stood to the side and didn't say anything. Its state had changed to gold, and it was wearing a straw hat and holding a lotus leaf. It looked very innocent. It had changed to this state the moment the butterfly appeared. Either it was worried about the butterfly, or it didn't think that the war would continue. Lu Yuan would definitely fight, especially since the butterfly's theory disgusted him. However, he had no idea how strong the butterfly was. Brother Star-Toad, what do you think? The butterfly suddenly asked. The Star-Toad quivered, and his eyes narrowed into crescents. He chuckled. Yes, you're right. Brother Star-Toad, I'm asking you what you think. Please tell me the truth, okay? I'm very serious. The Star-Toad blinked its eyes and swung its lotus leaves. With a serious look, it said, You're right. Everyone was speechless. Brother Star-Toad, you're still so humorous, the butterfly said. The Star-Toad smiled. Humorous my ass. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't afford to offend you, he would have torn you apart long ago. However, the butterfly was right. Humans, I advise you not to fight. You can't win. Now that the Eternals have the two of us, what's the point of fighting unless you have two more people of the same level? Am I right? Boss Lu? The Star-Toad recognized Luin. He understood humans all too well. Luin looked up at the sky, and the butterfly turned to look at him. Luin looked at the butterfly. All right. These two words represented the end of the war. Lu Yuan didn't care about two more experts, but he didn't refute Lu Yin's words. Hongyan Mavis and even the Lightning Lord didn't refute. No matter how they looked at it, the war should have ended by now. The Eternals had two more primordial realm experts and an unfathomable forefather. Senior Butterfly, may I know your name? Luin looked at the butterfly. The butterfly looked back at him. You can call me Tianan. Human, you're very generous. I like you. Luin smiled. I like you too, Tianan. Your voice is very nice. Thank you. Luin looked at the one true God. The sixth calamity belongs to us humans, eternity. You don't have any objections, right? The one true God opened his eyes and met Lu Yin's gaze. That's your spoils. You're only a half-ancestor, but you managed to steal a calamity domain from me. Luin, you truly are worthy of possessing a turbid treasure. Your turbid treasure is even more valuable than Jiangfeng's 3 divine artifacts. Many people were stunned. Turbid treasure? They didn't know about turbid treasures, but they knew that Lightning Lord Jiangfeng possessed 3 divine artifacts. It was with the 3 divine artifacts that Jiangfeng had risen to prominence in an extremely short amount of time, leading White Cloud City to stand tall in the universe. Even the Eternals feared him. It was also because of the 3 divine artifacts that the Eternals coveted White Cloud City, and the one true God wanted to steal it. Luin actually had a supreme treasure that surpassed the 3 divine artifacts? Many people understood now. It was no wonder that Luin had risen to prominence so quickly. He was only a half-ancestor, yet he had participated in the progenitor battlefield. He had even come to the primordial battlefield. How many life and death situations had he gone through? Was it all because of that supreme treasure? Human nature was greedy. News of Lu Yin's supreme treasure would definitely spread and attract the attention of the entire universe. However, Luin didn't care. He now had the primordial ancestor Lu Yuan behind him. How many experts did the above heaven sect have? Who would dare to covet his things? Still, that wasn't enough. He wanted to truly display his strength. He had to start the war as soon as possible. In the 6th region of Calamity, the divine power lake had been drawn away by the Black Mother Tree. This region of Calamity now belonged to the humans. Luin didn't plan on destroying it. This region of Calamity would be the vanguard for attacking the Eternals. Not only could he see the one true God here, but he could also use Hongyan Mavis and the other experts as a springboard to enter the other regions of Calamity. After the 1st region of Calamity, the Butterfly and the Star Toad all left. Luin asked Hongyan Mavis to help the Lightning Lord deal with the ancient Thunder Locust. She just happened to have regained her power and wanted to familiarize herself with it. The Sovereigns also went with her. They had achieved 2 goals in this battle. The one true God was trapped, the corpse god was killed, and Hongyan Mavis had regained her power. The only variable was that the ancient god had broken through to the primordial realm. Fortunately, Ancestor Lu Yuan had broken through to the primordial realm at the same time, balancing the 2 sides. However, Luin didn't understand the butterfly's appearance. He had specially asked Ancestor Lu Yuan about it, but the answer he received was unclear. He only knew that the butterfly had once stirred up chaos in the 1st continent and was forced to retreat by the primordial ancestor. Ancestor Lu Yuan and the others didn't know where it stood now. The Grand Empyrean didn't know either. Not long after, the Above Heaven sect announced the date of the Martial Edict. Luin wanted to meet some people before that. When he returned to the Above Heaven sect, Hongyan Mavis returned with Xianxia. The ancient Thunder Locust had fled, and Hongyan Mavis and the others had made a wasted trip. White Cloud City was temporarily peaceful. Brother Lu, Father formally invites you as a guest in the name of White Cloud City's City Lord, Xianxia informed Luin. Luin was surprised. Now? Xianxia nodded. Father wants me to tell you that he knows some things about Heaven's grace. Lu Yin's expression changed. Lead the way. The void cracked open, and Luin stepped out with Xianxia. When they reappeared, they were already in a familiar space. It was familiar because this was the solar system. Luin saw Jupiter, the Moon, and Earth. He was very familiar with this space. White Cloud City originated from Earth. Luin had always been puzzled. Was the Hexagon Society really a parallel universe? If it was, why hadn't he seen the same people? Someone had once given him an answer. It was said that different parallel universes would develop differently at a certain point in time, and there might not be the same people. However, there was a paradox in this. If the same people didn't appear, or no one had personally seen the same people, how could they be sure that it was a parallel universe? Were White Cloud City and Lu Yin's time and space parallel to each other? It should be, because there was Earth and the solar system, but Jiang Feng and the others didn't exist in Lu Yin's time and space. Jiang Chen did mention that White Cloud City's time and space had a similar person in another time and space. There were 2 Kong Tiancaos, and their characters almost overlapped. This was getting interesting. Luin looked at Earth from afar. White Cloud City was different from what he had imagined. He thought that White Cloud City was a colossus like the Above Heaven sect, but now, Earth was still the same, and White Cloud City was on Earth. Soon, with Xianxia leading the way, Luin arrived at Earth in this time and space. Compared to Lu Yin's time and space, Earth in this time and space didn't seem to have developed much, and even its technology didn't develop very quickly. It was still at the level of exploring the solar system, and there were only some cities and traces of human activities on some nearby planets. This is? Luin was puzzled. Xianxia explained, White Cloud City hasn't developed for many years, and Father has never interfered with Earth's development. Even if the outside world has technology and cultivation systems, it hasn't been brought to Earth. Cultivators have their own troubles, and ordinary people have their own happiness. Those who join White Cloud City can cultivate, but those who don't will never be able to see how big the world of cultivation is. On Earth, inside White Cloud City and outside White Cloud City are 2 different worlds. Luin thought of the Divine Prefecture Nation. Under the rule of the goddess, the Divine Prefecture Nation was filled with peace, but that peace brought about decline and ease. Earth in front of him looked the same, but White Cloud City was constantly improving. The Thunder Lord Jiangfeng wasn't someone who enjoyed peace. He had a powerful fist to the outside world, and peace to the inside world. Was this the Thunder Lord's philosophy? Rumor has it that the Thunder Lord started off as an ordinary person and stepped onto the path of cultivation. After experiencing 2 lives, his mental journey is actually similar to an ordinary person's, but he has the will and determination of a powerful cultivator, Luyin said. Jiang Qingyue smiled. Father is actually just an ordinary person. After saying that, she brought Luyin to Earth in this time and space and arrived at White Cloud City. White Cloud City was huge, but Earth itself was very small in Luyin's eyes. He had seen too many colossal places, and White Cloud City's size could be seen with a single thought. However, this was White Cloud City. The Thunder Lord lived in White Cloud City. Clouds surrounded this place. This place was just like its name. With Jiang Qingyue leading the way, Luyin arrived at the Thunder Lord's residence. When he arrived, he retracted his aura. He clearly had the ability to see the entire Earth with a single thought, but out of respect for the Thunder Lord, he acted like an ordinary person and only used his eyes to see. "Ha, Brother Lu, you're finally here," Jiangchen greeted as he walked over from afar. This was the north of White Cloud City. It was like a paradise, filled with all kinds of flowers and plants. Luyin could see very far. He saw Jiangchen and a mantis. During the war with the Astral Beast domain, Luyin had been chased by a mantis. Coincidentally, Jiangchen had arrived, and Luyin had thrown the mantis to Jiangchen, who had taken it away. Back then, Luyin had said that he would give Jiangchen a gardener. Now, the mantis had become a gardener. When Luyin saw it, it saw Luyin as well, and its aura immediately changed to one that was cold and murderous. Luyin found it funny, and his gaze turned cold as an indescribable terror enveloped the mantis. The mantis was stunned, and its instinctive fear told it that Luyin was an unimaginable powerhouse. It immediately knelt down in submission. When Jiangchen saw this, he shook his head. How pitiful. It's been a few decades, but now, it doesn't even dare to think about hunting down a target. Brother Lu, don't scare it. It's a professional gardener. Luyin smiled. I can see that the flower bed is very beautiful. Not only did he see the flower bed, he also saw huge ants walking in the distance. He was a little surprised. The ants were so huge, and there seemed to be people on their backs. He also saw something in the corner. Is that a chicken coop? Luyin blinked. There were so many chickens. They were definitely chickens, but their tails were very colorful. There were 2 colored ones, 3 colored ones, and even 4 colored ones. This lightning lord really had a lot of free time. There were also all kinds of plants that were very common, but completely different. For example, bananas, cucumbers, eggplants, and so on. Luyin felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Above his head, a huge eagle flew past with the might of thunder. What do you think? Isn't our White Cloud City very strange? Jiangchen was proud. Luyin praised, it is indeed strange. Many things look familiar, but when you look closely, they are different. Haha, there are many different things. We even have flying fish, Turtle Island, and all kinds of other things, Jiangchen said. Jiang Qingyue shouted, alright, that's enough. No matter how strange our White Cloud City is, can it compare to the entire universe? Brother Lu has seen far more than you and I can imagine. Jiangchen wasn't convinced. He might not have seen what I've seen. Alright, father is waiting. Let's go. He suddenly exclaimed, Brother Lu, where's the gift? Luyin was startled. What gift? Jiangchen looked at Luyin strangely. What do you mean by what gift? You didn't bring a gift? Luyin didn't understand. Why would I bring a gift? I don't have the habit of bringing gifts. Is this a custom here? Then I'll prepare it. Jiang Qingyue frowned. Jiangchen, what are you doing? Brother Lu is the sect head of the Above Heaven sect and has been invited by father as a guest. If it wasn't for the fact that he is of the same generation as us and is younger than father, father would have come out to welcome him. Brother Lu, please don't mind him. Xianxia looked at Luyin like he was looking at an idiot. Normal guests don't need gifts, but you have a special relationship with my sister. Shouldn't you leave a good impression when meeting your father-in-law for the first time? Jiang Qingyue exploded and slashed her sword at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you're courting death. Jiang Chen shouted and hurriedly dodged. Brother Lu, I'm thinking for you. You're on your own. Jiang Qingyue's face was red with anger. She snorted and said to Luyin apologetically, Brother Lu, Jiang Chen likes to joke around. Please don't mind him. Luyin felt awkward. To mind or not to mind, that was the question. He had a good impression of Jiang Qingyue, but he didn't know what to do now that he had Yen. It was a bit inappropriate not to prepare a gift, but it was a bit of a headache to prepare one. Jiang Qingyue sheathed her sword. Brother Lu, this way please. Father has been waiting for you for a long time. Luyin recalled the butterfly and straightened his face. Please lead the way. Soon, Luyin saw Jiang Feng. He'd met Jiang Feng 3 times. The first time was when Jiang Feng had killed his way into the first zone of calamity. He'd seen the Lightning Lord's domineering aura from Yibo's perspective. The second time was during the same battle, but he hadn't seen him clearly. The third time was during the battle just now. He'd seen Jiang Feng clearly, but hadn't spoken much. Today was his first official meeting with the Lightning Lord. The Lightning Lord was a legendary figure, an existence feared by the eternal race. He was someone who dared to kill his way into the zone of calamity despite knowing that he was going to die. Jiang Feng was also in existence. The Lightning Lord, Jiang Feng, had an ordinary appearance. However, he had the charisma of a leader because he was in charge of White Cloud City and had experienced countless battles. He was also baptized by lightning all year round, giving him a righteous aura that made people unconsciously trust him. Luyin had seen many experts before. Some were lofty, some were untainted, and some were as approachable as ordinary people. However, the Lightning Lord gave him a different feeling from everyone else. It was as if he wasn't alone on this path. He didn't know why he felt this way. Was it because he also had a turbid treasure? Or was it because of something else? Luyin sized up the Lightning Lord, and the Lightning Lord looked back at him. He was no stranger to Lu Yin's name. The first time he'd heard it was because of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had said that he'd found an interesting person in a parallel dimension. He hadn't thought much of it then, but Jiang Chen had mentioned this name a few times. When Jiang Qingyue and the Dragon Turtle had mentioned it, he'd paid attention. The Six Directions Society and Yi Xing had mentioned this name repeatedly. Jiang Feng knew that he would meet this person sooner or later. Moreover, he had a feeling that they were the same type. And that was the truth. He was the first to kill his way into the zone of calamity. This person had killed his way into the zone of calamity several times. He had a turbid treasure, and so did this person. He'd risen to power during Earth's doomsday and unified the planet. This person had also unified the origin space when it was in danger. He'd even tried to unify the Six Directions Society. One could say that there were too many similarities between the two. The more similar they were, the more likely they were enemies or friends. Senior Lightning Lord, this junior is Luyin. The Lightning Lord smiled faintly. You can call me Uncle Jiang if you're a junior. If you're here as the Tao Master of the Above Heavens sect, I'll have to stand up and welcome you. Luyin smiled. I don't have any identity. I'm just a friend of Jiang Chen and Qingyue. Dad, listen to that. How intimate. Qingyue, the Dragon Turtle was right, wasn't he? Jiang Chen suddenly shouted. Jiang Qingyue gritted her teeth in anger. Jiang Feng didn't mind. Luyin felt awkward. Uncle Jiang, Qingyue and I are friends. Jiang Feng nodded. You don't have to tell me about your relationship. Have a seat. Do you want to drink tea or something else? Luyin sat opposite Jiang Feng. No need. I'm not thirsty. Alright, just tell me if you're thirsty. I'll ask your aunt to prepare some fruits for you. The fruits of White Cloud City can't be eaten in the outside world, Jiang Feng said casually. Luyin didn't hold back. Let me bring some before I leave. They look delicious. Let's see if I can grow them on Earth. Do as you wish. This was Earth, and Luyin naturally felt a sense of familiarity with this place. Furthermore, Thunder Master Jiangfeng's nonchalant attitude also made him feel comfortable. Lu Yin had met many people, and Jiang Feng looked at him as if he were a nephew. Uncle Jiang, thank you for supporting me, Lu Yin said. Jiang Feng sighed, the 5 spirit races have a deep relationship with me. I didn't kill my way into the Calamity region to support you. I have my own grudges as well. Lu Yin said, it's not that. When the Great Emperor made things difficult for me, it was Qingyue who spoke up for me in your name. Jiang Feng glanced into the distance, that girl didn't tell me. Lu Yin was stunned, and then he smiled bitterly, I see. Jiang Feng laughed, if I had known, I would have helped you personally. That's the truth. Lu Yin's heart warmed, thank you, Uncle Jiang. Alright, let's cut to the chase. I have 2 things to discuss with you. Jiang Feng looked at Lu Yin seriously and was about to speak. Jiang Chen's voice came from afar, Dad, Mom asked me to ask you if you want to cook some dishes. She'll cook them herself. There's our family's specialty smoked chicken and bacon. I haven't eaten old Lu's braised food in a long time. Jiang Feng nodded, sure, Lu Yin. Stay and have some home-cooked food. Old Lu's braised food is the best. Lu Yin smiled, alright, I'll drink some wine with Uncle Jiang. Haha, you want to drink? No problem. Jiang Feng was happy. White Cloud City often had guests, but he hadn't received Lu Yin for a long time, other than by Rome. He felt like he was part of the family. Back to the topic, the first thing is the turbid treasure. Jiang Feng looked at Lu Yin seriously and took out 3 items. A sword, a tree branch and a black pearl, these are my turbid treasures. Lu Yin raised his hand without hesitation and a die appeared in his palm, Eternal should be talking about this. Jiang Feng was sizing up the die while Lu Yin was also sizing up the 3 items. Undying Yushan, no, the Undying Yushan controlled by the Undying Scripture, was looking for these 3 items. He heard from Jiang Chen that the black pearl could travel through time and space freely. As for the sword and the tree branch, he didn't know what they were used for. Jiang Feng praised, to be honest, I've only heard of turbid treasures. Before this, I didn't know that these 3 items were turbid treasures. When Earth's doomsday came with the appearance of these 3 items, I relied on the black pearl to walk step by step until I completely stabilized Earth. At that time, I didn't know the use of these 3 items. Due to certain reasons, I left the sword in the sea. Later, when Earth encountered a cosmic crisis, I realized that it was meaningless to just stabilize Earth. There are too many masters in the universe, too many powerful creatures. Any one of them could destroy Earth. In order to protect Earth, I retrieved the sword and embarked on the path of cultivation in the universe. My cultivation has been smooth all the way until now. Only when I became the Lightning Lord did I know about turbid treasures. Lu Yin, turbid treasures are very important. Eternal will not give them up. Lu Yin said. Seriously, I know, Uncle Jiang. Actually, I'm curious. You haven't broken through to the beginning, so why did you keep looking for trouble with Eternal? Aren't you afraid that he will steal your turbid treasure? Jiang Feng was helpless. The turbid treasure is with me. Even if I don't make a move, he will. Instead of waiting for him to recover his strength and attack White Cloud City, why don't we take the initiative to attack? Time is of little significance to us. Lu Yin understood, eternity is extremely powerful. Even if Ancestor Lu Yuan breaks through to the primordial realm, he won't be able to stop it. Without the repulsion of time and space, your primordial space would not be able to stop the eternity. The repulsion of the Calamity Zone is the same as the repulsion of parallel time and space. However, your primordial space is different. Once it repels a certain creature, the effect is quite obvious, Jiang Feng said. Lu Yin knew this, and he had also made a comparison. Although the Zone of E rejected humans, every time they invaded the Zone of E, even if they could not defeat the Eternals, they would still be able to return unscathed. This was because the Zone of E's rejection was not severe. For example, Lu Tianyi could still fight against the 7 sky gods even after being rejected by the Zone of E. At most, he would be at a disadvantage, but it would not be as severe as when the 7 sky gods entered the primordial space. It was so severe that Lu Tianyi was able to fend off all the 7 sky gods by himself. At the time, Lu Yin hadn't understood, but now he did. It was because of the 5th continent. The fifth continent originated from the primogenitor, and its core was the primordial dust. In the primordial space, due to the fifth continent and the sixth continent, not only did space reject powerful enemies, but it also contained the primogenitor's power. Luin could use the continent in his heart to suppress the seven sky gods with the mortal world as the core, so the primogenitor's continent was naturally even more powerful. Very few people could sense this, but Luin could clearly sense it. This was because he had walked the same path as the primogenitor. Only when he walked this path in the Mirage domain did he understand why the primogenitor had created the six continents. He also understood why the Eternals wanted to destroy the continents even though they had clearly won. It was because the continents were the primogenitor's power. If the six continents were intact, the primogenitor's power would be terrifying. Destroying the continents one by one was the Eternals' goal. Compared to destroying the continents, the lives of the three realms and six Daos were not as important. As a result, the seven sky gods could not enter the primordial space with their full strength. They could only use their quasi-ancestor clones. At the very least, quasi-ancestor clones would not be rejected. In comparison, the Eternals clearly had not walked this path. The rejection of the Zone of E could only be regarded as the rejection of the Zone of E's spacetime. It was fundamentally different from the primordial space. The other thing is about that butterfly. Jiang Feng's expression grew even more serious. Luin also focused. Even Patriarch Lu Yuan did not know the butterfly's origins. Hongyan Mavis and the others only knew that the butterfly had appeared in the first continent during the above heaven era and had been chased away by the primogenitor. They did not know its origins or purpose. Luin had not expected Jiang Feng to know. Jiang Feng was actually about the same age as Luin. After all, Luin was Lu Xiaoshuan's age. However, if one considered the parallel spacetime where the flow of time was different, then it was unknown. Jiang Feng had lived in the five spirit races for a long time, while Luin had stayed in the Mirage domain for a long time. Back when I made a name for myself as the Lightning Lord and became famous in the outer realms, that butterfly came looking for me. She called herself Heaven's Grace, which meant that she was gracing me on behalf of the heavens, Jiang Feng recalled. She wants to bestow me with grace, allowing me to live forever and become a unique existence in this universe. Luin did not understand. What did that mean? Jiang Feng looked at Luin. You don't understand, do you? Actually, I don't understand either. But on Earth, there's a saying that no free lunch will fall from the sky. If it did, and it hit you, then it might not be a good thing, so I rejected her. That butterfly came looking for me 3 times, but I rejected her all 3 times. She never came looking for me again. I had almost forgotten about her, but the battle with eternity was when I lured the primordial thunder locusts to the first disaster domain. It was also when you guys surrounded and killed ruins. Eternity mentioned Heaven's Grace and threatened me that I had to accept it or I would be doomed. I don't know what Heaven's Grace has to do with him, and he didn't say anything. Not only did he want me to accept Heaven's Grace, but he also wanted me to hand over the turbid treasure. What a joke. And during the battle just now, he brought it up again and asked me if I should reject Heaven's Grace. I've already rejected him several times, and I can tell that he cares a lot about that butterfly. Jiang Feng looked at Luin. That's everything I know about that butterfly. Luin was confused. The only piece of information he could gather from these words was that the sole true God had been in contact with the butterfly for a long time. Perhaps the sole true God had asked the butterfly to do the Lightning Lord's favor, but that butterfly was definitely not an everlasting. And who was this substitute Heaven's Grace referring to? Luin thought of karma for some reason, and the word slave appeared on his forehead. What kind of person could use karma as a slave? Karma was extremely powerful. He was strong enough to control colossal giants and create a giant hell. He even made the corpse god fear him. If it were not for karma, they would not have succeeded in killing the corpse god. The corpse god would not have been able to self-destruct and escape. One was a slave, and the other was a substitute heaven. Luin felt that there was a connection. Grand Elder Dan Gu's words also repeated in his head. An existence, an omnipotent existence that could erase everything, including the seniors that Grand Elder Dan Gu looked up to. Those seniors were at least at the primordial realm, but they had still been erased. What was that existence? Luin stood up and looked at the sky. He felt like a hand was approaching him, and it was deeper and more terrifying than the Eternals. He was gradually beginning to see the truth. If he wanted to uncover it, that butterfly was a very good choice. Uncle Jiang, have you ever fought with that butterfly? Luin asked. Jiang Feng shook his head. It was very polite, and its voice was so gentle. How could I fight with it? Luin thought about it and realized that it made sense. During the first battle of Calamity Realm, the butterfly had stopped both sides from fighting. Even though it had openly joined the Eternals, its voice was still so gentle, and it kept saying that it was thinking for the sake of humanity. Its reasoning sounded disgusting, but its politeness was not lacking at all. It was very difficult to directly attack. There was no enmity between them. Jiang Feng stood up. How old are you, Luin? Luin thought about it. Over 100. Jiang Feng laughed. Only 100? That's very young. In the cultivation world, 100 years was indeed very young. 100 years? Even if you've cultivated for 100 years, it's not even a drop in the ocean compared to the flow of time. However, your accomplishments are enough to sever the river of time and change the history of an entire era. What are you dissatisfied with? Jiang Feng asked. Luin did not understand. Dissatisfied? Jiang Feng looked at him. I can see the heaviness in you. You're still young, and there are many things that you don't need to carry. You've already taken your revenge, and your enemies are also there. Many things will still happen no matter how hard you try. Why must you see it clearly? Back then, I had reached the height of unifying the earth, but I was still schemed against and lost all my cultivation. I couldn't predict the step, and the one who recovered my cultivation was my old enemy. I couldn't predict this step either. There are too many things in a person's life that cannot be predicted. You can't predict everything. Who can see the future in the long river of time? Even the fate of your space-time is limited. Where is the future of the future? Don't live too tirelessly. When you can't control the laws of the universe, it's fine to follow them. Luin stared blankly into the distance. Jiang Feng was not the only one who had advised him about this. Many others had advised him not to think too much about it, but could he really not think about it? His life was too tiring. His smile in front of others was just a mask to hide his bitterness behind. However, the cries of the Fifth Mainland and the endless support were real. Uncle Jiang, everyone on Earth worships you, right? Luin murmured. Jiang Feng smiled. When you don't have the ability, live for yourself. When you have the ability, live for others. But don't make yourself suffer. Humans are humans. No matter how great I am, I've never thought about carrying the word saint. Luin looked at him and smiled. I've never thought about it either. I'll do my best. Come, let's eat. Your aunt's cooking is delicious. And old Lu's braised food? And our family's smoked chicken and cured meat. Luin even saw Jiang Feng's wife. She was a very gentle person and the dishes were delicious. They drank a lot of wine and it got to their heads. Jiang Chen kept slamming the table and asking Luin to call him dad together with him. Jiang Qingyue was so angry that she kept hitting him. Far away, the praying mantis was still shivering on the ground. Jiang Feng's laughter was heard everywhere. It was rare for Luin to let loose and his laughter was louder than anyone else's. In the fourth Calamity region, Wei Shu squatted beside the Divine Power River and stared blankly. The current Calamity region was completely different from before. He raised his head and looked towards the direction of the Black Mother Tree. The Reincarnation Six Paths world trapped the only true God and the sixth Calamity region was robbed. What happened to the universe? He regretted betraying the humans and joining the eternal race. But no one expected this to happen. He sighed deeply. What would happen to the fourth Calamity region? Even Lord He Wuxian was not here. If an enemy came in, it would be over. There was not even a decent expert here. The corpses were all taken away and there were only 5 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings left. There were only 2 Ancestor Realm experts that betrayed the humans like him. One of them was him, but he still dared to come out. The other one stayed in the tower and refused to come out. If only I could get a true god's ultimate skill. Wei Shu murmured, his voice was filled with longing. Even if you get it, you won't be able to cultivate it. Who said so? Wei Shu replied subconsciously. Then, he suddenly reacted. He turned around and stared at the person who was less than a meter away from him. His face turned pale as he said, it's you? Luin looked at the divine power river and said, you won't find a true god's ultimate skill here. Wei Shu's heart sank to the bottom. He now knew who this person was. Luin, the leader of the humans. He was the one who invaded the first calamity region several times and stole the sixth calamity region. Why is he here? I'm finished. I'm no match for him. I don't even have the chance to resist. I'm finished. Luin looked at Wei Shu and said, work hard. I hope you can find a true god's ultimate skill. After that, he took a step forward and disappeared. Wei Shu was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and thought, where is he? Gone? Wait, was there someone there? Was I hallucinating? Luin told me to work hard? What the hell? That's right, it was an illusion. If he had come to the fourth calamity region, how could he still be alive? The fourth calamity region would probably have a new master. Luin passed through the astral gate and arrived at a different spacetime. This was where Yi Ruo resided. He had the stargate that led directly to the spacetime, but it had been destroyed. He could only use the stargate to come to the fourth calamity region and come here through the fourth calamity region. The Eternals no longer had anything to fear unless they were surrounded by the 3 high ones and 6 vast ones. Obviously, such a thing would not happen in the fourth zone. The butterfly had stopped the first war, but it couldn't stop the second. The most important thing right now was the Imperial Edict. In the name of the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect, he was going to declare war against the Eternals. Countless parallel spacetimes would join the Above Heaven sect and join the ranks of the Above Heaven sect. He would do what the Celestial sect hadn't done in the past. It didn't take long for him to find the mountain range. As far as the eye could see, it was still the same as before. Skeletons littered the area, but there was no trace of Yi Ruo and the rest. Ran away? Luin raised an eyebrow and quickly scanned the entire mountain range, but there were no signs of human activity. As expected, he ran away. Was it to hide from him or from the Eternals? Lu Yin's expression turned cold. After thinking about it for a moment, he headed in a different direction. He soon arrived at the place where he had discovered the meteorite from the Mingli civilization, but it had already disappeared. He immediately took out his compass and searched for the meteorite that had carried the Mingli civilization. Meteorites were born from the universe, and the compass could only search for objects born from the universe. Luin only needed to think about the shape of the meteorite. Even though there were countless meteorites in the universe, it was impossible for all of them to look exactly the same. He was only guessing that Yi Ruo and the rest might have taken the meteorite with them when they left. In order to avenge the Mingli civilization, Yi Ruo had fought his way into the fourth zone alone and had even risked his life to kill ruins. He definitely had deep feelings for the Mingli civilization, so he might have taken the meteorite with him. If he did, Luin should be able to find it with his compass. After a while, Luin used his compass to tear through the void and find the meteorite. Under an unfamiliar starry sky, Yixing gripped his spear and continuously tested it out. He had formed a symbiotic relationship with Dehui's corpse, so he instinctively knew how to use his spear techniques. At first, he had been complacent, believing that he had reached a certain height. However, after interacting with Luin, he realized that he was nothing. After his master had returned from the battle with Luin against the Eternals, he had immediately taken them away. It seemed like he was avoiding the Eternals, but he knew his master well. His master was clearly avoiding Luin. That person was actually able to make his master avoid him, and he didn't see mold at all. Yixing was unwilling to accept this fact. He was very unhappy with Luin, but there was nothing he could do. He needed to cultivate or obtain a stronger symbiotic relationship with a corpse, just like his master. Senior brother, you've been staring at the spear for a long time. Is it useful? Yi Xiaoxiao propped up her chin and looked at Yixing adorably. Yixing frowned, stay away. Don't disturb me. Yi Xiaoxiao stretched, showing off her beautiful curves. You're too serious. I know what you're thinking. You must be thinking about losing to Brother Lu, right? Yixing stared coldly at her. Are you close to that, Luyin? You keep calling him Brother Lu. Do you know that master took us away to avoid him? Yi Xiaoxiao didn't understand. Why? Yixing sneered, that guy isn't a good person. As he spoke, Yi Rou suddenly appeared and looked up. Yixing saw her. Master? Yi Xiaoxiao jumped up. Master. Shut up. Yi Rou's expression was gloomy. He had been feeling uneasy since the beginning, and it was becoming more and more obvious. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. Was there an enemy? Or was there something else? Let's go. Yi Rou hurriedly led Yixing and the others away. At that moment, a majestic domain swept over, causing Yi Rou's expression to change drastically. He turned around and saw a figure standing in the sky, staring at him. It seems that you're avoiding me. Yi Tsong's eyes widened. How was this possible? How did he find them? He hadn't left any traces behind and had just left in a random parallel universe. How could he be found? And wasn't he dead? How did he come back to life? Yixing and Yi Xiaoxiao both saw the person in the sky. It was Luyin. Yixing was shocked. How did he find them? This was the question on everyone's mind. Luyin looked at Yi Rou. We're comrades. It's not right to leave without saying goodbye. Yi Rou was indifferent. I promised you that we would kill ruins together. Now that he's dead, we have nothing to do with each other. Luyin stared at Yi Rou. What's with? The heaven and earth furnace? Yi Rou's eyes narrowed. It has nothing to do with you. Do you know that the heaven and earth furnace only belongs to one person? That person's name is Xiaoxiang, progenitor Chen of the primordial space. He's a respected senior. What did you do to him? Did you steal his corpse, or did you kill him? Lu Yin's expression was cold. He had been waiting for this moment ever since he saw Yi Rou use the heaven and earth furnace in the second calamity region. Progenitor Chen could not be humiliated. No matter how Yi Rou had obtained Progenitor Chen's corpse or even killed him, there had to be an explanation. Yixing pulled Yi Xiaoxiao back. Yi Rou slowly rose into the sky. You came alone? It's enough. Lu Yin's expression was indifferent. Yi Rou stared at Luyin. I don't know anything about Xiaoxiang or Progenitor Chen. This corpse is a gift. Lu Yin's eyes widened. A gift? Yi Rou said, that's right. It's a gift for creating the symbiotic corpse. Who gave it to you? Luyin asked. Yi Rou shook his head. I don't want to be your enemy, but I'm not afraid either. There's no need to lie. I don't know. Luyin stared at Yi Rou. Yi Rou also stared at Luyin. He was really not afraid. He was not afraid of the Eternals in the past, and now, he was not afraid of Luyin. Come back to the Genesis space with me. Progenitor Chen is respected in the Genesis space. No matter what the reason is, whether you know Progenitor Chen's character or not, you have to give him an explanation, Luyin said. Coroner Yi was stunned. Him? Isn't he dead? Progenitor Chen has 9 doppelgangers. The corpse you're sharing is one of them. Progenitor Chen has the final say on how to deal with you. I'll bring you to him, Luyin said. Yi Rou refused. I don't plan to go with you. Progenitor Chen should be the one to deal with me, not you. So, you refuse? Lu Yin's tone was cold. Yi Rou moved his finger. You're not my opponent. Luyin took out Mount Supreme and released Dizun. The huge Dizun stood in the sky, shocking Yixing and Yi Xiaoxiao. What is this thing? They had seen technological civilizations in space, but they had never seen such a huge mecha, especially one that looked extremely powerful. Inside Dizun, Emperor Shang was sullen. He had been brought out as a fighter again. He had no choice, as Dizun was too useful. Its defense was super strong, and it had the sharpest sword. Anyone who couldn't break through its defense could only wait to be beaten. Luyin liked to use Dizun to suppress his opponents. The moment Dizun appeared, Emperor Shang immediately attacked, slashing his sword at Yi Rou. Yi Rou was pitifully small compared to Dizun, but Dizun was staring at him accurately. Even the smallest creature couldn't avoid Dizun's aim. Luin only needed to watch from the sidelines as the Outer Realm powerhouses restrained the Outer Realm powerhouses. Yiro didn't understand Dizun's strength at all. Seeing the huge sword coming at him, he took it head-on and moved sideways, punching the sword. Dizun was huge, but its reaction was fast. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to fight against a sequence law powerhouse. Dizun was helpless against someone like Luin, who could move as fast as time. But other than that, few powerhouses could escape from Dizun's attacks. If they couldn't hit him, then they could attack a certain area. Yiro punched out, and Dizun's sword swept across, colliding with Yiro's fist. Space distorted, and countless cracks spread out. Yiro's expression changed, and he felt a tearing pain coming from his fist. This huge sword could actually break through his physical defense? How is this possible? He hurriedly dodged, but the sword cut out a world of nothingness. The sovereign took a step forward and slammed into Yiro. Yiro did not move, but his body was sent flying. The sovereign was also pushed back by an indescribable force. Lu Yin's gaze froze. This was it. Yiro had an unknown method that would injure anyone who attacked him, regardless of the outcome. This was one of the rules of the sequence, but Luin still couldn't figure out what it was. The reason why the sovereign had attacked Yiro was because the sovereign's defense was so strong that it could withstand this kind of damage. Within the sovereign, Emperor Shang was bewildered. What kind of power was this? The sovereign had actually been pushed back. Although it could not be seen from the outside, Emperor Shang was well aware that the barrier light's defense had reached its limit. It might not be able to withstand another attack. Why was there such an enemy everywhere in the Sky Sect? Emperor Shang admitted that he was unlucky. Before encountering the Sky Sect, the Limitless Empire had been invincible. But after going to the Fifth Mainland, disaster had struck. Not only had he not been able to escape from the Sky Sect, but he had also been used as a hired thug. Each enemy was stronger than the last. He no longer had confidence in the sovereign's defense. Emperor Shang was astonished. Yiro was the same, his sequence law was abnormally strong. Back in the fourth region of Calamity, Ji Luo had cut off his arm with a single slash, and he himself had been injured by the sequence law. It could be said that he had traded injury for injury, and anyone who faced him would have to bear the consequences. However, this outcome was useless against the mecha in front of him. No matter how much damage it received, it would be the mecha that would suffer, not the person inside, not to mention Luin. Thinking of Luin, Yiro rushed over as fast as he could, breaking free from the sovereign's surveillance for a moment. He wanted to attack Luin directly. Luin calmly watched as Yiro rushed towards him. He then reversed the flow of time and took a single step forward. Everything around him was still, and only Yiro was moving slowly. He could even see himself moving, but he could not attack in this parallel time. Just as Luin was about to attack, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Instead of advancing, he retreated and raised his arm, striking out with Setting Sunday. This was Setting Sunday sharing Afterglow. The Intent Realm battle technique exploded, bringing the beautiful scenery of the setting sun to this dark space. Yiro felt warmth, but his heart was cold. He recognized that this was an Intent Realm battle technique. Before he could think about it, his mind went blank, and his understanding of martial arts vanished. He went berserk and spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind him, the sovereign's sword. Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Master!" Yiro was slashed out of the starry sky by the sword and smashed into a planet. The sword pierced through the planet and flew out. At the same place, Dizun was also pushed back by the unknown attack. The wall light shattered, and Emperor Shang was also shaken. He felt dizzy and almost vomited. His internal organs were shaken, and blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Only Luin was completely unscathed, and he simply stood there in outer space as he looked down. Was Yi Dan dead? Of course not. If he could die so easily, how could he coexist with the corpse of Ancestor Chen? That was Ancestor Chen, who had the innate talent of the heaven and earth furnace. His father, Lu Qi, had merely had the pressure of the heaven and earth smelt invading his body. Yet, he was so confident that he believed that he would never die. Lu Qi, who was known as the Undying Lu Qi. What about this Shi Chen? Or rather, what about Ancestor Chen, who possessed the heaven and earth furnace? he was definitely stronger. Of course, there was also a limit. Ji Luo had once severed his arm. Ji Luo was at the level of the 7 sky gods, and Su Jin had also used the true god's freedom technique to heavily injure Yi Rou. Although the sovereign's defense was extremely strong and he had the sharpest sword, he was definitely not at the level of the 7 sky gods. Yi Dan dealt a fatal blow. Under the dark starry sky, the sovereign's huge figure held his sword and stared down. Lu Yin waited quietly. Yi Xing and Yi Xiaoxiao looked on nervously. "Master, how is it?" Soon, Yi Dan appeared. He was in a sorry state, and blood was still flowing from his forehead. The sovereign's sword was not useless. He glanced at the sovereign and looked at Lu Yin. "You can even use intent-level battle techniques." Lu Yin was calm. "I can. It's beyond your imagination." Yi Dan's eyes were cold. "That's all you can do. That mecha can't kill me, and you can't beat me either. Since you helped me take revenge for the Mingli civilization, leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Inside the sovereign, Emperor Shang sneered. "Impolite? What else can you do? Try it." Yi Dan ignored him and only stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw the coldness in his eyes and knew that this person wanted to kill him. Previously, they were neither enemies nor friends, and Yi Dan maintained a certain bottom line. The way he treated Lu Yin was different from the way he treated the Eternals. However, once he was forced to a certain extent, he would definitely counterattack, and this counterattack would be thunderous. "Come back with me and give Progenitor Qin an explanation." Lu Yin did not care. No matter how strong Yi Dan was, could he be stronger than the 7 sky gods? Yi Dan did not hesitate and raised his hands to embrace the void. The heaven and earth furnace appeared in the starry sky, trying to trap Lu Yin and the sovereign inside. The heaven and earth furnace was extremely powerful and could only close for a short time. However, no matter how short it was, it still needed time. For someone like Lu Yin who could parallel time, the heaven and earth furnace would never be able to trap him. He stepped backward, and everything around him became still, but it instantly returned to normal. He was shocked, but he was met with Yi Dan's cold gaze. Lu Yin guessed that Yi Dan knew that he could parallel time, so he had scattered sequence particles around him in advance to prevent him from escaping through time. He had rich battle experience. In that moment of delay, the heaven and earth furnace closed. "I'll give you one more chance. Leave, and we will never meet again." Yi Dan's voice was cold. Yi Xing saw that the heaven and earth furnace had trapped Lu Yin and the sovereign inside and heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Lu Yin with malice. Once one was trapped by his master's innate gift, it was impossible to escape. Whether one lived or died depended entirely on his master's will. Yi Xiaoxiao patted her chest. "I thought that master couldn't defeat them. Luckily. I told you that Lu Yin is an evil person, but you didn't believe me." Yi Xing sneered. Yi Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and looked at the sky. "Is he really an evil person?" Inside the heaven and earth furnace, Emperor Shang did not understand the situation. Seeing that he was trapped, he slashed forward, trying to break the furnace. However, his attack did not succeed, which shocked Emperor Shang. How could this be? Lu Yin looked at Yi Dan through the heaven and earth furnace. "I'll give you one more chance. Come back with me, and we might not be enemies." Yi Dan did not hesitate, and the pressure inside the furnace increased. He wanted to refine Lu Yin and the sovereign alive. He had experienced the separation of his family and the destruction of his family. He would not let his life be in the hands of others. The more important the symbiotic corpse was to Lu Yin's spacetime, the more he would not go. Lu Yin exhaled and looked at the sky. He had entered the heaven and earth furnace during the envoy's origin tribulation. If not for the fact that things would develop in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, he would have been finished. This time, he had expected to enter. He wanted to see if the heaven and earth furnace was more powerful or not. His incarnation was more powerful. Flowing light shuttled back and forth, turning into a small boat that looked back at the time. Currently, the flowing light could look back at 3,275 seconds, which was quite long. Lu Yin did not need that much time. He only wanted to see the entire process of the heaven and earth furnace's appearance and closure. The heaven and earth furnace had actually appeared the moment Yi Luo had clashed with them. However, Lu Yin had not allowed the furnace to appear. Instead, he had formed a circle with his hands, which had only allowed the furnace to materialize. It was also a kind of illusion, and it was already too late for his enemies. Lu Yin watched the heaven and earth furnace form and then close. He also heard the sovereign's sword continuously slashing at the furnace. The majestic pressure became more and more exaggerated. Emperor Shang's face sank, and the sovereign's mind kept flashing with warnings. He was enduring an unknown pressure. He did not know if the sovereign could withstand it. After all, the enemy was not simple. However, he was sure that he could not break through. He could not help but look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked around, and the flowing light returned. He took a step forward and arrived at a corner of the heaven and earth furnace. The profound meaning of the incarnation is to survive in a hopeless situation. The heaven and earth furnace is no exception. After he finished speaking, he pointed in a certain direction and hit the heaven and earth furnace. There was a loud bang that shook the starry sky. Ripples spread out and covered the surroundings. Yi Dan's expression changed. Impossible. Him? Lu Yin smiled at Yi Dan. The heaven and earth furnace is not invincible. Otherwise, how could Progenitor Chen's body have died? Perhaps Progenitor Chen could solve the heaven and earth furnace's weakness after some time. However, you cannot. After he finished speaking, the void suddenly cracked. It was not the starry sky that cracked, but rather the heaven and earth furnace. A terrifying pressure formed a visible airflow that swept forward. Yi Xing and the rest were also within the airflow's range. Yi Dan hurriedly grabbed them and dodged. The void collapsed, unable to withstand the pressure released by the heaven and earth furnace. This pressure could even refine a progenitor. Yi Xing's scalp went numb. If not for his master, he would have died. Lu Yin walked out of the furnace and looked at Yi Dan. What other tricks do you have? You can use them all now. Lu Yin was very clear about Yi Dan's tricks. The unknown sequence laws, the heaven and earth furnace, and the physical strength that could resist the 7 sky gods. The combination was very strong, and he was qualified to challenge the 7 sky gods. However, when he ran out of tricks, he would be at Lu Yin's mercy. Yi Dan's eyes flashed as he looked at Lu Yin. This was not the first time he had marveled at Lu Yin's strength as a half-ancestor, especially during the encirclement of the ruins. If not for Lu Yin, the ruins would not have died. It could be said that Lu Yin's display of strength had stunned him. Now, this person was even more unfathomable. Most of the power he had displayed had not appeared during the encirclement of the ruins. The concept battle technique, the small boat, and the finger that broke the heaven and earth furnace. Yi Dan's helplessness made him give up resisting. He could not escape. I'll go with you. It has nothing to do with them. Let them go. The furnace disappeared. Yi Dan would not attack again. He had already given up. The sovereigns walked out. Empress Shang was afraid. If not for Lu Yin, she did not know what would have happened. The limitless empire needed to learn a lesson before they could give up on blindly starting a war. However, the lesson this time was too deep. It was so deep that there was no turning back. Lu Yin shook his head. They want to go as well. Yi Ju's expression darkened. Mr. Lu, I might not be your match, but if I go all out, you won't have it easy either. My symbiotic corpse has nothing to do with them. I created the technique, and I found the corpse. Why bother with these 2 kids? Yi Xing's face paled. Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but grab Yi Ju's arm. Master, I won't go. I want to follow you. Yi Ju's gaze was cold as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at him for a while before asking, was Progenitor Chen's corpse really given to you? If I lie, I'll die a horrible death. Yi Ju swore. Lu Yin shook his head. You can even live in symbiosis with corpses, so your oath can't be trusted. But if what you said is true, then I won't do anything to you if you come with me. At the very least, I won't do anything to you before you meet Progenitor Chen. Eternals, humans, astral beasts. There are too many dangers in the universe. It's better for them to follow you, unless you're lying. Yi Ju lowered his voice. I'm telling the truth. I don't know who gave me this gift, but when I opened my eyes, this corpse was right in front of me. I can help you find that person. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Alright, then come with me. As long as you're telling the truth and contribute to the battle against the Eternals, you might have a place in the Above Heaven sect. Symbiotic corpses were indeed unacceptable, but as long as the corpses weren't killed by Yiju and the others, Yiju would stick to his bottom line. At most, he would be accused of being immoral and stealing the corpses, but he wasn't guilty. Besides, Yiju wouldn't join the Above Heaven sect. Lu Yin had his own plans. Yiju was helpless. He couldn't escape or win, so he had no choice but to listen to Lu Yin. After returning to the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin asked Yiju why he cared so much about his two little disciples. There was a deep relationship between master and disciple in the world of cultivation, but Yiju shouldn't have such feelings. What he'd experienced couldn't have been good. Yiju's answer was simple. Yixing was a name given by Yizong. It meant that he was reborn in his place. The darkness he had experienced made him a synonym for filth. He hoped that Yixing could walk a different path, but if he wanted to walk his own path, he had to have strength. Therefore, Yixing also cultivated the corpse symbiosis technique, but for Yixing, who had seen this technique since he was young, it did not have any psychological impact. To Yixing, this was a kind of cultivation method that could give him the confidence to walk the path he wanted to walk. As for Xiaoxiao, the name was also given by him. He only had one purpose, to smile more. Yiro said that he had never smiled since he was born. The reason why he adopted Xiaoxiao was that she looked cute when she smiled. He wanted to protect that smile, so he didn't even let Xiaoxiao touch the symbiotic technique. Yixing was another Yichen, a free Yichen. For this, he would not hesitate to pay any price. Xiaoxiao was Yiju's most beautiful dream and also his wish. Lu Yin deeply felt Yiro's sorrow. Without experiencing the evils of the world, how could one yearn for the beauty of the world? Yiro and the others were arranged to stay in the Above the Sky sect, and Lu Yin had his own ways to prevent them from leaving. All he had to do was find a natural object that he could use his compass to locate. Yiro did not understand how Lu Yin had found them, but it was unlikely that they would leave without permission. The Above the Sky sect's strength also made him particularly wary. Even the Eternals seemed to be suppressed. After dealing with Yiro, Lu Yin's next target was the Abandoned Path. The Abandoned Path had not participated in the battle between the 9-star civilizations and the Endings. His Stargate was still in Lu Yin's cosmic ring, and it had not been destroyed by the Eternals. Lu Yin went to the cave and used the method the Abandoned Path had given him to communicate. This time, it was Hongyan Mavis who had accompanied Lu Yin. Hongyan Mavis had already returned to the Mavis clan, causing the entire Mavis clan to be shocked. Soon after, they were overjoyed. The return of the Mavis clan's ancestor shook the entire Fifth Mainland, which then spread to the Six Direction Society, causing countless people to be dumbfounded. The legends of the Three Realms and Six Daos had spread to many people in the Six Direction Society. To those in the origin space, the Three Realms and Six Daos were legends, not to mention the Six Direction Society. Now that the Lu family's ancestor and Hongyan Mavis had appeared, the origin space's strength was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Hongyan Mavis looked at the cave. Why did you bring me here? To meet someone. Later, I'd like to ask Senior to help me suppress that person's temper, Lu Yin said. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression. Lu Yin was puzzled. What's wrong? Hongyan Mavis smiled. It's nothing, I just heard Feather Mavis and Lulu Mavis talk about you a lot. Lu Yin blinked. Good things? Bad things? Good things. I don't believe you. They're good things, little seven. Would anyone in the Fifth Mainland say bad things about you? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Come on, they're definitely bad things. Otherwise, you wouldn't look at me like that. Hongyan Mavis laughed. You're really similar to Fertile Earth. He was the most mischievous one among us when he was young, and he had the most ideas. Usually, he would come up with ideas, De Chong would carry them out, and Wuda would take the blame. You, on the other hand, let others come up with ideas, carry them out yourself, and then pretend to be someone else's scapegoat. Lu Yin was speechless. Since when did I pretend to be someone else's scapegoat? Not only that, but you also don't let others talk bad about you. Instead, you spread your good words everywhere. Little 7, you're not kind. Luin pursed his lips. Senior, I'm very kind. Hongyan Mavis did not say anything else. Her gaze was fixed on the white liquid in the distance. She walked over and looked down. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. You know this? Hongyan Mavis frowned. I've seen it before. It looks familiar, but I can't remember where. Think about it more, this thing might be useful. Luin looked forward to it. He liked external objects, and he had nothing else on him right now except for a lot of money. Hongyan Mavis had stayed in the mirage for too long, and there were many things that she could not remember. After some time, the abandoned path returned to the cave and stood some distance away from Luin. Why are you still looking for me? The abandoned path's expression was cold, just like Yi Ju's. He was also a miserable person. His civilization had been destroyed by the Eternals, and his goal for the rest of his life was to annoy the Eternals. Thus, he had specifically targeted the Eternal Kingdom and caused the Fifth Calamity region to suffer greatly. Previously, when Luin and the others had surrounded the ruined kingdom, the Eternals had declared war on the humans. The abandoned path had also taken the opportunity to attack the Eternal Kingdom in this region of space, destroying many of them and venting his anger. He had a good impression of Luin, but that was all. Luin said, let's cut to the chase. I hope that you can work with us to deal with the Eternals. The abandoned path glanced at Hongyan Mavis, who was not far from Luin, and frowned. This person made him feel pressured, a feeling that he had only experienced from the Arrow God. Pressure meant that there was a threat. The abandoned path's expression turned cold. I've already helped you once. This is what we've discussed before. Previously, the Eternals had believed that Luin was dead. Not only had they tried to sow discord between the primordial space and the Six Direction Society, but they had also tried to destroy the Above Heaven sect. At that time, Luin had asked the abandoned path to help him stop Ji Luo. Luin said, that's why I'm talking about working together. Don't you want to avenge your civilization? You can't defeat the Arrow God alone, much less the Eternals. There's no need to say more. I've already helped you once, and that's only because of Mr. Mu. The abandoned path was alert and slowly retreated. It was obvious that he was about to leave. Luin looked at him. Could it be that you owe Mr. Mu a favor, and that's why you can only help him once? The abandoned path did not say anything else and was about to step onto the teleportation device. Luin sighed, as he was about to make things difficult for him again. He had a legitimate reason to act against Yi Ju. However, it was not good to act against the abandoned path, especially since the abandoned path had helped him once. Still, there were times when one had to resort to unscrupulous means. How much could words accomplish? Just as the abandoned path was about to step onto the teleportation device, green grass covered the entire cave and covered the device. The abandoned path's expression changed, and he stared at Luin. What's the meaning of this? Hongyan Mavis walked out. Brat, you're very arrogant. You didn't even greet me. How rude. The abandoned path looked at Hongyan Mavis. I don't want to be your enemy, so please don't cause trouble for me. Hongyan Mavis moved her arms. In terms of age, it's not too much for you to call me ancestor. You're too rude. Luin raised a brow. Within the mirage, Hongyan Mavis had been quiet and elegant, but after regaining her strength, Hongyan Mavis had allowed Luin to see her levitating Mavis and Lulu's side, which was filled with violence. This was the true Hongyan Mavis. In the sixth disaster domain, she had almost shattered the giant with a single punch. That was the true Hongyan Mavis, one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. The abandoned path's figure suddenly disappeared. Luin used the reverse step to parallel time, but he felt a chill run down his spine as he sped up again. He had fought with the abandoned path before, and this person was always one step faster than Luin even when Luin was in parallel time. This was a sequence law that was similar to Yi Ro's, and Luin could not understand it. The abandoned path raised his dagger and was about to place it against Lu Yin's neck when he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He used the sequence law again, and a hand fell from where he had been standing. It was Hongyan Mavis. Hongyan Mavis's hand missed, and she clenched her fist, causing ripples to spread throughout the cave. The abandoned path's dagger stabbed towards Hongyan Mavis's head. He believed that he was one step faster, and this woman was a greater threat. But suddenly, he found it difficult to move forward. The sequence law was actually shaken away by the ripples. He could not believe it. Where did such a powerful force come from? It was so solid that it could push aside the sequence law, and he could not even sense how terrifying this force was. Hongyan Mavis turned around and looked at the abandoned path. "Brat, are you trying to use your dagger on me?" She then exerted force with her fingertips, causing a white wave to appear within the ripples and shoot towards the abandoned path like an arrow. The abandoned path's forehead was about to explode. He could not take this attack head-on, and he definitely could not. He immediately retreated and disappeared once again. He then waved his hand and sprinkled drops of milky white liquid onto the ground. These drops transformed into white planes, and the abandoned path did something that caused all of the white planes to transform into daggers that stabbed towards Hongyan Mavis and Luin. Luin was astonished. The white surface in front of him had transformed into a blade that was extremely powerful, and it was no weaker than Xianxia's divine martial sword domain. This should be the abandoned path's strongest attack. Dozens of such attacks had appeared in an instant, spreading out in all directions. How did he do it? Hongyan Mavis looked up and took a step forward. Ripples spread out from her body and swept through the cave, shattering all of the white blades. In the corner, the abandoned path's pupils shrank. He couldn't win, so he hurriedly stepped onto the teleportation device to leave. Unfortunately, the grass on the device prevented him from activating it. By the time he wanted to tear through the void and leave, a hand had already appeared on his shoulder. It was Luin. The abandoned path was faster than him, but Hongyan Mavis used her power to repel sequence laws. At this moment, the abandoned path was unable to use any sequence laws, and Lu Yin's speed was not something the abandoned path could see through. The abandoned path froze when Luin grabbed his shoulder. The strength coming from his shoulder was not something he could resist. He had always relied on his sequence laws to be faster than others, but now that his sequence laws were broken, his strength was no longer enough to make up for the difference. The abandoned path's expression was cold as he lowered his arm. Luin pressed down on his shoulder. "You won't listen to me. The Eternals have activated the divine commandment and gathered all of their forces to destroy the human race, but you still want to fight alone. If several experts on the same level as the Arrow God surround you, do you think you can escape?" The abandoned path mocked himself. "I knew that I would die one day. It doesn't matter. I'll find a place for you to die in, but you can't die yet. Join us in dealing with the Eternals. I'll leave the Arrow God to you, and someone will block her attacks for you. As for how you'll kill her in the end, that's up to you." Luin put down his hand after he finished speaking. The abandoned path looked at Hongyan Mavis. Who is she? If not for Hongyan Mavis, he knew that Luin would not have been able to stop him. It was easy to materialize one's strength, but to be able to repel sequence laws was shocking. He had never seen such terrifying strength before. Luin smiled. "How can I keep you here without an expert? Come with me to the Above Heaven sect." The abandoned path was helpless. "Do I have a choice? I remember now. This is narrow-mindedness." Hongyan Mavis was happy as she looked at the white liquid on the ground. Luin was puzzled. What narrow-mindedness? Hongyan Mavis looked at abandoned path. If you hit it, will it attack you in the same way? The abandoned person nodded. That's right. I also found this thing by accident. It's very strange. Other than me, no one else knows its use. The more he thought about Hongyan Mavis, the more curious he became about her. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her ancestor. How long had she lived? Hongyan Mavis smiled and said, "It really is it. I didn't expect to see it again." "Senior, what's going on?" Luin was curious. Hongyan Mavis said, "We call this thing narrow-mindedness. It's the most stingy substance in the world. If you hit it, it will definitely retaliate. If you stab it with a knife, it will turn into a knife stabbing you. That's why there were so many knives just now. As she spoke, she looked at Abandoned Path again. You sure know how to play. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. Is that so? Hongyan Mavis casually flicked a drop of liquid into the air and turned it into a flat surface. He bent his finger and tapped the planar surface, causing it to bend back into a finger and tap Lu Yin. Their strength was actually the same. How miraculous. He looked at Abandoned Path. So this is the attack you used just now. But isn't it supposed to attack the person who attacked? Why is it attacking us? Then, he suddenly thought of something. Direction? Abandoned Path nodded. It's not a living creature. It doesn't have any intelligence and only knows directions. At that moment, when I attacked it from your angle, it would naturally attack in that direction. Lu Yin was amazed. The universe was vast, and there were all sorts of strange things. Back then, when we were cultivating, we would play with this thing whenever we had nothing to do. But as time passed and our cultivations increased, this thing couldn't keep up with us. It couldn't withstand our strength, so we gradually stopped playing with it. Hongyan Mavis reminisced as she crouched down and took some of the liquid. Lu Yin asked, what's the limit of strength it can withstand? Abandoned Path replied, it's my full strength. I once tried to attack it twice, but it couldn't withstand it. Lu Yin praised, that's not bad. You're a powerhouse of the sequence laws, after all. You can't withstand a single attack. Hongyan Mavis said, it's better than nothing. It's useless to people at our level. Bringing it along is just a form of reminiscence. Lu Yin also took some of the liquid. He could improve it, and it would only be useful if he could improve it to the point where it could withstand attacks from the 3 realms and 6 paths or even stronger. He just didn't know if he could improve it to that level, so he looked forward to it. He brought Abandoned Path back to the Above Heaven sect. Next, Lu Yin wanted to visit the 9-star civilization. He wondered how they were doing. He was very concerned about the 9-star civilization's reactivation. If it hadn't been for the fact that the 9-star civilization's reactivation had severely injured the ruins, then the encirclement would not have been so easy. There was no need to bring a powerhouse to the 9-star civilization. He could just go alone. The 9-star civilization was fundamentally different from Yi Rou and Abandoned Path. The 9-star civilization's previous spacetime had been completely destroyed. Within that spacetime, everything was chaotic, dark, and empty. It was as if the 9-star civilization had transformed into a ray of light and disappeared. Now, the 9-star civilization was in a parallel spacetime that was connected to the 9-star civilization. The star capital was huge, but under those circumstances, it was impossible to take the entire 9-star civilization away. The 9-star civilization had suffered heavy losses. Lu Yin's arrival caused the 9-star civilization to seethe with excitement. Everyone was grateful, as if not for Lu Yin, they would have been captured by the Eternals. Mina brings everyone from the 9-star civilization to welcome Master Lu. Welcome, Master Lu. Welcome, Master Lu. Lu Yin had not expected the 9-star civilization to be so grand. Mina, there's no need to be so courteous. Thank you, Master Lu. The entire star capital was shaken. The 9-star civilization was truly grateful to Lu Yin, as Lu Yin had given them a chance to survive. This favor was even greater due to Woodward and the others' propaganda. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Woodward's goal was to let Lu Yin truly feel the 9-star civilization's reverence for him, thus achieving the Above Heaven sect's goal of taking the 9-star civilization seriously. Wei Rong had already told Lu Yin about this. These people's intentions could not be hidden from Wei Rong. However, Lu Yin did not care. Everyone had to think for their own civilization, and they were not scheming against him. The 9-star civilization's reverence for him was real, and he did not mind helping them out. Mina accompanied Lu Yin all the way up to the dilapidated house under the clock tower. This was out of respect for Kakawen. Here, mentors were just like students, they were all ordinary people. He pushed open the old wooden door and looked at the familiar scene. Lu Yin sighed. The old place is still the same, but the old man is no longer here. Mina's expression dimmed. Mentor Kakawen had long expected that this day would come. He said that once his time was up, he would definitely run to the Eternals and release the 9-star reboot. This would be the final brilliance of his life, but before that day comes, our 9-star civilization needs another person who can release the 9-star reboot. Otherwise, when he dies, our civilization will collapse. I never expected the Eternals to act so quickly. Luin sat down in his previous seat. Senior Kakawen is a senior worthy of respect. He then looked at Mina. Another person from the 9-star civilization went to Immemorial City. Is he called Babar? Mina nodded. Mentor Babar and Mentor Kakawen are our 9-star civilization's oldest mentors. Actually, Mentor Kakawen could have gone to Immemorial City as well, but one of them had to stay behind. Master Lu, thank you again for helping our 9-star civilization. She bowed deeply. Luin raised a hand. There's no need. We are allies, and I'm here to invite the 9-star civilization to participate in the Above Heaven Sect's upcoming martial edict. Mina was puzzled. Martial edict? Luin said, to announce to all the parallel universes that the Above Heaven Sect's strength is unparalleled, and we will fight to the death against the Eternals. Mina's gaze was piercingly cold. Our 9-star civilization is duty-bound. Luin nodded. The time has already been set. You can see for yourselves who will go when the time comes, but there's something I need to tell you. The purpose of the martial edict is to announce one's strength to the outside world, so some positions have nothing to do with the civilization. Only strength matters. Mina was stunned. Only strength matters? Luin said, I know that the 9-star civilization will definitely produce an expert who can release the 9 stars reboot, but before that, there are some positions that the 9-star civilization cannot obtain unless such an expert has already appeared. There are many extraterrestrial civilizations that have allied with our Above Heaven sect, but most of them are just allies. Unless they reach a certain level of strength, they cannot appear in the martial edict and can only watch from the sidelines. Mina exhaled. I see. But Master Lu, I can release the 9 stars reboot. Luin was shocked. What did you say? You can release the 9 stars reboot? Mina nodded and said seriously, releasing it with my life is also my path. When I saw the light of the 9 stars being reactivated with my own eyes, I suddenly took that step. Only then did I know that the final step to the reactivation of the 9 stars was to see. Only by seeing the 9 stars reboot can one reach the stage of release. Luin praised, so that's how it is. Congratulations, Mina. You are now a mentor of a 9-star civilization. Mina said bitterly, I'd rather still be a mentor of Kakawen. Luin stood up, walked to the window, and gazed into the distance. Senior Kakawen's dying wish was to protect the 9-star civilization and give birth to an expert capable of releasing the 9-star reactivation. You've accomplished both of these goals, so he can die without regrets. After speaking, Luin looked up at the sky. Suddenly, his expression froze. This scene was very familiar. Where had he seen it before? Master Lu. Mina was about to speak, but Luin raised a hand to stop her. He looked up at the sky, and he had definitely seen this scene before. He had looked up at the sky from this angle. The windowsill, the corner of the clock tower, and the house in the distance had all been seen from this position. He had seen it before. Was it before? When he had met Kakawen? No, he had not walked to this windowsill that time. Right, Luin remembered that he had seen this scene when he was fishing in the River of Time. In the long River of Time, the droplets that could be fished out were all skipped over by time. How had this scene been fished out? Also, he remembered that it had been swallowed up by the flowing light, so it had definitely been erased. Are there any experts in the 9-star civilization who have touched upon the power of time? Luin asked. Mina shook her head. No. What about Senior Kakawen? My mentor has not touched upon the power of time. I'm sure of that, but at his level, it's very difficult for time to break through the ether wall. Luin did not ask about this, as he only wanted to know if Kakawen had touched upon the power of time. If Kakawen, or even the entire 9-star civilization, did not, then who was the one standing here and looking at the scenery outside? Why was he looking at the power of time? As he thought about this, the flowing light appeared and turned into a small boat that circled around and shuttled back and forth. Mina stared at the small boat in surprise, not understanding what this was. Luin stood in place and looked back at the time. He was just trying his luck. There had to be someone in the 9-star civilization who had stood here and looked at the scenery outside. Who was this person? Why was he here? If he had seen this place once, then he might have seen it a second time or even a third time. Lu Yin's arrival might have attracted that person's attention. He looked back at 500 seconds and still did not see anything. He looked back at 1000 seconds and still did not see anything. He continued to look at 1500 seconds, 2000 seconds, 3000 seconds, and finally, a figure appeared on the screen. Luin continued to look back and stared at the figure. The figure suddenly appeared in the room and walked a few steps, but it did not stand by the window. Instead, it disappeared. The flowing light returned to his body, and Lu Yin's expression darkened. He had not expected that the person who had looked out the window from this angle was the Violet Emperor. Why was the Violet Emperor here? It was an ally of the Eternals and had nothing to do with the 9-star civilization. Ever since the battle with the victorious Celestial, it had disappeared and never appeared again. Even after the Above Heaven sect had invaded the Calamity Zone and the Eternals had hired the Star Toad and the Star Devourer, the Violet Emperor had never appeared. Luin had almost forgotten about this fellow, but he had not expected it to be in the 9-star civilization, a civilization that had nothing to do with it. He raised a hand and drew an image of the Violet Emperor in the void. Have you seen this guy? Mina looked at the image and shook her head. That the Violet Emperor had come here because of the Eternals. What were the Eternals trying to do? If he hadn't coincidentally caught the Violet Emperor looking out of the window while he was fishing in the River of Time, he wouldn't have noticed it. The Violet Emperor had hidden himself very well, and he wouldn't have been able to guess that the Violet Emperor was here. It could only be said that the Violet Emperor was unlucky. It could have enjoyed the scenery, but it had used time to enjoy the scenery. This period of time when it was enjoying the scenery was not comparable to the River of Time, and it just so happened that Luin had caught it. The Purple Emperor definitely knew of his arrival, but it definitely wouldn't dare to spy on him for fear of being discovered. It definitely had some plans in a 9-star civilization. Now, the situation was very clear. It thought that it was in the dark while it was in the light. In fact, it was in the dark while it was in the light. The only trouble was to find it. Mimina, I remember that you once used Senro's Nirvana Ray to find us. Does that mean that you can find us as long as we're within its range? Luin asked. Mimina nodded. You can say that. Then release it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He could not make a move to search for the Purple Emperor. Otherwise, the Purple Emperor would immediately slip away. However, Mimina was different. She released her own killing technique in her own civilization. There were no surprises, and she treated it as teaching a student. Not long after, Luin bade farewell to the 9-star civilization in front of everyone and left. Everyone in the 9-star civilization respectfully sent him off. In a corner of the star capital, a figure stood in the shadows. It didn't move or look, as if it was made of wood. It was the Violet Emperor. It had a humanoid appearance and had antennae, but there was only a single white vertical eye on its face. Originally, it had no interactions with the 9-star civilization and had not even known of its existence. However, one day, the Eternals had found it and told it to come to this civilization and not do anything. All it had to do was stay here and not be discovered by the 9-star civilization. The Violet Emperor did not know what the Eternals wanted to do, but this civilization did not give it a sense of danger, so it did not care. If the Eternals had not intervened in the battle to kill victorious Celestial, the Violet Emperor would have died. Thus, it could not refuse the Eternals' orders. The Violet Emperor had not stayed in this civilization for long, but it had been to many places and had a good understanding of this civilization. This was especially true of the clock tower. Everyone could only climb up one step at a time, but the Violet Emperor was different. It could directly tear through the void and enter, which gave it a sense of superiority. No matter what, this civilization was important to the Eternals, and it had the qualifications to give it a sense of superiority. It was as if the entire civilization was beneath its feet. The Violet Emperor would often enter that room, and sometimes it would stay there for an entire day. Occasionally, it would even practice folding time, which was not bad. It had never imagined that Luine would actually show up on this day. The Violet Emperor hated Luine. If not for this person, that battle would not have ended like that. But actually, if not for this person, victorious Celestial would have revealed his true strength and killed it. Thus, the Violet Emperor did not know whether to be grateful to Luine or to hate him. No matter what, Luine was still an enemy. The Violet Emperor did not move when Luine arrived, as it was afraid of being discovered. Such powerhouses were very sensitive to gazes, so it stood there like a block of wood until Luine left. After Luine left, the Violet Emperor turned around and looked into the distance. Not long after, it arrived at the room beneath the clock tower and looked down at the entire star capital. It saw the students from the 9-star civilizations excitedly discussing something below. It saw Mina, Woodward, and the other cultivators from the 9-star civilizations. At that moment, the scarlet vertical eye that it carried with it lit up. The Eternals were contacting it. On the day of the Heavenly Sect's martial edict, kill all the 9-star civilizations. This was a mission given to it by the Eternals, and it was only now that the Violet Emperor understood why it had been ordered to stay here. The date of the Heavenly Sect's martial edict had already been set, and it was to slaughter the 9-star civilizations on that day. This was a gift from the Eternals to the Heavenly Sect. To be honest, the Violet Emperor did not want to do it. If it did, it would definitely become the Heavenly Sect's mortal enemy. But if it did not do so, it would not be able to explain itself to the Eternals. The Violet Emperor had a headache. It was either being hunted down by the Heavenly Sect or the Eternals. It had no other choice. In the end, it still decided to slaughter the 9-star civilizations. The martial edict was a day for the Heavenly Sect to display their might, but for this civilization, it was a countdown to its death. The Violet Emperor looked up at the clock. It was almost time. Mina walked around the academy and gathered a group of students. She explained Senro's ray of nirvana, which puzzled those who heard it. They were far from being able to release Senro's ray of nirvana, which was a killing technique from the 6 stars. How many people from the 9-star civilizations could release it? However, Mina continued to explain, "It seems that you won't understand if I just explain it. Let me release it myself." After speaking, Mina raised her hand. There was a piece of wood in her hand, and she drew in the void, connecting the 6 stars. As the 6 stars connected, beams of light shot out from the academy and swept across the entire star capital. The Violet Emperor frowned. What did this mean? The beams of light swept across the clock tower. Mina was stunned, but she remained calm. The Violet Emperor felt inexplicably uneasy, and it decided to stay away. At that moment, another beam of light swept over, and this time, it was aimed directly in their direction. The Violet Emperor immediately folded time to avoid it. It felt that something was wrong. Behind it, Luine appeared. He used reverse steps and parallel time. The moment the Violet Emperor folded time, he took out eternal darkness. The void distorted, and the Violet Emperor and Luine disappeared at the same time. There was nothing but a gust of wind. Within the Eternal Darkness card, the Violet Emperor was shocked. Where was this place? It looked in front of it and saw a blurry figure in the darkness. As the figure approached, the Violet Emperor saw clearly, and its hair stood on end. Luine? Luine looked at the Violet Emperor. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to be hiding in a 9-star civilization. The Violet Emperor immediately wanted to break out of eternal darkness and escape. If it had been the Xianxia from before, it would have been able to escape. After all, Luine was not a sequence law realm powerhouse and could not fully utilize the Eternal Darkness card's power. However, the current Xianxia did not need Luine to fully utilize the card's power. It already possessed a power that made it difficult for a sequence law realm powerhouse like the Violet Emperor to escape. The Violet Emperor could escape, but it would not be that easy. If Luine interfered, it would be even more difficult to escape. Luine opened his hand, and all the darkness within the Eternal Darkness card gathered. Dark Hall. This was a trap that came with the Eternal Darkness card. It used the darkness to imprison and burn the enemy. This was the Dark Hall. Endless darkness enveloped the Violet Emperor. It was not fire, but it was even fiercer than fire. It formed a cage that resembled a burning palace. The Violet Emperor could not stop it, as the darkness had enveloped it from the very beginning. It wanted to break out of the darkness, but it had reached the level of an ancient card, so it was helpless. Here, there were no sequence law realm powerhouses. The Violet Emperor's tyrannical physical strength, which was enough to fight against Dosheng Celestial, could not be used at all under the burning darkness. Lu Yin, you're despicable. You're relying on external forces to win. Despicable, the Violet Emperor roared. Lu Yin watched as the Violet Emperor was burned by the darkness. This was his first time using the Dark Hall, and he had to admit that it was very effective. Before Eternal Darkness had been upgraded, Lu Yin would not have been able to use the Dark Hall unless he had reached Elder Gu's level. Otherwise, the Violet Emperor would have been able to easily break out. Now, however, he did not need to rely on his own strength. The Dark Hall's power was enough. Since he could not improve himself, then he would improve the card. Lu Yin found that this path was not bad. The Violet Emperor screamed. The burning darkness caused it to lose its light and its ability to resist. Its body weakened bit by bit as it endured unimaginable torture. Lu Yin did not know what it felt like to be burned by the darkness, but it should be quite miserable. Lu Yin, let me go. I surrender. I'll help you humans deal with the Eternals. I'll help you, the Violet Emperor begged. Lu Yin remained indifferent and did not say a word. Only by appointing a general could he ensure loyalty. He felt that appointing the Violet Emperor was a good choice. The Violet Emperor's white vertical eye suddenly stared at Lu Yin. Control. During the previous battle, the Violet Emperor had relied on this ability to control Dosheng Celestial. If Dosheng Celestial had not been able to resist, then he would not have survived. If even Dosheng Celestial could not resist, then this Violet Emperor would definitely not be able to. Lu Yin had never thought of resisting, as it didn't matter. The Dark Hall was an automatic attack, and it didn't matter whether or not Lu Yin could control it. The Violet Emperor stared at Lu Yin. It had thought that controlling Lu Yin would be enough to stop the darkness burn, but the flames continued to burn. The Violet Emperor was tormented, and its body continued to deteriorate. But at this moment, Lu Yin discovered something surprising. This Violet Emperor's control ability seemed to be consciousness. He knew that the Violet Emperor could use that white vertical eye to control others, and he had thought that it was an innate gift. However, when he was controlled by the Violet Emperor himself, his consciousness slowly started to rotate, and his consciousness was extracted from the Violet Emperor's body and directed towards his consciousness planet. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised that such a good thing could happen. The Purple Emperor sensed it as well and hurriedly tried to retract his consciousness. Lu Yin was on high alert, as this would not do. Now that his consciousness planet had split apart, he could not forcibly extract the Violet Emperor's consciousness through his consciousness planet. If the Violet Emperor gave up on controlling him, then his consciousness would disappear, and Lu Yin did not know how long it would take for him to recover. With that thought in mind, he hurriedly controlled the darkness to stop burning. He was unable to control the destructive power of the Dark Hall. However, he was able to stop it. The black flames stopped burning, and the Purple Emperor looked around. What was going on? What was the point of controlling Lu Yin? He immediately attacked the void in an attempt to escape from the Eternal Darkness card, but Lu Yin controlled the Dark Hall to burn again. That torment appeared once more, and the Violet Emperor hurriedly controlled Lu Yin to stop the Dark Hall. When the Dark Hall stopped, the Violet Emperor heaved a sigh of relief and continued to try to break through the Eternal Darkness card. Lu Yin continued to control the Dark Hall to burn, and the Violet Emperor controlled Lu Yin to stop. The cycle repeated itself like a circle. It was impossible for the Violet Emperor to give up on controlling Lu Yin. It knew that only by controlling Lu Yin would it have a chance to breathe. Even if it knew that Lu Yin could use this opportunity to extract its consciousness, it had no other choice. Lu Yin continued to control the Dark Hall, giving the Violet Emperor a chance to catch its breath while also preventing it from escaping. This was a process that Lu Yin was very familiar with, as he had gone through this process when dealing with the people from the Game of 1,000 Faces and the Ruins. He realized that he was very good at this. The Purple Emperor's consciousness was enormous. Although it couldn't compare to the End of Ruins, it had been able to control Celestial Duel Victor back then. This meant that its consciousness far surpassed the people in the Game of 1,000 Faces. Lu Yin's consciousness planet was constantly being repaired by the Violet Emperor's consciousness, and the Violet Emperor himself felt that he was getting closer and closer to breaking out of the eternal darkness and escaping. Along the way, it constantly tried to persuade Lu Yin, hoping that he would let it go and that it could rely on the humans. It also told Lu Yin quite a bit about the creatures in the outer realms, such as which ones would help the Eternals and which ones hated them. In order to gain Lu Yin's trust, it had even told him about its mission in a 9-star civilization. The Eternals had actually allowed the Violet Emperor to slaughter a 9-star civilization on the day of his self-proclaimed martial prowess. The Imperial Martial Edict was a display of force to the entire universe and countless parallel universes. The Above Heaven sect would do everything they could to spread this influence. If the 9-star civilizations were massacred on that day, it would be a stain that the Above Heaven sect would never be able to erase. Countless people would laugh at them. The consequences were too dire. This would have a bad impact on the Above Heaven sect, but it would be a disaster for the 9-star civilization. An entire civilization would be massacred, and even if it was the Eternals who had done it, how could Lu Yin not be related to it? He wanted to kill a 9-star civilization because this civilization was allied with the Heavenly Sect. If they succeeded, it would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of the Above Heaven sect's alliance with the outside world. Lu Yin rejoiced at the fact that he had managed to catch the scene that the Purple Emperor had seen while folding time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Master Lu, don't worry. I don't plan on massacring the 9-star civilization. I know that once we do, the humans will definitely hunt me down until I die. Unless the entire human race is wiped out, I won't have an easy time, so I won't do it. I've wanted to leave for a long time, so let me go and I won't tell the Eternals. I'll help the humans and the Above Heaven sect in the future, the Violet Emperor pleaded. Lu Yin looked at it. You really don't plan on massacring a 9-star civilization? The Violet Emperor swore, absolutely not, Master Lu. You have to believe me. I won't risk being hunted down by the entire human race to kill a 9-star civilization. The humans have been able to fight against the Eternals for so long, and I'm afraid of both the Eternals and humans. I don't want to be hunted down until I die. Lu Yin nodded. All right. Give me your consciousness, and I'll let you go. The Violet Emperor's expression changed. Master Lu, if I lose my consciousness, I'll lose my strength. Please let me go. From now on, I'll do whatever Master Lu wants me to do. Lu Yin was still being controlled, and his consciousness planet was still extracting the Violet Emperor's consciousness, but there was still a long way to go. How can I trust you if you don't give me your consciousness? Lu Yin asked. The Violet Emperor's voice was low. Master Lu, do you really want to kill me? Lu Yin was calm. I've given you a chance. Take it. The Violet Emperor roared, my consciousness is everything to me. Without it, my innate gift is useless. Do you know how many times my innate gift has saved me? Lu Yin, I'll say it again. Let me go, and I'll help you deal with the Eternals. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. This darkness might not be able to trap me, and once I escape, you won't be able to rest in peace. Lu Yin shook his head. Then you can go die. The dark hall continued to burn, and the same scene played out again. The Violet Emperor wanted to escape, but it could only control Lu Yin. It knew that it might not be able to control Lu Yin, but this was the only way to stop the dark hall from burning and give it a chance to escape. Lu Yin could also use this opportunity to extract the Violet Emperor's consciousness. It was a competition of who was one step faster. The Eternal Darkness card was silent, and the Violet Emperor did not speak. It was focused on breaking out of the Eternal Darkness, and Lu Yin did not speak either. Finally, light appeared in the darkness, and the Violet Emperor was ecstatic. It broke out of the Eternal Darkness and returned to the room. Lu Yin watched the Violet Emperor leave with a disdainful gaze. Your opponent is not just me, but the entire Above Heaven. The Violet Emperor appeared in the room and was about to leave when a hand landed on its shoulder. Kid, where are you going? The Violet Emperor did not hesitate to fold time, but in the next moment, something happened that caused it to collapse. The sequence particles were all destroyed by the person behind it. The Violet Emperor could not believe it, and it slowly turned around. Who was it? It saw a human woman looking at it with a smile. She looked gentle, but the hand on its shoulder brought with it terrifying strength. It was a creature that dared to compete with the celestial combatant in terms of physical strength, but this woman was actually suppressing it. Who are you? The Violet Emperor's voice was hoarse as it felt despair. Luine walked out of the eternal darkness. Let me introduce you. This is one of the 3 realms 6 Daos of the primordial space, Hongyan Mavis. The words 3 realms 6 Daos stunned the Violet Emperor. It stared at Hongyan Mavis in shock. How could a monster that only existed in legends appear here? And even if she did, how could it be her opponent? The Violet Emperor suddenly felt like it was being bullied. How laughable. The Violet Emperor was a famous powerhouse in the Outer Realms, an expert of the laws of the sequence. He had dared to kill the celestial combatant and was qualified to negotiate with the Eternals, but now, he felt like he was being bullied. He was being bullied. Hongyan Mavis smiled at the Violet Emperor. What a strange creature. Are you a creature from the Outer Realms? In our era, countless creatures from the Outer Realms wanted to enter the primordial space, but they were not qualified. Now, these fellows dare to attack the primordial space. I didn't, the Violet Emperor subconsciously said. Luine found this hilarious. Hongyan Mavis exerted more force, causing the Violet Emperor's shoulder to sink. Senior, I've never attacked the primordial space. Never. The Violet Emperor's voice was hoarse, and there was only a single white eye on its face. Its expression was indiscernible, but from its voice, it was obvious that it was terrified. If one did not want to be afraid, they had to have faith. Humans had faith, which was why many people were able to face life and death calmly. How could creatures have faith? It was more of an instinct, and this was something that could not be changed no matter how much one cultivated. Of course, there were exceptions, but the Violet Emperor was no exception. Why didn't you tell me to attack earlier? Why did you have to drag it into the card and beat it up? Hongyan Mavis was curious. Luine replied, I had to test the power of the Eternal Darkness card. I've gained quite a bit this time, and most of my injuries have healed. He was naturally referring to his consciousness planet. The consciousness planet that had been cracked open by the one true God had obviously healed. Although there were still cracks, Luine could see the hope of recovery. Otherwise, he did not know how long it would take to recover from its previous state. The Violet Emperor begged, I'm willing to submit to the humans. Master Lu, I'll do whatever you say. Give me your consciousness first, Luine said bluntly. The Violet Emperor bitterly replied, there's almost none left. Luine sized it up, let me ask you a question. How much human blood have you been stained with? The Violet Emperor was stunned, not knowing how to answer. Not answering was the answer. Without needing Luine to say anything, Hongyan Mavis used her strength to shatter half of the Violet Emperor's body. Luine took the opportunity to strike, landing a palm on the Violet Emperor's forehead and killing it instantly. Hongyan Mavis let go, Little Seven, you can't use this kind of creature. It won't affect my selection. Luine smiled, and a platform appeared to select the Violet Emperor. There were no surprises, and the process went smoothly. With Lu Yin's current power level, he could easily defeat the Violet Emperor in a one-on-one battle. The Violet Emperor had not reached the level of the 7 sky gods, so it could be crushed to death by the pressure of the land. Even if it entered the Eternal Darkness card, it would have been burned to death by the darkness if not for the need to extract its consciousness. Luine sighed when he saw the Violet Emperor's brand appear on the platform. How many extraterrestrial powerhouses did the Eternals have that could help him? He would kill any that came. Right now, he wanted to kill the Star Toad the most. That old toad was too much of a hindrance. After dealing with the Violet Emperor, Luine and Hongyan Mavis returned to the Above Heaven sect. Did the Eternals only have one method to deal with 9-star civilizations during the Imperial Martial Decree? Luine did not feel at ease, so he sent his experts to investigate the 6 Paths Society and the extraterrestrials. Needless to say, he discovered many things. The Eternals did not only deal with 9-star civilizations. 9-star civilizations were their most important method, and there were many other extraterrestrial civilizations that were targeted by the Eternals. If not for the progenitors investigating, they would not have been able to find out. Now, all of these accidents had been resolved. Perhaps the Eternals still had a backup plan, but Luin had his own. He had prepared a gift for the Imperial Martial Decree. A few months later, the sound of a bell echoed through the heavens. Beside the heavenly sect, the ancestral tortoise and the prison dragon stretched out and let out an earth-shattering roar, displaying the might of a progenitor. Auspicious clouds circled around, and a majestic aura filled the sky. On this day, everyone looked at the heavenly sect. On this day, the entire Sixth Direction Association was silent. As the bell rang, endless auspicious clouds spread out and headed towards the sky. One auspicious cloud connected to the wood spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the void god spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the lost clan spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the infinite empire spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the March Alliance spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the Five Spirit Clan spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the Five Spirit Clan spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the Lost Clan spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the Infinite Empire spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the March Alliance spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the Five Spirit Clan spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the Five Spirit Clan spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the Lost Clan spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the Infinite Empire spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the March Alliance spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the Five Spirit Clan spacetime, one auspicious cloud connected to the Five Spirit Clan spacetime. Auspicious clouds flew out one after another, each opening a passage between the Genesis space and the other parallel spacetimes. Not all parallel spacetimes joined the heavenly sect, but these parallel spacetimes were focused on the heavenly sect, including the 5 spirit races. Before this, Luin had not expected the 5 spirit races to take the initiative to connect to the Genesis space. This was something that White Cloud City had agreed to. Each cloud represented a parallel spacetime. In addition to the familiar parallel spacetimes, there were many other parallel spacetimes that were connected to the Genesis space. These parallel spacetimes might not be very powerful, but what Luin wanted was a kind of momentum, a possibility to unite the endless voids, a shock to the Eternals, and a confidence boost to everyone and the parallel spacetimes. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the auspicious clouds and the cultivators from the parallel spacetimes. "Is that Lord Wood carving?" someone exclaimed in the wood spacetime as he walked towards the heavenly sect. The void god spacetime, void 5 tastes, the lost race, Danjing, and so on. The limitless empire's mechas were incomparably huge. The Calamity expedition was filled with violence. In the Trimoon's alliance, the Moon Immortal and Moon Ghost were beautiful. In the 9-star civilizations, each of them held a short piece of wood, exuding an exotic aura. In the Divine Kingdom, many cultivators carried the 4 division statues, and the one at the front was the goddess, who exuded a peaceful aura. In many parallel spacetimes, countless people looked at this scene in shock. Who could gather so many experts of different cultivation methods from so many parallel universes? This was the first time they had seen such a thing. In the first zone of calamity, the Eternals were also watching this scene. Looking at the heavenly sect at this moment, the ancestor felt as if he was looking at the peak of the heavenly sect's past glory. Even powerhouses from the outer realms did not dare to enter the heavenly sect. As for the sect in front of him, it was all-encompassing. Luin was different from the primogenitor. The primogenitor had single-handedly created a dazzling era and did not tolerate anything else. Luin, on the other hand, had relied on the help of countless people to get to where he was today. Under the cover of countless auspicious clouds, the sect above shone. "Welcome, Master Lu. Welcome, Master Lu. Welcome, Master Lu." Countless voices converged into a river that caused the heavens to tremble. Countless people raised their arms and excitedly looked at the screen, waiting for Luin to appear. He was the belief of everyone, the pursuit of which everyone was willing to sacrifice their lives for. The unparalleled lord that everyone revered and respected. The starry sky encompassed all living beings, but Luin was able to step through it. Amidst everyone's Cheers and shouts. Lu Yin's figure slowly appeared in the above-the-sky sect, attracting the attention of the entire universe. He took a step forward and arrived at the above-the-sky sect. In the square, he raised his head and bowed to the statue of the primogenitor. Junior Lu Yin has been graced by the primogenitor to rebuild the above-the-sky sect. I am now the second Tao Lord of the above-the-sky sect. However, there are powerful enemies outside and great troubles within. Today, I hereby announce the return of the world to the above-the-sky sect. Lu Yin's every word shook the heavens, causing ripples to spread out in all directions. This was a declaration of force. The above-the-sky sect was declaring force on behalf of humanity. Not only the Eternals, but any creature that was an enemy of humanity would be terrified by this declaration. Any creature that was an enemy of humanity would be suppressed by this declaration. This was the peak of humanity's current strength. With that, Lu Yin raised his foot and walked up the stairs. There was no one on either side, and he was the only one in the entire above-the-sky sect. He walked up step by step until he reached the highest point and arrived in front of the primogenitor's statue. He looked back at the heavens and earth. Begin the declaration of war. With a stern shout, countless people appeared from the void and entered the above-the-sky sect. They bowed to Lu Yin. Welcome, Tao Lord. Welcome, Tao Lord. Welcome, Tao Lord. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Today, as the Tao Lord of the above-sky sect, I hereby issue a decree to welcome the 3 realms and 6 Daos to deter external enemies and suppress the fate of humanity. Lu Yuan. An auspicious cloud instantly appeared and connected to an endless distance. Lu Yuan walked out, and with a single step, he crossed an endless distance. The Divine Seal catalog appeared, and a general appointment platform circled around him. His body was covered in golden light as he walked into the above-sky sect. He faced Lu Yin and bowed. Lu Yuan. The 3 realms and 6 Daos still need to be welcomed back. Your responsibilities are great. Lu Yuan solemnly replied, the Tao Lord's decree. With that, he walked up the stairs one step at a time. Following that, he shouted, Hongyan Mavis. Another auspicious cloud appeared, and Hongyan Mavis stepped onto it. Behind her, the Mavis god tree grew crazily, causing the surroundings to tremble. She stepped into the above-sky sect and bowed. Hongyan Mavis. Lu Yin looked at her. The 3 realms and 6 Daos still need to be welcomed back. Your responsibilities are equally great. Hongyan Mavis solemnly replied, yes, the Tao Lord's decree. With that, she walked up the stairs until she was parallel to Lu Yuan. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The 3 realms and 6 Daos are legends, but they have yet to disappear. One day, the above-sky sect will welcome back the 3 realms and 6 Daos, as well as the seniors who have sacrificed everything for humanity. Countless people cheered excitedly. Not to mention too, even just one Lu Yuan was enough to make the 6 Paths Society and the everlasting race apprehensive. Now, 2 legendary powerhouses had appeared in the above-sky sect, which shocked the outside world greatly. Not everyone knew that Hongyan Mavis had returned. Lu Yin looked up at the sky again. Today, as the above-sky sect's Tao Lord, I hereby decree that the 3 suns and 6 Tao Lords are to deter external enemies. You shall be the above-sky sect's blade, and you shall be successful in every endeavor. Wood Deity. An auspicious cloud connected the above-sky sect and the wood dimension. With Lu Yin's shout, the wood deity walked out, crossing the cloud and arriving in the above-sky sect. Lu Yin looked at the wood deity. Today, you shall be one of the 3 suns and 6 Tao Lords of the above-sky sect. I hope that you can suppress the external enemies and control the inheritance of humanity. The wood deity bowed deeply. Honorable, Tao Lord's decree. The 3 suns and 6 Tao Lords were a sequence that Lu Yin had established for the above-sky sect. Although it was difficult to use this sequence to deal with the 3 realms and 6 Daos, it should at least be equivalent to the 3 masters and 6 Daos. Of course, these people still needed to increase their strength, but their deterrence was enough. In the ancient above-sky sect, the 3 realms and 6 Daos had long been a legend. Today, the 3 realms and 6 Daos were left as a sign of respect for their ancestors and their yearning for the glory of that era. It was also a sign of respect for Lu Yuan and Hongyan Mavis. Now, it seemed that the 3 suns and 6 daos could not compare to the 3 realms and 6 daos, but countless years later, the 3 suns and 6 daos would become legends in people's memories. They would be the symbol of this era. If they wanted to truly fight against the everlasting race, they had to unite completely. Just connecting the parallel dimensions was useless. They had to have all the powerhouses belong to a faction and truly become a sharp blade against the everlasting race. At this moment, Luin did it. In the first zone of disaster, Di Qiong clenched his fists. The 3 suns and 6 daos, suppressing the enemy, controlling the human inheritance. Such arrogance. Black Wushan's eyes turned. This time, it's really troublesome. After this martial edict, the humans will be unprecedentedly united. This power will not be easy to deal with. The god of forgotten ruins returned to the first zone of disaster. When she saw this scene, she laughed. Not only has this little guy stepped onto the highest stage, but he's also built a new one. How impressive, hee. The ancient god looked at the screen. The 3 realms and 6 daos title was still there. Was this an acknowledgement and respect for the past? The ancestor of the past calmly turned to look at the Black Mother tree. The sole true god was also watching, and even the 6 daos of reincarnation realm's Grand Empyrean was watching. What were they thinking? Was the Above Sky sect really going to regain its former glory? In that era, no one had dared to be presumptuous against the Above Sky sect. Even if there were countless powerhouses in the countless parallel dimensions, as long as they came into contact with the primordial space, they would have to bow down to the Above Sky sect. That had been a truly powerful era. Did Luin really want to recreate that era? That was impossible. Would God and the other masters of parallel dimensions could not support an era of extreme brilliance? In the Above Sky sect, Luin shouted, "Celestial Victor!" As soon as he spoke, a cloud connected to the distance, and Celestial Victor appeared, shocking the entire reincarnation spacetime. The reincarnation spacetime was not connected to the primordial space. They had their own pride, and since the Grand Empyrean was not present, no one could decide whether or not to connect. But that was not important. What was important was that Luin had called out Celestial Victor. What was the meaning of this? Had he betrayed the reincarnation spacetime? In the first zone of disaster, the Grand Empyrean opened his eyes and calmly looked at the screen in the distance. Celestial Victor stood on a cloud and held a golden staff. He appeared outside the Above Sky sect with a single step. The victorious battle technique circulated around his body, making him look like a war god. He emitted a resplendent light that connected the heavens and the earth. Celestial Victor, present. Luin looked at Celestial Victor. Today, as the Above Sky sect's Tao Master, I order you to be one of the 6 masters of the 3 suns. I hope that you will fight on behalf of the heavens and stand at the forefront of the human race. Celestial Victor grinned. The Tao Master's order. After speaking, he walked up the sky stairway. The 6 Direction Society was silent for a moment before erupting into loud cheers. The reincarnation spacetime's 3 sages and 9 sages had once been the peak that the 6 Direction Society's parallel dimensions could not hope to reach. No one dared to overlook them, and it was precisely because of the 3 sages that the reincarnation spacetime had always been above the other parallel dimensions. Celestial Victor was the indisputable leader of the 3 sages and was known as the Lesser Empyrean. He guarded the entrance to the zone of disaster by himself, and the Eternals feared him, making it difficult for them to kill him. The prestige of such a person was unimaginable. Celestial Victor's sudden entry into the Above Sky sect stunned the reincarnation spacetime, but it also inspired the 6 Direction Society. Celestial Victor's fighting spirit was high. Although he was not a master of a parallel dimension, the excitement that he brought to everyone was completely different. In the starry sky, Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyue were watching. Brother Lu is really something. He even managed to get Heavenly Venerable Victor to come. Sister, does this human really follow his lead? Jiang Qingyue looked at Luin, who was standing above the heavenly sect. Her eyes were filled with splendor. At this moment, he was truly dazzling. In the starry sky outside the domain, those parallel universes that had never interacted with the origin space were also watching through various methods. The purpose of the imperial marshal was to deter the external enemies and represent the determination of the human race. Their hearts sank as they watched the experts walk out one by one. Some of them were humans, but most of them were not. Seeing the human race becoming so powerful and united, one could imagine the pressure it brought to the other creatures. Xianxia! Luyin shouted. Xianxia appeared on the auspicious cloud that connected the origin space to the Lost Clan spacetime. In front of him, the Heavenly King card emitted a dense aura that caused the void to collapse. He took a step forward and bowed deeply to Luyin. Xianxia is here. Luyin looked at Xianxia. Today, as the Taoist master of the heavenly sect, I order you to be one of the 3 sons and 6 lords. I hope you will protect the human race and bring tenacity and will. Xianxia bowed again. Yes, Taoist master's order. After that, he walked up the stairway step by step. Luyin looked at the starry sky. Void Master. Void Master walked out and stepped on the auspicious cloud, entering the heavenly sect. He was a little excited. The 3 sons and 6 lords were the identities that Luyin had told him before. He had never dreamt that he would be conferred a title one day. Moreover, he was just a little guy. He used to know Wu Tian and was very envious of the 3 realms and 6 paths. In fact, he had urged the Great Heavenly Venerable to give him a title, but the Great Heavenly Venerable was not interested at all. This had disappointed him for many years. When Luyin told him that he would be given the title of 3 sons and 6 lords, he was very excited. Although he was old, his heart was not. The 3 sons and 6 lords sounded very majestic. Especially when he was conferred a title in front of countless people in the universe. Today's scene would definitely be passed down to the future generations, even the future generations outside the domain. Once he died, no one would remember his identity other than the Void God universe. But it was different for the 3 sons and 6 lords. The 3 realms and 6 Tao were still remembered by people until now. They had even become legends. A legend, he longed to become a legend. Void Master, I'm here. Luyin was amused. He had not expected an old senior like the Void Master to like titles. Today, as the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect, I hereby appoint you as one of the 6 lords of the 3 sons. I hope that you will display the might of the human race and kill decisively, making your name known throughout the world. The Void Master was excited. The might of the human race, their decisiveness in killing, their fame spread through the ages. It sounded even more impressive than the previous ones. He bowed deeply. Honorable, Taoist Master's order. After saying that, he walked up the stairway. From this moment on, he was not only the master of space and time of the Void God realm, but also a member of the Heavenly Supreme Sect. He didn't expect that he would be able to join the Above Heaven sect one day. Back then, when Above the Heavens was at its most brilliant, he also wanted to join, but he was rejected. The reason was simple. Above the Heavens didn't accept outsiders. At that time, Above the Heavens was invincible and powerful. Anyone who joined could become a legend in the future, but he didn't have the chance. And now, after such a long time, he had actually joined them. Luyin looked up into space. Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi walked out from the clouds and arrived at the Above Heaven sect. He bowed to Luyin. Lu Tianyi, present. Luyin solemnly said, Today, as the Above Heaven sect's Taoist master, I decree you as one of the 3 sons and 6 masters. I hope that you will protect the human realm for eternity. Lu Tianyi bowed. Honorable, Taoist master's order. As he watched Lu Tianyi slowly walk up the stairway, Luyin looked up at the stars. Humans, outsiders, anyone who wishes to join my Above Heaven sect can come. The 3 sons and 6 masters will be filled one by one. In addition, my Above Heaven sect also has the 8 inner Daos and the 8 outer Daos. Danjing. Danjing walked over from the clouds that connected to the Lost Clan spacetime and entered the Above Heaven sect. Danjing, present. Luyin looked at Danjing. As the Above Heaven sect's Taoist master, I decree you as one of the 8 inner Daos to protect my Above Heaven sect. Danjing bowed respectfully. Honorable, Taoist master's order. Woodcut. Woodcut stepped over the clouds and bowed to Luyin. Woodcut, present. As the above heaven sect's Taoist master, I decree you as one of the 8 inner Taoists to protect my above heaven sect. Woodcut bowed. Honorable, Taoist master's order. Su Wuwei. Su Wuwei stepped over the clouds and glanced at Luin. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be conferred a title by this person. Back then, this person had done everything he could to join the void god spacetime, and Su Wuwei had even hated him. He never thought that things would turn out this way. Su Wuwei, present. As the above heaven sect's Taoist master, I decree you as one of the 8 inner Taoists to protect my above heaven sect. Su Wuwei bowed respectfully. Honorable, Taoist master's order. Nether Lord. Big Sis walked out of the clouds and arrived at the above heaven sect. She was rarely serious. Nether Lord, present. Luin looked at her. As the above heaven sect's Taoist master, I decree you as one of the 8 inner Taoists to protect my above heaven sect. Big Sis bowed. Honorable, Taoist master's order. Luin looked at the stars. The 8 inner Taoists will be filled one by one in the future. In the outer spacetime, anyone who is acquainted with us humans can fight for them. At this moment, the above heaven sect encompassed the entire universe. Luin could not create an extremely brilliant above heaven sect alone like the progenitor. He could only take another path, which was to gather all living beings, hoping to make up for the gap with the above heaven sect and crush the Eternals. The 8 outer Taoists are specially set up by my above heaven sect for the powerhouses from the outer spacetime. They do not need to join the above heaven sect and will only be assigned by the above heaven sect. Urgi. The starry sky trembled, and the Calamity Expedition appeared in the origin space. The Calamity Expedition was a huge fortress formed by countless stars connected together, and it was full of luxury. Its sudden appearance at this moment shocked many people because its arrival brought with it an indescribable aura of destruction. The people of the Calamity Expedition looked at the above heaven sect and restrained their arrogance. They originally thought that the Calamity Expedition was big enough, but compared to the above heaven sect, it was child's play. Not to mention the above heaven sect, even the ancestral tortoise and hellworm beside it were about the same size as the Calamity Expedition. Urgi walked out, and a cloud connected her. She stepped on the cloud and headed toward the above heaven sect. Urgi, here. Luin looked at her. The Calamity Expedition is an ally of the above heaven sect. Today, as the path master of the above heaven sect, I order you to be one of the 8 outer paths. I hope that you will work together with the above heaven sect to resist the enemy. Urgi looked up at Luin. The Calamity Expedition will not betray our allies. Today, you are one of the 8 outer paths. Thank you, Master Lu. Compared to the 3 sons, 6 lords, and the 8 inner paths, the 8 outer paths were much more casual. This was because they did not belong to the above heaven sect directly and were more of an ally. The 8 outer paths were set up to give the powerhouses from the outer realms some space. Some of the powerhouses from the outer realms might not be willing to join the above heaven sect, but they wanted to work with the above heaven sect to deal with the enemy. The 8 outer paths gave them a choice. Urgi walked up the stairway step by step. She really did not expect this day to come. However, she did not have much time left. This was the first time she stepped into the above heaven sect, and perhaps the last time. Moon Immortal. The Moon Immortal walked out of the cloud. She was as beautiful as a painting. She represented the March Alliance. Even though the moon god was dead, she and Moon Ghost were not weak. Although the illusory poison was weakening them, Luin would eventually find the antidote. Here, Moon Immortal. Luin looked at the Moon Immortal. The March Alliance is the above heaven sect's ally. Today, as the above heaven sect's pathmaster, I order you to be one of the 8 outer paths. I hope you can work with the above heaven sect to fight against the enemy. The Moon Immortal looked at Luin. Thank you, Master Lu. Her attitude at this moment was to express their gratitude to Luin. Without Luin, they might not have been able to survive. As soon as she finished speaking, she slowly walked up the stairway. Urgi looked at the Moon Immortal strangely. This woman was very weak. The Moon Immortal smiled at Urgi. Urgi nodded with a calm expression. Even though the Moon Immortal was much older than Urgi, no matter how one looked at it, Urgi was the elder sister. Mimi Na. Mimi Na walked out from a cloud and entered the above heaven sect. Mimi Na is here. Many people found it strange. Why were the 8 outer paths all women? The 9-star civilization is the above heaven sect's ally. Today, as the Pathmaster, I order you to be one of the 8 outer paths. I hope you can work with the above heaven sect to fight against the enemy. Mimi Na bowed. The 9-star civilization thanks Master Lu for saving us. If the above heaven sect has any orders, we will not refuse. Luin smiled. Senior Kakawen is worthy of respect. I hope that the 9-star civilization will have a cultivator who can use the 9 stars reboot without sacrificing their lives, unlike you and Senior Kakawen, who must sacrifice their lives. This was a deterrent to the outside world, telling the Eternals that Mimi Na could use the 9 stars reboot. If the Eternals did not know about this, they would attack the 9-star civilization again. Even if they were severely injured by Mimi Na's 9 stars reboot, the 9-star civilization would lose the power to deter others. Mimi Na understood Lu Yin's meaning. Don't worry, Master Lu. The 9-star civilization will not disappoint you. With that, she walked up the stairway and stood below Urji. Urji and the others looked at the sky. They wanted to see if the 8 outer paths were all women. That should not be the case. Many people were curious. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Abandoned. The cloud continued to move towards the crowd. Those people surrounded the above heaven sect and watched from afar. They did not expect the cloud to suddenly appear and gave them a fright. What did this mean? Was there a ruthless person among them who was qualified to step on the cloud and enter the above heaven sect? The abandoned walked out in a very low-key manner. He did not attract much attention, but now, he shocked the people around him. Anyone who was qualified to be taken into the above heaven sect by the cloud was a top-notch expert. The abandoned was not used to being the center of attention. At this moment, it was not as simple as being the center of attention. Countless people in the entire universe were staring at him. This made even an expert like him feel a little scared. In the first zone of calamity, the arrow god looked up with a cold gaze. The abandoned was the last survivor of an extinct civilization. He was also the strongest expert of that civilization. It was regrettable that she did not kill him back then, which had caused so much trouble in the 5th zone of calamity. The ancestor of the past was calm. This is the expert on the 5th zone's divine commandment list that must be eliminated? The arrow god's voice was cold. Yes. What ability does he have? The Forgotten Ruins god was curious. Those who were brought into the sect above heaven by the clouds were the main force against the Eternals. They were also the masters that the Eternals had to eliminate in the future. The arrow god squinted. He's one step ahead. Everyone was surprised. What did that mean? The arrow god said, the abandoned person's sequence rule is to always be one step ahead of others. Whether it's time, speed, or space, you can't outrun him. That's why it's hard for me to eliminate him. Blacklist god said, even time can't outrun him? The arrow god didn't answer. She was cold to begin with. What a difficult opponent. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. Di Qiong said, I remember now. During the battle in the sect above heaven, Ji Luo was entangled by him. The ancestor of the past was indifferent. There are many masters outside. The divine admonition is too late. The abandoned person entered the sect above heaven. Abandoned person, here. Luin said, I know that your civilization was destroyed because of the Eternals. Today, as the master of the sect above heaven, I order you to be one of the 8 outer paths. I hope that you and the sect above heaven will work together to defeat the enemy and prevent this tragedy from happening again. The abandoned person had a complicated look. Prevent this tragedy from happening again? But his tragedy had already happened. I will do my best to eliminate the Eternals. The abandoned person was firm. Then, he stepped onto the stairway. LG looked at the abandoned person. The hatred in his eyes was deep. Luin looked at the stars. Yi Luo. The onlookers looked at each other. Could it be that he was still with them? Then, a cloud came over. Everyone was speechless. Why was this ruthless person with them? Yi Luo walked out of the crowd. His face was pale. Even under the light of the cloud, he looked pale. He looked at the sect above heaven and stepped in. He was forced to join the sect above heaven. The abandoned person and the others might change their minds because of the sect above heaven's strength, but he wouldn't. He had no roots and only wanted to lead a peaceful life with Yixing and Xiaoxiao. He didn't want to participate in the war. But now, he couldn't fulfill his wish. Yixing's thoughts were completely different. He was still young and wanted to see a wider world. He didn't want to follow Yi Luo and spend his life with some corpses. If he had felt disgust and hatred towards Luoyin before, then there was only shock and reverence in his heart now. Luoyin was like a brand that was deeply imprinted in his heart. Even though Yi Wu had the ability to leave the above heaven sect, Yixing did not want to leave. He wanted to stay in the above heaven sect and see this universe. Yi Rua, here. Yichen was not used to stepping on the ground of the sky above sky sect. He was used to dealing with corpses, not in front of everyone. He was even more unaccustomed to it than the outcast. Luoyin looked at her. I know you're a rootless duckweed drifting across the four seas, but humanity as a whole. If there's a day when there are no more humans in the universe, then you won't be alone, but dead silence. Yiro was shocked, but she did not respond. Today, as the Taoist master of the above heaven sect, I confer upon you the title of one of the 8 outer Taos. I hope that you will advance and retreat together with us humans to resist the foreign enemies. Yiro took a deep breath. Understood. After saying that, he stepped onto the stairway to heaven. Luoyin waited for Yi Ken to stand still before looking up at the sky. Emperor Shang. There were many huge mechas standing on top of a cloud. These mechas came from the Limitless Empire. Mechas were things like this. They were already full of deterrence, and the Prime Emperor Mecha was even more of a deterrent. When Luoyin called out Emperor Shang's name, the Prime Emperor Mecha walked out and headed towards the above heaven sect. Behind them, the people of the Limitless Empire watched in shock. Only now did they realize how powerful the fifth mainland that they had wanted to conquer was. Only now did they realize how insignificant they had been. At this moment, they were all glad that they had not fought to the death with the above heaven sect. Otherwise, the Limitless Empire would have been gone. One had to know that the people who had accompanied Luoyin to the Limitless Empire were all experts of the 8 inner Taos. Above them were the 3 suns, 6 lords, and the 3 realms, 6 Taos. Any one of these experts was enough to make the Limitless Empire fall into despair. Emperor Shang was also glad, but he also lamented that he was getting further and further away from being a hired thug. Shang Tianzong and Shang Qing looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. Compared to the above heaven sect, what was there to fight for in a small limitless empire? They were still dependent on others. Compared to Luoyin, they were nothing. Emperor Shang, here. Luoyin looked at the tall Prime Emperor Mecha and smiled. Today, as the Tao Master of the above heaven sect, I confer you as one of the 8 outer Taos. I hope that you will use the sword in your hand to kill the enemies of the human race and protect our race with your majestic body. Emperor Shang bowed respectfully. Honored, Tao Master's order. In theory, the 8 outer Taos were only in alliance with the above heaven sect. However, Emperor Shang's attitude showed that they were inferior. Clearly, they were not on the same level as Luoyin. Because the mecha was too big, Emperor Shang could only walk out of it and step by step onto the sky stairway. Luoyin took into account that he was an ordinary person and made arrangements. Otherwise, he would not be able to step onto the sky stairway. As Emperor Shang stood still, the arrangements for the 8 outer Taos were also completed. From today onwards, the 8 outer Taos will invite experts from the outer regions to join us. At this point, the framework of the new above heaven sect had been formed. Aside from the original 3 realms and 6 Taos, there were also the 3 suns and 6 lords, the 8 inner Taos, and the 8 outer Taos that needed to be filled. These were all sequence law powerhouses. The others like Elder Chan, Lung Qing, Xiao Chen, and Mu Xia did not have the qualifications to join. They were only ordinary progenitors, even if they could display great strength. The sequence law was a threshold. Luoyin did not set a framework based on relationships, as it was based on realms. Unless the path that Xiao Chen and the others had taken surpassed the sequence law by too much. During the Dao Source Sex era, Progenitor Chen, Progenitor Ku, and the others had been on the same level as Xianxia and Wang Fan. Luin looked at the stars. The universe is filled with countless life forms. We humans are the first, and there are countless heroes. Since the long river of time in the distant above heaven sect era. As Luin spoke, he continued to describe the strength of the human race. One figure after another arrived on auspicious clouds. They were Elder Chan and the other progenitors. Elder Chan, Lin Qing, Xiao Chen, Mu Xia, Lu Qi, Qing Ping, Xiao Shenji, Xiao Zhen, Wang Jian, Bai Xing, Nong Yi, Shi Wei, Mu Tao from the wood spacetime, Su Heng from the void god spacetime, Su Leng from the void god spacetime, and so on. One by one, these progenitors stepped onto auspicious clouds and landed on the above heaven sect. The onlookers looked up in shock, as they had never seen so many progenitors before. In the past, the reincarnation spacetime's 3 sovereigns and 9 sages had already shocked them. They had never imagined that a parallel spacetime would have so many powerhouses. Now, compared to the above heaven sect, the reincarnation spacetime was much weaker. These progenitors appeared one after another, and everyone who saw this scene was speechless. Even the first domain of disaster was speechless. Although the 3 powers and 6 seas were arrogant and looked down on ordinary progenitors, any cultivator who could reach the progenitor realm had the ability to create more possibilities. Who could say for sure where these ordinary progenitors would stand in the future? Perhaps they would stand in the 8 inner and outer Daos, or perhaps the 3 suns and 6 lords? Or perhaps they would stand at the peak close to Luin? Who could be sure? At this moment, the strength of the human race was fully displayed. The entire above heaven sect was wrapped in colorful auspicious clouds. In the reincarnation spacetime, the 9th stage Lotus Venerate watched in shock. If the above heaven sect wanted to attack the reincarnation spacetime, it would be absolutely easy. Even if a Grand Empyrean returned, it would be useless. At this moment, the above heaven sect was clearly the everlasting race that had brought despair to the human race. Bodhi Saint, Food Saint, by Wang Yuan, and the others looked at the above heaven sect speechlessly. The 36 immortals of the reincarnation spacetime were all dumbfounded. In White Cloud City, Lu Pianran stood beside Jiang Feng. Even someone as gentle as Lu Pianran was stunned at this moment. This Luin actually pulled off such a big scene? Jiang Feng praised, "He's the same kind of person as me, and he's even further than me." In the 5 spirit races, the Ice Master exclaimed. This was a true colossus. With so many sequence law powerhouses and even legendary powerhouses, the everlasting race must be having a headache now. In the outer realm, many creatures communicated with each other. They knew that a true colossus had appeared. The once glorious days of the above heaven sect had appeared once again. The Star Devourer ran away directly. It couldn't find the Violet Emperor, so it was probably dead. The Star Toad shook the copper coin on its neck and muttered to itself, "No, I can't let Luin know that I let Deheng deal with him, or it'll be troublesome." How did he do it? There are so many powerhouses, and there's even someone like Lu Yuan who broke through to the primordial realm. This is bad. I can't play with him anymore, or I'll suffer a loss. I can't play with him anymore. I can't play with the everlasting race anymore. Even the Star Toad was stunned, let alone the outer realm creatures. The moment the above heaven sect declared war, most of the outer realm creatures that originally helped the everlasting race ran away. It wasn't that they didn't want to help the everlasting race, but that they couldn't. The enemy was too powerful. Luin stood on the stairway to heaven and looked down. He was filled with lofty aspirations. What about the everlasting race? The despair they had brought was being crushed by him. He had done it. He could lead the human race to rise. He could do everything he wanted. There were so many powerhouses. This was the human race, the glorious human race. Man was the strongest of all things. It had been so in the past, and it would be so in the future. Luin opened his arms and welcomed the countless gazes. From today onwards, we humans are invincible. We are the masters of all things. Countless people roared excitedly, "Lord Lu is invincible. Lord Lu is invincible. Lord Lu is invincible." Countless voices converged into a river, as if stirring up the ancient river of time. Gazes seemed to come from the past and look at Luin. Luing closed his eyes. At that moment, his thoughts spread out endlessly. He looked at the fifth mainland, the sixth mainland, the starry sky of the tree, the wood dimension, the lost clan dimension, the void god dimension, and so on. He looked at the many parallel dimensions that were connected. Unknowingly, the starry sky in his heart suddenly expanded. It was invisible, but Luing could clearly see it. With him as the center, he stepped on the starry sky, and the entire starry sky expanded. It was his starry sky, and the stars represented his power. End of chapter 3172. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.